struggling are both Shia as well as Sunni Muslims. Are all Muslims are present here, and they're observing the mourning, because the Iran has already announced the 40-day. We are already observed the 40-day mourning has been announced. So here you see the gathering coming in from different walks of life, from different parts of the Kashmir Valley, where you see the mourning is taking place.
Okay. Tempers running high. Zenat, I would request you to come out of that area at a safe distance. It seems people are really angry, and they're going to vent out at anything. And these are pictures from the clock tower area of Srinagar. And protesters have come out on the streets, pouring out their anger at the American elimination of Ayatollah Khamenei. I remember Srinagar and some other pockets of Jammu and Kashmir have a Shia population, a sizable Shia population. Khamenei was also the spiritual leader of the Shia sect, and so this anger in some ways is explained by that connection. Now, this is not pro-Iran protest. This is these people mourning against American action eliminating their spiritual leader. Coming back to Saurabh Shukla. Saurabh, President Trump is making some statements. He has said that he is not satisfied with the response that's coming in from the Iranian side, which means back channel is already on, which means Americans and the Iranians are already talking.
I'll tell you, the Oman foreign minister was one of the go-between between Iran and the US, and obviously the talks were going on. There were certain conditions, I've been told, that were put in front of the Iranian leadership, including making sure that there's a verifiable mechanism in which it is proven that they have completely shut down their nuclear program. There are other elements which were there, but then I'm told that when President Trump was presented with this option, that they had the best strategic opportunity to hit out at the Iranian leadership. And as I said first, in fact, on Republic yesterday, that there were credible ground reports coming from the intelligence community, both from the US and Israel, from operating through their sources in Iran, that this was the best opportunity to eliminate them, given the resistance on part of the Iranian regime. He chose the path of deciding to eliminate them, because that is what sources are telling me that his advisors felt was the best option at this stage, because they did not realize, they did not want, apparently the other information that the president had was that while the Iranians were engaging in talks with the US, they were also making sure that they were arming themselves. They were also in touch, I'm told by sources, that which could have jeopardized the security situation at a later stage. And that's the reason, at a leadership level, sometimes these difficult choices are made to you and you have to take that choice. And I would say in this case, the fact purely on military and strategic terms, I've studied military strategy for a long time, and I can tell you that this was certainly a bold operation at the behest of President Trump and the US and Israeli forces, and they deserve credit for executing the high-value target within few hours of this operation. What happens next, we have to wait and watch. But I would say purely on military and strategic terms, it was a big victory in the first round, if you ask me. Abhishek.
Joins us in the broadcast. Welcome and good morning, Arnab. Not so good morning for Iranians.
Yeah, I think this is the end of this fake theory of multipolarity, strategic neutrality. I mean, I would like to know what India's position is on this. We have to be clear what India's position is on this. Are we going with America? Are we for this? Are we supporting the Americans coming in and killing Khamenei? Which side are we on? Are we with the Russians, the Chinese? What is our strategic neutrality? Is the fundamental question which I am interested in today. Because whichever way you look at it, you are saying that your supply chains are being affected, but you've gone in and you've killed Khamenei. You've killed his entire family, right? India cannot afford to remain quiet on this. India cannot afford to look the other way and say it's a regional dispute. China is calling for de-escalation. What are we calling for? Is there an official statement so far from our government, from the Ministry of External Affairs?
Not
Abhishek?
yet, not yet.
Why not?
They're just deliberating, but they are saying that the statement that was made yesterday, which is calling for de-escalation, calling for stability to
Why
prevail
is
in
the
the region.
Ministry of External Affairs not giving a detailed statement of the biggest history-defining moment of this entire decade? You see, it is now what I want is, because for viewers joining this morning, I'd like to play out all the critical moments.
Yeah.
And I want my news desk to guide me in this. The grid is no longer Israel strikes Iran, it's an America-Iran war, and Khamenei has been eliminated. Change the grid. Change the breaking news templates. Keep them moving fast. People want to know what's happening. Change the visuals and describe the visuals. Show me the camera teams from Srinagar, from Lucknow and others. Get us reactions from Lucknow, where Khamenei is treated by many people as the supreme leader of the Shia community. I would like to have all those reactions. Now first, whatever the latest is that we have from the US. Good morning, Saurabh, and can my guest relations team tell me who else is on air this morning? Now, this is Einar. Einar is with us today. Let's go to Einar here. Einar, good morning. This is a matter of concern. I am very concerned because of the method. How do you view this?
Well, I think 85% of the world views this as going against the international order. This is might is right. One capital can decide who should be in charge of another country. Whether I like Maduro or the Ayatollah is not the issue. The issue is whether countries will take care of matters themselves or whether they'll be sided in some other capital. You have to also, just let me, bear with me for 1 second. There was a plan that was put forward in 1996, which said that Israel would attack a series of countries in their neighbor and Iran in order to create a greater Israel. And this was put out by a gentleman named Pearl. It was sent to Netanyahu. And from that point on, he was insisting for 30 years that Iran was on the cusp of a nuclear weapon and that therefore the U.S. needed to stand with Israel in attacking it. Now, no one is, so far, I've been on many shows, no one is willing to talk about the fact that Israel is, in fact, a nuclear power. It's estimated they have more than 200 warheads. And I've talked to people in Israel who made it very clear that if they're cornered, they will use them. No one talks about the IAEA going in there and monitoring the situation. So I think you have a very one-sided view of the world being pushed forward by the U.S. that somehow Israel, a nation of 9 million, only of which 7.5 million are Jewish, are somehow entitled to rule the Middle East. This would be anathema to anybody else, but because they have the United States protecting them, they feel emboldened, and it's just not clear how this helps the United States or if there's any end game. So you get rid of one layer. Well, they did that before, didn't seem to change anything. They can keep doing it. How long they're going to continue doing this, how many bombs, how many people have to die in the meantime, and what right does the U.S. have to impose what it wants on other nations? They tried this in the past with Modi. They accused him of a genocide in Gujarat. Obviously, they changed their mind, but at the time, you could imagine that if some leader came in and decided he didn't want some Epstein files released or on the front page, that they could have made an issue out of this. It is not the right of other countries to decide what happens in countries, especially those across the world. We see this happened in Venezuela. Now Trump is threatening Cuba. How can Cuba threaten anybody? How is it a threat to the United States that would justify an armed invasion? Now he's saying they're going to surrender to us. We'll take it over peacefully. When do you take over another country peacefully? Then you look at what the United States did in Bangladesh, in Nepal. They fermented color revolutions that have turned those governments against India. What right do they have to do that? And at what point does India, as a leader in the third world, say enough? Stick to your own knitting. You have plenty of problems in the US. You don't need to make problems for the rest of the world.
We just got the news, and this is turning out to be like some crazy, bad American video game with Elon Musk saying, another one bites the dust. This is the kind of American supremacism which is absolutely unacceptable. And I do agree that it is time for India to make its position clear on this matter. Trade disputes, resolution of trade disputes are one thing. But if India is to be a leader of the global south, we cannot remain quiet as this kind of neo-imperialism and neo-colonialism takes over the world. As of now, I know that there are clashes in front of the Iran's National Security Council has said that a transition period will continue now. And Shawan, you can be occasionally live. Keep a camera close to the PCR. Keep a camera close to the PCR where you're operating so that you can be live non-stop while you are also manning the PCR. Clashes have erupted in front of the American embassy in Baghdad following the death announcement of Ayatollah Khamenei. The visuals that we are showing you right now, Einar, Saurabh, look at them very carefully. This is so-called classified footage that has been released by America of the moment of the strikes. These are the visuals that are being shown off by America as proof of their global consolidation. These visuals are being put out along with some satellite imagery. It appears to be a drone footage of the moment of the strike when Khamenei was probably killed. Saurabh, this is going to set into motion a number of global events. I'd be very keen to see what Russia says today. Can we stay with the guests also on air, please? Saurabh, I'm speaking to Saurabh. You do not need to go full frame to the visuals right now. As I speak,
Arnab,
thank you.
Saurabh, if you ask me, you and me have extensively studied geopolitics for a long time. This is a game-changing moment. You never thought that Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, would be killed in an operation within few hours. So if you ask me on military and strategic strategy, it's a big success. I'm not getting into the moralistic part of it, but I can tell you the way this operation was planned, the way in which Israeli intelligence community, the US intelligence community had their resources on the ground, telling them precisely where these leaders were present.
See, let's not tom-tom that as a huge victory. Saurabh, let's not tom-tom that as a huge victory. There are several countries which would be able to know through human intelligence and other intelligence where Khamenei would be present. For America to constantly say we are a great military power because we know where Maduro is, we know where Khamenei is, it's a falsehood. China would know. India would know, Russia would know, Iran has launched a new wave of missile attacks on Israel. The point is just to know, yes, you can say that Trump has demonstrated a significant risk-taking ability. But Trump would have been warned that this will not be without consequences. This is going to lead to global realignment because I do not think China or Russia or anybody else in the world are going to sit and watch as the global supply chains are going to be dominated by the Americans. That is going to come under question. Yes, Saurabh.
Yeah. Whether it's President Donald Trump or Prime Minister
you said moralistic. No, I'm not being moralistic. I'm being realistic out here.
I'm giving you...
It is a moment of reckoning for India also. We cannot afford to remain quiet on this.
Reckoning for India. But the challenge is that we have to be strategic here as well. For India, it's a tough choice. You have, at one stage, you have one leader who has been killed, who was also supporting terrorist group like Hezbollah, Hamas, which India has condemned, who was also responsible for the ruthless killing of 30,000 civilians, which India has been condemning. On the other hand, you have a strategic problem where you have a large diaspora in the Middle East. Your oil supplies are channeled through the Strait of Hormuz. So obviously, it's a tough choice. You have a large Shia population in India. So all that is a tough choice for India. And I agree, we have to come out in some ways, because obviously the global south expects India to play a leadership role. But I will say about INR, the Chinese have been caught napping yet again. Chinese were, supporting Iran at one stage. They were supporting Venezuela's Maduro at one stage. Where are they? They've been playing this piggybacking game. So this is a geopolitical moment of reckoning for them as well. So I see a lot coming out of it. Yes. And the other thing is the international order, if you ask me, with UN leading the front is over. It does not exist because the UN has not provided any leadership because of the fact that the UN Security Council is not representative enough. This whole power of veto, where China tries to veto any proposal coming from the West and vice versa, has to go away for UN to function. Certainly, we are living in a very different geopolitical arena.
I think, I'll tell you, I personally believe out here that,
yes,
that of course, this will be seen to be a military victory, but it's more than that. It's much more. It's complicated. Let's realize out here.
Absolutely.
Khamenei's daughter has been killed, his grandchild has been killed, his son-in-law has been killed, his daughter-in-law has been killed. This is going to carry on for longer than Trump thinks. And it's going to lead to consequences. Now, I do not think this puppet, who has never even lived most of his life in Iran, who calls himself the son of the Shah of Iran, who has a caucus of people in India, including, I may mention, one particular foreign-born author who lives a lot of time in India, who's like an agent for this guy, fixes his interviews, a well-known foreign-born author in India who goes around fixing his interviews. I don't think that man is going to be accepted by the people of Iran. It's going to be much, much, much more difficult. Saurabh, we have to be real. It's going to be much more difficult than saying that Khamenei is one of the most evil people in history. It is, you see, it's easier to eliminate Khamenei than to manage the situation which will now happen. And, Iran is more complicated than Afghanistan. It's a very proud and old civilization. And if Trump should not think that he'll tell the Iranian people, the way I view this is Trump is now going to say that Iranian people, take back your country. And that's where he's getting into a more complicated situation than Americans have got into earlier.
You will be surprised that Raza Pahlavi is not the choice that is being backed by all in DC and other places. This is what you'll be surprised on that. Even I agree with you 100%. This is going to be a very complicated situation. And the more complicated thing will be not only to stabilize the region, but to have a regime which manifests the aspiration of the Iranian people. For long, they have
IRGC, let's get GD Bakshi into this. GD Bakshi is with us tonight. Good morning. Is the IRGC dead? Is it going to respond? Is it going to watch? Is it going to do anything? Is the IRGC still going to sustain itself? Is the IRGC going to fight? Because Trump is getting a bit desperate. If you see the last statements, he says, I want IRGC to turn in. Either join in with the Americans or be eliminated. What do you think the IRGC is going to do? What's the succession plan out there?
Arnab, we have to be objective. We can't go by wish fulfillment statements of Donald Trump. Subjective wish fulfillment statements, surrender, they are fighting. The objective facts on the ground are that last time, in the month of June 25, they had taken 18 hours to respond. This time they have responded within 1 hour. And their strikes have been pretty accurate. They have focused on the American bases because the air defenses there are not as dense as they are over Israel. I think it's fairly cogent strategy. And Arnab, may I tell you, wait and watch what happens in the Gulf of Hormuz. If the IRGC is able, they have yesterday claimed they have hit a support ship. if they are able to take down one of the 3 destroyers that is in the Gulf of Hormuz to provide protection, air defense protection to the American bases on either side of the Gulf, or on the home side of the Gulf of Hormuz, one Arleigh Burke destroyer goes down, 250 to 300 naval hands on deck. There will be consequences for Donald Trump. You can do all the wish fulfillment theories that you want, and this, I don't think Saurabh should fall for this war dance business and triumphalism of Trump. It is not justified on the ground as yet.
I'm your follower. When it comes to military strategy, I follow your mantra, sir. I never follow for this. I was telling Arnab simply on the military.
No, but I don't think you need to tom-tom the American so-called victory.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting that 30 bombs were...
War is not good for anybody.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting that there were 30 to 35 bombs which were put out on Khamenei's home. So we have details of this. We should just get the details from the American sources. The Wall Street Journal is saying today that 30 to 35 bombs were dropped on Khamenei, including Buster bunker bombs. So they went all out. Washington Post is saying today that Israel and I think Saudi Arabia pushed Trump to carry out this attack. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, air raid sirens in several cities in Israel. IRGC, as of this minute, fighting back. We'd like to get a view from the Israelis. Also, Ambassador Virendra Gupta, former Indian ambassador to Israel. He set up India's embassy in Israel in 1992. He's a pro-Israel voice joining us today. Sir, this is not Israel's war, it's America's war, isn't it, Virendra? And what do you think, Virendra, are the consequences now, short term?
Well, in the long term, nobody wins by military bravado. And I think there should have been room for negotiated settlement. That was all.
Yes, I can hear you,
Sorry.
sir.
Apologies. So I think there is... Let me just get this one. Sorry, apologies. So I think... there should have been room for negotiated settlement. Therefore, India has called for de-escalation. I think this kind of unilateral action, there are established mechanisms going to the international body, creating a scenario. I think Iran was negotiating. Now, having said that, I do not hold any brief for the Iranian government. The manner in which they have promoted Islamic radicalism, promoted terror all around the world. I think one could even say that it's a good riddance that a leader like that is out.
You give me the detail. Don't tell me all this. Please continue, Virendra. If any detail.
Yes, I think what is happening is that this is broadening into a regional conflict. A lot of countries are getting involved, and I think we'd be better off the sooner it gets not resolved, but at least there should be ceasefire, there should be cessation of hostilities, and the countries concerned must go back to the negotiating table, put out all your conditions. I think it is a fair demand that Iran should be prevented from developing nuclear weapons, and even the stage prior to that, that is the enrichment. There are indications that Iran has agreed to zero enrichment, and I think that's a very welcome development, which Omani foreign minister had actually announced on Friday. So in fact, after that, I was hoping that the tensions in the Middle East would recede and that there would not be any military action. So quite frankly, I was very surprised by the suddenness of this military action, and it seemed as if America was bent upon undertaking some military action, whatever the Iranian response was.
I agree with that assessment. General Bakshi is with us. He's going to look at the military strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, we are joined by Einar Tangen from Beijing. We're going to be joined by Peter Kuznick from Washington, Burzin Wagmar from London. Saurabh Shukla is with us, the senior defense analyst at RAND. Derek Grossman will be joining us in some time. General Bakshi is with us. His hand is up. Ladies and gentlemen, the question we want right now, and the visuals we are seeing on the screen, and more visuals right now, are the visuals released by the Americans strategically to show that these were the bombs that were put out, and these are the attacks that led to the elimination of Khamenei. Now, whether this was necessary, why this was to be moved quickly and all, I mean, there are visuals here in India. In Lucknow, people are on the streets in Srinagar. So in Kashmir, people in Kashmir are on the streets there with pictures of Khamenei. Lucknow, strong connection to Lucknow that Khamenei has. You know, he's seen to be the leader of the Shia community, one of the tallest leaders of the Shia community. So if you're watching the broadcast, please remember there are dozens of millions of Shias in India who look up to Khamenei, and therefore we will have to watch out for the consequences here in terms of social unrest and other things. So these are the latest visuals from Srinagar and Lucknow this morning. Abhishek, a quick word from you on what you're seeing here.
These Shia followers, for them, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was also a spiritual leader, and now for them he's a martyr, and so obviously that outpouring of grief and anger also. We saw just that a while back from Srinagar, with anger also coming out as much as grief.
What do we know about the Iranian president right now?
Pezeshkian is in good health.
Where is Pezeshkian? From what I know, he says that this killing is a great crime and there is going to be a strong reaction to this. So Pezeshkian, and by the way, this is now taking different overtones because the Iranian agency IRNA has confirmed the death of the Ayatollah, and along with Khamenei, his daughter, grandchild, daughter-in-law, son-in-law were also killed. America, showing off at the moment, is releasing classified footage, what they call classified footage of the bombs and the bombing that led to the killing of Khamenei. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian is saying that this is a great crime and which will turn a new page in the history of the Islamic world and Shiism. Now, whether that happens, we'll have to see, but there is going to be a fair amount of local resentment in Iran as well. If this is the response in Lucknow, in Kashmir, then you can imagine what the sentiment in Iran is going to be like. And Iran is going to observe 40 days of public mourning. And remember, all of this has happened during the month of Ramzan. It has happened during the month of Ramzan. In the month of Ramzan, Khamenei has been killed. We can't think and imagine there's going to be a succession plan, and Donald Trump is being a fool if he thinks he's going to do a succession plan sitting in the White House. It's not going to happen. This is more complicated than Saddam Hussein. What do we expect in the short term here? These protests are only increasing, intensifying across the entire world out here. What do you think, General Bakshi?
Arnab, may I remind everyone here that Iran fought Saddam Hussein for 8 long years. The Shias have a tradition of fighting battles which are losing battles, patently lost battles, but they have exhibited tremendous degree of tenacity in the past, and there is no reason to believe that anything will change. There is a stark difference between Venezuela, which I am afraid is only famous for producing Miss World pageants and beauty queens of Miss Universes, right? Iran is a different cup of tea. You may have subjective wishes, but we have to go by objective reality. The objective military reality is that Iran, despite this loss was known to Iran within minutes of this strike, right? They retaliated within 1 hour, right? Quite obviously, the state is exhibiting the resilience to continue. There is a Shia theological system which is intact, and they have worked out the succession plans down to the 5th, 6th level. So we have seen no cessation of hitting back, no cessation of the will to fight. That is, evident in abundance. So let's not get carried away by propaganda from, Washington
Is,
or anywhere else.
So 1 minute, can I come in, please? Can my audio be up? General Bakshi, my point is, everyone on, that was a nice graphics. The
Yeah.
question is, eliminating a leader is easier than ruling a country. Now, to rule a country, you will have to commit ground forces. Am I right? Einar, do you agree? You will have to commit ground forces. And you have Masood Pezeshkian, right? You have the judiciary chief, Mohsen Eji. They are there and they are going to be setting up a temporary leadership. A panel of clerics will now then elect, because Khamenei has not, Einar, appointed a successor. This is the important thing for viewers to remember this morning if you're watching this tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Khamenei has not appointed a successor. But the clerics will know that you can't have a vacuum right now. You need a leader. The leader is not going to be a military leader. The leader is going to be a denominational, semi-religious, religious figure. That leadership council will have to get together and establish a new supreme leader under Iranian law. Could that be Khamenei's son? I'm just speculating. I'm speculating here. Einar, right? I'm speculating here, General Bakshi. If today, knowing today is Sunday, by end of day or tomorrow, Khamenei's son is made the leader, then what will happen? Einar, I want your views first, because this is going to get complicated. It's not going to get resolved. Einar.
Now, there's a 80-member plus council of clerics, and this is a religious position. The son is not a cleric. It would be very difficult. They could appoint him as an advisor or whatever. He could have a hand in saying who would be the leader itself. But in actuality, they have to appoint a spiritual leader. I mean, how would you do that? If it's like saying, well, the Archbishop from Canterbury can be a Catholic or non-denominational. I think our hands are tied in that regard. But to the extent that this leader, whoever they are, is advised how they work things, is going to depend on a power. And that power comes in joint from the religious establishment, but also from the military.
So sorry to interrupt, but there is an ongoing attack on Dubai. We need that on the breaking news grid, please, right? And the ongoing attacks being reported in Dubai, we are told that several explosions have been heard in Dubai. Sorry, Einar, I wanted to just bring this here. Sorry I intervened out here, because this is a big story out here. And we are told what has been attacked is the American intelligence agency center, like the CIA center in Dubai, is what is under attack. Which means, Einar, sorry to interrupt, Einar and GD are analyzing this, which means that there is a strategic mind still operating. Which means that the Iranian leadership is not dead, that the targets have been set, Khamenei is dead, but if the CIA center in Dubai has been targeted, that's a pinpointed target. Iran is claiming that they have attacked the CIA facility in Dubai. Einar, back to you. Keep Einar on the screen. He was speaking. Einar.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it would be much easier to appoint him as a high-level advisor or to consult him as to who he could work with. Obviously, he knows the levers of power through his father. He may not be anxious to be the spiritual head of the government. So there are a number of reasons there. But Arnab, have you asked yourself why they're going at Dubai in particular?
Yes.
I mean, I think that there's a sense in
Go back to the
Iran that it was, Dubai has cooperated closely with Israel, and this is the result. But it brings into sharp focus this idea that in the past, the U.S. having a U.S. base was considered a way of keeping yourself safe. Who's going to invade a place where the U.S. are stationed? That hasn't worked out for many countries. Including Qatar, including, in fact, almost all of the Middle East. They all were targeted because they were used in part of this attack. And going back to this military thing, the U.S. has a long history of winning battles but losing wars. And we can see that quite clearly throughout the Middle East, Afghanistan, Iraq, etc. And this looks like a repeat of that. The irony here meaning it was Donald Trump who railed against the Iraq war, said it was destabilizing the Middle East, that it was stupid. These are the types of things he was saying then. Now he's, sending out these pictures showing that they're, bombing some guy's house to smithereens with 83 bombs. I'm sure that was probably about $100 million worth of ammunition. Yeah. I don't know if it's worth it, and I would agree with the general. You have a situation where getting
I
rid
would
of
like to
something is
carry
gonna be harder
full-frame
to
visuals
manage.
once in a while, just talking to my team out here, that we have the visuals. So, for example, in between this, while you're running the generic visuals in the middle of the screen, ladies and gentlemen, this is the ongoing situation that we have heard in Dubai. As you can see, this is a particular hotel in Dubai. After a missile attack, we're told that this could have been used as a CIA facility out there. This is, look at these visuals out there, General Bakshi. Peter Kuznick, are you seeing this? This is much bigger. This is becoming much bigger. This is near the Burj Khalifa. You can actually see the moment of the strike, the moment of the attack. Very pinpointed, General Bakshi. Very, very pinpointed. Extremely focused attack that's happened in Dubai. Dubai is under attack, ladies and gentlemen. We are told that missiles have been headed. This is near the Burj Hotel. Are you seeing the pictures there? This is quite recent this morning, quite recent. Quite recent. General Bakshi, this is getting very, very big out there. And now these are pictures. This is from the airport. This is from the airport area. Are you seeing the visuals from Dubai, sir? General Bakshi, this is from the airport area that we are showing you these visuals right now.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Arnab, what has been notable is the degree of precision of the Iranian strikes. In Bahrain, they specifically hit the naval base, the headquarters of the 5th Fleet. They have possibly hit some oil installation there because of the dense black smoke that has been billowing, continued to billow for hours and hours after the strike. So even here, the strike has been very precise. Look, till in the last 12-day war, the Iranians were dependent on the American GPS, which was switched off to throw their targeting off gear. Now they are dependent upon the Bidyao Chinese GPS system, and the accuracy is speaking for itself, right? The retaliation that is coming in from Iran shows plenty of fight left, despite all the wish fulfillment statements. And the Americans are very, very adept at winning the information war on television. They lost it in Ukraine on the ground. So we would be surprised if the results change and one American ship hit, Arnab, one American base with casualties hit, and the picture changes. The triumphal tone that you are hearing, the mocking tones, insulting tones that you are hearing for the entire third world could take a dramatic turnaround.
I've also been told right now that there are protests in Baghdad. I would like to take the pictures, full frame if possible, if the pictures from Baghdad can be taken on air. What we need to do in the news desk and in the production team is that when the footage is available, we need to immediately put those visuals on air. Now, America and Israel's killing of Khamenei, according to news reports, has also led to protests in Baghdad. There are confrontations, there are visuals, verified visuals that we can take. I would like to take these visuals when they come in. The news desk can just give me an update. I'll run the visuals because we have many OSINT, open source information sources now coming into us right now, okay? So Shawan and the others on the news desk, man those visuals out there, we carry them. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm seeing here is mourners in the streets of Iran. Can we have the pictures of the mourners in the streets of Iran? That's the first set of visuals that I would like to carry. The second set of visuals, somebody please note, is someone noting that, right? Second set of visuals are of the protesters in Baghdad. If I can have those visuals, mourners on the streets of Iran. And then, of course, the latest comments that we can get from Trump and the explosions that have been heard. What we are hearing right now is that many loud explosions have been heard in Dubai. As of now, I do not have additional information on this, but these are pictures of protests, I think, in Baghdad. These visuals are from Baghdad, where protests have broken out in Baghdad. Things are getting complicated as the news of Khamenei's killing, as the strategic impact of these decisions becomes clear to the world. And as Iran continues a second wave of attacks with several loud bangs which have been heard in Dubai, ladies and gentlemen, whatever Trump may say, there are protesters, there are mourners on the streets of Tehran. I would like to take those visuals, those still pictures on air. And they are mourning Khamenei. They are saying this is not right. And even critics of Khamenei are mourning Khamenei. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei killed in the American strikes. And there are mourners on the streets of Iran with pictures of Khamenei. As Masoud Pezeshkian says that he's going to continue fighting. And he says that the pure blood of this high-ranking leader will now flow like a roaring spring and eradicate American Zionist oppression and crime. This is complicated. This is not as easy as it may seem. I have Peter Kuznick with us today from Washington. Peter, good evening. What do you think? Where is this headed now? Peter.
I think that Trump is an idiot. Trump is a rogue president. Trump is out of control. He felt empowered after the kidnapping of Maduro in Venezuela and thought he could intimidate and bully the Iranians into accepting a deal that they were never going to accept. And he was backed into a corner at the same time that the Epstein files implicated him, allegedly, of sexual assault against a 13-year-old girl, and the same time that the Supreme Court shot down his tariffs, and he was backed into a corner, and he thought that he could at least distract attention from his crises at home when he had 36% approval rating and maybe lower than that, and he was desperate. And this whole thing is lunacy and dangerous. And a lot of sane people, including in the administration, warned him this is not going to be an easy one-off. The Iranians have capabilities that Venezuela didn't have, that Iran did not even have in June. And they were really willing to exercise them, and they were prepared. They had more defensive systems from Russia. They had more offensive systems and intelligence from China. And, and so under these circumstances, we see what's happening. It's backfiring. It's potentially going to spiral out of control. And this is a very, very serious and dangerous situation. This is not going to be another easy win for the United States.
Yeah.
And that's, and it's
easy win for the United States, and it's going to be a challenge for the global South. You see, everyone's saying we're going to build a multipolar world. We're going to build a multipolar world. We're going to be the leaders of the global South.
India is in the forefront of that multipolar world.
Yeah, but for India, it is... Shaman has some updates. Shaman, can you just get us the latest news updates that are coming to you right after that? And one set of our team is looking only at the visuals that are coming in. We're going to fire the visuals straight on. Shaman, over to you in the news desk.
Well, in fact, our local resource in Dubai has now confirmed that there have been 3 sets of explosions now with regards to Dubai as well as Abu Dhabi. In Abu Dhabi, we're being told there has been an interception of the drones that have been fired by the Iranians. As far as Iraq is concerned, these are latest images coming in from the Green Zone area where the Iraqi faction, essentially angered by the killing of Khamenei, has now entered the Green Zone area, which is essentially the area where most embassies are there.
Yes. Okay, and there are reports of explosions happening in Doha, reports of explosions happening in Dubai, the reports of explosions happening in Iraq, which means the Iranian regime, there is a succession plan in place. It seems, and let me take this to Burzin Wagmer, and Burzin, it's clear that the Iranian establishment is intact like the Venezuelan was not. So if the Americans thought that with decapitating his strike, taking away Khamenei, they would control everything. That's not happening. the IRGC still remains in control, and they are carrying out these military missile strikes all around.
Said that the IRGC is not in control it is very much in control and will continue to be so until it becomes a full-fledged war to remove them. Yesterday was just the first piece of action which President Trump has rolled out. And we will have to see much more will happen because nobody said it's going to be a 1 or 2 day phenomenon. What will happen? And firstly, let me point out that there are unconfirmed reports from Persian sources who say that Mojtaba Khamenei, the supposed successor to Ali Khamenei, is also dead. That follows the fact over and above Admiral Ali Shamkhani, who was Khamenei's right-hand man.
Yes.
He is definitely confirmed dead. And also the intelligence ministry, which was attacked, saw major heavyweights killed yesterday. That is to say, Mohammad Reza Bajashani, Ali Khair-Andish, and Saeed Yahya Hamidi, who were the head of the security, head of counterterrorism, and the head of foreign intelligence. All three have been vaporized. So that needs to be put into context. Ali Larijani, who was appointed a week ago by an embattled, ineffectual Khamenei to take a front position, will obviously move up front. The three-member interim council, which has been swung into action as per Article 111 of the Constitution, will take over temporary administration with First Vice President Mohammad Reza Arif taking over. But the 88-member Assembly of Experts, that is known as the Majlis-e Khobregan, they are enjoined to appoint the next supreme leader, or the Rahbar, which happened in June 89 when Khomeini died. But the problem is this, if I can put it this way. In 2015, Khamenei had secretly appointed a 3-member mini-committee among the Assembly of Experts, Arnab, to choose an eventual supreme leader should he die in harness or naturally or due to any adverse condition. And that created something of a rift within the Assembly of Experts back then in 2016, 2017, because, and they did have a verbal jousting with Khamenei in that the entire assembly is enjoined to posthumously elect someone.
Yeah.
It's not down to just 3 elitist, 3 exclusive members that you can choose during a lifetime. But so that is what we will have to see will pan out, is because he had given the 3 members a list of 7 or 8 to choose from.
Yeah.
And the clerics will be up front. A titular head will be there. But the point is, what will happen from today onwards, if the regime still rides it out, is that today we see the first day of Iran's third republic occurring.
Yes.
Because the second republic is dead with Khamenei's passing.
Yes.
But the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guards, which we've always been saying in Iranian studies, who will come to the fore, are coming in just as in Pakistan, where a military security oligarchy and the ISI is the state within the state.
Well, that's the point.
There will be a pressure now, isn't there, on the Iranians, those who want to survive this, those who don't want America to take over, to create a semi-permanent structure at least, because they will know that if there is confusion, Americans will take advantage of the confusion. So they have very little time to give a sense that they are in control, right? So how soon do you see some announcements being made, you know, of who's replacing what structure? It cannot be a group of people. I'm sure they're going to need to have to decide on one leader.
It's interesting, Arnab, you mentioned a group, because what was doing the rounds in unconfirmed rumors and reports was that Khamenei had angled for this after his demise. This is when he was alive and things were not in this grim situation, that a troika would come to power and that the supreme leader's office, which himself as the singular incumbent, would be apportioned within a troika. And that, Arnab, actually was what was meant to be in June 89 when Khomeini died. But of course, it did not take place because Rafsanjani stage managed Khamenei into power. By internal jockeying and all that. And he was swiftly appointed within 6 hours of Khomeini's death on 3rd June 89 in the early hours of the morning. So that may kick in again this time after 30 plus years, that when the Assembly of Experts appoints someone, it may not be a single person because that individual may not necessarily have all the qualifications, the so-called Shia theological qualifications, a charismatic authority for the global Shia population, and also at home as a religiously learned leader. So it could well be a troika that may be appointed by this secretive three-member committee and the assembly of experts as such. That could happen because, quite frankly, as I see it just now, there isn't really anyone with that sense of charismatic authority and heavyweight who can carry it in a single person's office. I can only think of Khomeini's grandson, Hassan Khomeini, and he is
How old is he?
acceptable as a continuity candidate from the 1979 revolution, but he doesn't make so much of a heavy impact weight, though he has the name, the cachet, and the pedigree to show that all's well and is the continuity candidate. But and he's a mujtahid, a religious leader of some standing that way. But it could come down to a troika, which was supposed to have been appointed in June '89, which may see come in again, because the system is pretty much in disarray. Because you have to remember, not just that this is a discredited regime on borrowed time in more ways than one, it is also, Arnab, ideologically exhausted, because the sheer resonance of this Velayat-e-Faqih office, the supreme leader of the jurist age office that they call it, is completely in tatters. And also the Qom cabal of clerics who runs the show in Tehran is not necessarily seen by all
there for a
Shias.
moment. Just sorry to interrupt for a moment. These are latest visuals that we have got. These are visuals from Dubai, where the American base has been struck in Dubai. We've also got visuals of from Doha. If I can run the visuals from Doha, the United Arab Emirates has announced that their Ministry of Defense has intercepted and destroyed a new wave of Iranian missile and drone attacks launched towards their country. And UAE is saying that the operation, the counter-drone and missile operation is being carried out with high efficiency and limited material damage. As the Muslim world gets completely divided, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching this broadcast, the focus will be on China. And I want to go back to Einar. I'll tell you why the focus will be on China. India is a little distant from the situation, though I would be very, very interested to see the line that India takes, being a leader of the global south, a believer in multipolarity. Of course, we are very close to Israel, and Prime Minister Modi had a very successful visit to Israel, and his close bonding with Benjamin Netanyahu is well known. We have all that as the backdrop. These, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, on the right-hand side, what is claimed to be interception, but some seem to have hit the ground. So you have absolute, like wildfire Iranian attacks going on in Doha, Dubai this morning. Now, I go back to the analysis for a moment, and Burzin is fantastic on this, Peter. Burzin is just absolutely brilliant. And I've just been told, a friend messages me from Dubai that I live just opposite the Burj Khalifa, no damage here, but I have just heard back-to-back 2 to 3 explosions right now. That's a friend of mine, 2 to 3 explosions right now close to the Burj Khalifa. Burzin is at the center of Iranian studies at the School of Oriental and African Studies in London, so he knows a lot about the leadership structure. He's helping us analyze what will happen next. Saurabh Shukla is, the head of News Mobile, chief consulting editor from Washington, looking at what the Trump administration is doing. General Bakshi is sharing his insights. Today we have record-breaking live streaming viewership right now on the wargaming, the situation where it's going to go. Peter Kuznick is giving us a strategic and political perspective from Washington. He's a Trump critic. He thinks Trump's gone completely crazy out here. Ambassador Virendra Gupta on, again, the Indian perspective. And I'd like to go back to Einar Tangen. You see, Einar, this is a classical moment where the history of the world is going to be determined. Because if America manages to get a puppet regime in Iran, then, this huge impact on China. China has, by controlling Iran, it has had a very strong lever over the region, which is an important supply chain. They've set up a defense, trade, other relationship. They've bought a lot of Iranian oil, right? And so they will want this to end, but they don't want this to end with the Americans getting an advantage. If the Americans control Tehran, completely control Tehran, then the global balance tilts very strongly in America's favor. And it's going to be very difficult to change that. So whatever China has to do, it has to do now. It's going to be very concerned. I don't know whether it has any control over the leadership structure in the future in Iran. But it must have a plan B, right, Einar?
Well, China's plan B is to remain a bastion of stability in a world which is now completely turned upside down by the United States. They are very concerned because if you start looking at the pattern of attacks that Donald Trump has made, you look at Venezuela, you look at Nigeria, you look at Iran, tell me what they have in common: oil. The idea is that China is vulnerable to oil. The U.S. has tried a full frontal attack and they were rebuffed because there's certain things they need from China, especially in terms of rare earths. But now they're trying the oblique attack, trying to cut off China from oil and things like that. I don't think it works because China has a relationship with Russia, and they can continue to get energy from there, and they're swiftly converting to to renewables. In addition to that, they have mountains of coal. So I don't know that this is necessarily a good strategy, but I wouldn't equate Donald Trump with any kind of strategy. He seems to act. I would agree with Peter that the failure to sell this idea that Iran was like Iraq and show up little vials and say they're about to poison the world or nuke it or something indicates that this was a last-minute decision, that he was waiting to see what he was going to do. And right now, his main issue is this 13-year-old girl and 50 missing pages of the Epstein files, which his Justice Department somehow lost and didn't give over to the Congress, despite the mandate that they do that. He's also concerned about the midterms and, of course, the economic situation. China's response to this cannot be military. They cannot fight a war on behalf of Iran or send troops in there and expect anything good to happen. All you would have is more dead people. I think what they're relying on is that the rest of the world, the 85%, and perhaps even some parts of Europe, will come to their senses and say, we do not want to be ruled by Washington. We do not want to be at the, whatever Donald Trump or his successor decides who should be the leader in our land. Be aware, the press in Israel has already identified Erdogan as a person of concern, somebody who's against Israel, and that something needs to be done. This is how it starts.
Yeah.
And this is what I'm concerned about. Should Israel, the nation of 7.5 million Israelis and then 2 million Arabs, be deciding who is in charge of the Middle East? If you go back 30 years ago, Arnab, there was this plan, clean sweep. It was put together by Richard Pearl. And what it does is it laid a list of countries that needed to be attacked, that need to be subdued to answer to Israel's will. And so far, it has. And this was the last part, Iran. So it's a very, very powerful report. I suggest people take a look at it. The fact that it's 30 years and that Netanyahu has been championing this report. He said from the day he got it that Iran is a nuclear threat, despite the fact that over 30 years, Iran has never been able to produce a nuclear weapon, despite the fact that actually Israel has more than 200 nuclear weapons. He's been repeating these lies and going forward. And finally, he found the right president who was in the right circumstances, embarrassed by his sexual proclivities, or at least allegations thereof, into attacking Iran, not for the U.S.'s benefit. How does the U.S. benefit from this? So, China is looking at this.
For one, Einar, since you ask, how does the U.S. benefit? It benefits by obliging its allies in the West Asia region, in the Middle East. Saudis would be happy that Khamenei is gone. The sheikhs in the UAE would be okay with this happening. The Qataris would be fine. Because remember, there was this internecine Shia-Sunni fault line, which would keep showing up off and on, including like yesterday when Iranians went after all the American targets, but ended up annoying the larger Middle East. So obviously, the Americans do sort of, and the fact that this prevention of Iran, or the project of not letting Iran get a bomb, is essentially a Sunni project of not letting a Shia Iran get a bomb. So it's not that the Americans are not benefiting, strategically speaking, out of this. But the point is, the regime remains same. General Bakshi sir, IRGC is there. They control almost half, if not half, maybe 30 to 40% of the economy of Iran. Their leadership right up to, succession to first, second, third, fourth, fifth level is intact after this strike, which has taken down Khamenei and some of his advisors, including, unfortunately, for the Iranians, the family of Khamenei. But the fact is, the larger regime remains same.
Absolutely right you are. I am trying to tell people that Iran has dispersed its missile batteries. They are not concentrated in any one region of Iran, but they are all over. They have been decentralized, and in fact even fire at will orders had been given before this, right? That is why we saw a retaliation spring into action within 1 hour of the American-Israeli joint strikes. Like you said, there is a deep state complex comprising of the IRGC and the Pasij. There is a deep state within the Iranian state which will ensure continuity, just like the Pakistani military ISI complex ensures continuity within Pakistan, element of strategic continuity. That same element of strategic continuity is there in Iran. They had withstood a war, a high-intensity war with massive casualties, unprecedented casualties with the war, 8-year-long war with Iraq. To say that Iran will crumble in 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 days, I think is a fantasy. Then you are not being objective, you are not being realistic, you are letting your subjective thoughts and fancies step in for on-ground analysis, objective analysis. We are not seeing any diminution in the Iranian capacity to hit back.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir. Complete, sir.
They are hitting.
Yeah, that's why.
They are
able to hit. They are able to hit because the entire machinery and the control systems remain intact. Unlike Venezuela, where a complete system minus Maduro was bought off, that does not seem to be the case because the kind of hitting around the geography that's happening coming out of Iran, all these missiles that are coming out.
Just, if you just allow me one interjection.
Yes, sir.
One interjection. Even Donald Trump said, and even Netanyahu said, now we are dependent upon the people of Iran to rise and throw off the Ayatollahs, right? So you are leaving it to the people of Iran because that is your element of boots on the ground. And I'm afraid it is a very tenuous element because the 30 to 40,000 Starlink terminals were jammed by the Russians and the Chinese. The entire command and control, the sector as far as orchestrating the street revolution was concerned, has gone. Whenever any country is attacked, the people tend to rally around the flag. That is what we are watching in Iran. And if you think that guy sitting in Los Angeles, that Shah's son, his father was the most unpopular leader that has been noted in recent history, right? The people were absolutely livid against him. So to expect that he will now take over because Donald Trump wants him to take over is subjective. It is lack of objective thinking. You know, Americans are very good at a single strike. They did very well to start with in Iraq.
Yeah.
They did very well to start with in Afghanistan. The problem started thereafter. They don't have the stomach for long wars. We have seen that in Vietnam, we've seen that in Iraq, we've seen that in Afghanistan. And that American exit from Afghanistan wasn't much to tout about in military history. It was a disastrous withdrawal, right? So I don't think we should get carried away by these hosannas of self-praise by Donald Trump himself.
Yeah.
Wait and watch.
Yeah.
Wait and
General Bakshish, just hold on to your thoughts. One more breaking coming in. There seems to be an advisory by the Ministry of External Affairs. Not yet a full statement on Khamenei killing by the United States, but an advisory. Let's go to Newsroom Live for that. Ishita joining us live from the newsroom. Ishita, over to you. What's the advisory?
Staying in India, it has been issued by MEA saying that any foreign national who stays in India and their stay has now been extended, they need to regularize their visa due to the conditions in West Asia. They may contact their nearest FRRO, that's Foreigners Regional Registration Office. They may approach the office. They've issued the emergency number as well. They may go to the office if they need to regularize their stay or extend their stay in India due to the conditions which have been ongoing in West Asia, given the attack by Israel and US on Iran, and also the counter strikes now by Tehran across West Asia.
All right, thank you so much. Administrative advisory there from the Ministry of External Affairs. Not yet a geopolitical statement of intent on the emerging situation in the West Asia geography for India. We have to wait for that, but the Ministry of External Affairs getting into the visa issue, because remember all those hundreds of flights that are cancelled or stuck, and the people that are stuck, they were supposed to travel if they have visa deadlines. Those need to be taken care of. All right, Saurabh Shukla, coming to you. Now, it seems that the Iranians are not pulling back, specifically the IRGC is not pulling back. What are the options really then on the table insofar as this war is concerned for the Americans? Are they going to double down? Are they going to continue to hit back, or are they going to pull back and wait for the situation to unravel in Tehran?
There is a twofold strategy that I'm hearing about here in Washington, D.C. that's being deployed at this moment. One, obviously, they will double down on the military operation, getting to key strategic targets that they've already identified. As I mentioned earlier, they have very actionable intelligence that they've worked on in the first phase, they're going to do in the second phase. Third would be also a cyber of sorts, which you're already seeing emerging, coming out, where they're telling the Iranian forces, the security forces, the IRGC, to surrender, because there is also a groundswell. Sources telling me that they also believe that if there is a groundswell within Iran at the moment, they have an upper hand there as well. So it's going to be a multi-pronged approach, but yes, they're also saying that this is not going to be a one-day or a two-day operation, which obviously we've been saying for all along that, it's going to be a long one, but they don't foresee any boots on the ground. Another information coming from a
Saurabh, to be interjecting. More pictures coming in. I mean, we have to keep, updated with the visuals, because remember, it's an evolving situation. It's a war situation, and no side is pulling back. We are seeing missile hits happening from both the sides. The Iranians are continuing to hit at American targets across the geography. So these are the latest pictures coming in from Manama in Bahrain. Remember, that's where the headquarters of the 5th Fleet of the US Navy is. And these pictures not exactly of a military target, which means this is indiscriminate firing happening. And the Iranians have hit some civilian target in Manama, Bahrain now. And all right, more pictures coming in. This is a hotel complex in Manama. Okay, more pictures from Bahrain, more pictures from Doha, and more pictures from Dubai. To the extreme right, the pictures of Bahrain are of a hotel complex having been hit by Iranian strikes. In Doha again, this is some target hit. And in Dubai again, it was a hotel. All these pictures are of civilian targets being hit, which means while there is somebody controlling these strikes, in Iran, in Tehran, but they are not knowing what to hit. They are not able to reach American targets. Perhaps they are not obviously going to reach Israeli targets, and so they are just indiscriminately hitting across the Gulf at their neighboring countries. These are the nearest coastlines from those possible striking points insofar as Iran is concerned, and they seem to be doing that. I don't know how sustainable this is, how long this is going to go on. Coming back to the conversation, let me get in. We had General Bakshi and Saurabh Shukla before. Let me go to Peter Kuznick on that. Peter, coming back to you, you are a critic of the Trump administration. You don't like President Trump, but the fact of the matter is that he has eliminated Khamenei. It's going to resonate with his constituency, not just with his constituency. We are seeing the likes of Jeb Bush, earlier his rivals, now praising him. So obviously Trump has consolidated his hold.
I couldn't quite hear the question. I'm sorry.
Peter, my question was, President Trump, even if you don't like him, has consolidated over his hold over not just the mega constituency, but the larger Republicans also. We have Jeb Bush praising him for what he has done.
Donald Trump had said, when he was asked, what are the constraints upon your power? He told the New York Times, the only constraints of my power are my own morality and my own mind. Donald Trump fancies himself to be the dictator of the world right now. After he was able to kidnap Maduro in Venezuela very easily, relatively easily, he has been killing so-called drug runners in the Caribbean. He's been threatening to invade country after country. His first year in office, he bombed 7 countries, and now he's started a massive war throughout the Southwest Asia. This is a man, we do need regime change, but we need regime change in Washington and in Jerusalem. I was, on with the former Israeli ambassador to India earlier in the day, and he was talking about these toxic regimes. But the most toxic regime is the one in Washington right now. That's the one that's threatening the planet. That's the one that's creating chaos and killing people around the world right now. And Trump got the U.S. into this based on a series of lies. This is not the first time the United States has been lied into a war. We were lied into Vietnam. We were lied into Iraq. We've been lied into most of our wars. And when the United States has attempted regime change, whether it was Iran in 1953, Guatemala in 1954, we can go through the list, Chile in 1973, Iraq in 2003, Afghanistan in 2001, Libya in 2011. It's been an absolute disaster for the people in those countries. Trump said first that he wanted the U.S., he threatened the Iranian government because it was shooting protesters. Trump doesn't care about that. He said in 2020, he wanted the U.S. military to shoot American protesters in the legs or to F them up.
Yeah.
Trump doesn't care about protesters and democracy. Trump is a fascist and a militarist and a bully and a hawk, and he's going to try to impose his will on anybody who doesn't bribe him, doesn't massage his ego, doesn't bow down to him. This is a dangerous situation that the world has got to stand up against.
These are some more visuals that have come in from Dubai. Ladies and gentlemen, Iraq's Shia leader Muqtada al-Sadr has said he's very sad and sorrowful after the killing of Khamenei, and he has declared 3 days of public mourning in Iraq. Trump's entire argument is that things would be better after the elimination of Khamenei. Is that going to be the case? What do we need to look at in terms of the follow-up action? After all, there were negotiations that were on. Derek Grossman is joining us, senior defense analyst, very respected voice, and he's at the RAND. Derek, these are some visuals I'm getting, Derek, as I go live to you. We have the Iranian speaker, I'd like to go to this full frame for a minute, hear what he's saying. There's some kind of an announcement that is being made there. Can we hear this, please, louder? And then I'll get an analysis from Burzin. Yeah.
بلکه خشم فروخفته است که زمان انتقام نهایی آن فرا رسیده است. ما به پشتوانه 10 میلیون نفر از مردم با وفای ایران و با اطمینان از الطاف ویژه حضرت ولی عصر عجل الله تعالی فرجه الشریف چنان ضربات هولناکی به شما بزنیم که خودتان به التماس کردن بیفتید. خواهید دید که این رؤیا پردازی های خیالی شما چند روز بیشتر دوام نخواهد داشت. سخنی نیز با مردم عزیزمان، مخصوصا آنها که به دلیل عملکرد ما مسئولان نسبت به نظام جمهوری اسلامی منتقد هستند در میان میگذارم. میدانم شما گله‌مندی های به حقی دارید، اما خیلی باید مراقب باشیم که در زمین دشمنان ایران
Burzin, if I can ask you, you may be able to explain what he's saying. Thank you, Burzin.
Yeah, Arnab, the upshot is of an extolling Khamenei and something of a missive that he has put out, maybe to posthumously put out, that the Iranian Republic will stand firm. The usual blandishments, of course, couched in theological terms that he's put out. It's pretty much straight out of doctrinaire theological stuff that way. That's what he's only going on about. I cannot discern anything of what we want to see, like, is there further strikes of what further we are going to do? It was just the usual blandishments put out in modern Persian with classical Islamic theology. That's the upshot of it.
Yes. Thank you for that. Derek, how do you see this now playing out? Derek Grossman, please, from Washington. Can you unmute yourself, Derek? I think you're muted.
Oh.
Yeah, you're fine. I can hear you now.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, what a 24 hours it has been. And I mean, the thing that I'm wondering about is we've never seen regime change implemented through airstrikes. It's never been successful. Actually, I don't know that it's ever even been tried. And that doesn't mean that it won't be successful. But the problem is, this is really unprecedented. We're really in uncharted waters now. And as you all may know, I mean, when President Trump talked about what he thought would be the aftermath of U.S. and Israeli strikes, he said that the Iranian people need to rise up against the regime. And that's what one of your speakers was just saying, that no U.S. troops on the ground, but no Israeli troops on the ground, presumably. But the people of Iran got to be the troops on the ground. I am just very, very curious to see how this plays out. My gut tells me that it will be a failed regime change operation. The regime still has, even though a whole crop of its senior leadership has been taken out, it is still prepared for a line of secession that will keep the machine churning. As far as I can understand it, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, right, the besieged, they're all still relatively intact. They may not have a lot of missiles to throw at Israel at this point. And we see, from the images you have up, that they're kind of flailing about. They can't hit U.S. or Israeli targets. And so they're, very cowardly targeting civilian targets, like the airport in Dubai. I was in Dubai last month. I went through that airport. I mean, this is really shameful that Iran is doing this, right? And I think it also kind of speaks to the fact that they just don't have much left in them in terms of being able to fight back, right? So from that perspective, it could very well be the end of Iran's military capabilities to project power out to the rest of the region. We saw that Hezbollah and other proxy forces have also been defanged. But what I'm curious about and what I'm worried about is that Iran still has the ability to maintain control over its own country, right? And to continue to oppress and repress the people there. Trump will not say who he thinks should be next in line. He says he has an idea, he doesn't want to vocalize it. But if you look at the Venezuela example, it was Delcy Rodriguez, right? So after we kidnapped Nicolas Maduro, his second in command, Delcy Rodriguez, became the interim or acting president of Venezuela. So he's going to pick somebody from the regime. And I think he's got people around him saying, Mr. President, do not engage in de-Baathification Part 2, because what we did with Iraq when we decapitated Saddam Hussein is that we threw out the entire Ba'ath Party as well, and there was nobody left to run the country. So I think they've actually learned some lessons there. But to think that the Iranian people now will just kind of like overrun the place, it seems pretty far-fetched.
But you seem to be coming around. He seems to be coming around. Derek, you seem to be coming around the view that maybe the Trump administration is right. You are sort of you are backing the Trump administration's action. Trump administration's actions actually leading to the Khamenei death.
No, I'm not. Just to clarify, I am against regime change in any form. But that said, I have to also put my analyst hat on and not just give you my personal view. When I put my analyst hat on, it says that it could still work, right? It doesn't mean that it's justifiable, that it's moral, that it's legal, right? I mean, of course, this is against international law and norms of behavior. You're only allowed to fight another country if that country is about to attack you per international law, right? Even preemptive action really is about, you see the enemy potentially attacking you. That is not the case here at all, right? I mean, Iran, there's reports coming out that Trump was informed by the intelligence community that Iran was about to preemptively launch missile strikes against U.S. and possibly Israeli targets. But that intelligence has been heavily disputed. That's what the administration is saying. But the intelligence community is denying that. They're saying we didn't have such reports. Now we'll see with the director of national intelligence, Ms. Tulsi Gabbard, right? She's the head of the intelligence community. We'll see what she has to say about it, if anything. I can almost guarantee you that because she wants to stay in Trump's good graces, and she is, really a political operative within the intelligence community, that she's going to side with Trump. But will the analysts who are working in the trenches on these things actually say that or think that? It seems doubtful to me. Right. So I guess, again, I am personally against regime change in any form. In fact, I think we should have tried to go back to the negotiating table. That's what we were doing through Oman, right? We just had the Omani foreign minister in D.C. the other day saying that talks were going well. So what happened? Right? It was all a ruse.
It was a ruse. It was a ruse. Burzin wants to come in to what you're saying there. And my question to Burzin will be also a follow-up to what Derek said there, Burzin, that you don't have troops on the ground. So you can damage the present establishment, but there will also be a wave of sympathy for the pro-Khamenei group, who are now beginning to assemble in large numbers on the streets. And if they have been sort of overwhelmed by the protesters, they will now come out stronger. Now, who's going to put boots on the ground? Who wants to have losses? The Americans can't come back home in body bags. I don't think Trump is prepared for that.
It will not happen. No boots on the ground.
No boots on the ground.
Exactly. No boots on the ground for the simple reason, and I would compliment Derek here, that de-Baathification would not go in the same context here in Iran, because Derek, you must remember that the IRGC, which controls at least officially 60% of the economy, and that's just ostensibly and officially 60%, and you know how much I'm angling for, they are like the ISI and the state within the state, who will be calling the shots, with today as day one of the third republic of the Islam, IRI. Yes, but they are venal, corrupt oligarchs and millionaires to boot. Not all are hard-driven ideologues of that first wave of the Iran-Iraq war. That generation's on the way or practically dead. Many of them are smooth operators now who are in place for the mullah, let's be blunt about it, Larijani and company, who have been funneling their funds to Singapore and Dubai in the last few weeks frantically, as we know from Persian network sources. They can be weaned away. And I think Trump and the Israeli position is they can be weaned away. And there are pragmatists and reformists who were angling, even as the talks take place, that we should eat crow in order to, give up enrichment caps and the rest. But of course, the hardline faction and Khamenei would have none of it, which is why they were stalling the talks, and things just went pear-shaped, as we've seen. But there are enough in the IRGC elements who can be weaned away with a pragmatic look that if you want to survive, I mean, it's just what happened after 1945 in Germany. You had denazification, but then you had practically the entire bunch of old chaps come back into, old wine in new bottle, come into the Federal Republic after 1949. So that analogy does hold. And you have to realize, yes, there is no Delsi to take over from tomorrow or in the next 10 minutes. I agree with you. So maybe DC has not thought that out along with Jerusalem. But there has to be something in place with an Iranian opposition that is garnering some critical mass. They are fractious and idiotic even at the best of times, but they are garnering some momentum, as it were. Not all are royalists, I grant you, there are Republicans too, but you have to also say that there have been the Sunnis and the Balochis who have now thrown in their weight with moral protest for the supporters in Iran, not just the diaspora as such. 5 Kurdish outfits, Arnab, last week, at the beginning of last week, said, we stand with the people of Iran. And you can be sure that is problematic for the officials in Tehran. But more so will be the Jaish al-Adl group in Sistan or Balochistan province, where, of course, Iran's Balochistan faces also restive Sunnis, Balochis, just as Pakistan does next door. And that is going to hold ramifications, of course, for Pakistan, needless to state, along with Iran as such. And the Jaish al-Adl also threw in their weight for this. So when Trump said yesterday that you have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, we did see some protesters yesterday go out in Elam province's Adnan city township, and they were attacking Revolutionary Guards and the rest. So, and overnight, you've seen celebrations in Tehran. People have been cheering over Khamenei's death. Yes, the Basij have been appointed across streets and neighborhoods to shoot aside or to curb any such public conspicuous celebrations. But a tipping point will be reached at some point, which was even reached during the Shah's time. Final point, everyone. Last Saturday saw the universities reopen and the start of the new academic term, and with clockwork regularity, the first protests took place across campuses of Sharif and Azad University.
Not the 6 windows.
And that, Arnab, is again important because it was the 40th day of in Shia Islam of the commemoration of the dead, which Sunnis don't do. Shias do this momentum, the 40th day of commemoration, which leads to protests, prayers, outrage among distraught relatives, and a movement develops. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly what started in January 78, leading up to the Shah's departure in January 79. The momentum keeps building up, and that you will have to see that pan out in times to come. It's already started from last Saturday. It will happen with this regime too, who will get a taste of its own medicine.
When he says, Derek, Trump says, and his latest tweet is this. Can I see Derek on air, please? Thank you. We've had a statement from Trump, which has just come in, where he's saying that Iran, we have with us Sierra Claire. She's a foreign policy expert and host of the 11 o'clock hour podcast. She's joining us from Los Angeles. Thank you very much, Sierra, and welcome to the Republic Network. We have Andrew Leung. He's chairman of the Andrew Leung International Consultants, very respected voice from China, always pro-China, very often anti-India, but today in a different context. Burzin, can you just fix your screen? Because we really are appreciating your analysis. And we're going to fix Burzin's screen. Ladies and gentlemen, Burzin is a great voice from Iran. Few people understand Iran as well as he does. Saurabh is with us. We're going to get you back, Burzin, in a minute. We have Terry Newman. Okay. Colonel Jonathan is an IDF serving officer. Colonel Jonathan, how are you, sir? Where are you right now, Colonel Jonathan? What's your location, sir? Can you unmute yourself?
I'm unmuted. You should be able to hear me. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, yes.
Yeah, so good morning from Israel. I'm in Tel Aviv. Right. I am not active service. I'm a senior fellow at an American think tank, FDD, and former IDF spokesperson.
My apologies, Colonel Jonathan. Now, how are things there? Because, you know,
we're just out of bomb shelters. We spent the better part of the morning for the last hour and a half, about 5 million Israelis in bomb shelters due to incoming missiles from Iran. Fortunately, no casualties this morning. However, yesterday night, one Israeli civilian woman was killed by a direct impact of an Iranian missile.
Be live on air doing that.
And the situation, the war continues. Israeli planes are conducting sorties in Iranian skies, attacking regime targets, but focusing mostly on the missile launchers located mostly in western Iran. That is really the focus of attention now, because that will really determine how long this war will go on and what the Iranians will be able to do regionally. And Israel and the US...
My question is that killing Khamenei is one thing, regime change is another. So Terry is also joining us now from Tel Aviv. Terry, another very strong Israeli voice. Regime change can only happen if there are boots on the ground, if it is taken one level further than this. Or regime change can happen if the IRGC breaks up and they switch sides. Neither of which has happened so far. So, Terry, how do you see this play out? Terry. Terry, on air, please. Thank you. Terry is speaking.
Hello.
Can be on air. Thank you.
Yes, hi.
Yeah.
Hello, Arnab. I mean, regime change can only happen when there are boots on the ground. There's about 80 million boots on the ground. There are Iranian boots on the ground, and they've been trying to create this regime change for 47 years. And now they have had the help of both the Americans and the Israelis, but it will be for them to finish off the process of regime change. We will see the regime itself try and choose its own successor, whether that be the son of the late Khamenei or even the grandson of the original founder of the Islamic Republic or others. But I think we will actually see something else happen. We will see members of the armed forces joining with people leaving the regime, joining with the tens of millions of Iranians.
Just 1 minute, I have a visual. So sorry to intervene while you're seeing this. I am told by my news desk that this is the satellite image. Shawan, you can come live and do that. It'd be so much better. This is apparently the satellite image of Khamenei's house. I'm not sure whether this is before or after the attack. I think this is after. You can see the whole place charred. You know, it's difficult to get dimensions on something like this, but this is clearly at least like a 5 to 10 acre complex that I'm seeing here. It's a large complex. Even from that distance, you can see probably the area where there are fewer homes, less densely populated, is Khamenei's house, I presume. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the first satellite image of Khamenei's house after the attack. So it shows, if you can zoom in just a little wee bit more on that, it shows a fairly debilitating blowout there and fairly pinpointed. You can see the areas around it are not affected. It's happened between two streets, two lanes, if I may say, right? And that's what we are seeing here today. I want to go back to Jonathan for a bit. Jonathan is former IDF spokesperson, and he is with us live today. This is the first on Republic, ladies and gentlemen. Khamenei's house. Colonel Jonathan Conricus, former IDF officer and spokesperson, is with us. Colonel Jonathan, what are you seeing in the visuals? You know, can I go back to that visual, please, not this? Can I go back to the breaking news visual? Can I have the breaking news entire grid, Jonathan on air, and the visual? Can we do that? Not replace this, because I can't direct as I'm speaking. There's an important moment. Carry the watermark. Yeah. Jonathan, you're seeing the visual out there. Is that clear enough to you? That's being released out here. What do you
I've
make
seen
of
the visuals. Yeah.
What are you making of it, this particular visual?
Yeah. What you're seeing on screen is the result of years of building infrastructure, intel infrastructure, months and weeks of operational planning, weeks and months of operational coordination between the US and Israel, and then eventually the ability of the Israeli Air Force to strike based on accurate and updated live intel.
Yes.
Understanding that there was a meeting, a high-level meeting conducted at the residence or this facility of the former supreme leader, and understanding that as an operational opportunity, and then taking the opportunity. And what you see on the ground is the result of lots of hard work, lots of preparations, lots of resources, talent, and of course skill by Israeli and American pilots.
My question here would be, maybe it appears naive, why would Khamenei stay there? I mean, he'd be a sitting duck of a target. Why would he not have moved out of his home? Would they have some other facilities attached to that home? Jonathan, I mean, if you have I'm sure he knows that you have human and other intelligence on his location out there. Why did he stay put?
So I think you ask a very relevant question. My offered answer would be, there are many sins in the world. One cardinal sin is the sin of hubris. And I think the Iranian regime, the head of the regime, and many of the senior officials, they were indeed foolhardy, and they made the sin of perhaps believing in their own propaganda, believing that they were as mighty and fierce and smart and cunning as the image that they projected and that they wanted to be. And bottom line, when you're hubris, we all know that from our experience as well, you are prone to making mistakes. Maybe the supreme leader thought that while there were negotiations ongoing, Israel and the US wouldn't attack. Maybe he was led to believe or deceived by his advisors to do things. Maybe he thought that he was safe in an underground location. Lots of questions, but at the end of the day, it is very surprising for me as well that Israel would have that opportunity and that the almost entire supreme command of the defense and political establishment in Iran were located in one location.
Yes, that may be a cardinal sin. You call it hubris, maybe, but maybe there's a lot more than that. Will you stay with me for a minute, Jonathan? I want to get a reaction to Trump's latest statement. And Trump's latest statement, Sierra, is that he's put out a statement saying that we're going to hit Iran in a way that nobody's ever been hit before. This is typical Trump talk. Iran just stated that they are going to hit very hard today, harder than they have ever hit before. They better not do that. However, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. Thank you for your attention to this matter. How do you interpret this statement, Sierra, from Trump?
Well, Trump has been very clear with the Iranian regime, giving them many, many chances, many opportunities for diplomacy, opportunities for off-ramps. And so I think this is just his way of letting them know that, the U.S. is not, we don't need to back off. We're not limited by anything in this situation. And so if they continue in the way that they're talking, they're the ones who are limited. They're the ones who have limited missile stockpiles. Their air defense systems have been destroyed. And so, Trump is always, I think, wanting to look for that off-ramp. And this is just his way of saying that, this rhetoric isn't helpful. He's already stated what the U.S. strikes are going to continue to look like. So I don't think when he says it's going to be like nothing they've ever seen before, maybe to them it will be. But, we already know what the continued strikes are going to look like. But he's always hoping for that off-ramp.
Well, there are people who are saying that off-ramp, the discussion was, was an attempt at taking attention away from the military target. It was an attempt, diversionary tactic, Sierra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we had that visual. I want to stay with that visual, very pinpointed. I welcome Siddhant Kishore. He works on foreign policy and national security, and he's worked as an intel analyst at the Institute for the Study of War and is specialized in the Middle East. Good to have you, Siddhant, first time on our channel. You saw that visual out there, Siddharth, right? Was his intelligence compromised? Was Khamenei's intelligence compromised? The Israelis are very good at that. You can have Siddharth on air, please. Yeah, thank you.
For sure. I think that's the right note to start on, Arnab.
Visuals, please.
Intelligence was indeed compromised. We have learned from what reports that have come across in the previous June strikes that Mossad actually planted some sort of moles inside the closest circles of Iranian regime officials. And they demonstrated last time through their precision strikes and targeting the entire national security and political capabilities of the Iranian leaders was that we still have the ability to strike Iranian supreme leader. I think what miscalculation that happened today within the Iranian regime's supreme leaders' closest circles, that they failed to give the proper advice to Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei that this time Israel will not strike the compound of Iranian supreme leader. However, Israel did not hold back. They had precision intelligence. They had moles inside the closest circles of the Iranian leaders, and they did strike, as we can see on the screen, the post-damage battle assessment.
Yeah, it's a very. I want to put the same question to Terry. Terry, was the Quds force compromised? Were the closest ring? This cannot happen without the closest ring around the Iranian leader being compromised. Is what most people are assessing now.
So there were actually 3 hits simultaneously at 3 different places in Iran. Senior officials were meeting. And what is remarkable, and I must stress it, this happened in daylight.
Yes.
Assassination of this type, it happens in the middle of the night. The fact they thought that they were safe because it was in the middle of, well, it was in the morning, afternoon. And this was done in clear daylight, which goes to show how infiltrated the Iranian regime was, which is why I believe the regime will fall very, very quickly, because people inside want this regime to fall. They wanted the supreme leader to fall, and they want to join the people on the streets. And now they have the opportunity, and they must make it happen. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
On your very first point, Abhishek was saying that very point to me. He said to me that the fact that this attack happened in the daytime is both a signal from the Israelis and the Americans. At the same time, maybe it was a miscalculation, you were saying,
yes,
by the Iranians. They expected the attack to happen at night, maybe. Yes.
Yeah. So maybe Khamenei decided that if at all an attempt is made to take him out, it would happen during the night. So he'll go in the bunker at night, but during the daytime, he thought wars do not happen during the daytime, and that's why that was a miscalculation. And of course,
you can have Terry on it.
As we have discussed, the intelligence would always have been there with the Israelis.
Yeah, the intelligence would have been there with the Israelis. The question was of the timing. Is there no Iron Dome? Is there no anti-missile,
the air defense
that they have over where Khomeini is? Huh? It also shows their inability today. When we are seeing the nature of the Iranian response, and I want to go back on that to Colonel Jonathan, then we're seeing the nature of the Iranian response. You can call it focused, you can also call it rambling. It's all over the place. They are attacking everyone and anyone. But we've just been told right now that a US naval base has been hit by Iranian ballistic missiles. How much damage can they inflict? I'm sure you've planned that out.
Yes, I'll admit that I am a bit surprised that the Iranian regime is lashing out regionally, hitting Arab capitals as they have been. I assess that would happen later when the Iranian regime was even more desperate, but they're showing very early signs and strong signs of desperation by lashing out and hitting targets that, at the end of the day, I don't think it'll do a lot of good to help the Iranian regime stay in power. I don't think that they will be able to create, sufficient diplomatic pressure through these attacks. And if anything, they are exposing themselves to more counterattacks. For the first time, the Saudis and the Emiratis yesterday, they issued a statement that says we're actually going to or thinking about taking active countermeasures to defend ourselves against this act of Iranian aggression. That isn't very smart by the Iranians, and as their air defenses are non-existent, as their military is weakened, they are now exposing themselves to other countries by attacking them. So bottom line, yes, that is part of the wargaming. This is something that we anticipated that the Iranians would do. I would say, cautiously, the amount of missiles that the Iranians have been able to fire at Israel and at various countries in the Middle East is underwhelming. We did anticipate more missiles fired at Israel, more missiles fired at other American assets in the region, and we'll have to analyze why that is so, why they haven't been able to. But that's still too early to assess.
Let me just update viewers on all the very latest news that we've been reporting over the last 30 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, on this Sunday morning, we are live to tell you, one, Khamenei has been killed. The Iranians have also confirmed that his security advisor has been killed, Ali Shamkhani. We have a great panel analyzing this. IRGC is in the fight. The Trump is saying to the IRGC, give up. Then you have a lot of visuals of Khamenei supporters who are out on the streets of Tehran. We've also seen people out on other parts of the world, like in Lucknow and Srinagar in India as well. Iraq has said we have a 3-day mourning. We're very sad. We're very sorrowful. And as far as Iran is concerned, it's just hitting out everywhere, including civilian targets like Dubai. I've also heard that in Jordan also, there have been attacks on Jordan. Jordan is saying there was an attempt to enter the airspace of Amman. We've been able to intercept that. And Trump has issued a statement saying that he's going to hit Iran very hard if they try to hit back hard. Ladies and gentlemen, in all of this, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, his passing away is not going to create a vacuum. China is going to look at this very, very closely. And China is going to be both concerned about its loss of power. It's losing a strategic chokehold. It's going to be in a situation where it no longer has the upper hand in that region. China cannot afford to remain quiet on this. We are very clear about it, and I expect China to be saying and doing more. Andrew, total silence from China, can that be the case? Can China, and I want to go back to Saurabh also on this, because now this is the easy part, Saurabh, for Trump.
Yes.
Now the difficult part starts, a decision. Can you commit ground troops? Can Israel commit ground troops?
And Arnab, the answer to that is no, because I can tell you that there are crucial midterms for President Donald Trump, where his party faces a really tough task. So, and there are an overwhelming number of people in the Republican parties who have told President very clearly that you have to focus on domestic issues. I've been told, and I just want to add here a piece of information coming from a very, very, I would say highly placed source, that the reason why, and I was hearing the discussion that when you were saying that why did they hit at this particular time during daytime and all, there was a very credible, actionable intelligence coming to the Situation Room that was set up at Mar-a-Lago, where President and his closest advisors were there. They knew this was the best ever opportunity for them to take out the entire senior command of the Iranian leadership. That's the reason why this decision had to be taken. That's what my sources are telling me. Coming back to the ground troops, I don't think that happening at all. If at all the situation arises, I'm told that the US will lean on the Gulf allies, given the fact that they've all been hit by the Iranian leadership. Now also brings them together. You know that the Saudis and UAE were at loggerheads, but what the Iranians have done have got all these Middle Eastern allies of the US who were fragmented together.
Has said that there were 200 drones from Iran, 13 came in, 14 fell, 185 were intercepted. Andrew Leung is joining us. Andrew, where's China in this?
Well, I think this is definitely a paradigm shift in international relations. And of course, that this decapitation campaign had been planned months ago, as highlighted earlier. on this platform. Very careful intelligence, the CIA trying to locate the exact whereabouts of the Iranian leader, so that it could be the entire leadership could be decapitated all at one go. So this suggests that regime change had always been the primary objective, and all these negotiations appear to be just a cloak to enable this to happen. Now, why regime change? I think that the strategy seems to be to weaken the so-called alliance between Russia, Iran, and China. This alliance was already highlighted decades ago in the doyen of American foreign policy, the late Brzezinski, in his seminal work called the Grand Chessboard. On page 55, he already highlighted the existential threat to American dominance is this alliance, a tri-party alliance. So by weakening Iran, this would help to double down on Americans' hegemony. I think that this China's watching this almost, sort of taking China's breath away to see this could happen. If the United States can use decapitation against any kind of perceived enemy.
My question, where is China in all this? I understand the analysis. I understand the analysis, but where is China in this?
Yeah.
I don't know. Where is China? I want to go back
to... I think...
Yeah. Where is China in this?
No, I think that's a very important point. If I could be allowed
yes.
at 30 seconds. Don't forget that Trump is supposed to meet President Xi a couple of weeks later. The question is that whether this Iran crisis will blow over to enable Trump to do so. That's point number one. Point number two, whether or not it will serve China's best interest to host President Trump under these circumstances, because Trump is now to be tearing the entire...
Are you saying that visit may be called off?
Well, I think the jury is still out. Because that obviously for Beijing to continue to host Trump suggests that
I want Sierra Claire to come in on this. Sierra from Los Angeles, you just heard from Hong Kong. Andrew Leung is saying that in these circumstances, according to him, it may not be even possible for China to host Trump. The rapprochement required is not there. Trump's tariff plan is under question domestically. Things are fluid. And this is going to be, therefore, a bigger geostrategic battle than one may have imagined. I want your thoughts on this, please. Sierra.
Yes, President Trump...
Sierra is talking to Andrew. Yeah, go on, Sierra. Yes. Thank you. Yeah.
President Trump has been looking at the geopolitical strategy and looking at the chessboard with regard to China. And so I agree with that assessment that if there's an opportunity, he does take the opportunity to weaken, say the Chinese presence in Venezuela, like we saw him do earlier this year. And maybe there is some element of that in what's going on with Iran. But I think that President Trump and Xi, they both are great leaders who know that, there's bigger issues between the U.S. and China, who are two of the world's, biggest economic superpowers, certainly, and the other issues, defense issues and things as well, that need to be worked out between those two countries that are separate from these, these proxies that China has interests in Iran or Venezuela or whatnot. And so there are direct issues that need to be worked out between Trump and Xi, and I think that both of those leaders still want to do that.
Press TV is showing some visuals. We can take that there are large groups of people who are, and that's what I want to go to Terry with. Terry, you may not like this, but the fact of the matter is that the numbers of people we are seeing in Tehran, for example, or in Isfahan. The visuals from Isfahan are very interesting. If I can pull that in, please, ladies and gentlemen. Isfahan, the numbers of people, we see tens and thousands of people who are on the roads following Khamenei's killing. So are you not worried that this may actually have the opposite effect? A longer drawn period of debilitation and an internal dethroning of Khamenei, along with longer term debilitation, do you not believe that that may have been a more appropriate response in the circumstances? Because if this turns to be a public movement, then the calculation here that the Iranians will themselves remove. Now, in these circumstances, you cannot expect an American puppet to take over. Are you seeing these visuals here? These are not AI-generated visuals, let me say, Siddhant. This is not AI-generated. This is Isfahan, and this is only just beginning. So, Terry, you know, do you think this may have an opposite effect in terms of public consolidation in Iran?
Well, yeah, so let's take into account, number one, there is no internet coming out of Iran at the moment. So these are propaganda pictures coming out from the Iranian regime that are trying to set out a certain picture. Let's also remember that the regime does have somewhere between 10 to 20% support in Iran. So 80 to 90% hate them, but 10 to 20% are with them. That's still in the region of, 10, 15 million people. Right? So what you're seeing is these pictures of those people coming out, or which is being carefully choreographed by by what is left of the Iranian regime. So what you're not seeing is the other 85% of the Iranian people that are celebrating on the streets of Isfahan, on the streets of Tehran, in other parts of Iran, and in fact in Dubai and in London and around the world. So I'm not surprised these pictures are coming out, but we will only really know what's going on the ground there when internet is opened up. And the fact that they have shut down the internet shows that they are trying to hide what is really happening on the ground in Iran.
These visuals are from Isfahan. And from what I'm told, they're outside the Nashan-e-Jahan Square.
Yes. Right. In addition, there are... in the last elections, I think it was 12% of Iranians voted and 88% decided not to vote as a protest. So that's what you're seeing. They've got all those people out and they're filming them and they're releasing them and they're blocking all the rest of the internet. So it's not surprising you're seeing 1 million, 2 million people out there. Although here it's not, it's not surprising, but that's not the real story. We will know the real story of what's going on the ground there when the internet opens up.
Yeah, so I think this will take time to play out, no doubt, Terry. It's going to take time to play out, but I'm just saying that, it's not necessary. It's not necessary that the change that Trump may have been promised by some of his own supporters, Abhishek, Siddhant, Shawan, may happen in a jiffy, right? It may take time. Shawan, you're analyzing this, right? So this is getting a little more complicated. It's going to probably take time. It's going to probably take time to play out, right?
Well, in fact, from the messaging that has been done so far from the IRGC, they're saying that there is a clear transition process.
Sure.
You're essentially looking at two aspects right now. In terms of the military commanders, they've already been put in place. This morning, the IRGC says that they are going to respond hard. In fact, as far as naval bases of United States of America is concerned, particularly in Kuwait, in Bahrain, has taken a major hit. Americans haven't really said anything so far in terms of the damage that has been inflicted, but I think so it would be myopic for us to say that if there isn't a hit that Americans are taking. Regime overthrow is what Israel wants, what the United States of America wants. But what exactly is the plan forward for the Americans? That perhaps is not very clear, Abhishek, right now, because it seems first message that was put out by President Trump was to the IRGC that they need to surrender. That hasn't happened so far. So, Abhishek, if I may to say, in the last 24 hours, what we are essentially looking at are the following. President Trump and Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, clearly reaching out to the people of Iran that they need to come out in support. Has that really happened? From the images that we see from the ground right now, there is a different imaging that is coming in, Abhishek, right now. Clearly, look at
the support that has come in right now for the regime. So one cannot discount that, because for the longest time, the images that we are getting is mostly from Western news networks. So this is what we know so far in terms of breaking news now coming in. I'll just quickly take you through the breaking news, and then for live analysis, Abhishek and our guests, studio guests are here. These are the following updates that we have in terms of the attacks that have taken place this morning. UAE happens to be one of the worst hit in terms of the number of ballistic missiles that have been fired towards the United Arab Emirates, particularly in Dubai and in Abu Dhabi. That essentially because of the position that UAE has taken. Now that is a surprise element coming in. As far as Kuwait is concerned, a short while back, more information coming in that American vessels that were basically carrying the ammunition, they have been hit. That's the other. In Doha, there is another attack that has been reported. So this is the clear situation right now. 6 countries have been targeted by the Iranians. So the response is also strong. Iranians have put up a fight right now, Abhishek.
Well, yes, and Shravan, there is going to be fog of war, and we have to believe, exercise our judgment in seeing whether these pictures are real. For now, they seem to be real, from Urmia, from Isfahan, from Qom, and from Mashhad. All these pictures that are coming in of protesters. Remember, it's not Venezuela. This is Iran. This is institutionalized clergy with the series of succession lines.
There's one more update. One more update. Our desk can also keep this up. Ali Larijani, that's a senior leader and also seen as Khamenei's confidant, has vowed that Iranian forces would fight even harder on Sunday. Now, this has been quoted by the Iranian news agencies. Let me also tell you that the information that is essentially coming in from Iran is a little restricted in nature. Not many correspondents on the ground, so we're basically relying on official information coming in from Iranian news agencies. Abhishek, Ali Larijani, a close confidant of Khamenei, has also now responded saying that there would be continuity of governance. Continuity of governance is what Khamenei's confidant has just said. I'm just going to put this breaking news. Abhishek, you can take it forward now.
Well, yes, that's significant. Though, of course, a lot of hubris, a lot of saber rattling, a lot of posturing. I mean, you will have to read between the lines as to what's right, what's not. Larijani is a very important, powerful guy. He's Secretary of the National Security Council, effectively the National Security Advisor to the late Khamenei. Khamenei, in fact, had deputed him to be the key interlocutor insofar as talks with the United States are concerned. He is someone who's privy to everything that was going on. He's someone who knows what compromises were being worked out. He knows someone who, okay, let me get in Saurabh Shukla on that. Saurabh, all this saber rattling that's happening, Trump is saying not good, not good. Are you going to see more American missile strikes tonight?
President Trump's message, if you saw a short while back, that's clear, and my sources are confirming to me that the U.S. is going to double down on its strikes on the Iranian targets, because obviously the message is loud and clear that you have to go full throttle, because now that you have crippled the highest leadership of Iran, there are still some elements between the IRGC who are still very much active, but you see the kind of strikes which are coming out of Iran, clearly they are in disarray. So they need to make sure that they lend a final blow. On the other hand, as I was mentioning earlier, through the US and Israeli sources on the ground, there is also an effort to make sure that people within Iran, they get a support of sorts, because the US wants that the groundswell of support that they got earlier and the groundswell of the entire anti-Khamenei, populace within Iran, they should be now rising and they should be speaking out. And that's the reason why I would agree with one of your other co-panelists that there is a certain section in Iran which supports, the late Iranian leader Khamenei, but there is an overwhelming number who were obviously feeling victimized, terrorized by the Iranian regime, who are rejoicing now. And since the internet is off, you are not getting the clean images coming out of Iran. These are all some of the fake and doctored video that elements of the IRGC and the Iranian regime who are flooding on the internet to try to dissuade some of the people on the ground who now feel that they have a moment of reckoning here to see a government that values, their freedom and values a progressive way of life in Iran. So that is, you will see in the next 24 to 48 hours, they're going to be very, very crucial. You will see some big developments happening. Also, you may see, a final reckoning for Iran, because obviously sources are also telling me that President Trump, when he makes this thing, and I want to tell our viewers who don't know, this is the way he communicates. When he dictates a Truth Social post, that actually goes into the decision-making loop here in the US. That's his style of functioning. So this is a very clear indication coming from the US president, who is the commander-in-chief of the US forces, that he's going to double down on the Iranian regime to give them a final blow, so to say. But it is going to take time, because they are mindful of the fact that Iran and IRGC elements are well entrenched within that country. Abhishek.
Absolutely. Well, Abhishek, I'll just quickly take you through one more breaking news now coming in. Interior Ministry of Bahrain has just indicated that US Navy's Fifth Fleet has been targeted yet again. Sirens warning of incoming fire has been triggered. There is no immediate report of casualties. Now, one aspect, Abhishek, if you can take it with our analysts, why is it that the Americans haven't really spoken anything about the targeting of their bases, and whether at all there has been any damage that has been inflicted upon military equipments, and whether at all there have been casualties or not? Because if you go by the Iranians claim that massive damage has been inflicted upon several bases, vessels that were carrying ammunition. As far as fuel tankers are concerned, they have been targeted. So it seems that the US at this point in time, Pentagon in particular, hasn't really come out in the open speaking about whether at all some damages have been inflicted.
Let me take, Saurabh, coming to you, let me take this to Terry. Terry, in fact, we had Jonathan earlier wondering aloud whether the Iranians really bring out their full arsenal, and if not, why not? Why did they use their middling missiles and not the big ones in the strikes, in the retaliatory strikes? But it seems that they did broaden the conflict on the first day itself. Last time in the 12-day war, the Iranians hit Al-Udeid air base on the 11th day. This time on the first day itself, they broadened the conflict, firing at all the US bases, including the big ones like the Fifth Fleet headquarters in Manama. So it's not that the Iranians did not plan it. It's just that maybe the American strikes or the Israeli strikes were decisive.
Right, so the Iranian regime is now on the back foot. They are firing whatever they have, as you've correctly said. They have fight against the Saudis, they fight against the UAE, they fight against Qatar. They are losing all of their friends in the region, but that's for a specific reason. What they're trying to do is to make these countries in the region go to the Americans and say stop, which is why I also think, and you must be careful in India and throughout the world, they will start using their operatives, their Islamist operatives that are in India, that are in the West, that are in Latin America, to start bombing targets over there. We saw them blowing up Jewish community centers in Argentina. We've seen them trying to infiltrate different parts of Europe. And I expect that over the next few days, we will see horrendous terror attacks in order to increase the pressure on the Americans to stop. And against that, I urge people around the world to be careful, to be aware, because we will see attacks.
All right. Let me take this now to Ms. Claire. Ms. Claire, the fact that the Iranians are not backing off, in fact, we have seen or heard very belligerent statements from Ali Larijani, for example. He's a very powerful man now, and he's saying that there are attempts being made to divide Iran, like territorially. He has made a direct charge against Israel. He's saying that we are not backing off and that pain is coming to those who have caused this grief to the people of Iran. Now, some of it could be posturing, but you think that also is indicative of the kind of firepower that perhaps the Iranian regime still has, and that actually shows the kind of continuity of thought and ideology that exists on the ground in Tehran.
Well, I mean, I think there was always a succession plan in place. I know that the supreme leader, would have made those plans. So I don't think that the fact that there's a continuity of government signals that the people of Iran have changed their opinion of the regime. The people of Iran, 92% of the people of Iran, in a government poll, in an Iranian government poll, actually responded saying that they disapproved of the regime earlier this year before we saw those protests start in the streets. So I don't think that's changing. In terms of the firepower and, worrying about retaliation, President Trump, in his very first mention of this, in that 8-minute video that he put out, he actually mentioned that we were expecting retaliatory strikes. So I think that this was part of the calculations when they were making plans to do these attacks. One thing that I know that people in America are worried about, and as the previous guest mentioned, maybe even some other countries need to be worried about it, is the fact that the Iranian regime does send agents abroad to try to, possibly commit terrorism. So that's something that America is on very high alert with. And we have a very strong team in DHS and FBI that have issued statements saying they're on top of it. So I think it's just, people need to continue to be aware, be safe, but everybody's on top of all of these threats that need to be managed throughout this conflict.
I just want to take a quick question from Siddhant. What we fail to comprehend right now is the objective of this entire operation, because for President Trump and for Benjamin Netanyahu, it was for regime overthrow. It is far from that. Because what we're essentially looking at right now on the ground is the fact that the West wants us to believe that there is a growing demand for a change, and the fact that if Ayatollah Khamenei has been removed, there would be a clear succession. And that succession is within that entire system that has been created for a long time. They've already kept their successors in mind, and that was very clear. Iranians already had a plan of succession. So there is no regime being overthrown.
True. I think what we are going to see right now is a mere interim regime that might take place with the Supreme National Security Council secretary himself taking the position and replacing Khamenei in the near term. So currently, what I can tell you with high confidence is that Ali Larijani is one of the most senior, most official now alive in the Iranian regime, and he is now conducting the offensive on behalf of the entire country. What we actually saw unfold was that the Defense Council, the National Security Defense Council, was formed in July last year, was started to form in July last year. And the entire objective of this Defense Council was to put a plan in exactly this situation. So what, Abhishek, we saw right after the first Israeli and American joint strikes was Iran did not hold back. It straight away went across all the US defense capacities and bases and positions across the Middle East. So this was exactly what Defense Council had in the plan. They wanted to operationalize it within the moment, with no casualties, with no time awaited. So this was what we can say was the plan of action of the Iran. So as per what we can say about the succession thing here is, of course, this is not going to overthrow the regime. The regime remains intact. The regime may. We have seen this episode play previously in the Hezbollah crisis as well. We saw Hassan Nasrallah was taken out, but they already had a succession plan, and Hezbollah remains intact in Lebanese politics and Lebanese security apparatus as well. So what we can also assess that once a regime is struck this way, how Iran has been struck, the more you isolate a regime, the more dangerous it turns, and the more all out it will go.
That seems to be the case. In fact, let me take this to Terry for a confirmation of what's happening on the ground. Terry, are you hearing sirens? We are hearing from reports suggest that maybe the Negev area is targeted, that some central districts in Tel Aviv are targeted. Are you hearing sirens to that effect, that the Iranian missiles are coming your way?
It's non-stop. Yeah, as I said, they are now firing with everything that they have. This is we are towards the end. To take down a regime isn't something that happens within 24 hours, but the process has now started. And so they will be firing everything they have at us, at all the American targets, at all of the Gulf countries. And my big fear, which is why I want to say it again to your listeners, I expect that they will now give orders to their operatives, their sleeper cells around the world, to start doing attacks in other parts of the world. So we need to be on highest alert, and that goes for India as well. In particular, after the visit of your Prime Minister in Israel last week, I assume that many people will say Prime Minister Modi was privy to what has happened. Which means I expect India to also come under attack. India is obviously not a part of this, but you do have a history of Islamist attacks within India, and so please be careful.
The last statement that came from President Donald Trump was bewaring Iran to hit back in any manner. He said that Iran has just stated they are going to hit very hard today. Harder than they have ever hit before, but they better not. He says they better not do that. And however, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. Thank you for your kind attention to this matter.
Well, in fact, to that, you already have the National Security Council of Iran basically responding by claiming that they have resumed their operation. In fact, they've targeted military bases as of now. About 4 countries where the operations are being carried out. In fact, we're going to take you through. Let's put this breaking news now coming in. Iran's National Security Council has responded to the threat that has been issued by President Trump and says that the operation is on. At least 4 countries where military bases of United States of America has now been targeted. We're going to put out the images coming in from Bahrain. We'll have a live resource coming in from Bahrain to get us a sense of what's happening. Because as I understand, Abhishek, you can get a quick comment perhaps from Saurabh with regards to the US Navy 5th Fleet that has now been targeted. It seems that the IRGC Navy and the Air Force have now also been put to work.
Well, absolutely. And, I'm continuing with what's the evolving situation on the ground. If we can get more pictures, more breakings, we'll
be going to Bahrain in a short while from now, right?
We'll go to Bahrain, but these are pictures.
Explosions have been reported in Bahrain, Qatar and UAE.
Khamenei was eliminated, I believe, on the screen. The pictures are of the compound where Khamenei was taken down. We were discussing earlier what was he doing there and not in a bunker. And it seems the hubris took him down, and the fact that he perhaps thought that the Americans are not going to come after him during the daytime and would rather wait for the evening.
Okay, so these are the latest images now coming in from Manama in Bahrain. In fact, we also have Safwan, who's joining us from Bahrain. Safwan works in Bahrain. Safwan, कल भी आपसे बात हुई थी और आपसे एक साथ जानना चाहूँगा कि आप इस वक्त कहाँ हैं, और क्योंकि इस वक्त ईरान वो कह रहे हैं कि यूएस की 5th फ्लीट को टारगेट किया गया है.
Actually, हम लोग yesterday night it will be finish everything, means we got message today early morning. Everything is clear. We got message from Bahrain government. But, again started direct,
Safwan, did you, because yesterday when you were reporting, you were not very far away from the naval base. Where are you today? Can you tell us what's the situation like? Because Iranians are claiming that the US Navy fleet base in Bahrain has once again been targeted.
Yes, absolutely. Because when I am same place exactly, now I am inside my flat. Same place in Iran, targeting on exactly Bahrain Navy base.
So you are confirming that there was yet another explosion this morning?
Yes, one 5-star hotel will be damaged for directly, Iran attacker one Crown Plaza Bahrain is one of the famous 5-star hotel also damaged just 1 hour back, and continuously siren going on, and we are all panic here. We don't know about what can happening in upcoming minutes or upcoming dates. We don't have any clarity. because due to peoples are not going on work, and some peoples have in online, and schools are entirely off. The kids are studying in the online classes, and the one thing is sure, Iran not targeting on Bahrain residential or Bahrain any other. Iran targeting only for Bahrain Navy base and some five-star restaurants. I don't know why five-star restaurant they're targeting, but already 2-3 star restaurants it's flamed yesterday night, and today also one is the completely damaged. It's very near for me, just 100 meters away from us. It's Crown Plaza.
Okay, so essentially what we are seeing is that the fire seems random. The Iranians are hitting back. They might be wanting to hit American military assets, Siddhant, right? But they're not able to.
So yes. Actually, Iranian military is Iranian.
Of command and control. When the command and control breaks down, you have scattered attacks, not regulated attacks, without any precision.
Yeah.
There is absolutely no strategic operational advantage of striking a hotel in Bahrain.
Exactly.
So we see this is a complete state of chaos in the command structure of Iran.
Okay, let's break this. Condolence message of Syed Abbas Araghchi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iran. And remember, these statements are coming in. Can we break that? Can we just go to it while we stay with the pictures? Also, the fact that Araghchi has made a detailed statement of pain and sorrow, but at the same time, I believe he's talking about the continuity in the government. He says that wise leader with his firmness in decision, profound in planning and steadfastness in the path of truth, left a lasting legacy of honor, wisdom, and perseverance for history. This is Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, expressing his thoughts. He's also saying now at this critical juncture, preserving this precious legacy and continuing the luminous path of that Abdul Saleh is a historic mission and a grave responsibility on everyone's shoulder. Attempts being made essentially to bring together the people of Iran or to hold them together despite all the divide that is there prevailing because of the repression and suppression on the ground. This path is the path of faith, resistance, and hope, a path that is watered with the pure blood of martyrs, and the flag he raised will not remain on the ground, and the faithful and steadfast hands will carry it to higher peaks. So I think Araghchi now appealing to the faith element also, because we know Ayatollah Khamenei was also the spiritual head as much as the temporal head of the people of Iran, or whatever the followers they had inside Iran. Araghchi now trying to rally the forces on the matter of faith, or to use faith as a rallying point.
So in that sense, the way to interpret Araghchi's message to the entire world is to communicate to its proxies, communicate to Iranian proxies all across the Middle East. So far, only Houthis have operationalized their capabilities and started targeting some commercial vessels in the ocean. However, there are still Hezbollah, there is still other Islamic resistance groups in Iraq that are yet to respond.
Okay, Shawan, let's have a couple of breakings before we go to Andrew KP Loong and Saurabh Shukla again for their comments. We have a tremendous amount of developments taking place on the ground across the wider region, West Asia.
Well, it seems we've just...
like to call Shawan?
Well, in fact, we'll try and get in the first picture right now of the very moment when the supreme leader was found under the rubble after his compound was basically struck. So this morning, Abhishek, the other breaking news now coming in, Iran has finally confirmed that Ayatollah Khamenei was at his residence. In fact, we're going to put up those images in a short while from now. That's the very moment when the bombing had taken place. In fact, also getting in more breaking news, Iran has targeted US vessels carrying the ammunition. In fact, as far as the ammunition details are concerned, I've just got more details. These are again claims that have been made by the Iranians in terms of what they have achieved in the last little less than 24 hours. This is the latest image coming in from the moment the supreme leader was found under the rubble after his compound was attacked.
Is this Khamenei?
Khamenei's
Is
residence.
this Khamenei? Is this Khamenei?
Khamenei's residence. In fact, there is a confirmation from the Iranians that he was at his office at his residence when the bombing actually took place. There is also a satellite imagery. In fact, that came in immediately after the bombing that took place in the morning. In fact, as far as US is concerned, they have also put out details of the operation that was carried out, because right at the beginning of the operation began with the presidential palace being targeted and the very place where we're given to understand Ayatollah Khamenei was present, along with his family members too. In fact, some of his family members have also died in the attack that has been carried out by US and Israel. In fact, on your screens right now, these are the latest images coming in. Now, what one cannot perhaps understand here or perhaps fathom is that the kind of build-up that they had. These are the latest images also that are coming in of this is the first image confirming that Ayatollah Khamenei was present at his residence when the attack took place. In fact, Israel's defense minister said that it was in the first wave of the attacks that were carried out targeting the presidential palace and the residence of Ayatollah Khamenei, where we're being told that he was already eliminated. That was in the first wave itself. And after that, the focus of the entire operation basically shifted to the military installations. Military installations in central and in northern Iran. Now, those military installations have been targeted. IRGC commanders, military commanders, have also been eliminated in the joint operation. In fact, 2 of senior commanders of the IRGC have also been eliminated, a confirmation now coming in from the Iranians.
Well, let's organize this, Shawan. And, you know, all the action that's happening on the ground by way of protests both in support of Khamenei and against him. Most of the protests in support are happening in towns like Isfahan and Qom and Tehran and Shiraz and Urmia in Iran. And most of the protests against Khamenei and the regime are happening outside. We have to collect that and come back with an organized picture of what's happening on the ground, as also, of course, the missile attacks that continue, the counter strikes that continue across the region. I think we have to, organize all that and come back. Taking a short break, quick break, coming back with a rolling coverage of what's happening in the Middle East, West Asia, as Ayatollah Khamenei is taken down by the United States and Israel.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला चमकी चाट से क्या बना है आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिंह MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिंह
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire.
Getting in latest details from Bahrain, Qatar, as well as UAE, where explosions have been heard. In fact, this comes after the IRGC, the Iranian Corps Revolutionary Guard, basically putting out details of military targets of United States of America. These are bases of US that have now been targeted in Bahrain, Qatar and UAE. As far as Kuwait is concerned too, that's the other details now coming in. Now let me just quickly take you through the details emerging from Bahrain, because this is the second consecutive attack that has taken place in Bahrain. It appears that the Iranians' focus has been on the US Navy fleet, the 5th Navy fleet, which has now been targeted. We're also getting in latest images coming in from Tel Aviv, where IRGC has vowed that there is going to be a strong response this Sunday morning. This is after confirmation coming in that Ayatollah Khamenei was killed in the joint operation that was carried out. Now, these are the live images coming in from Tel Aviv. It seems that some strikes have hit the ground. In fact, interception of multiple barrage of missiles have actually taken place, with the Iron Dome in Tel Aviv being activated. Now, since the time the joint operation of US and Israel has taken place, we are now given to understand there has been a massive retaliation also. Now, what's the ramification on the ground? US President Donald Trump has basically reached out to the Iranians, saying that it is time for them to back a leadership that US essentially believes in, and more importantly, reaching out to the IRGC, saying that they should actually surrender. The response on the other side has largely been that there is a succession plan, and in fact, we'll also go across to our guests who are joining us. Richie, now as far as the United States of America is concerned, they say that this is about a regime overthrow, but it is far from what we are really looking at on the ground, because the IRGC continues with its operations. In fact, military bases of United States of America has now been targeted in multiple areas, not one, at least 6 countries where the military bases of US have already been targeted. So where is the regime overthrow to begin with?
I would not really characterize this, yes, as a total overthrow. Right now, it is looked at a very targeted action, very targeted by the United States combined with, in partnership with Israel. I'm still watching what's developing on the ground. I've been paying close attention to this for the last 24 hours, more or less, since all of this started. And it was amazing to see the response, how quick it was from Iran to go ahead and immediately start sending its rockets, missiles back over to Israel. I see that there is very limited damage to Israel right now, even looking at the live feed from Tel Aviv. Not to downplay any damage or injury or death, but this is nothing compared to what has happened on the ground in Iran. Now, the thing as well is that the Iranian Guard, IRGC, they are desperate. That looking at what they are saying, their rhetoric, what how they're commenting on their promise to now avenge the death of Khamenei, it's going to still remain to be seen. But at this point here in America and all around the world, we see very much the dissidents and those who have been displaced and forced out of Iran back in the late 1979, 1980s and such. They're cheering. They are celebrating in the streets, including a lot of the towns that are in Iran itself.
Well, in fact, Richie, just stay on with us. I'm just going to quickly take our viewers through the latest developments that are taking place. So far, the following developments have taken place. You've had Khamenei's close confidant basically hitting out at Israel and US saying that there is an attempt that has been made by US and Israel to try and disintegrate their country, this looting and disintegration of the country. He has urged the citizens to remain united. Now, that's the first message that has come in. The other is also the appearance that has been made by the Iranian parliamentary speaker dressed in black. In fact, there is also more developments coming in from the US, where US President Trump has now ordered a bold action. Multiple statements, in fact, Abhishek, has been made by President Trump. The latest essentially warning Iran that if at all there is any retaliation, then they are going to come back harder.
Well, yes. So I think what we are seeing is posturing happening from both the sides, and with the IRGC carrying out those counter strikes using drones, in some cases even targeting civilian pockets and not necessarily military targets. I think it's a free for all, and Donald Trump perhaps would want to try to bring a semblance of order, and then in that case you can expect Shawan, that there could be one more round of big American strikes coming in. And if we can get Richie on that, Richie, you think that's possible with the kind of statement that are coming in? That President Trump is warning the Iranian side that he can double down and make one more decisive round of strikes on Iran?
Yes, of course, and if necessary, even more than one more round. The United States has positioned a massive firepower aircraft carriers, one just off the coast of Israel to the west, and then another one that is southeast of Iran, creating like a double attack two-prong area there. Even if the UK has said that they do not want to allow American forces to be stationed on their territory, it's not a problem. We've got the largest, most powerful aircraft carrier in the world is right there in the Eastern Mediterranean. They're able to easily reach into Iran, into Iranian territory. And I don't think that there's any bit of fear, any bit of hesitation on the part of Trump or the administration or the armed forces of the United States to be able to say that they could easily launch one or two, or I can't speculate how many more. But as was brought up, this might just become a tit for tat where you have
here. I'll just request you to stay on with us, because we're just dipping into a quick update coming in from Dubai. In fact, Pratap is a scientist and founder of Droniak Aerospace, who's joining us from outside Burj Khalifa. In fact, Pratap, give us a sense of what's really happening on the ground, because if you go by the claims that have been made by the Iranians, there have been multiple attacks that have taken place. In fact, Dubai authorities have only confirmed that attacks that took place was yesterday, that was closer to Palm Jumeirah. What's the scene like on the ground?
So right now, there is no need to panic or anything. You know, if you can see behind me, that's the Burj Khalifa. I'm standing right there, okay? And also Mall of Dubai is there, you know, on this side. And also, you know, if you can see behind me here, MR Towers also here. You know, there is no need to panic or anything. You know, everything is under calm, you know, the situation is under control, you know, and also people, you know, are a little bit panic, yes, but UAE authorities and other people are issuing, you know, strict warning, who are spreading rumors, and, you know, the things happened here. Only, you know, like they intercepted some missiles yesterday, yes, people are little bit panic, yes, but today it's everything under control. You know, if you can see behind me, that's Burj Khalifa, what I'm showing you right now. And also here, the Mall of Dubai, and also MR Towers also behind me, you know, there is no need to panic or anything, you know. And also, you know, I'm walking on the streets right now, you know, as a common day, you know. So, yeah, everything is under control right now, yeah.
Pratap, also, if you could I'll just stay on with Pratap with these latest images coming in, because we are the only network to get the first ground presence in Dubai. Pratap, thank you very much, because there is a massive Indian diaspora. Can we please go back to Pratap right now? Pratap, we'll stay with these images because it's quite important, because there is a massive Indian diaspora in Dubai. And of course, given the fact that these images that came in from Palm Jumeirah actually did scare many, because it was a surprise that UAE was also being targeted by the Iranians. In terms of the communication coming in from the Dubai authorities, is there anything that you can share, and especially those who have their relatives in Dubai, in India? They would actually want to know more about what's the situation like on the ground and what kind of communication is coming in from the authorities in Dubai.
Basically, I'm a Kannadiga. I'm come from Karnataka, originally from Bangalore. So here, the Kannadiga community and the Indian diaspora helping everyone, to get a free hotels, reaching out to their family, and they issued one, like a helping line, to call them immediately or help them immediately. And also, people who are spreading rumors in social media, they're taking strict action against them. And also, they also mentioned that, they're going to, place 1 year imprisonment for whoever going to, spread fake news on social media. But as of now, where I can see, only taxis are going around, and also a little bit of, the delivery vehicles. And except that, the malls and other places where cafeterias and all empty, people are, of course, they are worried, but everyone is right now staying home. Yesterday night till 12 o'clock, we are receiving, messages from Dubai government and also the Abu Dhabi government. They're working together in this aspect, so that, you should not come outside, and also you should not stay near the window or anything. You always, take care of yourself. So those things really helped us, to make sure
Pratap,
that nothing is going wrong. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pratap, thank you very much for getting us that quick report. Quite essential, because there were several panic calls and, more importantly, messages that have been doing the rounds, particularly about the situation on the ground. And as Pratap has been pointing out, the situation is all under control currently in Dubai. There is also another breaking news now coming in. The Iranian media has now confirmed that the Chief of Staff, Mossavi, has been eliminated. So this morning, Abhishek, we've had Iranians confirming that at least 2 of their senior military leaders have been eliminated in the strikes that were carried out by America and Israel. Now another confirmation coming in that the Chief of Staff, Mossavi, was also eliminated. It seems that this time the operation objectives were very clear. It was more about the supreme leader and perhaps even the Iranian president who was the target, but the Iranian president has survived. He is safe, is the confirmation that Tehran has put out. Now, military commanders, it seems that at least top 3 military commanders have already been eliminated, Abhishek.
Well, yes, and that seems like a big blow, and that really explains the haywire firing that's happening really from Iran, even targeting civilian areas. We have more guests, and we have to keep getting them involved for quick comments. New York Post, for example, suggests that 40 top civil and military leaders got killed along with Khamenei in that attack. If we have Omer Anas, Dr. Omer Anas, he's associate professor at the Ankara Yildirim Beyazıt University. He's joining us live from Ankara in Turkey. Professor Anas, if this is true, that almost 40 leaders, top leaders, both on the civil and the military side of Iran, are killed along with Khamenei, what does this really mean for the Iranian regime? Is it gone? Professor Anas, can you unmute yourself? Sorry, you're speaking, but we're not hearing you. Can you unmute yourself, please?
This round of operation by the United States and Israel was one of the biggest, wide range and well coordinated. Almost 200 planes had participated in this operation, and they covered almost 10 cities all over Iran. In this size of operation, I think that they had a detailed plan of who exactly they wanted to eliminate and kill, and they have achieved most of their targets. At the same time, as we have been talking, that there were mainly 2 objectives. One of them was to eliminate Khamenei and the top leadership of Islamic Revolutionary Guard Council, and at the same time to hit or to damage significantly all nuclear installations and defense establishments. My sense is that while they have achieved to eliminate many important people of the Islamic Republic of Iran, at the same time we have to acknowledge that the Iranian regime or Iranian system is not like the Iraqi or Saddam Hussein system or other Gulf countries, individual-centric or the king or emir-centric system. They have a fully organized ideological apparatus which has been functioning very well. So the transition from Khamenei to another leader will be swift without any problem. And they might be declaring the next supreme leader in few days. Meanwhile, they have also a mechanism to who is going to discharge the duties which on behalf of Khamenei has to be taken. So there is not, I don't see any kind of a disruption of or discontinuity in the system. Iranian.
Professor Anas, you think this could actually rally more people behind the regime, given the kind of martyr sentiment that's going to be there, the kind of that sympathy wave that's going to be there in favor of Khamenei and his family?
That is a very difficult thing, because we have to acknowledge that Iranians have been living in a very difficult situation for the last 40 years. They have been in sanctions, and in the last 5 years especially, their economy has gone down. The poverty and there are so much economic crisis. So that is why, more than that, there are some social issues, including hijab and women's rights. So the popularity of Khamenei has been declining for a long time, and especially among women and among the liberal people, they have been hating Khamenei very much. And we have seen reports that in some of the cities, they have been celebrating the death of Khamenei. So I won't say that his death might have united the entire Iran, but at the same time, there is a significant class, almost 50% Iranians, who still are in favor of Khamenei and Islamic Republic regime. So there are mixed feelings within Iran. I know so many Iranians who have been celebrating, who have been cheering a lot that a regime of repression has gone down. But at the same time, there are so many, sentimental part is that there is no Shia state all over the world except Iran. So every Shia all over the world, they want one state for Shia which can represent them and their ideas. So they, at that extent, they like Iran and they want to support Iran, but they don't want Iran, a Shia country which is so much illiberal or which is not democratic. So there is a large number of Shia people who have been supporting a kind of a democratic, liberal Iran, at the same time with Shia identity. So Khamenei has failed to bring out that kind of model for Iran, while Maryam Rajavi or Pahlavi both have been promising a new Iran which will be Shia and at the same time going to be liberal. So there is a competition between these two models.
In fact, Dr. Anas, just hold on to your thoughts. This is getting bigger. That is getting bigger by the day. Iran's defense minister, Amir Raza Nasirzadeh, is also killed. We earlier had confirmations coming in of Lieutenant General Abdul Rahim Mousavi, the commander of the General Staff of the Armed Forces, killed. Now the defense minister is also eliminated. As I was mentioning, about 40 top civil and military leaders of the Iranian regime are eliminated in these strikes, and it seems the Iranian defense minister is also killed. That's a big one, and that's going to have consequences. It seems that these strikes were much more broad-based than we initially thought and estimated. It's not just Khamenei. It seems like Shawan. These are details emerging which clearly show that the destruction and damage to the Iranian regime is much more than earlier anticipated.
Surprisingly, Abhishek, Israelis have put out a very conservative statement. In fact, Israel Defense Forces have only said that they've eliminated 7 Iranian senior officials, which includes the Secretary of the Iranian Security Council, the Commander of the Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps, and Defense Minister of Iran. That's the statement that is coming in from the IDF. Now, I don't know whether at all they are going to put out something else in a short while from now. It seems, as far as the regime is concerned, at least those who were part of the operations, those who are essentially planning a response, because it seems from the messages that have come in from the parliamentary speaker and the others here, and Larijani, it is a clear indication that they were expecting this to come. So there was a preparation already underway, and that is the reason why, despite President Trump's clear threat this morning, where they're essentially saying that if you retaliate, we're going to hit you hard, they're saying that we are prepared and strikes continue. As we speak right now, 7 Arab countries and Israel have reported missile strikes. UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait have confirmed the missiles that have hit their territory. Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Jordan and Qatar said that they have intercepted the missiles. And one attack on the US Navy headquarters in Bahrain has also been confirmed. Now, Israel's emergency service has now confirmed 1 death, at least 100 injuries. In terms of casualties, there is no clarity coming in. Red Crescent last night had basically said that the casualties in Iran is massive. We'll have to still wait for an official confirmation coming in from the Iranian news agencies in terms of what kind of casualties are we really looking at inside Iran, because the information from Iran is quite difficult to get at this point in time. These are the latest images now coming in. We'll also try and put out those. This is US consulate in Karachi. In Karachi has also been attacked. Am I correct? Now, that's the latest coming in. Abhishek, Pakistan, Iranians have now here what we are being told, now this is only, this is not about a missile attack. This is not a missile. Let me just make this clear. Can we also remove our jackets up, because this is slightly misleading here. It seems that there were some protests that had taken place outside the Karachi consulate in US, and that is the reason why you're looking at the outpouring right now we have seen that kind of support really coming in from a few countries. In fact, here in India also, there's been support, and particularly in Jammu and Kashmir, where protests have been taking place. US consulate in Karachi has now been attacked. So United States of America essentially looking at the counter strikes coming in from various quarters right now, Abhishek.
Well, yes, and you can expect these Pakistanis, when they can break their TV sets for losing a cricket match, this is going to happen. You know, you can protest. There are protests happening in some parts of India also. But let's focus on the wider picture. Come out of Pakistan. And Maxim, I wanted to take a question to Richie on this scale of destruction that's coming in. But before that, before I go to Richie, let me just take this question to Maxim Kuznetsov. Maxim, he's chairman of Russia-Asia Business Council. He's joining us live from Moscow. Maxim, my question to you is, if as reported and as confirmed, about 40 top civil and military leaders of Iran are dead in these strikes by Israel and the United States, then we are looking at the possibility of actual regime change happening on the ground. I mean, if you have a succession plan, you can think of plan A, B, C, D, not beyond that. If 40 are gone, then there is a serious power vacuum in Tehran. And that's not good if you look at it from Russian point of view. What's Moscow thinking?
Of course, Iran has plan B, plan C, plan D, etc. Because after terroristic attack initiated by Israel government last year, many Iranian leaders was eliminated, and after it, Iran initiated protocol how to change some person that could be eliminated to their successor. And after it, Iranian regime became more sustainable, and of course, act of aggression by US and Israel it is strike for Iran and Iranian political system, but any person could be changed by another person, and it is a procedure that can help Iranian government to continue their fight with US and with Israel. We can see that yesterday Iran continues continue their fight with US in all Middle East, including Qatar, UAE, Iraq, Bahrain, and other countries, and with Israel too. We can see that Iran has source for it, and resource for it, and it demonstrates that regime is sustainable.
Okay, Saurabh Shukla is back with us. Ambassador Deepak Vora is joining us very soon. But I want to go to Richie before we get that Indian perspective with Saurabh and Ambassador Vora. Richie, had the Americans really expected this scale of destruction and damage that they have achieved insofar as the regime top leadership is concerned in Tehran?
Well, this was a surprise. It was a very well-kept surprise, a secret. We know that there's always the potential that if President Trump and his administration and his cabinet speak to the wrong individuals in Washington, D.C. in planning, that the word could get out. So this was a very well-guarded plan. The surprise, I think it was amazing to a lot of Americans to see the coordination with Israel, the ability to go in and easily start hitting the targets that were pre-planned. But what I, myself, and others were not expecting is that the retaliation, immediate retaliation by Iran, was not necessarily to try and hit only Israel, but then to go to the allies and start sending drones to those countries that are friendly with Israel or America, as we know. And that was a bit surprising because you use the military, American and Israel, to attack other military targets in Iran, and the response from Iran was not necessarily to go and hit the counterpart military assets, but to go and hit hit hotels, hit the Palm Jumeirah, just hit other areas, and that was problematic.
Right. I think before we go to Ambassador Vora and Saurabh Shukla, Shawan, you have some more breakings.
In fact, Qatar has now confirmed that 11 explosions have been heard. A short while back, there is also a response coming in from Tehran, where several explosions have also been heard in Tehran. On your screens right now, the extent of damage that has been inflicted upon the Iranian regime. On your screens right now, confirmation about the supreme leader that came in this morning. The defense minister has also been killed. The chief of army staff has also been killed in the operation. Israeli defense forces has essentially indicated that at least seven senior commanders have been killed. Now the latest coming in from Qatar, that 11 explosions have actually taken place. I'll just quickly take our viewers through what we know so far in terms of the operations that have been carried out so far, the strikes that have taken place. I'll begin with Iran and then take you through which are the places in Iran that have been targeted so far. In Tehran, just a short while back, we have been told that there have been explosions that have taken place. Apart from Tehran, in Kermanshah, on your screens right now, that's the full details of the top leadership of the Iran's Revolutionary Corps has been targeted. In fact, we are now taking you through who are the leaders who have been killed. Now, this is with regards to the military commanders. Major General Saeed Abdul Rahim Musafi, that is, Musafi is the chief of staff. Lieutenant General Mohammad Pakpor is the IRGC's Commander-in-Chief. Admiral Ali Shamkhani, Senior Military Advisor and Defense Council Secretary. Major General Aziz Nazirzadeh is the Defense Minister who has been killed in the operation that has been carried out by America and Israel. I'll also take you through now the places that have been targeted in Iran. Apart from Tehran, Qom, Kermanshah, Zanjan, Tabriz, Urmin, Isfahan and Shiraz have been targeted in the operations that have been carried out. Now, as far as the retaliation coming in from the Iranians, we do have a confirmation that 7 Arab countries and Israel have now reported missile strikes. I'll stay with these pictures right now. In fact, Abhishek, it seems that apart from the supreme leader, the plan was very clear: neutralize at least those who are part of the planning and execution of the retaliation. Those who are supposed to be part of the military operation, they have now been eliminated. Now that's very clear. But despite that, let's be also very clear that there is a strong response really coming in from the Iranians. The very fact that they've been able to have a successful hit in Bahrain right now. That's the US's Navy fleet that has been targeted. Now, it's important to highlight the following, that they have been able to carry out attacks in UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, and as far as Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Jordan and Qatar are concerned, they are saying that they have been able to intercept. They have been able to intercept the missiles. Abhishek.
Shravan, we are just staying with the pictures on air. All those leaders eliminated in American-Israeli strikes, defense minister killed, chief of his staff killed, Khamenei killed, and if I could identify their designations and names, Major General Sayyid Abdul Rahman Mousavi, the chief of his staff to the extreme left, he's killed. Then Lieutenant General Mohammad Pakpor, he was the IRGC commander, he's killed. Defense minister to your extreme right, he's also killed. Apart from them, senior military advisor and defense council secretary Admiral Ali Shamkhani is killed. Apart from that, Major General Aziz Nazirzadeh, that's to the extreme left, extreme right, he's the defense minister, Nazirzadeh, he's killed. Total 40 of Iran's top civil and military leaders eliminated in these strikes. This seems like much broad-based. It seems it's just now emerging.
There is no doubt that this is broad-based, but what we also have to perhaps underscore here is the fact that while the Iranians did show some sort of an element of surprise yesterday, saying that on the one hand there were talks that were essentially going on. That is exactly what the foreign minister had said. Iranian foreign minister had indicated that this was the talks were on, but despite that this has actually happened, not the first time. Even previous attacks that have taken place was in the midst of all the talks that were basically going on. Now, if the Iranians are essentially claiming that this was there was an element of a surprise, what I still can't comprehend, Abhishek, is that there was a massive military build-up by the United States of America. And despite that, it seems that the Iranians continued with what they were essentially doing.
It seems so, and Khamenei would have realized that this is the end game, this is his end coming, and that's why maybe he chose to still be in the office. That seems more probable, but Saurabh Shukla is back with us. Professor Anas continues to be with us. Before I go to Professor Anas, quick comment from Saurabh Shukla. Saurabh, you are there in DC. On the ground, are you getting a sense that the Americans have realized that the kind of scale of success they have achieved insofar as their military objectives are concerned?
Well, Abhishek, this was there right at the outset. In fact, I had said on your show earlier as well that the strategic and military strategy for America and Israel worked very well. It was a coordination of their military precision strikes and of their intelligence assets on the ground. In fact, just an analogy, there is a big TV series which is becoming very, very popular in America and globally called Tehran, where you had some kind of IRGC assets being there used by Mossad on the ground So one of the
Okay, sorry, Saurav, I have to interject. Just hold on to your thoughts. I'm coming back to you. Another important breaking news development: Iran temporary leadership to be announced today. Remember, there is already a 3-member council. Shawan, you mentioned about it, headed by President Pezeshkian, also the leader of the Judicial Council, and one jurist. A 3-member team effectively holding on to the transition, and now it seems preparation on for complete leadership council to be announced. Shawan.
Well, in fact, that's the leadership council, that's the transition period that is going to be in place. But as of now, it seems that the IRGC has also taken full control of it. Focus that the National Security Council has pointed out is the fact that they are going to say, they are essentially indicating that there is going to be a retaliation, and the retaliation would be particularly directed towards the military bases. And as far as governance is concerned, here you have Ali Larijani essentially pointing out that there will be a continuity in governance. So it seems that rather than being able to destabilize the regime essentially still continues, Abhishek.
Yeah, the regime continues, but with what effectiveness is the question that has to be asked.
It's crippled. It's crippled to a great extent. Abhishek, I would agree with you that, while the regime, Shawan, continues, absolutely, there are some people who are still left, but it's crippled. If you see, the entire top leadership has been eliminated. So I would say strategically and militarily, this is a great victory. Yes, it's Iran. You will have to see what happens. So next 24 to 48 hours is very important. But if you see the pattern which is emerging now, it's clear that that decisive blow on the first round has been dealt. Now you have to see how do you get a transition government in place, and this is what America and its allies will have to factor in. What kind of government comes into play, and what happens to the remaining IRGC commanders? Will they voluntarily surrender as the statements which are coming out, or whoever is now resisting? How will they deal with that? So that's going to the next 24 hours will be very, very critical.
Very crucial 24 hours so far as Iran and the trajectory of government there is concerned. Announcements being made that they are going to set up a council. A transition is happening. A transition council, a 3-member transition council is already in place where they're headed by President Pezeshkian, naturally so. But we are continuing to have our rollover of guests. Saurabh, stay with us. Can I take this to our Professor Anas? Professor Anas, 40 top leaders killed, irrespective of whether there is continuity. The fact is that the talent to run the government is denuded. The people who can be trusted are there no more. Even if there was Plan B, Plan C, it seems likely that we are looking at a period of instability, a round of assassinations, counter-assassinations, and strikes and counter-strikes. I think Tehran is looking at a period of long period of uncertainty and instability. Professor Anas.
Yes. Thank you very much. My understanding is that first of all, IRGC is a force which has been trained on ideology. It is not just like a professional military, but at the same time, they are the ideological defender of Islamic Republic of Iran. They are not like a normal secular professional military. So as long as IRGC is there and in control of Iranian affairs inside and outside, so I don't think that there will be any easy change in regime.
Okay.
So that is one thing. At the same time, if you look at Iranian politics, the way it has been divided into several sections, what I think is that Iranians have realized, especially the top commanders and elite, they have realized that at this time, Iran is facing a real challenge of regime change. Because if there are one more, like 50 or 100 top leaders are being eliminated, then there will be a real chance of regime change. So for that to avoid, they, in my understanding, they are going to offer some sort of a negotiation, and symbolically they will attack many more targets, but at the same time they will declare that they have got what they wanted to achieve. And the United States has already declared kind of a victory, and if you if you read the between the line in Trump's statement, he has mainly offered that Iranians should come back on negotiation table.
Yeah.
So if they don't continue, it means that the war is over and they are going to talk again. It is up to Iran to decide whether they want to come back to negotiation or not. My understanding is that Iran will continue for 1 or 2 days symbolic attacks on all over the region, what they call as the American targets, and some of the Israeli targets at the same time, and then they will take a step back.
Right. All right. Let me take this to Richie. The kind of firepower that was used by the Americans, it was massive. The 2 aircraft carriers and the bunker buster bombs and the Patriot and the Tomahawk missiles. Richie, it's clear. Okay, we have a breaking news development coming in. China calls for immediate stop of military actions. Chinese statement coming in. China wants de-escalation. China taking a clear position that this war cannot continue and that whatever military objectives have been achieved on both the sides, now it's time to pull back and end the war. China wants further de-escalation and immediate stop to hostilities, immediate cessation of hostilities. Okay, in fact, there is a soundbite of the Chinese coming in, either the spokesperson in Beijing or at the United Nations. Let's listen to that.
不是解决国际争端的正确方式，只会加剧仇恨和矛盾。中东局势升级外溢，不符合任何一方的利益。通过对话谈判解决矛盾分歧是唯一的出路。中方呼吁立即停止军事行动，防止局势轮番升级。
We came out of this, the Chinese representative at the United Nations, permanent representative at the United Nations. Well, remember, about 6 hours back, the United Nations Security Council had a discussion on Iran. It condemned the attacks, but obviously, who listens to the United Nations? This was Chinese ambassador, permanent representative to the UNSC, speaking there, or UN speaking there. And participating and condemning the attacks and wanting a pullback and a de-escalation. Everyone wants a de-escalation because remember, it's not just about Iran or Israel, it's about global energy security, it's about peace, it's about the people. And if the military objectives have been achieved, why not stop and pull back? That's the question I had for Richie. Richie, with the kind of firepower that the United States really marshaled along the Gulf and the Mediterranean, perhaps for the first time since 2003 Iraq war, message was clear that they were coming, and Khamenei would have known this is his end game, and that's why he chose to go down as a martyr, sitting in his office rather than a bunker, and that made things easier for the Americans and the Israelis. But all other casualties, the top leaders, 40 of them in all, both civil and military, the Americans, President Trump might be mighty pleased that he has achieved so much of his military objectives.
Yes, that's absolutely true. And what was interesting is one of the other comments a few moments ago about the TV show that's very popular now here called Tehran. What is interesting is the parallel where what happens is you've got these Jewish Israeli spies, active Mossad agents and others that were actually on the ground in Iran even now, today, and preparing for this, who speak Persian, they speak Farsi fluently, and they're able to sneak in and get into the administration areas. They get to help to coordinate the attack. And that's what happened here, how they were able to easily get to the 40 wherever they were in the country, all over Iran. But I also want to mention that we haven't been talking about this, is that looking back at what has happened with the conflict between Israel and Hamas, Israel and Gaza, Israel and Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, is that you have this situation where there's conflict, where there's a limited attack, where they target the leadership. When the leadership is taken out, and then locally they appoint new transitional leaders, it's like what we're going to expect to see here in Iran, that if they're not if they also are equally as hostile, then they should be potentially expected to be taken out as well.
Okay, and which means you are suggesting that the war is not ending anytime soon. Is that the corollary?
Yes, I still would not call this a war. This is an action, limited strikes. It's not like we have ground troops coming in and committed by the United States to have a prolonged conflict. Right now, especially under the United States Constitution and what the President Trump is empowered to do, you could have up to 60 or 90 days potentially to have targeted attacks, missile attacks, drone attacks to accomplish a specific goal. Anything after that, then it requires the congressional approval. But right now, we're still within the 48 hours, more or less, of when this was started, and then he has to now explain himself to the American government in Congress, and that's still, we have another day for him to do that. But a lot of that's just procedural. But this is not a war.
Okay, Saurabh, before I come to you, I believe we have another breaking. Saurabh, I'm coming to you, just hold on. France has made a statement, need Iran to respect international obligations. Everyone is chiming in now. Obviously so, because who wants to be on the losing side? Ayatollah Khamenei is dead, 40 leaders of Iran are gone, and Iran is in a disarray, and it's not anytime soon that Tehran is stabilizing. While there might be a transition council, while there might be a transition government, remember, this is going to start a series of events on the ground. We have seen a yearning and churning for democracy in Iran, starting with the Mahisi protests in 2022 over the issue of hijab, the hijab protests as they were called. Now Iran reduced its cooperation with IAEA is a statement coming in from France, and essentially justifying the action of the Americans. Need Iran to respect international obligations. They were not doing so is the implication, and that is the reason why Iran is facing what it is according to France. So China earlier asking for de-escalation. Okay, on that note, I have to slip into a short break. Saurabh, stay with us. Don't go back. I'm coming back only in 2 minutes on the other side of a short break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off the plane, you realize this is the same spice jet. This is the same spice jet that does not have the money to pay the Bangladesh government, which is why it had been, I don't know the present situation, not allowed to fly in Bangladeshi airspace. They're out of money. Who is the owner of SpiceJet? This is the same SpiceJet, ladies and gentlemen, when another SpiceJet took off from Patna to Delhi on 19 June 2022. It caught fire soon after taking off from the airport. Flames were seen on the left wing of the aircraft. 2 blades were bent. So you should see the visuals then and now, ladies and gentlemen. Then and now. Look at that and now. Ladies and gentlemen, a SpiceJet plane catches fire in mid-air in December. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is 19 June 2022 and then now. And you are flying at your peril in this country. The government couldn't care less. SpiceJet is a near bankrupt airline. There is a nice duopoly going on between Air India and Indigo. The politicians fly chartered planes anyway. But I want to remind them, 2nd July 2022, another SpiceJet plane forced to make an emergency landing in Delhi after the crew noticed smoke in the cabin at an altitude exceeding 5,000 feet. Same SpiceJet. But I don't think the Civil Aviation Minister is angry with SpiceJet. It is just part of the problem. The Civil Aviation Minister will be angry with Republic, not with SpiceJet, not with Indigo, not with Air India. The Civil Aviation Minister, busy talking to the French about what planes they will be buying, is doing bigger stuff. He doesn't care about airlines in this country. On 12 September 2025, another SpiceJet SG 2906 Gujarat to Ahmedabad makes an emergency landing without landing gear. Without landing gear, look at its tires, they fall off. But the Civil Aviation Minister and the government won't be angry with SpiceJet. They will be angry with Republic, you see. A SpiceJet plane, 11 September 2025, Delhi to Kathmandu. Passengers are stranded inside without any air conditioning. They were told it's a technical fault. This is the reality of Indian aviation. But we have to discuss big things, you see. Why should big politicians talk about small things? Small things, ladies and gentlemen. Talking about what are small things for politicians.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off the...
All right, welcome back, friends. We are cutting live to pictures coming in from Tel Aviv, where some destruction seems to have taken place due to Iranian missiles raining in thick and fast. Even now, remember, Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is dead. Along with him, 40 other top leaders of Iran, including its defense minister, including its IRGC chief, including its military chief. But it seems there's somebody still controlling those missiles, and that's why those missiles keep coming in. These pictures, okay, these are pictures of those who are dead. Earlier pictures were of the destruction being caused by missiles coming in from Iran. Remember, there has been indiscriminate firing of missiles from Iran targeting civilian areas also. This is in retaliation to American and Israeli strikes that killed 40 of its top leaders. And of course, a school in southern Iran where about 70 or 80 students, mostly girls, were killed. That was one aspect of this military operation, which is going to trouble Israel and the United States for a bit, or it should. We have Ariala joining us live from Israel, so let's take a dip with her first. Ariala, welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us in this broadcast. And my first question to you is, are you doing good? Are you safe? Are you in a bunker? Are you still hearing sirens and Iranian missiles coming in on the Israeli side?
Yesterday morning, approximately 198 missiles were launched from Iran to Israel. Yes, most of the time we've received ahead of time alert, siren alert via our mobiles, informing us that in the near future there will be missiles launching in Israel. So of course we listen clearly and closely to the restrictions and guidelines of the Home Front Command of the State of Israel. And that way we are unfortunately also drilled along so long. Lots of years we've been under a bombardment from Gaza and from the Hezbollah and also from Iran. So we know how to behave during emergency in Israel.
Okay, and apart from Ariala, thank you Ariala for your opening comments. So we'll continue to have this conversation. We also have Professor Asif Ramiz Dawoodi is Middle East expert and faculty member of King Abdul Aziz University. As of now, he's joining us live from Delhi. Professor Dawoodi, you have a great understanding of the geography. You also have the understanding of the Shia-Sunni fault lines. How do you see these developments with Sayyid Ali Shah Khamenei dead and gone? You think Ayatollah Khamenei gone? You think that this is going to soften Iran in the geography, in the region, or it's going to make them even more hardline with the next leadership, doubling down on the martyrdom of Khamenei as they see it?
At this point of time, I believe it is going to soften them because there is a series, a wave of things that have happened for the past couple of days. If I don't mention past couple of years, just a week, for example. Now, we have seen how things have evolved there in Iran. Whatever is the reason, who started, who didn't start, who retaliated, who didn't, that's a different question. But what has happened is something beyond even Iran has ever expected. And in retaliation, Iran did so far, what Iran has done so far, especially in terms of attacking the bases in the Gulf region, that is something going very against Iran, apart from the other challenges that Iran is facing. Because here, when you start bombing or attacking the neighboring countries, and it goes to the, for example, civilians and parks and normal buildings where people live, and that creates some sort of damages, that is a violation. So here the point is Iran is going to be softened at this moment. If not, then it's going to create another havoc, another problem, and going to put itself in a problem in future. For a strategic point of view, I think the right movement, right time is to wait and properly decide what to do and make sure that there is no further regional escalation. There should be regional peace and it should be stable. It should not be something that every country here and there, especially in the holy month of Ramadan, should be suffering this way. And then in the name of retaliation, there other innocents are also being killed. I know that those who were killed in Iran, that is a big question. Okay, question mark. I don't say that it's right.
Yeah.
But the way it has palliated, the way it's taking it further, that is not in the right or good taste. So there should be something, the engagement and involvement of other sensible countries, those who believe that there should be proper, stability in the region, there should be no war. They should intervene and try to mediate and make sure that it actually somehow puts an end to this. Otherwise, the escalation is going to impact and affect each and every member of this global community, including yourself and myself. You talk about the choking of the Strait of Hormuz. You talk about attacking the cities in the UAE, which is the global market. You talk about attacking Bahrain bases, and these economical damages are there. Apart from that, when you think about the overall impact that this war is going to have globally, including India, myself, everywhere, this needs to somehow be checked by the concerned authorities, or at least those countries who believe that there should be some intervention.
Yeah.
When we talk about the United Nations Security Council's meeting or UN in general, so far we have not seen any kind of concrete results in different phases. Or you talk about Ukraine or Russia or other countries, the other wars, this was not very effective. But I think there should be some mechanism that we need to find out that how this is going to be stopped as soon as possible,
Yeah.
to make sure that peace prevails and prosperity prevails, development prevails in this region, especially in the Middle East.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, these are good opening comments and forward-looking comments. I believe, okay, let's go and explain for the benefit of our viewers as to how Iran was using the Strait of Hormuz choke points as a blackmail, and why the Americans perhaps decided that enough was enough. There were many reasons, one of which was this exact spot. Now, if you look at the larger geography, this is the Gulf. These are the Gulf states. This is Oman. This is UAE, the United Arab Emirates. This is Qatar. This is Bahrain. Here somewhere is Kuwait and the Saudi Arabia. Now, if you look at it, this point, this is Iran, of course, the red one. Now, this is called what is called the Strait of Hormuz. Now, if you look at it, friends, at its widest, this is just about 33 kilometers long. 33 kilometers long, wide actually, between Iran on this side and UAE on this side, just about 33 kilometers wide, about 160 kilometers long. Now, this water channel accounts for almost 1/3 of global energy supplies coming out of Gulf, going around the world, but coming out of this choke point. Now, Iranians are sitting here, and they could have stopped all supplies from going in. So far as India is concerned, that's about 30 to 40% of India's energy supplies, essentially LNG coming in from Qatar and oil coming in from Kuwait, from Qatar, from UAE. And so this was vital that this remained free. It remained free for most of the time, but the Iranians were threatening that with this launch of strikes, they would rather choke this. Of course, now with the leadership gone, they cannot. And that's a big sigh of relief. The risk of fuel price surge and inflation was there, now taken care of. That's the significance or the geostrategic significance of this geography of Strait of Hormuz. While it is about 33 kilometers wide, the channel available for navigation is about 2 kilometers long, in and out in this. So you can imagine the kind of risks that were there had the Iranians decided really to choke it and not let the energy supplies come in, both oil and LNG. Now with that gone, Saurabh, coming to you, the Americans in that sense and these strikes have sort of helped stabilize the global energy markets at least. That's one positive we can see coming out of this. the Saudis, the Qataris, the Bahrainis, the Kuwaitis, everyone there would be having a sigh of relief that at least now that point of blackmail is free. Saurabh.
Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes.
Abhishek, one of the things obviously is while, war is the, should not be the option and should be the last option. But sometimes for larger good, it becomes necessary. And, post the killing of the Iranian supreme leader, the entire top leadership of Iran eliminated. And Iran's attack on all these Middle Eastern allies of the US who were at loggerheads has in some ways brought them together. And also they will make sure that once the transition government happens, once you see the final stages of this IRGC resistance that is coming, once that goes away, you will see that not only it will stabilize the oil prices, but will also can create a lasting peace in the Middle East as well. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be a bumpy ride because obviously the history tells us that there have been, this entire region has been mired by conflicts, but I would still be optimistic to the extent. And I would also tell you, look at the statement. For instance, France, the statement coming from the French is a very, very critical one, a giveaway as well. Macron does not see eye to eye with President Trump, but post his action of US and Israel taking the entire top leadership out of Iran in the first 24 hours, also tells you a story of how this entire diplomatic and strategic and military action has created this whole, I would say, groundswell of support, if you ask me, in some ways, because France is an important member of the UN Security Council. China's statement obviously was an expected line because China has been elbowed out once again. So there is this
China
is a
is at
geopolitical...
least making a strong statement, Saurabh. China is at least making a strong statement. We are still awaiting the Ministry of External Affairs to come out with their own release. But China has already made two statements. Professor David Menashri of the Alliance Center for the Iranian Studies joins us live from Tel Aviv. But before I go to him, we have pictures coming in. More pictures coming in of Bahrain this time. Okay, these are Bahrain pictures. Just stay with them. Stay with them for a bit. These are pictures from Tel Aviv. We have pictures from Bahrain. And these show the kind of destruction in civilian areas that's happened really in Iranian counter-strikes. Let me get in Professor David Menashri on that note. Saurabh, I'm coming to you in a bit on the China angle, China aspect, because that's also important, but we have to stay with the pictures also. A lot of pictures keep coming in. Manama, Bahrain, that's, remember, the US 5th Fleet's headquarters there at Manama, and these are pictures from Dubai, these are pictures from Tel Aviv, these are pictures from Bahrain, and okay. Professor David Menashri, Iran continues to fire missiles and across all geographies and more specifically in civilian areas. That sort of is an indication that maybe things are working but not working with proper leadership and guidance, which is indicative enough of the fact that the top leadership of Iran is gone.
The top leadership is gone, but mainly, I would say that the supreme leader is not there. Iran had different difficulties functioning even before, and it's worse today. And we see that in Iran there are conflicts within society.
Professor Menashri, just hold on to your thoughts for just 30 seconds. We have fresh pictures, first time on air, of the CIA office in Dubai. That's been hit, and we have pictures, a video of that moment when the drone strike happened and the building is on fire. So it's not a hotel, it's actually where CIA is in this building. and which means the Iranians also have intelligence, and they are having those specific targets in mind when they carry out these kind of strikes. So this was a drone strike hitting the CIA office building in Dubai, and those are the pictures. Okay, coming back to Professor Manashri, please continue.
Yeah, the government was not functioning well in the best of times. Certainly now, with being beaten heavily by the United States in Israel, and when the supreme leader is not around, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult because Iran is in a very serious situation of mismanagement of the country for a long time, when people don't have water to drink, when people are devastated from this regime, and the majority of the Iranian people don't really want this regime to go on. Yet on the other side, there are the people who are in control, although many have been killed. But they made sure that everyone that is killed, there is someone to replace them. So it's not something that stopped altogether. And this damage that we can see all over the region that they are doing, it's going to be very difficult for the West, for the civilized world, I would say, to accept. Now you speak about the Straits of Hormuz. It's another thing that they are doing. They are harming themselves, because Iran needs the Strait of Hormuz more than anyone else. So the problem is today, what line, what direction this Iran wants to go. Iran is a country with around 90 million people. It's a huge country.
Professor, again, I'm getting a breaking news development. Sorry to be butting in. I'll come back to you just in a bit. And these are pictures from Karachi, the consulate there of the United States that's been targeted and hit. Karachi protests spanning out. These are protests which are widening. These are protests which are amplifying, and these are Pakistanis coming out and hitting at the United States. Now that's significant because President Trump believed that Pakistan is a friend. President Trump believed that General Field Marshal General, what's his name? Field Marshal Asim Munir. General Asim Munir is his best of friend, that he can take care of American interests. And here we have in Karachi, the consulate of the United States getting targeted to the extent that the police had to be called in. And this is when you have Pakistani Prime Minister expressing solidarity with Iran. That is when Pakistani Foreign Office condemning the American, calling them Israeli strikes and condemning those strikes in Iran, which have eliminated Ayatollah Khamenei. Pakistan in a quandary. But what is more important is for the United States to see that its interests in Pakistan are not safe. Can I take this for Saurabh Shukla? Saurabh, quick comments. Pakistan, can someone, you are there in Washington, D.C., can you take an appointment and tell President Trump that Pakistan is not their friend? And these ground pictures from the ground are proof that the Pakistanis do not like the United States and do not like Americans.
Pakistani leadership is the biggest double-faced leadership anywhere globally. And I think this has got proven once again that on one hand, they come to the US with begging bowl, try to extract a deal, trying to dole out crypto and other things. And now they can't even protect the US consulate. This is very, very shocking. And obviously, I'm sure, the security here in Washington, D.C. is watching this very closely. And obviously, you will see the Pakistani leadership coming crying, and they will be pulled up certainly for that. Having said that, I want to give an update here that the security across is being tightened in all US embassies, including in India. Also, US is also in touch with many friendly countries. I'm also told also with India and countries, because they do expect some of the Iranian proxies to mount some kind of attack on the U.S. and
Saurabh, but it does not help. You know, you have to speak directly to Trump. You have to tell him. Just 2 days back, he was saying Pakistan is my great friend, and in the context of a war with Afghanistan, President Trump was saying we are there with Pakistan. We have a great general there, and they are taking care of our interests. Now their consulate is. You have to directly speak to Trump. You know, you have to meet him. You are in Washington D.C. Just go and meet him and mention it to him. Look at these pictures, President Trump. What's happening to American consulate and the way it is getting targeted by the Pakistanis. But you know, let me take this to Professor Dawoodi. Professor Dawoodi, these local dynamics there. Pakistan condemning Israel for these strikes, while at the same time keeping bomb on American role, trying to be with the Saudis also. The fact that the Shia-Sunni fault lines are more pronounced in the last 24 hours than they have been because of the Iranian counter-strikes. These are going to have a play going forward. These are going to have consequences for each one of us, for our diplomacy, for our Ministry of External Affairs, for our diplomats there on the ground in all these countries, from Qatar to Bahrain to Kuwait to Iraq to Iran to Saudi Arabia and everywhere.
There's one more thing. Afghanistan and Pakistan, they do not even have a cordial relation. They started into some sort of internal rift. So that is also to be mentioned. Now, when you talk about the role, especially in global scenario, in international relations, no one is your permanent friend and no one is your permanent enemy in general. At this point of time, when things have deteriorated and you can notice even within Iran, there are some supporters and there are people against the regime. So similarly, we can expect these kinds of agitations or these kinds of reactions in different parts of the world in different modes and different forms. So that is one thing. But when it comes to diplomacy, when it comes to foreign policy, when it comes to handling these things in the right way, for this, they need to understand it more at this point of time. And the best part would be that instead of criticizing things, they should try to initiate and use their relations with those countries where they can influence the kind of decision to de-escalate everything at this point of time. But at the same time, instead of de-escalation, there are agitations within that country itself. So that is a big question.
Right. So in fact, requesting you to continue being with us. We're getting some breaking development now. Viewers, the Iranian army has confirmed that they have successfully bombed another US base, in fact, multiple. This comes right after, this is the second day of the war escalating, the tensions rising, and just yesterday, at least 7 US bases were under attack by the Iranian military. In fact, they have now said that after Khamenei's death, the Air Force fighter jets of the Islamic Republic of Iran army have successfully bombed many other US bases in Gulf countries and the Kurdistan region of Iraq in several waves of operations. Viewers, on your screens are the visuals of the attack on various US bases. The Iranian military is retaliating the preemptive strikes which most definitely killed Khamenei and also the defense minister of Iran, amongst many other civil and military leaders of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And now various US bases across Gulf are under the Iranian wrath. Viewers, these visuals show the evacuation of Israeli passengers after an Iranian missile struck the Israel airport today. These are the live visuals that we're getting in. US bases, military bases have been struck. Civilian establishments, including the Israeli airport, has been struck. You can see civilians carrying their children, their luggage, sliding down the emergency exit of the aircraft after Iranian missiles rained down on the Israeli airport. That's the latest that we're learning in. The war that's only becoming bigger. This is what is happening as of now in this very moment. These are live visuals on your screens. We're in fact being joined by Ariella, who speaks to us from Ashdod in Israel. Coming back to you, speak to us about these visuals. The latest we're getting in: civilian establishments remain under attack. The Israeli airport has been attacked. And, just yesterday, the Iron Dome was also activated. So speak to us about what this situation now looks like.
Well, first, I would like to highlight, when I'm listening here to the panel speaking, the U.S. and Israel didn't come out of blue and come and begin a war on Iran and on the regime. For years, Israel and the United States have suffered from this terrorist regime when they have killed hundreds of Israelis and U.S. citizens around the world. So finally, we, the people of Israel, are very happy that our government, along with the U.S., are outbreak with the war and have killed the head of the terrorist state. Now, yes, for years they have targeted civilians. This is not new. So what I see now is the continuous, of their policy. They do not define if it's military or citizens. They are shooting and bombarding in every direction. And if it's in Dubai, if it's in Tel Aviv. So this is the threat to the world. So I'm very happy that finally that we are entering maybe a very tense and hard days to come. But at the end and the near future, I hope that the people of Iran will take the regime and become a more, freer and have human rights and have a different dictatorship than that they had until now.
Right. In fact, also speak to us about where does this regionally leave Iran now? The entire Gulf has now been absorbed in the war indirectly because of Iranian strikes that rained on Bahrain, Doha, Dubai yesterday. And all of these missiles were targeted at civilian or commercial establishments, probably closer to US bases. But do you think that this, in a way, has turned the Gulf region against Iran?
Well, finally, I think that the Gulf region understands that what Israel told the world for several years by Netanyahu, that Iran is a threat to the stability and to the peace of the Middle East, but not only, is proving itself. So, as you see, they are directing civilians, commercial entities and plants, and they are not according to the international law, only targeting military facilities. So I'm not surprised at all. And this is the head of the snake that is finally being terminated. And hopefully in the near future, there will be a new era for all.
Right. In fact,
I don't know, Ariella, whether this is the case. Can we get more guests in the broadcast? Yes, we continue to have Professor David, we continue to have Professor Dawoodi, we continue to have Ariella. And Professor Dawoodi, a couple of things. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead, but there obviously would have been a scenario planning, so to say, of the Iranian establishment. If this happens, what's next and what's next? So we are seeing some of it by way of the missile strikes that continue, but political establishment would have its plans. What is your understanding? Are we going to see a more hardline regime coming out of this rather? Or are you going to see a temporary directionlessness, but ultimately coming back to where we stood? I mean, anyone who takes over from, and remember, there would have been a succession plan anyway because Khamenei was 86 or 87 years old. So if the next Ayatollah or the next supreme leader, what's the guarantee that that person is not going to be as hardline as Ayatollah Khamenei was, or as focused on the United States as the enemy of Iran as Ayatollah Khamenei was?
There must be a succession plan, as you said, and it's quite obvious. But whether it's going to be more, let's say, hardline or soft part, that still, I believe it's too early to say, but I think it's not going to be as hard as it used to be. That is one thing. I'll come to this point again, but I have a few things to mention here when I was listening to the fellow panelist here, there are two things that I would like to highlight. I personally do not support war. I hate it. And I pray that everybody stays safe everywhere and no life is taken. But when we talk about attacking civilians, the fellow panelist mentioned about attacking civilians and also following international laws in the context of Iran. I just want to be quite, generic and without having any kind of prejudiced approach. How about Gaza? How about Palestine? Do you think that we should not stop this? Do you think that the innocents, the women, the lives taken there, hospitals, civilians were killed, tens and thousands of people were killed there? Even though those lives matter, each and every life matters. So when we talk about thing of this sort, we should try to have a balanced approach that if one thing is wrong, the other thing is wrong as well. If one thing is right, the other thing is right as well. So there has to be a proper balancing instead of, appreciating one thing for no reason and criticizing the other thing for some reasons. So that is one thing that I wanted to highlight here through your channel, and with very humble and respectfully, I wanted to put this in front of you all.
Professor Dawoodi, as of now, we are just discussing the probabilities. We are just discussing what's happening on the ground. We are just discussing what has happened really, because the scale is yet to emerge. Remember, earlier we thought that nothing has happened, that Khamenei is safe. Then overnight reports came that Khamenei is dead. Now it seems that the destruction caused by Israeli and American strikes is much bigger, and about 40 civil and military leaders at the top level of the Iranian establishment are dead, including their defense minister, including their chief of the IRGC, and others. So while we are continuing to hear from Ali Larijani, we are continuing to hear from their foreign minister Arakchi, we are continuing to hear from their speaker, and there is a tremendous amount of posturing is still happening that Iran is not going to take this lying down. The fact of the matter is, we don't know whether enough of talent pool is left for the regime to continue to hit back, whether enough people are left to man those institutions, to give instructions, to continue to direct the forces on the ground. Also remember what Donald Trump has said. He has said that amnesty would be given, immunity would be given to those who turn around and go along with the masses, and this is going to be a one-time affair, and that those who come later are only going to face death, which means there is a proper American incentive now for many of the foot soldiers of the regime, both in the IRGC and the Basij, to really rebel or to turn around and go with the masses, which means to sort of, like we saw in the case of Venezuela, when Maduro was taken out, all those who were thought to be loyal to him turned around and came around to the Americans. So in this case, it seems the situation is fluid, so to say, and that over the next few days, we are going to see possibility of many of these elements who seem to be running the establishment of Iran turning around and coming to the side of the Americans. Professor David, you see that happening?
You are asking this to me?
Yes. Professor Menashe.
Can I ask you just a moment? I have an alarm here that they are expected to be bombing where we live, and in a few couple of minutes I'll have to get off the line. I said 2-3 words about it, if I may, because I have to really disconnect. Just imagine if Iran had nuclear weapon today, what could have happened? For years, we say that Iran is not the problem of Israel alone. It's not only the problem of Israel. It's the problem of the entire world. And it's time that something will be done. And I think this is an opportunity now. After what happened, Iranians have to do their own soul-searching where they want to go. They have extremist radicals who are determined to continue. This Islamic regime took power and is unwilling to to retreat from their line because they believe that they're representing the will of God on land. And whoever attacked yesterday should have thought about what's going to happen today. So it could have been even worse. So I think that the best way is to go back to diplomacy and speak with each other. The two sides were very close to agree, Iran and the United States. And I think that they should go back to, because right now you can see what is happening. And I must admit, we always think about the Arab side of the Gulf when we don't look at the east of Iran. And I'm learning from you, it's devastating what's going on in these parts of the world. And I think that it's a challenge for the free world.
We're getting in
and
the live
it's also a
visuals
challenge
on your
to
screens
the
right
Iranian
now.
people.
These are from Pakistan. Protests have erupted in Karachi. At least hundreds of people have stormed the US consulate. They smashed windows after US-Israeli strikes on Iran that deemed Ayatollah Khamenei to be killed. These are the protest sirens are sounding. In fact, the protesters also clashed with the police before attacking the US consulate in Karachi. Huge plumes of smoke going up. You can see the armed police on the road. Rambling.
इधर ही
The successors I had sent.
Viewers, these are the visuals of the protest.
These are pictures coming in from Karachi. These are massive protests panning out. These are protests that are turning violent. These are protests against Donald Trump. Had Donald Trump been the Consul General of the United States in Karachi, he would have seen what's happening to his team. He would have seen how America is hated and targeted in Pakistan on the ground. He would have seen that Pakistan cannot be a friend. He would have seen that Pakistanis are double-speaking agents who are hunting with the hound, running with the hare, as they say. I just flipped the saying. But what is important is that the Pakistanis are condemning the American strikes on Iran, even if they do not name America, they name Israel. The Pakistanis are confabulating with the Saudis. The Pakistanis have left Iran in the lurch. And the Pakistanis are not being good neighbors. And the Pakistanis have never been good neighbors to the east or to the west. And the Pakistanis are creating problems for the American interests and the American assets. The US consulate in Karachi is under threat. See the kind of deployment that has happened of the police forces just to prevent the attack from turning dangerous for the American citizens and the American diplomats in the Pakistani consulate. And for them, for Donald Trump to be saying that, oh, Pakistan is my dear friend, or the Pakistani Prime Minister is a dear friend, or that failed general is my dear friend, is all hogwash, is basically American president not being briefed on what Pakistan really means. Or maybe he knows, he's just papering over the facts for convenience, but that's unfortunate. Pictures coming in from Pakistan of people turning violent against the United States. Kesu.
In fact, of everything else, also not being a good or reliable ally. Just like 2 days ago, Donald Trump had said that he has a great, thick, deepened friendship with the Prime Minister of Pakistan and also with their military chief. And all of that stands in rubble today. These are the visuals of the protests that are ongoing in Karachi right now as we speak. In Pakistan, Karachi is up in smokes. Huge plumes of smoke going up as the US consulate has been vandalized by the Pakistanis. In fact, hundreds of Pakistani civilians clashed with the armed police, and the streets of Karachi now are completely halted, shut. Traffic stopped, daily life completely brought to a standstill in Karachi. And these are hundreds of Pakistanis protesting against US and Israeli strikes on Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme commander of Iran, who is now dead. And these are the visuals on your screens. Tensions rising, armed police barricading the streets to stop hundreds of protesters from turning these protests into a life threat for the American citizens and the American embassy, the consulate, which is under attack. Plumes of smoke going up, smoke bombs being used by the protesters on the streets of Karachi. These are visuals from today, viewers. This is the situation that's unfolding on the Pakistani soil.
Okay, let's go to Ainar on that note. Ainar, already two statements coming in from China, from Beijing, one from Beijing and one from the Chinese permanent representative at the United Nations, strongly condemning what has happened. That's some position being taken. I mean, we have not seen that kind of statement coming in even from Moscow. So in that sense, the Chinese realize that their interests are harmed or hampered with the developments in the Middle East, and the United States is firmly back in the game insofar as the Gulf is concerned, not the Biden era time of pulling back or standing off. The Americans are there right in, and they control the levers. They control everything now. So they're not a good development for the Chinese, and that's getting reflected in the kind of statement that have come in.
Well, I don't know if the U.S. has all the levers that it wants. You know, obviously, it did the same thing in Venezuela. It has not been as successful as they had anticipated. Donald Trump is not the alternate president of Venezuela. But in terms of what's happening, China is condemning this because this is something that goes to the heart of, sovereignty. You have a multipolar world, 195 countries. And if it's going to be a situation where one country, Washington or Jerusalem, decides who is going to be in power, already the Israeli press is talking about the fact that Erdogan is not a friend, that something has to be done about him. I just don't think that other countries should interfere in things. And I think India has had experience with that. I mean, your own leader, Modi, was put on blacklist, accused of being a terrorist, all sorts of things, while he was in charge of Gujarat. And, you could see if that was happening today, perhaps there would be some sort of pitch to do something to India. Obviously, India has nuclear weapons, so people would have to be very, very careful. But the idea that, one country should be controlling others, look what happened in Bangladesh, look what happened in Nepal. Obviously, there are American interests involved there in what they think of as a color revolution, but starkly in contrast to the interests of India. And, there have been other things, the tariffs, etc. So I don't know if the U.S. is playing with levers or they're just attempting to bully others. I just don't think that this is the way that you conduct yourself or that you can have a world that is peaceful if you start dismantling the very fabric of the international order.
While we are staying with the reactions coming in, the most violent reactions are happening in Pakistan, where 6 protesters have been killed, and that really shows that Pakistan is not America's friend. These are protests targeted at American interests. This is American consulate in Karachi being targeted. The police had to intervene, and the consequent rioting has led to the death of 6 of those protesters who were shouting death to America. And that's the kind of sentiment that the Pakistanis have.
Yeah, situation in Karachi is very bad. Let's get Gesu to give us the latest details on this. Gesu, can you just take us up to date? Can you for the next 5 minutes, go through all the big news stories that we have had? And may I request the desk, Shawan, the production team, Aditi, to take the visuals appropriately as Gesu goes through all of them. I'm leading into the first one tonight, so we'll cut away from the analysis for 5 minutes and come back to it later. The situation right now is very, very critical in Pakistan. It's a Hobson's choice, Gesu, for Asif Munir, and there's not been a word from Shehbaz Sharif. But when 10 people are killed outside the US consulate, I think all the leading Muslim organizations have called for nationwide protests against the killing of Khamenei. There are a lot of Shias there. And not just Shias, there's this general anti-American sentiment that's building up. I think that would be our big story. We will run appropriate visuals. No, you will not run the visuals that are not appropriate to what I'm saying. Can I go to the pictures in Karachi?
Yes, Karachi.
Aditi, you got to listen. And we'll go full frame. Yes. Now, Trump has killed Khamenei. The top band says, Trump kills Khamenei. You can go ahead with the first set of visuals. And Aditi, you can speak to Gesu about the visuals that we'll be showing. These are really, really, really powerful visuals coming in from Karachi out there. You see, there is the Shehbaz Sharif government, Asif Munir government knows very well that if this situation escalates, if Shias in Pakistan unite at a time when Pakistan is at war with Afghanistan. And you see the nats also. I'll run some of the nats on that, the natural ambience on that. Hear that.
आगे नहीं बेटा आगे नहीं
Now there's firing in the air. There's a lot of firing in the air that you're seeing there. But the security forces are looking intimidated. They are behind. They're behind the battle lines out here. And the man behind, the supervisor, whoever the head officer is saying, don't go further than that line. You see hundreds of people on the other side. If Shias turn out in large numbers in Pakistan, there will be huge social turmoil across Pakistan. This is Karachi, Shia stronghold. We'll be watching these visuals very carefully. So that's the impact. That's the first set of visuals. And now, over to you, Gesu.
At least hundreds of Pakistani civilians have taken to the streets, bringing the entire city to a standstill. And the Pakistani armed police just standing and looking at these protesters as they go on to completely take on the US consulate. In fact, windows have been smashed, stone pelting has been reported. At least 8 protesters have been killed and 30 injured so far as police opened fire on people protesting against Khamenei's killing. And this comes just a few days after President Donald Trump very proudly confessed to be extremely good friends with Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and their military chief Asim Munir. He said that they're all great men and America stands one with them against Afghanistan. And just 2 days later, this is how Pakistan chooses to pay back.
We must also now share, Gesu, with our viewers, the visuals that we have from various cities across Iran.
Yeah.
We must give our sense to our viewers of the reality on the ground.
Yes.
And this is the reality, Gesu, that Americans have not factored in. You've seen pictures from Shiraz. You've seen pictures from Tehran. And people are holding pictures of Khamenei. People are holding Iranian flags. Some people are seen there sort of, flagellating, waving their hair, angrily punching their fists in the air. Some are pounding their chests. It's very emotional scenes. Can the director listen to what I'm talking about? Thank you. The visuals from Isfahan, the visuals from Tehran, and while all of this has been happening out here, ladies and gentlemen, Iranian drones are attacking the very critical Omani port of Duqm.
Yeah.
And that's where a lot of monitoring happens. So they've attacked Duqm. They're targeting the places from where Iran does surveillance. So these are not random attacks, as some people are saying. This is not the Iranians randomly attacking different places. Yeah. Some of these are fairly targeted attacks. right? And we had a statement from, there's been fair amount of damage in Tel Aviv also. Let me show some pictures from Tel Aviv next, because there are 3 hotels which were targeted, and they kept saying, the Iranians kept saying, we're targeting the hotels because these are CIA bases.
Yeah.
Now, these are CIA facilities. You don't know whether they are CIA facilities or not, or whether it's random attacks, but they may not be as random as has been projected.
Yeah.
The biggest amount of violence, of course, viewers, has happened in Karachi, where people have been killed. This is typical Asif Munir overreaction. Yeah. Pakistan is in huge turmoil. Then we have pictures, we had visuals from Srinagar also, where Mirwais Umar Farooq is called, I think, for a day of
protest.
For a
protest morning.
For a protest morning.
Yes.
And a bandh.
And a bandh, and that has been supported by Mehbooba Mufti. Yeah. And these are the pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, full frame, once again, the pictures on the screen are from Srinagar, where people are saying that, you had no right to assassinate the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. As we see these pictures, we must keep in mind the large Shia population in India. India is one of the largest Shia populations in the entire world. And though there is a Shia-Sunni divide, these are all very peaceful. The governor of Kashmir has done a review of the situation. But there is a fair amount of, support for Khamenei, right?
In fact, security has been completely beefed up in Kashmir.
Show her on it.
Extra deployments were also made just yesterday, where globetrotters of the Air Force were flown into Kashmir, and extra troops were also deployed in Kashmir, including the CRPF and the Indian Army. However, the situation has not turned violent yet, but Mehbooba Mufti saying that, this is a shame that this has happened, or the fact that the countries of the Gulf should have stood with Iran and not with the actual truthful side of the war. They're not weighing it from the lens of neutrality or objectivity. They're weighing it from the lens of a communal feeling. And Mehbooba Mufti is at the front, at the fore of this all.
Yeah, and the other pictures were from Dubai. I don't know if you have the pictures from Dubai. I'd like to run them. In Dubai also, these are not random attacks, Abhishek.
They're not at all.
We have seen, there were some visuals that there's a lot of attacks around the Jebel Ali port.
Yes.
They're attacking a port.
Palm Jumeirah, even close to
Western media,
Burj
if the Western media is telling you that, you see, these are random attacks, the Iranians have lost their mind, they're just flailing their arms and legs about, it may not be exactly that. It may be more strategic than that, which means there is a thinking mind that's going on. And, Israel, of course, is saying that we are dropping thousands of bombs as well. But as of now, things are evenly poised. I want to go again once more to Einar. Einar, the Chinese statement, does it anyway indicate that China may get involved if this doesn't get resolved soon? By the way, by the way, I'm sorry, Einar, before I come to you, the situation in Karachi is really bad. There's a lot of firing, a lot of people being killed. We're told 12 Pakistanis have been killed now.
Yes, 12.
12 Pakistanis have been killed. Asif Munir has asked, for the complete use of force. Pitched fighting going on in Karachi. 12 people killed. Ladies and gentlemen, in Karachi. We have a report from inside Iran. This is from CGTN, so we're not taking editorial responsibility. It's Chinese CGTN. Let's just get what is put out there.
To the center of Tehran, Square, as you see, people are mourning the death of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. Reports indicated that he was killed yesterday by both U.S. and Israeli strikes. He was in his office in the center of Tehran. His death was confirmed by state TV this morning. And as you see in Al Square, people have gathered to mourn the death of the Supreme Leader. I also have to add that some IRGC commanders, including Secretary of Defense Council Ali Shamkhani, has also been assassinated. And also Chief Commander-in-Chief of IRGC, Mr. Pakpur. But the most important person in Iran in the last 4 decades is no one but Supreme Leader Khamenei. And as you see, people are mourning his death. I also talked to some of the mourners here. خسته نباشید. چرا اومدید اینجا؟ میشه توضیح بدید؟
ما اومدیم که بگیم اتحادمون مستحکم‌تر از همیشه هستش. بابت انقلابمون تا آخر جونمون هستیم.
ما اومدیم بگیم که رهبر ما رو زدید. انتقامشو که ازتون میگیریم.
فکر نکنن آقامون رو زدن میتونن راحت وارد کشورمون بشن. نه، زی خیال باطل. ما حتی 1 سانتیمتر، 1 وجب از خاکمون رو به اجانب نمیدیم.
As you see, the mournings here are held by pro-government people inside the country and mourning for Supreme Leader and chanting slogans against Israel and the U.S. And the emotions are very high, and so many people are crying and very angry. And it seems that IRGC will conduct retaliatory attacks in the coming hours, and we have to wait and see what will happen.
And report, Einar, going back to you, I was talking about China's response, and you heard my question. Is there an indication there that China may get involved more than it is directly?
Early, China's army is not set up to go abroad. They don't have they don't have the logistics to do that. It's not something that they can do. They have fulfilled peacekeeper missions, but those are very, very lightweight. They're not in a position to wage war overseas. The logistics would be too much. And you're talking about nuclear players. But having said that, I do think that China will provide aid in the sense of, in terms of missiles, perhaps radars, other things which are aimed at defensive maneuvers, not offensive. The difficulty here is that this is shaping up to be a very, very long-term situation. The Iranian people, as you can see, are not going to give in. It's if somebody who came into India, they will very proud. You would resist, very fiercely. And this is a large country. I think the U.S. at some point will pull out, especially when the economic consequences, especially to American consumers, kind of pushes Donald Trump to do a taco. So I don't know that it's long, but it's going to continue with Israel, and Iran is going to continue to be a problem. People have to think that if somebody assassinated the Pope, what would happen? People would be very angry. You're dealing with religious beliefs. These are the types of things that are encouraging real extremism. Some of these young kids who have no hope, especially in places like Pakistan, they might be tempted to sacrifice themselves in some sort of terrorist act. And we just don't know who that would be aimed at. Right now, it seems that their anger is directed at the U.S. and Israel, and those would be the logical targets.
Yeah. Well, there's also a leadership vacuum. We must always put that in mind. Ladies and gentlemen, showing you live pictures from Karachi. Look at that. It's getting worse. Can we increase the ambient sound so that viewers get a sense of what's happening? As we are reporting today, Pakistan is burning. Asif Munir has killed 12 Pakistanis. And thousands more are coming out on the streets. These are pictures that the Pakistani media is not showing. These are pictures of the Pakistani armed forces firing upon innocent protesters. Civilians are being killed. Random firing is going on. The paramilitary has been told to hold the protesters back. But there are more and more people who are coming out now.
And the armed police can be seen loading their pellets again and again. They're changing their magazines. The number of people is swelling on the streets. Huge plumes of smoke going up there. In fact, smoke bombs were not just thrown by the armed police, but the Pakistani protesters on the street. And the fact that in the last 1 hour, the police has not been able to contain anything. With 12 people killed at the hands of the state authorities, this is a huge question on not just the law and order situation in Pakistan, but also the fact that the country's stand, fabricated stand internationally, is so different from its on-ground reality, especially what it says about its allegiance towards the United States. That's all gone down in rubble now. These are the visuals on your screens, the latest that we've gotten in from Karachi. The entire city brought to a standstill by hundreds of protesters out to get the US consulate. In fact, windows have been smashed, the public property around has been damaged. US consulate has taken a few hits from the protesters, and now the armed police is just standing like a barricade between the consulate and the protesters, even though they're not able to contain anything at all.
Yes, the things are bad out here. Robinder Sachdeva, well-known strategic analyst, is live. Now, we're looking at Karachi. Your thoughts on what's happening in Pakistan? Robinder.
Well, thank you, sir. A pleasure to be with you. Well, what's happening in Pakistan is, on the one hand, incompetence. Firstly, I would start with that itself, incompetence of protecting the, consulates or embassies or missions of a foreign country. That's one. Second is lawlessness on the streets every now and then for whatsoever reasons, and a bunch of other things. I would like to, with your permission, sir, go back to a couple of things earlier being talked. One, our colleague mentioned that, unless Trump tacos out. Briefly, my take on the term taco, I have another take in my book. Taco is, yes, Trump always chickens out. At the last minute, he backs out. But there's also another Trump, which is the more predominant one, which is Trump always carries on the taco side. So a play, but it helps us understand, I think, the psychology and behavior of Trump. Now, coming back to the attacks, Arnab, sir, which you were mentioning. The Iranians are attacking. Of course, these are nearer geographically, all these Arab states. Their air defenses are not as to the standard, I would say, as the Israelis have. These are softer targets. American investments. Firstly, American bases. Yes, logical target. American investments. They've threatened oil companies also, I think the Chevrons and the Exxons, ConocoPhillips, who are up there in Kuwait, Saudi, Iraq, etc. Those are legitimate targets. Also targets are like the Trump International Hotel in Dubai, i.e. where American investments are there. Some iconic building, which is maybe a commercial building, but which is an American asset or an American company's asset or associated with someone there. So these would be probably legitimate targets. There was a talk of the Tukum port harbor being attacked. So the danger, and the first time ever, I think the new thing which is happening in this war now is that it's no longer Israel and, Iran and the US. The Middle East or the Gulf state, for the first time ever in their history, are getting bombed the way they are. Dubai never imagined. Doha never ever imagined. Bahrain never ever imagined. Yeah. Saudi, I don't know exactly what details, but it's reported something happening there also. So this could become the new, not normal, but really the spreading of the fire. Regime change, or wherever the regime decapitated, the regime could become some newer version of, let's say, the Hezbollah. Okay, whosoever is out there still, the Revolutionary Guards, and there is good amount of public support also there, as we can see on the streets. So at a lower cost, drones, missiles, etc. going across. So the biggest danger, not the biggest, there are many, but one big danger I see is in this whole Arab Gulf states for the long term. It's never happened. This will now become the new normal. Thirdly, regarding Trump, back to how he's selling it within America. See, there's a big portion of the MAGA crowd who says that why we should go, we should never have gone. Right, Tucker Carlson kinds also. Trump is framing it as not a war pushed by the Israelis, which to a good extent it is, not a war pushed by the Israelis, but rather a war to prevent an enemy of America from striking. And Trump laid out the laundry list of the last 45, 6, 7 years, what Iran has done against America, the hostages, this and that, etc. So he's casting Iran as a mortal enemy of America. And that is why it's important for America to wipe out this regime. So he's delinking it from the Israel factor.
Yeah.
Because otherwise there are two, downsides he's looking at. One, MAGA, many of them say no war. Why war? Yeah. He campaigned on not getting into new wars. And secondly, there's that segment also which says that, the tail wags the dog, that is Israel wags the American foreign policy. So he's trying to preempt that by articulating it as a action taken in the interest of American national
Let me put one thing in everyone's mind before Abhishek and Gesu give us a round of news updates. This is exactly what Trump said I will never do. He used to be critical. He says these neocons, they go all over the world and Americans die. I'm going to end all the wars. I'm going to bring in a new era of American peace and prosperity and make America great again.
Yeah.
He's done exactly the thing he said, I will never follow George W. Bush's playbook. And today he's taken it next level. Yes, Abhishek and Gesu.
Storming of the consulate of the United States in Karachi is a big development and 12 people dead.
The violence is in Lahore also, by the way.
Yes, in Lahore also. And the fact that law and order situation is out of control, the fact that this storming could happen. Gesu, what more facts can you share so that people understand what's really happening between Pakistan and the United States, whether this is a friendship or whether this is actually just a relationship of convenience?
It started with people actually carrying placards and photographs of Khamenei and marching onto the streets and quickly turned into smoke bombs being thrown from the side of the protesters. In fact, the armed police not only opened fire, but they've killed at least 12 protesters with reports suggesting 30 have been injured. So we don't know how many of these 30 will actually make it, but the police has fired shots at their own people for protesting out in their streets. And these people are supporting Iran. They are not standing with the US or the Israel. And that's what's happening on the streets of Karachi. In fact, we also will get visuals from Lahore in a bit. Lahore is also completely shaken. So different pockets, major cities of Pakistan, completely brought to a standstill.
Our PCR teams will be changing the visuals as Abhishek and Gesu take us through the latest visuals. Abhishek and Gesu, please, with them on the screen, full frame.
These are pictures from inside the hotel, which has been on fire. This is Dubai, and this is Dubai airport actually, and we have seen pictures of destruction coming in from Dubai, from the airport, from a hotel, from Palm Jumeirah, from close to the Burj Khalifa, from the CIA office building, the office building that's occupied by the CIA, and this is the one which we are talking about, Gesu, and this is very comprehensive targeting of the United Arab Emirates. This is clearly the Shia-Sunni fault line at play.
And in fact, all the civilian establishments and commercial establishments are under fire from the side of Iranian military. In fact, they've said that we're hitting targets close to the US air bases. And all of these include civilian targets. This is absolute war crime that's ongoing. In fact, places like Doha, Dubai, Bahrain, some of the countries that are supposed to be the safest have not experienced a war or hostilities in so long, in yesteryears. And suddenly Iran has started striking all of these territories. And it's happening solely because they're hosting US bases. So now taking sides has also become criminal, and Iran is going after everybody who is taking a US's stand except for Israel. Israel's Iron Dome was activated last night. Until then, there were no strikes reported on the Israeli territory. And just today morning, we've seen a few in Tel Aviv. And last night also, I think one more that happened in Tel Aviv. But other than that, they are creating a problem for themselves.
Go
Iran
to the news,
is
go to
around.
the news. Stay with the news.
Yes.
Okay, more breaking coming in. The Israeli Foreign Ministry is going to have a briefing in just about half an hour's time from now, and that's you can expect is going to give us more details of the Operation Roaring Lion, as they called it.
Can we stay with the news and the visuals? Our PCR team is firing the visuals.
And more pictures, more videos out. There are more videos. There is a video of the CENTCOM.
PCR, please tell. Shawan, please help. Shawan, you can guide Gesu and Abhishek on the visuals that we are showing so they can talk over it. Thank you. Please carry on.
Okay, more pictures from Doha and Qatar, and these are from earlier where Iranian strikes, drone strikes and missile strikes have caused some amount of destruction, physical damage, infrastructure damage, and Whether there have been casualties, we don't know. Gesu, more pictures from these are pictures from Doha.
Yeah.
Earlier we had pictures from Bahrain. And at least in one instance, an American asset has been hit in Bahrain, in Manama, and that's also the headquarters of the 5th Fleet of the US Navy. And these are pictures from Doha. You can speak over them. These seem like airport pictures.
Yes, these look like the airport pictures. In fact, the airspace has been stalled across various regions, and that's left people waiting. These are the pictures from the Doha airport, completely packed. In fact, the CIA headquarters in Dubai just earlier today, these are the visuals. A tall storied building completely blown up into smokes. Now, Iran has been using kamikaze drones to strike these buildings. They've been using precision-guided missiles to strike these buildings, and it's been happening since yesterday. But the war has escalated in the last 16
And by the way, there are protests in New York also. Let me tell you, not surprisingly, I'm no fan of his, but Mamdani is looking for a political opportunity. He's told people in New York to go on the streets, and he says this is a catastrophic escalation, an illegal war of aggression. So even Mamdani, who used to stand like a good schoolboy next to Trump after getting elected, has now said there should be protests. In fact, there are lots of protesters who hit the streets in New York as well. So Trump's problems are not ending.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the CGTN report was very revealing. This is, how is Trump going to explain this to his local audience? What are Americans going to ask him? What have you gained? Americans, the ordinary American is not into strategy. The ordinary American will talk about what matters to them. We have a soundbite of Asaduddin Owaisi. I want to play that out. Let's hear what he says. Asaduddin Owaisi of the All India Majlis-e-Ittihadul Muslimin.
अनलॉफुल एक्ट मानता हूं आयतुल्लाह खामेनी की मौत को, और मेरी तरफ से, हमारी पार्टी की तरफ से ना सिर्फ उनके शिया वर्ल्ड को, बल्कि पूरे लोगों को जो उनको अपना रहबर मानते थे, शिया कौम उनको अपना रहबर मानती थी, और हम ये मुतालबा करते हैं कि ये जंग ख़त्म होनी चाहिए और भारत सरकार को इसमें अपना रोल निभाने की ज़रूरत है। और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि मौजूदा बीजेपी की सरकार आयतुल्लाह खामेनी की मौत को कंडेम करेगी, इस जंग को रुकाने की पूरी कोशिश करेगी, क्योंकि याद रखिए कि 10 मिलियन के करीब भारत के नागरिक गल्फ कंट्रीज में काम करते हैं, और अभी इत्तला आई कि ओमान के पोर्ट पर शायद हमारे एक इंडियन वर्कर की जख्मी भी हुए हैं। तो ये बहुत, अगर ये जंग नहीं रुकेगी तो फिर ये बहुत आगे बढ़ेगी, ये टर्मोइल होगा पूरे इलाके में। और आपको अंदाज़ा भी नहीं है कि कई भारत के लोग जो उम्रा करने के लिए गए हैं और वो ट्रैवल एजेंट के जरिए जाते, पैसे देते 2 दिन मक्के में, 3 दिन मदीने में, अब उनके पास पैसे नहीं है, वहाँ पे फ्लाइट ही नहीं उड़ रही है वहाँ पे। तो कितनी परेशानी हो रही है। और साथ ही साथ आप ये भी बात जानते हैं कि हमारे जो पड़ोसी मुल्क है और जो इजराइल है, ये दोनों मुल्क अपने पड़ोसियों को चैन से जीने नहीं दे रहे। अफगानिस्तान में हमला, और फिर इजराइल जो है बार बार जून में ईरान पे हमला किया, और इजराइल बेंजामिन नेतन्याहू ने 70,000 से ज्यादा फलस्तीनियों का जेनोसाइड किया। ये जेनोसाइडल रजीम है और जो हमेशा शरारत करते रहते हैं। तो ये मेरे एहसासात हैं अपनी पार्टी की तरफ से, और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि हमारी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया खामेनी की मौत की मजम्मत करेगी, और अगर ये जंग नहीं रुकेगी जो एक इलीगल है और कोई खतरा नहीं था किसी को, सिर्फ दबाना चाह रहे थे और जुल्म कर रहे हैं इस तरह वहां पर हमला करके, और इसके जो नताइज निकलेंगे वो बुरे निकलने वाले हैं। हम लोग अंडर एस्टिमेट कर रहे हैं, ये ख़त्म होने वाली नहीं। अगर ट्रंप और नेतन्याहू समझ रहे हैं कि रजीम चेंज होगा ईरान में, मैं नहीं समझता कि रजीम चेंज होने जाने वाला है।
सर, पूरे वैश्विक पटल पे पहले ये जो टैरिफ का वो आया, उसके बाद वेनेजुएला की जो घटना घटी और ये घटना, इसको आप कैसे देखते हैं, क्योंकि अमेरिका लीड करता रहा है?
नहीं, देखिए, जितना इंटरनेशनल रूल बेस्ड ऑर्डर था वेनेजुएला पे हमले के बाद वो खत्म हो गया। अब और उसको आप खत्म कर दिए जब आप इजराइल के साथ मिलकर ईरान पर हमला किए। जेनीवा में ब्रेक थ्रू हो गया था बातचीत का। ओबामा जब प्रेसिडेंट थे तो उन्होंने ईरान से JCPOA एक एग्रीमेंट किया कि सिर्फ 3% न्यूक्लियर फ्यूल बनाएंगे। ट्रम्प प्रेसिडेंट बने, उन्होंने उस ट्रीटी को ही खत्म कर दिया, तो ईरान 60% पे चला गया। 90% होना चाहिए आपको न्यूक्लियर बॉम्ब बनाने के लिए। अब कौन जिम्मेदार है उसका, बोलिए? अब जेनीवा में बातचीत हो रही थी, तकरीबन ब्रेक थ्रू हो गया था, और जैसा ब्रेक थ्रू हुआ, ये गोरी चमड़ी का ट्रम्प जो है बेनियामिन नेतन्याहू के इशारे पर यहां पर ईरान पे हमला कर दिया और पूरा इलाका जो है वो टर्मोइल में आ गया। अब बताइए, दुबई का एयरपोर्ट में लोग फंसे हुए हैं, फ्लाइट्स कैंसल हो रहे हैं, एक अफरा तफरी का माहौल बन चुका है पूरा, और ऑयल प्राइसेस बढ़ जाएंगे और उसका असर भारत पे ही पड़ने वाला है। हम तो 80%, 25% तो ऑयल तो इंपोर्ट करते हैं हम। अगर $1, $2 भी बढ़ गया तो कितना बड़ा हम पे बोझ पड़ जाएगा। तो ये चीजें हैं, और सिर्फ एक स्टेटमेंट देने से भारत सरकार, मोदी सरकार अपनी जिम्मेदारी को नहीं निभा रही। उनको ये पूरी कोशिश करना चाहिए। याद रखिए, अगर ये आग फैल गई जंग की, तो जाहिर है ये तमाम ममालिक में हमले हो रहे हैं, तो फिर इसका नुकसान भारत के ही उन करीब 1 करोड़ जो लोग मेहनत करते हैं वहां पर और अपने गाढ़े खून की कमाई से भारत को फॉरेन एक्सचेंज भिजाते, उनका मुस्तकबिल क्या होगा फिर?
सर, ये पूरे प्रकरण में अपने पड़ोसी मुल्क पाकिस्तान को किस तरह से देख रहे हैं?
मैं तो बोला ना, मैं तो आपको बोल दिया ना कि पाकिस्तान भारत का नेबर है। इजराइल के अतराफ में जितने नेबरिंग कंट्रीज है, चाहे लेबनान हो, सीरिया हो, खतर हो, इन तमाम ये दोनों कंट्रीज जो है अपनी शरारत और अपने ईवल जहनियत से अपने पड़ोस में सुकून से रहने देते किसी को। और पाकिस्तान अफगानिस्तान पे हमला कर दिया और इजराइल जो है वही कर रहा है। 19वीं सेंचुरी के आगाज में 2 ही कंट्रीज मजहब के नाम पे बनाए गए थे और दोनों नाकाम फेल स्टेट्स हैं। ये आपके सामने मिसाल है, देख रहे हैं आप। एक तो जेनोसाइड कर रहा है फलस्तीनियों का 75 साल से, और एक रेसिस्ट और डिस्क्रिमिनेटरी स्टेट अगर कहीं दुनिया में है तो इजराइल है। और ये पाकिस्तान कभी भी भारत को सुकून से रहने नहीं देगा, हमेशा टेररिज्म को प्रमोट करता है और प्रमोट करता रहेगा।
Sir, do you believe Khamenei's death could create a wider conflict in West Asia? I mean, especially
it is. See, if you hit Ayatollah Khamenei, who is the rahbar of the Iran, the marja of Iran also, and he is respected throughout the Islamic world, especially for the Shias. He is their marja, he is the rahbar. His word is the final word for the Shia community, and if you target him, of course the Iranians will not keep quiet. How do you expect someone to come and attack you and to keep quiet? There is no reason at all. Which United Nations sanction is there or resolution is there? You are talking to Iran in Geneva. There's a breakthrough in talks, and according to media reports, even the stockpiles, the nuclear stockpiles would have been also been left or given over. So when there's a breakthrough in talks, you attack and you kill an 86-year-old man. This is a cowardly attack. It's an inhuman, immoral attack on the people of Iran. 158 small school-going children have died in this. Where is this so-called Western humanity? This is nothing but we should call it an Epstein attack on the Iran. And if this war is not stopped, this will spread throughout that region.
Yeah. Rakshita, that was Asaduddin Owaisi's statement. In fact, he said that there will not be a regime change that he sees will be on the cards. In fact, quickly moving across to these visuals, a report that we've, gotten, an exclusive report from Arnab in Tehran. But before that, let's also take a look at what's happening in Karachi. We're getting in some very interesting visuals, live shots, showing how the tensions are just escalating in Karachi. Rakshita.
Right. These are the protests. Earlier also we had got visuals from the embassy that was being vandalized, and now we have more visuals coming. You can see the American flag over there, and live shots coming in from Karachi, heavy security deployment now. And of course, you can see the repercussions of this, what has happened. The news that broke about Khamenei's death is seeing this effect across Asia, not just in West Asia. We also see in Pakistan, particularly the Shiite community, of course, is enraged right now as we see. And we are getting in more and more visuals. You can see there is heavy security deployment, and there is, I think, a riot police that has also been deployed on the streets so that those protesters who turned violent can be dispersed off. And I think the situation right now looks in control, at least on the streets of Karachi.
In fact, we also saw the flag right there, the consulate. We could see the American flag and plumes of smoke going under it. And these are live shots. We are getting live shots from Karachi. The consulate is under attack. In fact, this is not just happening in Karachi. We're also getting visuals from Lahore, where a similar kind of protest has erupted. And this tension has just taken over the streets of Pakistan. It's brought major cities to a complete standstill across Pakistan. And at least 12 people, from what last we learned, have been killed. 30 others have been injured. These are the live visuals that are coming in from the protests that erupted in Karachi. And in fact, viewers, we also have a report that's coming in from Iran itself. That's a report that's coming in from Arnab, and that's going to show us the scale of what is happening in Iran and the counter strikes between Iran and Israel. What effect has it had on the civilian life? Take a look at this report.
Many Iranians had anticipated possible strikes on military or tactical sites amid rising tensions, but no one expected a school to be targeted. Authorities say more than 100 students were killed when the elementary girls' school in Arnab was struck. Dozens more were injured. Rescue teams are continuing to search through the rubble as families gathered outside hospitals awaiting news. The attack is part of a broader wave of Israeli strikes across the country, according to state media.
This is an Israeli practice. Remember what they did to schools in Gaza? They purposely hit schools, hit hospitals. This is an Israeli practice. They call it the Zahia doctrine. That means that you create a lot of suffering for ordinary citizens. This is what they did. They want to make Iran look like Gaza. They're going to fail, but this is why they're hitting schools.
Iran's foreign ministry has described the strike as a flagrant violation of international law and urged the United Nations to respond. Officials say funerals for the victims are expected in the coming days as the country mourns one of the deadliest single incidents in recent years. There has been no immediate public response from Israel regarding the strike on the Arnab school. Here in Tehran, officials describe the strike as devastating and a clear violation of international law, saying the targeting of a school could have serious consequences. In a word, hearts here have been broken. Seper Sarami, CGTN, Tehran.
Go back to those visuals coming in from Karachi. Dramatic visuals you can see there, as you can see that plumes of smoke emanating, and there is, of course, a high security situation, a high alert there, as you can see there are firefighters also being rushed. Okay, this is a security vehicle also that we see right now, and there is what we understand, there was vandalism. The embassy was attacked in in Karachi, the US Embassy. We're showing you live shots. This is a camera movement, and of course there is an emergency situation on ground right now, because we are witnessing these visuals from Karachi in Pakistan, and as we speak, we continue to talk to our guests as well. We also have Akiva Spiegelman, Media and International Affairs consultant, is joining us from Israel, and we see this. These are reactions coming in, Akiva, from across the globe, in Asia, in South Asia, in West Asia as well. You can see that there are ripple effects of what has happened, Akiva. But how do you see who's standing with Israel right now? What is the support as far as Israel and this entire operation, US and Israel operation, is concerned, in your understanding?
The most important thing is that we are in complete correlation with the United States of America. They were counterparts in this attack. This was a preemptive attack. We've been threatened by the Iranian regime for years now, for decades, with no response. They've attacked us last year. They've attacked us multiple times, ballistic missiles. It's unheard of in the modern era. Now, I think it's important to remind all the people doubting this extraordinary mission that the IRGC is a terrorist-run state. People of Iran have suffered under the IRGC for years. They've been tormented, slaughtered, even in recent weeks. And we're glad to see that finally action has been taken against a cruel regime. Again, it was cruel towards its people, it was cruel towards the rest of the world, it was a threat to the free world. And I think we need to take into account that Khamenei will not be missed. He was a modern-day Hitler who held back from no means to threaten the free world, work with the biggest enemies, creating nuclear power, and seemingly not afraid to use it, and even shooting ballistic missiles into the state of Israel. And so it's an historic feat, the fact that he was eliminated. It's a question now what the Iranian people will do, if they will pick up and be able to regain control of their country, of their freedom, for the first time since 1979, and bring Iran back to where it's supposed to be, a free, sovereign, growing state. And we're hoping to see real change as the regime now has unofficially fallen.
Right, Akiva, just stay on with us. We also are showing in more visuals from across West Asia. You can see this is coming in from Baghdad in Iraq, where the protests have erupted over the death of Ayatollah Khamenei. And these, of course, Iraq being a Shia majority country, you see that people are out on the streets. Okay, this is the visual of a building that has been destroyed in Iranian strikes, from visual from Tel Aviv there. This building that is completely decapitated. Okay, this is completely destroyed. Visuals coming in from Tehran now coming in. These are new visuals coming in, and you can see the smoke that is billowing, and it all looks like almost a cloud merging with the clouds. That is a fresh visual that is on your screens right now from Tehran.
Yeah.
This is from IRGC right in Tehran, and there are multiple strikes that are being reported in Tehran as we speak.
In fact, the Israeli Defense Forces have released official statements explaining that they have, attacked several facilities across Tehran. One is their Freedom Tower. They have launched an attack, a strike near the Freedom Tower in Tehran. In fact, various other facilities have been attacked, and all of these look like the state facilities. They look like government establishments that have been under attack from the Israeli retaliation after last night's boiling of the war that came to a fore. Now, these are the latest visuals that we have from Tehran, and this is not just the one that we have. We have about 4 to 5 more visuals from Tehran, different facilities completely under attack.
Okay, there are more live shots coming in. That is another vantage point from Tehran. As you can see, there has been an attack near Tehran's Freedom Tower as well. And this is another location right in Tehran that we are showing you right now. As you can see, the huge plumes of smoke that is billowing from that building. And in fact, Iran state media is also reporting that 140 people have been killed in the American and Israeli strikes. 95 have been injured at the Shajareh Tayyaba girls' primary school in Minab city as well. So there have been massive civilian casualties as reported by the Iranian state media.
Yeah. Let's also listen into the listen into the ambience of these shots. You know, that will help us understand the gravity of what has happened on ground in Tehran. Explosions are sounding across different areas in Tehran. We just heard it in the videos as well. And in fact, clouds of smoke completely up in the air, different parts of the city completely charred by these explosive attacks. And in fact, this also comes at a time when Iranian military chief has said after the entire leadership has been wiped out, the Iranian regime stands wiped out, the military chief has said that they are going to do their best to thwart any attempts or attacks that are rained on the Iranian territory. And just this morning, that statement came out, following which Israeli strikes have once again jolted different parts of Tehran as the city remains under attack. These are the visuals of the Iranian capital, completely under attack. Huge plumes of smoke going up from different facilities that have been struck by Israel-US joint operations just this morning. In fact, these are live visuals that we're getting in from Tehran. As we speak, this is what the city looks like. This is what the condition of the city looks like post just 24 hours of the war. The first 24 hours of the war have become so turbulent. In fact, the entire West Asian region stands to see what is going to happen, what the developments are going to look like. Buildings are completely charred. And these are visuals that we're getting in from Tehran. And this is not just one, but multiple facilities, at least more than 4, that have been struck by Israel-US joint operations. Just right now, these are the visuals live on your screens.
Right, massive explosions that have been heard. And in fact, even the state media is reporting that there have been terrible explosions reported, missile and air attacks. And then massive explosions have been heard in Sayed Khandan and Kasra intersections at Vanak Square and Motahara Street in Iran. From Tehran is right now under attack. It's back-to-back attacks, in fact, in Tehran. And of course, the government buildings also on target. The regime's buildings and the headquarters and all the centers in connection particularly have been under attack. But yes, the civilian casualties is the damage that also Iran has to incur, as they are reporting that multiple children also, students also have lost their lives. So we understand that these are neighborhoods which also have important buildings like schools, and there are other important buildings
civilian
also.
establishments.
We understand that there are part of these areas of target, and in fact we continue to also be connected with our guests. Kesu, if you'd like to go across to one of them.
Yeah. In fact, Tehran has completely been reduced to rubble. Different parts of the city completely brought down. We have some close-up visuals also on our screens right now. And these are the live shots of what's happening. We just looked at the scale of this entire attack that's been happening on Tehran. In fact, viewers, we also have information on Abu Dhabi and Dubai. The cities have been attacked once again, and this is extremely shocking. Explosions have been heard in Abu Dhabi and Dubai once again. Just yesterday, Dubai thwarted a very close attack to the Burj Khalifa. Right next to the Burj Khalifa, buildings were downed as a kamikaze drone came and struck various high-rise buildings across Dubai. Now, Gulf, which is known to be a safe zone, is now heading into the war phase first. Explosions are once again heard in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. Rakshita.
Right. So these are the images. We'll just play out those visuals also that will come in. The explosions continue to be heard in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. All the prime locations have been of course on high alert in UAE, and Abu Dhabi and Dubai being the most prominent cities. And now we have those visuals that are just coming in from Dubai and Okay, this is the visual from Tehran. We will just show you those visuals. But yes, the information keeps trickling in. We are telling you about what's happening in the adjacent countries as well. Explosions heard in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. Residents have been asked to take shelter. Meanwhile, in Tehran, you can see it's absolute state of destruction. The destruction that can be that is quite visible in these shots that we are showing you. These are different areas from Tehran. That's in the heart of Iran. We can see that is under attack. It's being pounded by the missiles, American and Israeli missiles that are targeting Tehran, and footages coming in of the strike on the headquarters of the Iranian terror regime in Tehran a few minutes back. Also, we are going to play out that in a short while from now. So we're going to get you that footage of the strike on the headquarters of the regime. So important targets because Iran and because Israel and United States are making sure that all those connected with the regime have to be eliminated. That is very much clear from Israel and United States that this is their aim. Okay, very, very dramatic footage that we have now just received playing out on your screens right now. Dismantlement of the headquarters. This is released by the Israeli Defense Forces, and this is the regime's headquarters that has been now completely dismantled by the Israeli Defense Forces. So they continue to release these footages as they did yesterday, and one by one all those headquarters, all the centers of the Iranian in connection with the Iranian regime are being dismantled, and this is a message being sent out by Israel that they will not spare anyone who is part of this regime.
In fact, you know, Rakshita, also a very good way of just specifying that every time a target is hit, a drone footage by the Israeli Defense Forces is out in the public eye. It shows the target that has been hit, the target that's been brought down to rubble. And what they've said is that this area, these buildings, this belongs to the Iranian regime. And down with the regime is what, Israel and US have been singing on since the beginning of this war. And today, the IDF has said it loud and clear that they are coming to strike the heart of the Iranian regime, the capital of Iran, Tehran, which remains under attack. In fact, this is the latest drone visual that has been uploaded by the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, of the precision strikes that they have made on what they claim to be the Iranian regime center. In fact, they've called the Iranian regime terrorists, and they have said that they have struck the area where these terrorists reside. That's the exact update from the Israeli Defense Forces.
Meanwhile, there are more updates coming in from the Iranian side as well. Iranian Air Force fighter jets, what we understand is that they have bombed multiple bases. Of course, they continue to target them. Now, they have bombed U.S. military bases in the Persian Gulf countries, in the Kurdistan region also of Iraq, just minutes back. So there are fresh attacks from Iran that continue on the American bases. This one is coming in from Iraq, the bases in Iraq, the Kurdistan region. And of course, this is a statement that has come from the Islamic Republic of Iran's army now. Yes, the commander has been eliminated. All the top commanders, all those leaders who were the center of power, including Khamenei, of course, being at the helm, have been eliminated. But what we understand is that, and it's in fact a question that Iran continues to have that capacity to counter-attack the bases. It is continuing to pound those bases in the Gulf region, in the Gulf countries, in Iraq, if we talk about. And we have more reactions also that have come in. We are showing you multiple visuals from Israel to Iran to the neighboring countries, Dubai, Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Of course, they're also on high alert. There are more strikes that have been reported. So it's in a state, it's absolutely terrifying for the people right now who are in West Asia. On all the Gulf countries, we see that this conflict has spilled out like it's just like forest fire. It has been caught in this war that has unfolded right after Israel had started to strike. Yeah.
In fact, Rakshita, we're just getting in another breaking development. Now, the UAE has finally spoken. They have spoken about the strikes that are being constantly rained on the Gulf neighbors from the Iranian military. They have said that the Iranians are not at war with their neighbors. They are, in fact, at war with just Israel and the US. And that's where they should take out all their military aggression. First statement from the UAE after suffering under Iranian attacks and strikes for the last 2 days, over 24 hours now. We're touching 48 hours of the war, and now UAE has finally spoken. Dubai, remember viewers, was under attack. Right next to Burj Khalifa, there were strikes that were reported. In fact, one life was also lost. And various other peace-loving countries which have not gone to war for so long, Bahrain, Baghdad, even, various Israeli territories have been struck by Iranians. And now UAE has made it clear in the latest that we're learning that Iranians are not at war with their neighbors. The Gulf is not at war, and Iran should only retaliate to the aggressors.
Right. We will slip into a very, very short break with our guests as well, Gesu. So, viewers, we continue to get you all the minute-by-minute developments on this war that we are closely tracking. Right back after this very, very short break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off the
Welcome back. This is the latest visual we have from Tehran as it continues to be under attack. You have visuals from different points, different vantage points, different locations across Iran, and this is particularly the visual from Tehran that we are showing you. It shows the scale of the attack, and you can see the thick plumes of smoke that are billowing from different buildings. This is not just one building, and one of the buildings happens to be also the headquarters of the regime. And that has been also released by the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, how they dismantled the headquarters. They call it the terror headquarters of the terror regime. And this, as we continue to track every inside detail of how Khamenei was was eliminated, was taken out. We will be showing you also visuals from across Asia, as there are more visuals coming in. Protests happening in different parts of the world. This is a visual from Pakistan's Karachi, as the U.S. embassy, the American embassy, was attacked by the protesters. You can see the anti-riot police is right now on the streets, and they're using tear gas to disperse the protesters right now. Tear gas being fired by the security personnel in Karachi to ward off the protesters who have attacked the U.S. embassy. Remember, Pakistan had yesterday also lent support to Iran, at least in speech, in letter, as we had got that release of the phone call between the Teheranian counterpart and Pakistan's foreign minister. And the conversation, what we understand is that Pakistan condemned this attack on Iran by Israel. And the U.S., remember, U.S. has said it openly that it is United States operation, and that, of course, now throws Pakistan, its foreign policy, as it has always been in the doldrums. It leaves it nowhere with no stand, and of course, this is not going to go down well with the United States. What's happening in Karachi and other areas in other important cities like Lahore as well. Meanwhile, we'll also show you how the world is reacting to this. Okay, this is the latest visual from the Dubai airport, from the international airport. This is how the Israeli strikes and the American strikes have, in fact, this is the Iranian strikes, in fact, have caused damage in areas of Dubai and Abu Dhabi. People have been asked to take shelter. As you can see, this is the aftermath of the Iranian strike in UAE. And we play out those quotes from the statements that have been released by different countries. Gesu, this is from Russia as well.
In fact, various ambassadors, some coming out in support of Israel and the others coming out in support of Iran. In fact, this is a statement from the Chinese ambassador, who has said they've condemned the attack on Iran. In fact, US's ambassador, Mike Waltz, he has, of course, supported. He has said that this was necessary and this step had to be taken since Iran was not giving up its nuclear ambitions, and the danger over that could have mounted. We also have statements from Russia. We have statements from UK, the one reflecting right on your screen. And remember, UK yesterday also sided with Israel and US in their operation against Iran, except for France, that had said that, they had not been informed about the steps that were to be taken. We also have various statements from Russia. We have statements from Iran, of course, and Israel, the two countries at war.
Russia and China, in fact, have also moved United Security Council are seeking an urgent meeting of the UNSC to discuss the situation. And we have more updates coming in. So breaking news coming in right now. The UAE says that Iran's war is not with its neighbors, and that is, of course, what we were earlier also speaking over. That United Arab Emirates says that Iran should understand whose war it is, and it is not supposed to. The message being sent out is that Iran should not, in fact, get entangled in a war with its own neighbors, because what we understand, right after Israeli strikes, there was a spillage of the counter-attack. It was not just on targets in Israel, not just on not just in Tel Aviv or northern Israel or Haifa that we saw. All the U.S. bases in Qatar, in Jordan, in UAE, they were all under attack. And now UAE says that Iran's war is not with its neighbors. It's making its stand very, very clear and sending out a message, in fact, to Iran that it should not, in fact, engage in a war with its neighbors. That includes the UAE and other Gulf countries. And several explosions continue to be heard in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi as well.
That's also important, since this comes after UAE was under strike for about 48 hours from the Iranian side. A bomb, a kamikaze drone, entered right through a building in Dubai, split it into half. Another attack right next to the Burj Khalifa. The Burj Khalifa, luckily, was completely emptied by the Dubai authorities moments before that strike hit. the soil of Dubai. And now UAE's first statement comes out where they've said that these hostilities will not be withstood silently. They have said that this is not a war between Iran and its neighbors in the Gulf. They have in fact made it clear that this is not the time for the war to spill, and this is not a regional conflict. This remains a tight conflict between Israel, US on one side and Iran on the other.
In fact, to speak more about what has been said, the president of UAE, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, has slammed Iran for targeting the provinces and saying that it should go back to its senses, that your war is not with your neighbors. So the president of UAE makes a very, very strong statement that Iran should go back to its senses, that it should realize, because Iran cannot actually afford it. It says that it is completely surrounded by these the Gulf countries, which can of course also retaliate, and that has the backing of the American forces and American bases. Of course, they are not they don't have that much of capacity to defend themselves on their own. US bases, of course, all across those countries in the Gulf. And UAE says that giving Iran a peace of mind, that the aggression against the Gulf state was a miscalculation. Also, if you talk about the diplomatic advisor of the UAE president, he says that return to reason, to your surroundings, and deal with your neighbors rationally and responsibly before the circle of isolation and escalation widens. He goes on to say that the Iranian aggression against the Gulf states was a miscalculation, and it isolated Iran at a critical juncture. So as we were speaking yesterday, we were discussing with our experts also that this is Iran, in fact, now in retaliation also risking being isolated, isolating itself further in this region. And that's, of course, even a greater trouble. Perhaps now Iran thinks, Gesu, that it has nothing to lose and it goes all guns blazing. But it is, of course, for the future and for immediate future, it's not good, because the American bases, of course, continue to pound Iran as well. And we have some more breaking news coming in right now. A drone has been intercepted in Abu Dhabi. We will just get you more details on that. 2 people have been injured. Abu Dhabi confirms drone interception, 2 people injured. What we understand, UAE, of course, has called on Iran to act with reason and make some sense, get some sense. And all this happening because Dubai's, all the critical buildings, right from the airport to the Burj Khalifa, they've all been on alert. Dubai, you can see the aftermath in Dubai. Those are the visuals coming in from the airport of Dubai, the international airport. Also, the Etihad Towers in Abu Dhabi were also in the radar of those strikes, where a child was also injured because of the rubble falling over. So we'll just step into a short break, viewers. Minute-by-minute developments only on Republic TV, and all the visuals coming in from across West Asia, and how the world is reacting to this escalating war.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off the plane, you realize this is the same SpiceJet. This is the same.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off the plane, you realize this is the same SpiceJet. This is the same SpiceJet that does not have the money to pay the Bangladesh government, which is why it had been, I don't know the present situation, not allowed to fly in Bangladeshi airspace. They're out of money.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
प्लीज स्टॉप।
झुमका तेरा झुमका
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसात, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday.
All right, we have some visuals coming in right now. And this is from Tehran. Okay, this is how the Israeli Defense Forces dismantled the headquarters of the regime, as they've claimed in this video that has been released by the IDF itself. And this is one of the important centers of the Iranian regime. And this is the visual released by the IDF. This is the IDF's footage that we are playing out right now on your screens, striking the headquarters of the Iranian regime in Tehran. And this happened just today, a few moments back. And that is the video on your screen. Look at how it was dismantled, the headquarters of the Iranian terror regime, as it is being called. And we will be joined by our guests on this story as we continue to talk about what's really the repercussion for India as well. We have defense expert Major General G.D. Bakshi joining us. Also, we have Major General Vishamba Dayal on the broadcast, and we have a consulting editor Saurabh Shukla joining us from Washington, D.C. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us here. And as we speak, the strikes continue in Tehran by U.S. and Israeli forces. And of course, we see dramatic footages. Now, in the latest, UAE has said that this is not our war, that there should be some sense in Israel. General Bakshi, I'll just go across to you first, because that's one of the latest reactions we have. UAE says that there should be some sense, that Iran should have some sense, go back and have some sense, and you cannot be at war with your own neighbors.
Certainly, I also heard the interview of one of the ministers of this nation state on the CNN, American CNN. And she was saying that we will not retaliate, but we would like to have peace. We would like to live in peace with all our neighbors. I mean, that was the conciliatory tone she was adopting. So far, they have not hit back at Iran. They are leaving the hitting back to Israel and America. The simple fact is, I would like to point out, the simple fact is that Iran is continuing its counterattack. That counterattack, despite the death of Khamenei, elimination of a lot of top leadership, is continuing unabated. And if you saw the crowds on the streets of Tehran, they had come out in support of the Iranian leadership. They had come out in support of Khamenei. They're not the people whom Donald Trump was asking to come out and overthrow the regime. In fact, he is saying now is your chance, etc., etc. And even Netanyahu was saying that you will have to help yourself. You will have to come out. I don't see people coming out. The ordinary people of Iran are rallying around the flag, as the people of any self-respecting nation do.
Yeah.
And the Iranian counterattack is on. They are hitting the bases of the Americans. They are hitting the Israel proper. And in all probability, they have started attacks on the American ships in the Gulf of Hormuz.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll be joined by the Houthis. That remains to be seen. Even Hezbollah may come into this thing, and there is widespread, anger on the Arab street amongst the Shias, especially amongst the Shias at the killing of their Imam. That we've seen riots in Karachi also.
Yep. All right, Major Vishamba Dayal, I'll go across to you on where does India really stand? How does it affect India? Because, we've seen that just a few days back, we had the Prime Minister in Israel, and there were talks about how India continues to stand with Israel. That after that, we see, after 48 hours, the strikes happen, and it's a completely changed scenario right now. Now, there is a strategic dilemma, as Iran and Israel clash. Can New Delhi, afford to stay, neutral in such a situation? How does it really affect India's stand?
Be realistic. And the real politic is that whether we like it or not, we do not matter in this entire game. Right? We are affected party, strongly affected party. India and Southeast Asia is severely affected by this entire operation. But I don't think that matters to President Donald Trump. That matters to the Iranian Prime Minister. They have their own strategy and they have their own mind. And see, both the sides had prepared well. I fully agree with what Jan Bakshi said. He's such a senior amongst us. He does a very realistic issue he touches. See, both the sides had prepared. While the negotiations were going on, I think negotiations were shadow boxing, whereas actually both sides knew that it will happen. And only thing is, Iran has been little surprised. They probably could not decipher the timings, and there must be some element in Iranian higher-ups which is compromised and which has given such precisely, information that in the first strikes you eliminate bulk of the leadership. But Iranians had practiced, so what? If there is no Khamenei, then what? If there is no military chief, then what? So they had done their military planning. And as per that planning, even yesterday, when there should have been fear, panic, confusion in Iran, Iranian leadership has taken the battle back to Americans and back to Israelis. And in American, when I say means the Gulf countries, though they should be absolutely, Iran is absolutely, like America is not, it's an immoral act by America to even attacking Iran. I mean, they are the initiator. Similarly, Iran has also done it to the other states of the Gulf. I mean, they had no right. But they've done this to involve the Gulf region completely so that it is not, see, when Pahalgam happens and we lose civilian lives, the whole India cried. Whereas in normal military counterinsurgency we lose soldiers. India doesn't shout. Similarly, any conflict which is taking place, if there are civilian casualties
I'm afraid I have to interrupt you, sir. We have to take a very short break, sir. But General Dayal, thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV. In fact, stay on with us. We will be just continuing our coverage. And right now, we will be having the special broadcast and coverage on this story with Arnab Goswami.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is a very big news day, and we've been bringing the news of Trump killing Khamenei directly and the consequences of that through the entire day. Now, it's also important, ladies and gentlemen, to look at the bigger picture, and so I'll start with talking about what impact this has on us and what line we are to take. Technically speaking, we are told we are not taking any line on this. We are being balanced. We are being non-aligned. But is it possible to be balanced? Is it possible to be non-aligned? Ladies and gentlemen, there was a statement from the MEA yesterday which said, we want sovereignty and territorial integrity to be respected. Well, that is a typical diplomatic statement. The fact of the matter is we have to take a side. It's going to be very difficult not to take a side. But we are already vested in the region. Point number one, we have millions of people who work in the Middle East who are Indian nationals. We need to be concerned about them. Secondly, we have a very strong relationship with Israel, very, very, very strong relationship with Israel, because the Prime Minister's recent visit to Israel after 7 years cemented that relationship to a new level of a strategic relationship. So we're not going to walk away from Israel. We're not going to obviously do anything that Israel will be counter to Israel. Thirdly, we have a close relationship with the Muslim world there as well. We had the visit of Sheikh Mohammed Al Nahyan of the United Arab Emirates recently, so we have to stand by them. We have a strong relationship building with Oman, Qatar, the rest of the Middle East. So we have a strong relationship with them. But there is one more angle, ladies and gentlemen, one more angle. We will be conscious, I'm sure, pragmatically speaking, that you do not expect Iran to crumble and fall over. People are watching India to see what it does as a leader of the global South. If we are a leader of the global South, that we can't look away when there is this new form of neo-colonialism, neo-imperialism that is building up, with America sending troops on the ground to take over every part of the world with brute force. Again, there is the whole angle of India, America, Israel. Pakistan is in huge trouble right now because the local sentiment in Pakistan is very anti-America. We already had a situation where, and we got visuals, we had a live feed of how people were being killed in Karachi on Asif Munir's orders when people, especially from the Shia community, were protesting. And we had visuals of those are the pictures from Karachi. And then we had visuals of the American consulate being burned down in Karachi. So there is a state of lawlessness in Karachi. And here is our opportunity, realizing that Asif Munir is sandwiched between an angry Pakistani people who want him to be anti-America and his own inclination to be Donald Trump's lapdog. We can provide some cover and take the kind of role which is, if required, supportive of Israel and America, hence sending a clear message that we have greater strategic significance in the region, greater play and greater strength. And Pakistan is just a noisy linchpin which does not provide any strategic depth to any country. Now, these are all, ladies and gentlemen, all different angles to look at things. But do not believe that India is not vested in the situation as far as Israel versus Iran is concerned. We are deeply vested. Our markets are vested. If this conflict continues for a long time, supply chains will be affected, fuel supplies will be affected, and this entire area around Iran is also the fuel supply chain for the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are vested. And if there's any consolation, we are not the only country vested. We are one among many significant players who are vested. This has been a historical inflection point today that has happened with Trump killing Khamenei. Personally, if you ask me, I believe that this kind of risk-taking by Trump will eventually work against him. But that's not my concern, neither is it yours primarily. Our concern is what impact does this have on our nation? Here is a quick report on that, and then we'll debate that starting first.
West Asia is burning. Missiles, drones flying over Gulf nations. India is reaching out to countries affected, reiterating its call for diplomacy. Amidst the chaos, India calls for restraint. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar dialed his counterparts from the Gulf nations. Israel's Gideon Saar, Iran's Syed Abbas Araghchi, UAE's Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Saudi Arabia's Prince Faisal bin Farhan, Qatar's Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman bin Jassim Al Thani, Kuwait's Sheikh Jarrah Al Sabah, Bahrain's Abdul Latif bin Rashid Al Zayani. Dr. S. Jaishankar reached out with one clear message: to de-escalate, as he received assurance about the safety of Indians stuck in war-zone areas. While back home, protests are underway. from Srinagar to Lucknow, Shiites took to streets to protest against American-Israeli aggression. Political voices within India, including Asauddin Owaisi, have condemned Khamenei's killing. With the attack coming just after Indian Prime Minister's successful visit to Israel, an official response from Government of India is still awaited. From commercial investments to diaspora concerns, the stakes are high.
So, to start with, I'd like to talk to General Bakshi, General Bishambar Dayal, and Saurabh Shukla. Brief comments from you on whether we can be non-aligned in this. Can we be a Switzerland in this? Is it possible to be? General Bakshi.
Arnab, all that I would say is we have very good relations with Israel, but we also had good relations with Iran, which was our bridge to Afghanistan, to Central Asia. They have been supporting us in the matter of Pakistan. We both have problems with Pakistan. So that cannot totally be wished away and ignored. Let me also remind everyone, India has the presidency of BRICS, and the nation attacked Iran is a member of the BRICS, right? How long can we let the United States, with Israel we have no problems, but how long can we let the United States run riot, attack Venezuela first, then go on to Iran, then go on to Cuba, then go on to any number of third world countries and start changing regimes? You know, you can't go back, regress back to an area of a new colonialism, this time led from Washington. That the world will have to stand up against, and India will have to be counted. India will have to be counted. We are in a cleft stick because, unfortunately, we have to see that even Israel cannot be allowed to go under. We have very strong relationships with them, but there is a point at which I think we can play a constructive role. We had good relationships with both Israel and Iran. We can here make a bid for peace. We can make a bid for a stand down and a ceasefire. Maybe not immediately in the next 2-3 days because sentiments are very high on both sides. But when the ammunition starts running low, when the losses mount on both sides, casualties mount on both sides, they will be more willing to talk peace, and then I think India can play a constructive role. For once, play that constructive role, damn it. You have good relations with both sides.
To play a constructive role. And I'm not sure, do we have that kind of say in this? I mean, or are we only going
Give it 2-3 days.
Are we only going to calculate, should we only calculate on the basis of what our immediate interest is? What would our immediate interest will be in this situation? Which side do we stand to gain more from, is the question. General Dayal.
Arnab, thank you, and so very kind of you to invite me for this. Arnab, I'm quite candid on this, that please don't mind, we are irrelevant in this whole game. The India, China, and Russia, it is an issue of their credibility today in the world order. In the new millennium, there are 5 powers there are 5 centers of power: military power, economic power, national power. America is 1, China is 2, EU is there, India is the 4th, and Russia is 5th. Russia and EU, or Russia and European Union, are already involved in a war in Ukraine. India has been absolutely silent. Actually, 2019, when we withdrew from Iran's oil, that was the time to question America. Nobody questioned. So now you cannot question your friendship with Iran. You gave away Iran long time back. You have a friendship with Israel. And I'm telling you, in this particular conflict, there's no relevance of Israel to us. It is our diaspora. It is our a crore plus people working in this area. Our $150 billion coming from this area. Our energy going through this area. South Asia, Southeast Asia, southern, these portions are severely affected. Our communication to the West is breaking. Communication, when I say lines of communication, our air travel will be broken. Our inflation may go up. We are severely affected, but we are irrelevant. We will have to accept this fact. Except issuing these statements, you can do nothing much.
The Iranians...
You allow Trump to dictate. You are allowing... Trump started with intimidating the world with his tariffs, and this is his second part that he's intimidating with physical action. He did in Venezuela, world stayed quiet. He's done in Iran, world is quiet. Where he will do next, we do not know. Iranians have also faltered by impinging on the sovereignty of other countries because they now want to involve the entire Gulf. They want to involve the entire region. So they both, I mean, initially there is no doubt the aggressor is...
And Ayatollah Arafi has been appointed also, Shawan. There have been explosions also reported in Riyadh. So there are explosions also that have been reported in Riyadh. And within, I mean, the Iranians realizing that you cannot have too much of a power vacuum for too long a time, have appointed a fairly significant Shia cleric called Ayatollah Arafi as the interim supreme leader. Now, Ayatollah Arafi is about 67 years old, right? He is very, very conservative. And, you know, he has been the president of the International Center for Islamic Studies, and he has a long history, almost 4 decades of theology that are behind him. So they have appointed a significant person on the ground. Now, if this war doesn't end quickly in America's advantage, then Saurabh, it's going to be a war of attrition. So Trump has to do something to dominate very quickly.
You know,
does he have a plan?
Yes, you know, from the sources here in DC and obviously in Florida, where President Trump currently is, in Mar-a-Lago, from where he directed the entire operation, I can tell you that they have a plan. And that's the reason why what I've been saying all along on your shows, that in the first 20 part itself, if you see the entire leadership getting hit in a precision strike without having any boots on the ground, making sure that they had actionable intelligence itself tells you a story. The other part of the story is to make sure that you continue that pressure on the Iranian leadership, the rest of that which is left, and continue to make sure that your assets which are there, both Israeli assets and the American assets inside Iran, you create a whole momentum to make sure that you have moved towards regime change. Coming back to what you were discussing earlier with my co-panelist, I have a slightly different view. I feel that India has to do the, you know, it's a tightrope walking for us, because on one hand is India's moralistic position as a country which is the leader of Global South, which is already always spoken about, that Prime Minister has been very vocal that it's not time for any war. But the challenge here is that you also had a regime which was responsible for the death of almost 30,000 civilians, which was fomenting a cocktail of terrorism, including a terror attack in India against Israeli diplomats. We had to do business with the Khamenei regime in Iran.
So you're saying that eventually we will have to lean very much towards America, Israel. Naturally speaking, America, Israel. Yeah, this is not the time. This is not the time to be asking deeper questions.
You have to leave morality sometime to be where the real politics lies.
So what you're saying is that this is not the time to be doing a larger theoretical discussion on multilateralism, global south, etc.
Absolutely.
This is the time to seize advantage. We cannot be isolated from the rest of the world and be locked in, General Bakshi, with Turkey, China and Russia. We have to be It can't, Iran, Turkey, China and Russia is one axis we don't need to be part of right now. And the British Defense Minister says that the Iranians are firing missiles at Cyprus where we have British troops. We have to decide now. I mean, we have also got our interests, General Bakshi, with IMEC, the India-Middle East corridor, for which we have to be very closely working with UAE, with Israel. We can't give all that up, can we?
Look, Arnab, if we are talking of the interest matrix, what is there to lose? Every day that this war lasts, tomorrow you will on the price of oil, and if the price of oil goes up, the Indian economy takes a hit. Let's be very clear on that. Therefore, it's in our interest to see that this war comes to an end. The sooner the better, right? And we also are the president of the BRICS. So what are we going to do? Resign the president of the BRICS because now you are shit scared of the Americans? Is that so? Is the message that you want to send across to the global south? That we are the first BRICS country to buckle?
No. The price of oil will go up.
We will have to hold firm.
We
will have to hold firm to our principles.
Yeah, but the price of... I understand, sir, but the price of oil will go up if the conflict continues.
Yeah.
So isn't it our interest to see a swift end to the conflict rather than have the conflict go on and the supply chains choked? General Bakshi.
That is precisely what I was saying. No, that is precisely what I was saying. You have leverage with both sides, with Iran as well as with Israel. Give it 2 more days and they'll all be tired. They'll be wanting an end to it. Not today, not tomorrow. The day after tomorrow is the right psychological time to intervene and tell everybody to call it off, pipe down.
Yeah, but all three, I will have to do an EDV before. General Dayal, you wanted to come in on that.
Arnab, see, Iran, what Iran thinks, how India can influence Iran really does not matter. Iranian foreign minister has very categorically said that we are willing to abide by you. He had told the vice president of America. He had openly, this was in news, this was everywhere. He had said, we are willing to go by what you want to do on the nuclear aspect, right? You wanted to eliminate the Khamenei, you eliminated it. So as far as Iran is concerned, India can very little further tell them to surrender and things like that. So irrelevant. Let's be real politics. As far as Israel and America is concerned, and in fact, to talk of this matter is putting a doubt question mark on. Our Prime Minister was there 3 days back. If our Prime Minister had said, please don't, no war required, no, we will be affected, they would have listened to him. No. So best thing Indian diplomacy is doing to stay quiet, and that's all they will do. India actually, Arnab, these events, international events, you got to read 10 years from now, what impact, how impact. Now, how do we lean towards America? I mean, what is there to be leaning towards America? India has stood firm. 98, 99, we also suffered. In 98, we also suffered their sanctions law, and we came out of it. India is a power by itself. Like I said, there are 5 power centers. India is a power by itself. How to exercise this power, how to influence the world, how to influence European Union, how to influence nations which are not involved in this war, to say that stop this war, let's boycott America. If America continues with this war.
Now, as we observe this, as we observe this, and we are more concerned about the impact on the business climate, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to show you full-frame pictures of what happened in Pakistan and what is going to happen in Pakistan and what continues to happen in Pakistan. Now, sentiments in Pakistan are very high. Remember, there's a large Shia population. 12 Pakistanis have been killed. This is my latest information on shooting by paramilitary on Asif Munish's instructions. Asif Munish says shoot to kill, and 12 people have been killed in Karachi where there were a lot of protests. As more casualties emerge, the numbers of people who have been killed in Karachi by Asif Munir and the security forces becomes public, the protests and the clashes are increasing. Organically, these clashes have also happened when there were some people angry with America in Pakistan who breached the outer wall of the American consulate in Karachi and set some part of the consulate on fire. To defend the American consulate, orders were given by Asif Munir to open fire, in which 12 people have been killed. Now in Skardu as well, which is a northern city, Pakistani protesters set fire to the UN office. The American consulate in Lahore has also been attacked by hundreds of protesters in Pakistan. And various Muslim groups have called for non-stop protests against the Americans. In Islamabad, the whole area around the American embassy has been blocked. Pakistan has one of the largest Shia populations in the world after Iran, and American installations are under attack. There has been no statement from the ISI, from Asif Munir, but clearly they are under pressure right now. These are the visuals, and we have a live AP feed also from Karachi. I don't know if that feed is on right now. Well, we have with us, Major Nadeem and Asim Raza. What will Asif Munir's position be? And 12 Pakistanis have been killed in Karachi by the security forces. These pictures are being relayed everywhere. Pardon me?
Sarji, Asif Munir has nothing to do with this. Okay? The Inspector General Police is there. The provincial governments are there. They have got the IGs, Inspector General Police. Definitely, their duty is to enforce law and order in the area. The protester, the incident definitely is very sad, very unfortunate, very tragic. We all condemn. The government of Pakistan has condemned it. But Pakistani government cannot allow protesters to burn the embassies and attack on any of the embassy. Right, they are in our protection. So definitely we are standing, and police has to fire when they see okay, this is now imminent, and they have to stop these processions. So Pakistan people should also realize definitely the anti-American sentiments are growing in the whole world. Okay? But definitely we have to stop that. We cannot allow protesters or anybody to take the law in their hands, right?
But you are an American stooge. So you will.
We are not.
You are
Israeli stooge.
No. Now the thing is. 1 minute, Major Nadeem. My thing is now that what will Asif Munir do about his relationship with Trump? Because people are angry. These visuals from Lahore and Karachi, people are very angry with Trump and with America. Will you continue to support America in this ongoing situation, targeting? Does Asif Munir support the killing of Khamenei?
No, we will not. We have condemned, right? Just like India can have the relation with Israel as well as with Iran.
You have not condemned the killing of Khamenei. No, you haven't. No, you haven't condemned the killing of Khamenei.
We have condemned.
No, you haven't condemned the killing of Khamenei.
Yes, we call it a brutal murder, right? This is against the sovereignty. Okay, this is the against the sovereignty.
No, I'm sorry, but you have not condemned the killing of Khamenei. And why is it that is not happening? You will. Yes, when will you condemn the killing of Khamenei?
You have not heard the statement of our Interior Minister. He has condemned and inshallah, government of Pakistan will also condemn, right?
When will that be?
Maybe in some hours.
Asim Raza?
We have condemned every event.
The protests are very organic. People have a right to protest. These are not people who are carrying revolvers and pistols. But they have been shot close range by the security forces. Total number of people killed is 12. Was this necessary as a show of loyalty towards America?
No, it's not the matter of the loyalty. It's a SOP for the foreign nationals and for the diplomats to protect themselves, to protect them from the mobs and this kind of rallies. Especially the IG Sindh is responsible for this, in fact, and that is the SOP and the orders from the IG directly, you know. Whenever you are having this kind of situation in Pakistan or rest of the world, the SOP is the same.
I'm sorry, but this is serious. Haider Hayat is with us. Haider Hayat, 12 Pakistanis have been killed by the security forces for coming out in support of Khamenei. But you have a lot of Shia. You have a lot of Shia. You have a lot of Shias in Pakistan. How many people can be killed like this if these protests continue?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Arnab. Before answering your question, let me give you a very latest and breaking news that Pakistan has eliminated around 400 Indian assets in Afghanistan. And Pakistani forces are right now in Afghanistan engaging with the Indian-backed Afghan forces. And
I'm not interested in your war with Afghanistan. Your war with Afghanistan. You can continue to fight with Afghanistan. It's your problem. You are having a problem with Afghanistan. You must not kill innocent Afghan people, but that is something which you will handle. I'm saying your army is fighting Afghanistan. How will you handle an internal security situation?
We are just targeting Indian
Okay, now
proxies
tell me, how will you handle this
brothers
internal
of-
security situation?
Brothers of terrorist Arnab Goswami in Afghanistan, and we have striked the Bagram Air Base last night, where Indians were trying to, where Indians were trying to, shut up, General, and listen to me
Hey,
first.
Hayat, keep your dirty mouth shut, please. Can you just keep your dirty mouth shut if you don't know how to talk to him?
You shut up, Arnab.
Listen, first you must get a little more fit. Reduce his volume. No, why are you letting him speak? When I told him to shut up, why do our producers not listen to me? I will not speak at this level. General Dayal, do not wrestle with pigs. No, we don't wrestle with pigs, and therefore I will not respond to him.
Listen, Arnab, please give me 30 seconds.
Yeah, one minute. 1 minute. So you don't engage with him. I want to tell this man, what's his name? Hayat, there's a saying that don't wrestle with pigs because you will only get dirty and the pigs will enjoy it. So we're not going to wrestle with you. It's only a way of saying. You got that? So I don't want to do that. We're having a serious discussion. In your country, there is a law and order situation that has developed. You should see the visuals. I'll show the visuals to them, please, ladies and gentlemen. It's very bad. This is the situation of your country. You have to decide whether you're with Pakistanis or with the Americans. It's all right to come on India's #1 news network and say to the most respected of strategic voices, you shut up, as if it is a Karachi gully that you're shouting in. We are speaking with respect about a situation that is being reported globally. And look at the situation. These are live visuals from Karachi. These are live visuals, APTN, these are live visuals from Karachi, and you're seeing the situation there. General Dayal, I think we need to look at the situation with some seriousness. Yes.
Arnab, firstly, let me tell you, for ISI and Pakistani army, Pakistani people does not matter. These deaths do not matter. Let's be very clear, and when we look at in the past, don't be surprised the entire Karachi incident has been instigated or orchestrated or planned and executed by ISI itself. Believe you me, they want to be in the American pocket. Munir want to take the limelight out of all this and attract the American attention to say, look, to save you, we have killed our own people. Believe you me, the Karachi incident has been completely orchestrated. Look at sequentially how it is. Nothing has worked there. People have assembled. People have come closer. Nobody has stopped them. Even the guards at the gate have not tried to stop them. They are trying to blame the IG Karachi. It is all ISI and Pak Army. Munir is dictating all this. Now it has gone out of control. Listen, that's a fact. You've done it in past so many times. You have done it past so many times.
It's not the way. There is nothing to do with the army and with the ISI.
In Lahore and in North, things have gone beyond your control. Now you will suffer what you have started. You will pay for your people will make you pay for what Munir has started. So Arnab, Please don't get carried away. Let's not get carried away.
There is nothing to do
Munir
with
is a
CDF and
shatir.
ISI. You are just
Park
manipulating the
lives
things,
do
nothing
not
else.
matter
No
to
way.
them.
Why you're
What
putting
matters is
everything
how
on
they can
Asim
appease
Munir
the
and
Americans,
ISI?
how they can appease the
It's a
American
simple
president.
matter of
Look, we
protection
have
of
saved your
the
people, we have
diplomats.
killed our people. That's the philosophy
No,
your
it's
ISI
not the
follows.
way. It's not the way. You're
That's
just
exactly
manipulating the
what you
things.
guys have done. That will come out. People will write
Listen.
about it.
If
Don't
this
worry.
mob is going
The
towards
truth
Indian
will come
embassy,
out.
we
The
will
truth
behave
is
like the
this.
same. What you
This
will do?
truth is this.
If
This is
somebody
what
is
you have
attacking
done.
on
See,
But this
listen,
is,
listen.
India and Delhi.
No consulate
No,
general.
there is an attempt to. There is an attempt here.
You cannot violate its
No.
boundary unless your people are involved.
It is the duty of the Pakistani army, Pakistani security forces to defend
Not army, it's a
its
security
consulates
forces,
and
that's it, the
embassies.
police.
However, it is also the duty of the Pakistani government, the security agencies, not to carry out a genocide of innocent Pakistanis who are protesting about the killing of Khamenei. You don't have to kill Pakistanis to prove your loyalty to Trump.
This is what they're doing.
No. Let me talk, Arnab, please. Let me talk. This is not the matter.
I suspect that Asif Munir is killing Pakistanis to go to Trump and say, see, I killed so many Pakistanis.
It's just a concocted stories, nothing else. You are just manipulating the things, nothing else. You are just concocted stories you're putting on it. There is nothing to do with ISI. There is nothing to do with the CDF. This is a matter of law and order situation, which is directly.
We have a situation here where I have a latest visual from the Straits of Hormuz, because eventually this is about the supply chains. And these are the visuals I want to speak about. This is a visual of an attack by Iran on an oil tanker. The oil tanker, General Bakshi, is called Skylight. It is flying the flag of Palau. It is passing through the Strait of Hormuz near the coast of Oman. The entire crew has been evacuated. But you know, in this process, General Bakshi, Iran is setting a clear message that it controls the Strait of Hormuz. It is not pulling back, and there are more details coming in on this as well. So, you know, this is Oman's Maritime Security Center says this has been attacked. There were drone strikes on Oman commercial port of Duqm. And this attack is an attempt by Iran to establish its continuing strategic dominance over the Strait of Hormuz. General Bakshi, is this going to become a global war? Because eventually it is about oil supply chains. There's much at stake here right now. And as I'm reporting all this, I'd like to also share that in the first response that has come in from Russia, President Putin has expressed deep condolences over the killing of Khamenei. General Bakshi.
Arnab, one of the standard strategic options of Iran was to close the Gulf of Hormuz by either mining, hitting oil tankers, sinking a few ships, or using their 3,000 odd fast attack boats to interfere with the shipping. The aim is very clear: to raise economic costs and political consequences for the United States, for the global economy.
Keep changing
the price of oil is likely to go up to $120 to $150 a barrel tomorrow. Based upon these attacks, the insurance prices are likely to go up, which could cause a global recession, because a lot of countries, including India, buy a lot of oil from the Gulf sheikdoms, from Saudi Arabia, China, Japan, Korea. They're all dependent upon oil from the Middle East. And to that extent, even Europe takes oil from the Middle East. Prices of oil will go up globally. Prices of oil will go up in the United States to $7 to $8 per gallon. And that could hit the American economy in the year of a midterm election. That is the strategic intent, to cause political and economic pain to the rest of the world so that it is deterred from further attacks on Iran. It is as simple as that. They had articulated this strategy, they had practiced this strategy, and I would reckon the next
because
step is
again I'd
they
like
will
to
be firing their anti-ship missiles.
Yeah, the visuals on the screen are part of a global supply chain, global war. If you are watching this broadcast and are asking whether this will become a global war, please note, this is a strike on an oil tanker. It is happening near Oman. And you can see the oil tanker is in flames. It's not the biggest of oil tankers, but there's a lot of significance to this because, can I have stay with the visuals, please? Thank you. Big full frame, please. Thank you so much. We stay with the full frame visuals right now because our Pakistani guest does not have relevance at this point of time. Okay? Now, the reason I want these pictures full frame is because while there's a fresh wave of Iranian attacks that's going on. Iran has attacked Riyadh. Iran has attacked Bahrain. Earlier, Iran has attacked Dubai. But most importantly, when Iran has attacked an oil tanker, and that is, an oil tanker passing through the Straits of Hormuz, then Iran is basically sending a message that it is unwilling to give up the maritime superiority that it has in that particular region, and it's going to go in for an all-out fight. These routes are also used by Chinese, Indian, and other tankers. And while a new Iranian leadership takes over, which is Ayatollah Arafi, a 67-year-old high-ranking cleric, has taken over, and there is a new head of the IRGC, which is the Iranian army. At this point of time, it is very important that Iran sends out a message that it is not going to capitulate. And therefore, this can become a bigger global war. This can get more countries engaged. This has impact on China and Russia. They are not going to be quiet. So if the American ships which are in the region move in, then we can expect some counteraction also from the Iranian side, maybe supported by the Chinese. In that sense, General Bakshi, looking at a very broad picture right now, and though Putin has been very measured, do you think this is going to become a global conflict in the Middle East, centered in the Middle East, like the First World War and the Second World War were Europe-centered? Do you think this becomes the start of a preemptive beginning to a Third World War?
It could spiral out of control due to accidental escalation. Don't forget, Arnab, there are 2 Russian warships and 2 Chinese warships in this region. In Bandar Abbas and Chabahar, they were carrying out exercises with the Iranian Navy. Any accidental engagement of Russian or Chinese vessels could easily lead to an unintended escalation. Therefore, the urgency of now stopping this spiral of continuing violence. And that is what I said. Immediately, if you ask for a ceasefire, nobody is in a mood for a ceasefire right now. But give it 3, 4 days, 5 days, both countries, both sides would have exhausted their stocks of munitions, their missiles, their rockets, and their interceptor missiles. And that is the stage they will be looking for an off-ramp. That is where you could help. Perhaps you could help, because it equally is costing you. The rise of the price of oil is going to impact the Indian economy as well. So we cannot simply wish it away and wash off our hands and say we will make anodyne statements and that's all, and then we can get away with it. I'm afraid it affects us all. It affects us all. If there is a global recession triggered by this closure of the Gulf of Hormuz, well, there is a price to pay. The Indian economy will have a price to pay. The American economy will have a price to pay. So will the European, Chinese, Japanese. All economies are concerned. It will have global impact. It will have a global impact. That is why this war was started by the Americans on a weekend, so that the stock markets would be closed.
Now Iran is saying it is closing the Strait of Hormuz. Let's stay with that map and the visual very, very, very striking here.
And Houthis are saying,
if the Iranians...
And the Houthis are saying they are going to close the Red Sea.
Yeah, if the Houthis close the Red Sea and Iran closes the globally important choke point of Hormuz, then it has a huge impact on oil, fuel supplies, and then over the Straits of Hormuz, we could have a big war. So I'll take a small break at this point, ladies and gentlemen. And as I go into the break, and when I come back, I will look at the global impact and whether Trump got it right or Trump has complicated things for himself. Viewers, a war is not settled in a day. Today, it's not even day one of the first battle. This is going to be much more long drawn out, which is why we need to prepare for the global consequences and speak about them. When I'm back.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा राजा और प्योर मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा अरे मेरे राजा
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality Spice.
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit...
crucial for the global crude oil supply. And there you have the plumes of smoke billowing from that visual coming in. And we will get you more and more details as the world continues to react. We also have a reaction statement coming in from Moscow, from Vladimir Putin, the first reaction from Putin. But right now we're playing out those visuals from the Strait of Hormuz. And that's, of course, a big, big cause of concern for the entire world when it comes to crude oil supply, when it comes to oil shipments and the entire oil traffic. And this is the visual from the Strait of Hormuz and how it could actually impact several countries, including India. So the Strait of Hormuz is closed, and you have now a visual of where this there is an oil tanker, in fact, that was passing through, because such black smoke indicates that the facility that has been struck is oil, was full of fuel, and you have an oil tanker that has been attacked by Iran. It was passing through the Strait of Hormuz. So it is an important strait for the global oil supply. And now even what we understand is that this has happened near coast of Oman. So this is very, very important. And this is another very, very serious development. Meanwhile, Putin has condemned the killing of Khamenei. First response coming in from Vladimir Putin, and he expresses deep condolences over the killing of Khamenei. And In fact, he conveyed his condolences to Iranian President Pezeshkian, and he, of course, has condemned the killing of Khamenei. This is the breaking news we have right now. Vladimir Putin, the reaction, says it's a cynical murder. It's a cynical murder that violates, that contradicts human morality and violates international law. Tatiana continues to be with us from Moscow. Tatiana, your first reaction. Putin calls it a cynical murder that contradicts human morality and violates international law.
Well, I'm not quite sure how else the president could have reacted to this. This is a killing of the supreme leader. This is something, it's essentially elimination, just a targeted killing of the supreme leader. It does contradict international law. We were listening to both Donald Trump and the Israeli Prime Minister go about the fact that they want a regime change. This is apparently how they're looking to get to their goal, So we are seeing a string of, first we saw President Maduro just airlifted out of Venezuela. Now there are targeted killings taking place in Iran.
Militarily, do you expect that Russia will be lending support to Iran?
Excuse me?
Will there be military support from Russia to Iran openly?
Look, there needs to be, again, we're talking about civilized countries, right? So the way it usually works with civilized countries, there needs to be a response, a request for help from the country in question. We're not talking about an American style of, conducting business like the US interfering in Syria when they were not invited, back when President Assad was in power, and like many, many other instances. So there needs to be a request. And in case there is a request, then, I'm sure that, that the
just
Russian
stay on with us. We have some big breaking news coming in right now. And what we understand is that 2 Iranian missiles have targeted a UK base in Cyprus. 2 Iranian missiles target UK Cyprus base. The British Cyprus base is attacked. This is the breaking news we have right now. This is in Akrotiri in Cyprus. UK Defense Secretary John Healey has confirmed the development, and this is getting bigger and bigger as we speak. 2 Iranian missiles strike the UK Cyprus base, and here we have, in fact, there are multiple bases of United Kingdom, that have been now attacked by Iran using missiles in Cyprus. As per the British Defense Secretary John Healey, as tensions escalate in West Asia, viewers. In fact, according to Healey, thousands of British troops are stationed at multiple bases in Cyprus. He doesn't have any clarity, he says, on whether the missiles were fired deliberately by Iran or not. So he says that he is not sure if they were intentionally aimed at the British bases. But yes, he has confirmed that he confirmed the strike, that it has struck the UK base in Cyprus. That's the breaking news we have right now, and it is now just broadening. Major General G.D. Bakshi continues to be with us. General Bakshi, how do you react as the UK bases have been now also been targeted? What we understand, 2 Iranian missiles hitting British bases in Cyprus.
I'm a bit surprised because initially I thought the UK had prevented the Americans from using their base in Cyprus. So if there were no American aircraft flying from there and attacking Iran, then there is no locus standi for Iran to attack Cyprus. But in case they have intelligence that, American attacks have originated from there, well, then they are acting in self-defense. They can claim the right to self-defense.
Okay, sir. We'll just have more breaking news coming in, and we'll go across to our other guests who are also joining us on the panel here. We have some more updates coming in as the situation is escalating as we speak for the past more than 24 hours. I think now we have visuals also coming in from different other locations. There's a development coming in from Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi authorities are reporting that parts of an intercepted drone fell on the front of the Etihad Towers complex, caused minor injuries to a woman and a child. Okay, we have some more updates. Russian president also condemning, of course, as we just broke that. This is now just staying on with the development from Cyprus. The development comes after UK supported the US-Israel action. So it could be an intentional strike. The Defense Secretary, of course, hasn't confirmed that it is intentional or not. He says that he has no clarity whether it was an intentional strike on the British bases in Cyprus or not. But that the fact that 2 Iranian missiles have indeed struck, that's a fact that has been confirmed by the Defense Secretary of United Kingdom. Meanwhile, we have more updates coming in. Russian President Vladimir Putin condemning Khamenei's is condemning Khamenei's killing and saying that it's a cynical murder. And we'll try and get more reactions. Also, we in fact continue to have our guests right now. We have Tatiana, who continues to be with us. We also have, I think, Andrew Leung, and we have, we'll get Major Dan Pfefferman and Alexander Shahjahan. Ron, okay, we'll just go across to some of our guests. Tatiana, I'll come back to you again. She continues to be with us from Moscow. We were talking. We talked about the cynical murder part. We will just discuss what can happen next, because Tatiana, Russia and China are the 2 countries who had actually sought an emergency meeting in the UNSC. Putin has called Khamenei's killing a cynical murder as well and violating international law. How far is Russia going to, if you could just elaborate more on that, to support Iran in this war? Tatiana.
Look, I mean, again, you've seen the reaction in the UN. Russia condemned this aggression. You know, you've seen the reaction to the killing of the supreme leader from Vladimir Putin. There's a very clear message on the concerning Russian support. But again, you know, we need to step away from the paradigm where, as soon as something like this happens, we expect, or at least the narrative is that we expect for other countries to just jump into the conflict. This is an escalation. We're seeing Iran responding to it, and responding to it very actively. To think of that, even the suggestion that there needs to be an immediate military reaction from other states kind of underlines that Iran cannot deal with this on its own, doesn't it?
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
And now for the nation's sharpest opinion. In my view, Donald Trump has only started a battle. The war will continue for a very long time. I have a few very specific points to make. Firstly, if you look at the Straits of Hormuz, the decision of the Iranians to close the Strait of Hormuz and to carry out a strategic attack on an oil tanker there in which 4 mariners were injured signals Iran's decision to dig deep, pull out all its strategic resources and fight this battle. Secondly, the reaction of Putin and the reaction of China. Neither is getting directly involved, but we are going to see a very interesting proxy situation that is going to be developing. The Iranians have an interim alternative leader who has been appointed. So you have some semblance of political stability even after the killing of Khamenei. And Ayatollah Arafi is going to be taking over the role of a supreme leader till a new leader is in place. So for the moment, you have a fair amount of political stability, given the fact that the Americans expected things to capitulate. That has not happened. Iran is not Venezuela. Its ability to hit and hit hard in the region is much more. And therefore, it's not like the kidnapping of Maduro. In that case, there was Rodriguez, who America could do its politics through. America was more deeply vested. In Iran, it is not. It is going to be impossible for the Americans to smuggle in someone into Tehran at a time when there's so much anger on the streets. Therefore, my third visual is of the protests that we are seeing across different cities in Iran. When you see the visuals, you must remember that the protests across Iran, these visuals, though the Americans say they are AI generated, the fact is they are not. There are huge protests in Tehran and Isfahan. And all the people who are neutral, there is a pro-government, anti-government, two clear divide, that is two clear divisions in Iran. But now there is also a large number of people who are on the middle ground. They are leading against America right now. So regime change is very far, far away. Regime change is not going to happen in Iran in the immediate future. Therefore, which brings us to the fourth point. Unless there are boots on the ground, this is going to be a very long-drawn war. If there are boots on the ground, it will be an even more long-drawn war. Neither the United States of America nor any of its allies will do anything more than airstrikes. Without boots on the ground, and unless the IRGC completely collapses and the Iranian regime collapses, then you cannot have a regime change operation. So in that sense, ladies and gentlemen, the strategic battle is continuing. For India, concern are oil prices. What happens, so who dominates the Strait of Hormuz? If there is conflict over the Strait of Hormuz, then it will be very interesting to see whether Iran is able to battle that on its own. I predict a pitched maritime and naval battle at the next level. The war has been on the skies right now. Mark my words, watch the space. The battle now is going to be in the seas. Let's debate.
Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei has been eliminated. Top Iranian commanders killed by Israel-US strikes. And with that, the tensions in West Asia continue to escalate. As Khamenei's death was confirmed, US President Donald Trump indicated at a regime change, saying the bombing will continue throughout the week. Tehran is under attack. Black plumes seen from across the city. Sounds of massive explosion echoing in the air. With back-to-back attacks on Tehran, the city has now been reduced to rubble. Iranian media claims 148 lives lost, 95 wounded at a girls' primary school in Minab city. Explosions also heard in several other cities across the country, including Karaj near Tehran, Isfahan and Qom in the center of the country and Kermanshah in the west. But with Iran's supreme leader killed, the IRGC has now pledged revenge. They are putting up a strong fight. IRGC claims it has launched attacks on 27 bases hosting US troops, as well as military facilities in Tel Aviv. Explosions continue to be heard in Qatar, UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, Israel. But as West Asia burns, the question that lingers is that, is this the beginning of a wider war? And what does this mean for world at large?
We have two views. From Delhi, we have General Bakshi. Asif Ramid Daud is a Middle East expert. He's joining us for the pro-Iran view. Tatiana Kukuneva from Russia. Andrew K.P. Leung from London tonight. He's a China view. Major Differman, former IDF officer from Tel Aviv. Ron Malka, former Israeli ambassador to India. SDA Alexander Shajan, Republican voice from. And Joachim Bitterlich, former National Security Advisor to former German Chancellor Helmut Kohl, is joining us from Paris now. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Ron Malka, to you first. This is only the start. I mean, you know, this is not regime change yet, or by any measure. And without regime change, will the strategic objectives of Israel or America, will they be met?
Good afternoon, Arnab. Good to see you again and all the audience. See, the goals, the ultimate goals of this attack is a regime change. But we are not limiting it to that. A regime change, as you also mentioned, it's not something that happens in a day or a week or 2 weeks. It takes a lot and has to come from within. The people of Iran should do that and should take their own destiny, their own future in their hands, which they try to do, and some of them, thousands of them, were killed, brutally killed by their own government. But what we are trying to achieve is first and foremost to prevent any way of Iran having a nuclear weapon or a mass destruction weapon. Also, long-range missiles in some amount might be mass destruction weapons. So this is the main goal, I would say, of this attack. And of course, if the Iranian people want to change the regime, which we see that this is what is happening, and we saw the demonstration before, they will have the right conditions to do so. But it's for them to decide.
You don't seem so sure, because when I see the crowds, when I see the crowds in Tehran, when I see the visuals in Isfahan, I want to run them full frame, please. They do tell me a different story. And the broad analysis that is now emerging is that all those who were in the middle have now joined the, you know, what you would call the pro-Khamenei group. The shadow of Khamenei, the influence of Khamenei has grown, they say, after his killing. And that there were talks going on. So this is another side of the story as well, isn't it?
Yes, it is, but we never know what exactly is happening because still the Basij is there, the Revolutionary Guards are there, and you don't know if those people that come out, what they really think and what they really want, because they are now under a big threat. Let's see, after the conditions will change, we have another prediction. We think that the vast majority of the Iranian people wants a change in this cruel regime, a regime that destroyed the economy of Iran. Iran has so much, I would say, all the ingredients that need to be a success economy, a success country, even leading in some aspects, but now they are back behind. And this is only due to the strategic plan of their government. They understand that instead of providing for their people, they are supporting terrorist organizations and proxies all around. I think that this is the case. We will not be sure until all the threats will be removed, and this is what is happening now. And we just heard that we get full control of the airspace in Iran. So now we'll see things change, and we can only question that once the threats will be removed.
Will this be a wider global conflict? How is it emerging? Will Trump be in a position to take responsibility for the consequences of this battle? Mr. Bittelich, for the Europe view, please. What do you think?
Yeah, Arnab, it's strange to see the debate, the evolving debate.
Louder.
Iran has been, in the last years, the main sponsor of international terrorism. And
louder.
Now suddenly Russians have been warning the West, who have been warning the Americans against the Europeans who were to be naive towards Iran. Putin, 20 years ago, in talks with Bush Jr., warned the Americans and invited them to act, and referring to the Europeans who were naive. And I think there is this mixture of the last, let's say, of the years since 79, if you want. Till today, it's this mixture of a lack of a real critical dialogue with the Iranian leadership, and at the same time, we have been missing the right moments, let's say, to stop the developments of nuclear weapons, or ballistic missiles in Iran. Strange. Putin has been warning the Americans 20 years ago against the Iran. Today he's speaking about a cynical act, a cynical murder. Now, the murder has got what I would have preferred to see him in a trial. But please, this is war. And I see the difficulty of the actual situation. Yes, the risk of the Americans has been, and of the Western world, that Iran would become invulnerable with a nuclear weapon, with ballistic missiles. And at the same time, the whole balance in the Middle East has been destructed. Therefore, this decision of the Americans finally to go for what I call destruction of regime. It's, I think our Israeli colleague explained really well. The problem is the regime change has to come from inside, not from the outside.
That is the point everyone's making, but will it? Will it? General Bakshi, will it?
You know, Arnab, Donald Trump and Netanyahu were both saying that our boots on the ground are the Iranian people. They are so fed up of the Khomeini regime, ancient regime, that they are out on the streets, and now it is up to them to overthrow this regime. So they have very deftly left it to the people of Iran. Your images on your screen are showing you what is the mood of the people of Iran. They are rallying around the flag. Like any self-respecting country which is attacked from outside, they are rallying around the flag. They have come out in support of the regime. They are condemning the murder of Khomeini, right? As it is an attack on Iran's sovereignty, there is just no doubt. What is of concern to us is that we are seeing a pattern of activity. Donald Trump attacks Venezuela, a third world country. Then he attacks Iran, a third world country. He's talking of hitting Cuba. He's talking of capturing Greenland. Where does it all end? Where does it all end? You can't have a new era of American colonialism justified by whatever cause, right? The Iranians' strategy was very simple. They know they cannot prevail against the technological might of America combined with Israel. They will go down, but they are very clear that they will raise costs and consequences. They will block the Straits of Hormuz as a last desperate measure. That itself will raise the cost of oil to $120 to $150 a barrel. And that causes a global recession. It hits the economy of India, China, Japan, Korea, all the countries of Europe, and even the United States of America.
If this regime change were to happen, if this regime change were to happen,
to $7, $8 a gallon.
it could go farther than that. General Bakshi, a major deferment. Have you, as the Israelis, been too optimistic in their expectations of a regime change? It is being reported that Israel and Saudi Arabia pushed Trump to do this, saying that it is in your interest to do this, and Trump did this because he also wanted attention to go away from the Epstein files for a while, so it suited him opportunistically. However, have you set a fire that you cannot douse? In the sense that where is the regime change, Major Deferman? Where is the regime change? By now, if Khamenei is dead, the system should have folded up. I don't see the system folding up anywhere in Iran. And Israel is not committing boots on the ground either.
Yeah, regime change is not something that happens overnight, and this is not an operation that began overnight. This is an American, Israeli, and you can imagine the moderate Arab states, the Abraham Accords Arab states. Iran has been an existential threat to just about every country in the region. It's occupied, colonized a number of countries in the region over the last 40 years of this Islamic regime. It was behind, together with Hamas and its various proxies, on the October 7th attack. It launched the attack that signed the warrant of the end of this regime. But this is not an operation that began yesterday, and it's not a regime change that will happen overnight. Airstrikes cannot do regime change, and neither the U.S., certainly not Israel, will put any boots on the ground. What I can imagine is...
Who is the Rodriguez in Iran? There was a Rodriguez after Maduro was kidnapped. Who is the Rodriguez in Iran? And if there isn't a Rodriguez in Iran, then this will be a failed experiment.
Arnab, let's take a different perspective,
okay,
shall
Tatiana
we?
is on the debate. Yes, Tatiana is saying something to you, Major.
I've been listening, you know, it was such an interesting...
I haven't been talking, so excuse me. I'm
okay, let him finish. Let him finish, Tatiana.
Of course.
You asked a question, I'd like to finish it. The most realistic scenario is that there is a number 2, a number 10, a number 20 who is amenable to working cooperatively with the United States, with the international order. And I would very much hope that the American, Israeli, Saudi, whoever is behind this plan, has that in mind, because you cannot do regime change. You can decapitate, but a decapitation means there has to be a head that's ready to come in. We're not going to see this overnight. This is something that could take days, something that could take weeks. I would be very wary. I would be very hopeful, certainly, that the United States and Israel didn't just launch an attack with no actual plan in place. This is probably something that has been in the works for many, many months, if not longer, to have an alternate regime ready to come in, and we're just seeing the beginning.
But then it cannot be this Raza Pahlavi figure. He cannot even get 10 Iranians to support him. He doesn't speak the local language.
You need someone on the inside.
Yeah, so if it is someone from within... days, weeks, but if it takes months, then what? Then it's also going to lead to a consolidation of...
That's one of the
scenarios. It is already leading to a consolidation.
Yes, okay. Now, Tatiana is saying something to you, which is a counter view. Yes, Tatiana.
We are looking at pictures, well, not now, but you were showing pictures of consolidation, because at the end of the day, if you, if you are in the city and there are bombs dropping on your head, those are not Iranian bombs. That's not the Ayatollah dropping bombs. That's the US dropping bombs. You don't go out against the regime in that specific scenario. Also, look, if you read about Ayatollah Rafi, he is a hardliner. He's a known hardliner. So that decapitation, if anything, grew another head that might be even more hardline than the one that was cut off. But let's take a different perspective, shall we? You know, obviously, Iran is not Venezuela, so you can't just airlift the head of state. And even if you eliminate the head of state, there is a system in place. It doesn't hinge on one person. There's a huge system. There's already a new head of IRGC. There's already a new Ayatollah interim, but still in place. And it's going to continue. If anything, outside interventions historically consolidate the population against the aggressor, and that aggressor is not the Ayatollah in this respect. What does the closure of Strait of Hormuz produce? The answer is very simple. The oil prices will go up. Can you, Arnab, name a country that just so happened to fall on extremely huge amounts of oil this year?
Well, I mean, Venezuela, but Iran is the fourth largest oil producer in the world.
Yes.
And
who's going to benefit from the closure of the Strait of Hormuz? Who is now claiming to have large amounts of oil, Venezuelan oil, but well, is going to be American companies mining it, getting their hands on them and selling them, that oil. It's not about regime change. Regime change, America has sponsored revolutions before, and we've seen them. They don't do it with decapitations. They don't do it with eliminations of the head of the huge state with a system in place. If they want to sponsor, if they want to sponsor a revolution, they do it silently.
What you're saying is that this is less about regime change, but more about controlling the Straits of Hormuz. So it's going to come down to a maritime war. That's what I said, Ron. In that case, there'll be a standoff in the Straits of Hormuz, in which case it may be difficult to stay away. Ron, I'll go to Ruben right after.
Yes, this is one of the scenarios, yes. And we're ready also for that. We have different plans for different scenarios. As I said, the main goal is to prevent any mass destruction weapon from this radical murderer regime. But then the other goal is to change the regime, and if not change the regime, in some way control what he's doing and his influence in the region, which is, I would say, very aggressive. So these are the goals. There are different goals for this attack, this war. And it is a no-choice war because there was no other choice. Iran was very close to a point where it reaches this mass destruction weapons, and then they will be vulnerable, as was mentioned before. So this was actually the last minute. After the 12 days war, we thought that Iran will stop its campaign for achieving a nuclear weapon, but it didn't. It even accelerated it. So we gave them, I think that President Trump gave them a very fair chance just to stop that. But they didn't take it. I think they miscalculated the situation.
In that case, while Khamenei is dead, and I'm joined by Reuven Azar, who's the serving Israeli ambassador to India. He is in Jerusalem right now. Reuven, we are seeing these visuals of retaliatory strikes by Iran.
Yes.
And we've seen the visuals of the burning, ship in the Straits of Hormuz. So has Israel planned for what happens after Khamenei is killed? Because after all, you've not got the entire leadership. There is an alternative leadership which has been set up. What happens next? What is the game plan, if there's one?
Well, Arnab, thank you for the interview. What Israel has in mind is to neutralize and destroy both plans that the Iranian regime had to exterminate the state of Israel. The first is the military nuclear program, in which the regime invested tens of billions of dollars and has been deceiving the international community for years. And the second is the ballistic missile program. Both programs, in line also with their effort on the proxies, were directed in order to destroy us. Now, we've tried negotiation for a long time. And now we are determined to neutralize those threats. Now, regarding the game plan in Iran, I think it's up to the Iranian people to decide whether they're going to assume this opportunity. We've seen the Basij murdering, massacring tens of thousands of Iranian citizens. We hope the Iranians brace this moment and use it in order to change their country for the better.
What if that doesn't happen?
Sorry?
What if that doesn't happen and the counter happens, that the people who are the fence sitters move over to the pro-Ayatollah side?
Well, I think that if the people of Iran decide to stick with the Ayatollahs and do not use this moment, it's the situation will continue.
Then it's status quo, isn't it? Then it's status quo.
Where can this go? I think that this can take...
Then is it a status quo? I'm asking you, in that case, Ambassador, does it become a status quo?
Well, I don't know. I think that we have to see how the dynamics go, because once the regime is debilitated to the degree that it is, we think it's a matter of time until it will collapse. It hasn't brought anything good for the Iranian people, and I think more and more people, even within the ranks of the regime, are getting to that conclusion.
Is there likely to be another round of strikes for control over the Strait of Hormuz?
I think this operation can take weeks. We are going to concentrate in the coming days. Don't forget, it's an American-led operation. What Israel is going to do in coordination with the United States is to continue striking military targets. And of course, we are taking also a lot of measures to defend not only ourselves, but also together with the Americans to defend the entire region from the attempts of Iran to strike it, where our Air Force is...
There are a lot of people watching this geopolitically. A lot of people watching this geopolitically. If oil prices go up, there's going to be confusion across the entire world. And therefore, we don't know what's going to happen if Iran blocks the Strait of Hormuz. Can it?
Well, I think it will have a challenge to block the Straits of Hormuz because of the balance of power right now, which is overwhelmingly in favor of the American forces. We'll have to wait and see. They'll probably try to do that, but I'm not sure they're going to. I'm not sure they're going to be able to.
Well, uncertainty still prevails, doesn't it? Ambassador, thank you very much. Thank you. That's Ambassador Reuven Azar. I go back to my panel right now. Well, Andrew K.P. Leung, how do we read China's statement saying that military operations must stop? What is China's angle in this?
Thank you. First of all, I'm not speaking in London. I'm speaking in Hong Kong, where I'm based. Okay. Now, I think that this is almost a slap in the face of this so-called traditional alliance between Russia, China, and Iran. This semi-alliance was highlighted decades ago by the doyen of American foreign policy, the late Brzezinski, in his seminal book called The Grand Chessboard. On page 55, he already forewarned that such an alliance would be an existential threat to American dominance. And of course, this has been taken to heart by the American foreign policy establishment, and finding any chance to topple the regime. Of course, under the cloak initially of negotiations. And you can see that this decapitation campaign had been planned quite some time ago, relying on intricate intelligence to find exactly where the leadership resides at a particular moment, and then press the button. So this decapitation was premeditated and executed with brute force, and then throwing all the norms and the world order out of the window. Now, if that the Trump administration obviously is doubling down on this rules of the jungle. He doubled down on that against Venezuela, and then also Cuba, and even on Greenland, and his claim on Greenland, and tariffs on closest allies across the Atlantic. So that's the way that Trump is being seen as a much less reliable
changing on the right put
partner for the world order. So that's how China is viewing it, and I think that I like to refer to the upcoming scheduled meeting in Beijing, the visit of President Trump to meet President Xi. Whether it's going to happen or not is still hangs in the balance with what's happening over Iran. Because the war is dragging on, and obviously is spreading around. It's a question whether President Trump can make it to find a time to go to Beijing. Secondly, for Beijing to host such a wrecker of international order, opening, assassinating the leader of another country. If that can be done for Iran, what about other countries which are regarded as Americans' enemies? So that's a very dangerous kind of thing. And for President Xi to host President Trump at this point would be problematic.
Ron, this new angle of kidnapping world leaders, assassinating world leaders quite openly, almost as a political strategy.
What a statement! Yes. What a statement! I would not generalize it and make it like a strategy. I don't think this is a strategy. I think we take it, particularly for each and every situation and every case, which is different. And please think that sometimes that prevents lots of loss of lives. Sometimes in Venezuela, for example, what you mentioned that, or just, taking the leader prevented the killing of many people if there was a war breaking out. So, or any conflict.
Ron, this is the basic question which is being asked globally right now. And while we have excellent relationship with Israel, Prime Minister Modi had an excellent visit to Israel. We have a lot of strategic common interests. I'm sure in Israel also there is a sense of disquiet over this new approach. We'll see what happens to the country later. We will eliminate the leader, or we'll kidnap a leader and then let them handle the mess that emerges out of it. It's vindictive. It's not strategic.
Absolutely, at the interest of the nation and the surrounding nations.
And diplomacy goes for a toss. And it sets a dangerous precedent, Ron. Very dangerous precedent, especially with a man like Trump in charge.
Yes, it's very dangerous, but what are the other options? Take, for example, Hezbollah, okay? When we eliminated Nasrallah...
Iran is not Hezbollah.
Yes,
You're talking about a country of over 91 million
I was asked,
people.
Let me...
Tatiana, let him complete.
I think that the question will refer to me, so if you want me just to refer to this. I think, take for example the Hezbollah. This is a very clear, shining example for how you can save many lives by eliminating one leader that has lost his way, that becomes so aggressive, doesn't care about his own people, does miscalculations, and then eliminating the leader can save many lives on both sides. And I think this is something that you need to examine in any case differently. So it's not a strategy, it's not a way of doing things, and you cannot generalize it. You should take, especially in this case, every case for itself.
Tatiana, yes.
Arnab, I love the state of Israel dearly. I've lived there. I have a lot of friends there. But this is exactly the example of why there are so many people who don't share my point of view. Because when an Israeli person refers to when do you come off saying that a leader has lost his way? Whose job is it to decide why is the state of Israel or the state of America so special that they can decide whether a leader has lost his way? That's one thing. But also, Ron, might I remind you that, again, you're talking about a country that is not Hezbollah, that is not Hamas. This is a country of over 91 million people. Do you know how many Israels fit in Iran? Right? You remember the population of Israel? This is not Gaza. You cannot just continue eliminating leaders. And you know that because Iranian rockets actually do hit buildings. Those are not the same rockets. This is not the same situation. So we're talking about entering into this endless conflict. And if anything, and you know that I'm right, If anything, this specific situation shows that Iran has no choice but to continue developing a nuclear weapon, because this is the only thing that is going to protect them from these blatant attacks when there are two very special countries on the face of this planet. Well, you know, there are more, but in this respect, there are two that don't consider sovereignty at all.
Tatiana,
That's not a
maybe if I
concept.
may, since it was
Their own
directed to me,
regime.
maybe
Why
I
you
answer
guys are
just
talking about it?
one sentence.
Where were you
Just
all?
one sentence.
Where were you all when 30,000 innocent?
Yeah, one. Yes. Shashank, just calm down. Let Ron respond. Ron, yes, Ron. 2 versus 2.
As for that, Tatiana, you should remember how this started and who we are dealing with. This regime of Iran, for decades, is saying out loud, we are there to eliminate Israel. We are going to eliminate Israel. Zionism is temporary. Israel is going to be destroyed, and this is what we are going to do. The Israeli people even don't understand what they want from us. What did we do to them? 2,000 kilometers from us. What did we do to them? But they decided that their main goal is to eliminate Israel. So we are defending ourselves, and we are taking all the measures that are needed to defend ourselves. Once you see the whole story, you understand that what you said cannot hold, because we are defending ourselves. Someone that is stating out loudly that he wants to eliminate Israel is now going to gain, is very close to gaining a nuclear weapon. Who would allow this? So aggressive, and we see the aggressiveness is coming out. Do you know that just now, an hour ago, the Iranian shoot missiles on Cyprus, European country? Not only all countries in the region, in the Middle East, but a European country they are now targeting. Their aggressiveness, their aspiration of control is now coming out, because this is what Iran about. So if they were minding their own business, we would have not messed with them. But we need to protect ourselves, and we cannot take any chance. We gave them all the fair chances. So this is no reason. And you know why all the Israeli, only 10 million people are so united with this law? Because we understand that we gave a fair chance, and we didn't have any other chance but to do what we are doing now.
But you can't make an American the leader. Now, Trump wants to make an American the leader of Iran. The American says, I am the crown prince. He's American, he's not Iranian. He's not an Iranian, he's an American. How can an American...
We leave to the American people to choose for themselves.
But how can the Americans decide to put an American as the new Shah of Iran?
No, the Iranians will choose who is going to be their leader.
Yeah, but Donald Trump
can't decide.
But they're not going to choose. The system in place will choose. Again, Ron, I've lived in Israel. I've lived on the rockets. I know exactly what we're talking about. And I know the philosophy behind the system. But you know, as well as I do, that if you want to bring down the regime, you do it a different way. If the regime is that strong, you sponsor the opposition, you shake it from the inside, but you don't go consolidating the middle people, you know, the people who didn't care about this before today. They now will support this regime. It's not going to get weaker, because you went in and you eliminated the head of the country. You made yourself exactly what they paint you out to be. This is the point. And again, because it's not Gaza, it's not 2 million people, it's a huge country that has already functioned in a state of huge austerity because of the sanctions. They will consolidate. Doesn't that just make no sense?
I totally understand what you're saying.
Why doesn't America do this to North America? North Korea, for example, North Korea wags a finger, a nuclear finger, at America every day. Am I right? Everyone all right? Why don't you eliminate the North Korean chief? Why don't you take him out? Why don't you kidnap him? It'll be more amusing as well. See, this is appearing a bit opportunistic. Why were there talks? What were the talks about then? You can't engage in talks.
Because this is about oil.
If this is about oil, And then we should be prepared
Arnab,
for
can I come in?
General Bakshi is coming in. This could create some of the biggest disruption in global oil markets in decades.
Yes.
General Bakshi, and we are all vested in this. This is no longer a bilateral Iran-Israel matter, and we have the right to ask questions. General Bakshi, please. Yes.
We in India have the greatest of love for the people of Israel. We empathize with them because we are in a similar situation as far as the depredations of terrorism are concerned. Unfortunately, the current situation has gotten mixed up. There is Donald Trump going on a rampage the world over. He has attacked Venezuela, captured their, president and his wife, kidnapped them in a kind of a smash and grab operation. He is planning to smash and grab Greenland. He is planning to make Canada the 51st state, right? He is planning to ingest Cuba. So where will all this end? You have a whole lot of third world countries in the global south, asking who's next?
Who's next?
Where will it all end? Some justification or the other will be found. It's gotten mixed up, I'm very sorry, with a very sordid neo-colonial venture.
Mr. Bitterlich wanted to come in.
Which I think is actually damaging Israel by the very fact of association.
Well, I understand all these worrying arguments, but let's not compare apple and pears. There are two different situations. With regard to Iran, we have been trying by diplomatic means for the last 20 years to avoid, let's say, the nuclear development.
Where is the proof of the nuclear development, sir? The WMD argument came out pathetically wrong, and it was later proved that it was a conspiracy theory that Tony Blair was a part of. This is a similar situation, isn't there? I mean, if you have to neutralize Iran in a nuclear way, there are many ways of doing so.
Well, this is one side of the story. But the Iranians have been playing for time and betraying the controllers from Vienna as the Western world. Now, Arnab, you have one point where I can see really the difficulty. Regime change or establish a new regime. What the Israelis and the Americans are doing there is regime destruction, an attempt of regime destruction. Regime change has to come from the interior side. I had the opportunity to look into, let's say, the Iranian opposition who is living outside mostly. And they have only yesterday announced a government in exile. They have announced their way to treat with the Basij, with the key people of the regime. And this is coming extremely late there. And there I fear that the time is not yet ripe really for a regime change. I fear this.
I'm not sure of the way things are developing right now, but we have two sets of visuals I want to wrap this up with, ladies and gentlemen. One is of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who's having his talks with the security officials, cabinet members. The immediate challenge is what happens in the Straits of Hormuz. That is what we are interested in. That is what the world is interested in. Who controls the Straits of Hormuz? How aggressive can the Iranians get? Will it lead to maritime conflict? The Russians and Chinese believe the Iranians can handle it themselves. I don't believe they can. I think if the Chinese want to control the Straits of Hormuz through Iran, they're going to have to help the Iranians. And that's the problem for the Chinese and the Russians. They won't come out directly. So far, it's an indirect global conflict. People asking me, is this World War III? It already is, but an indirect World War III. Will this become a World War III in a more protracted way? The events over the next 48 hours will decide. I thank you all very much. The situation is not cohesive at all. I don't think anyone, as of this minute, is in control. The breaking news continues.
quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off the plane, you realize
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching
செழித்தோங்கி குடிகள் வாழ்த்த பாரத புகழ் மறையே எங்கள் பார்த்திபனே.
இந்த பெருந்திரள் பொதுக்கூட்டத்திற்கு வரவேற்புரை வழங்குவதற்காக பாரதிய ஜனதா கட்சியினுடைய மாநில தலைவர் மரியாதைக்குரிய அண்ணன் திருமிகு நயினார் நாகேந்திரன் அவர்களை வரவேற்புரை வழங்கும்படி அன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றேன். மதுரை மீனாட்சி அம்மனையும் வணங்கி திருப்பரங்குன்றம் முருகனையும் வணங்கி உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் எனது பணிவு கலந்த வணக்கம். நெற்றிக்கண் திறப்பினும் குற்றம் குற்றமே என்று கூறிய மதுரை மண்ணில்
Viewers, these are the visuals of the Prime Minister from Tamil Nadu. In fact, he's in Madurai and he's offering prayers at the temple in Madurai. This comes at the feet of the Prime Minister unveiling projects over 4,000 crore rupees during his two-day visit to the state in Tamil Nadu. Now, beginning with his arrival in Chennai, he's in fact now in the Arulmigu Subramanya Swami temple, which is in Madurai in Tamil Nadu, offering prayers. In fact, he has also said that the centre pledges its support for inclusive development in Tamil Nadu, once again favouring the people of the state. In fact, Prime Minister Modi is also set to meet the party leaders at the Lok Bhavan in Chennai later. Rakshita.
Right. The visit coming in, of course, ahead of the assembly elections also in Tamil Nadu, and very, very important for the Prime Minister to pay a visit, and of course a visit to the temple. Also, not to forget the Deepam row that has been taking place, the politics that has unfolded over the Deepam row, the politics that had in fact unfolded surrounding the Deepam, and now we have the Prime Minister. This is a picture that speaks volumes. The Prime Minister doing the Shashtang Dadmat Pranam and visiting this temple. It actually is a statement from the Prime Minister himself, especially given the politics that was surrounding this, surrounding the Deepam. And now he had offered those prayers during this visit. And he will be, of course, as you were pointing out, inaugurating several projects, development projects. Of course, the announcements coming in, and the more announcement will be coming in. Projects of over 4,400 crore rupees ahead of the campaign that continues also in Tamil Nadu. So this is the visual from the temple visit just a while back that has concluded. The Prime Minister's address is expected very, very soon. My colleague Shada joins us live on the broadcast. Shada, the Prime Minister visits the temple. It's very important given the row that had erupted on over the Deepam. And the legal battle, of course, remember, had unfolded. And now the Prime Minister paying a visit. It speaks about how the Prime Minister is setting up an example, putting out a statement there.
If you could remember that back in December, when the order came that the Deepatun should have the lamp lit on top of the hill. However, the DMK government did not follow the orders, and there was a huge row over this particular issue, especially with the Tirupurakunam temple on the news every single day, making headlines saying that lighting the lamp on the hill will cause a trouble among and especially cause a rift between the Muslims and the Hindu in Madurai, is what the DMK claimed, because there's a dargah on top of the hill. However, we got to speak to the Dargah secretary and also multiple other residents of that area who said that the temple and the Dargah are in two different ways, and it is of and that they do not have an issue. It's just that the Deepatun comes under the place where the Dargah is situated, and that if there is a civil court case that proves that the land belongs to the temple, the Dargah will have no issue. However, the DMK government continue to state that they will not light the lamp, keeping in mind the elections coming, and with minority appeasement as their angle to win over the 2026 elections, DMK made split. And it was the BJP and multiple Hindu organizations that came forward. And though the court has passed an order that next year that the lamp should be lit on the top of the hill, this move by Prime Minister Narendra Modi visiting Tirupurakunram hill gives the amongst the Hindus saying that they sentiments will be followed and that DMK cannot pose a threat to the Hindus. This is a very forward statement from the Prime Minister himself by visiting the temple. In few minutes, Prime Minister Narendra Modi leading the NDA would be speaking on the rally that's been organized in Madurai today. We also saw multiple government projects where opened and inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So this particular rally comes right before the AIADMK announces the final seat sharing between the NDA allies. We know the past 2 days, Party General Secretary Edappadi K. Palaniswamy is having talks with multiple leaders, including BJP leader Piyush Goyal, the Union Minister, who is the election in charge of the seat. And now Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the crowd very shortly, and we will know what stance Prime Minister Narendra Modi has on the Sirpura Kundra Rakshita.
Right. Many thanks, Shada, for giving us an understanding of this visit, and we will come back to you as the Prime Minister will also be expected to be addressing in a short while from now. But at the moment, viewers, we will be sipping to a very, very short break. We come back with our rolling coverage on the escalating situation in West Asia.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday.
More visuals that are being released by the Israeli Defense Forces of the strikes. This is one of the strikes in Iran, as the footage is released by Israel, and you can see how okay, this is the two Iranian this is F5 and F4 fighter jets that were prepared for takeoff have been struck by the Israeli Air Force, and this has been posted by the IDF. It says a short while ago, the Israel Air Force struck two Iranian terror regime F5 and F4 fighter jets at the airport of Tabriz in western Iran as the jets were prepared for takeoff. Gesu.
In fact, the strike also, as the IDF has mentioned, was conducted to degrade the Iranian Air Force's activities and to further expand the degradation of the regime's aerial defense. In fact, precision strikes on your screens right now. The video has been released, a drone footage by the Israeli Defense Forces, where they've claimed that two of the fighter jets, F5 and F4, of the Iranian defense were ready for takeoff, eventually would have struck Israeli territories or the Gulf regions, and IDF deterred that. They destroyed the two fighter jets. You can see it in the visual very clearly. It's black and white, but that structure completely destroyed by one strike. That's of the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, and they've released these videos. In fact, they continue to strike infrastructure, as per them, which belongs to the Iranian terror regime, to degrade the regime and prevent threats against Israel.
So it's a strike on a truck that was carrying ballistic missiles. So we understand that how this is a precision strike that Israel is looking to paralyze all the efforts of Iran, because Iran has a strength in its ballistic missiles, which we are witnessing right from the start of the retaliation. And the ballistic missiles, yesterday also one such video was in fact released by the IDF last evening, and today again we see this truck that was carrying ballistic missiles. It was just ready to launch, and that has been struck by the Israeli Defense Forces. So that's another video that we're getting in, and more visuals are now coming in. Israel continues to post these videos, of course, sending out a message. It's the war continues, and the information warfare also continues. This is another video that we're playing out right now. Another video that we have received that we are right now playing out on your screens from the IDF. This is the truck that I was speaking about, carrying ballistic missiles, that has been now completely demolished by Israel.
Yeah, in fact, viewers, just moments ago, we also saw another video that was released by the IDF. Tehran has been struck by the IDF at least 6 times since today morning. This is just the second day of the war, and Iran's resolve seems very defeated right now in the war.
In fact,
this is a missile launcher in the visual that's being destroyed. The missile launcher, which belongs to the Iranian military, completely destroyed by the Israeli Defense Forces. Just before this, they also gave us visuals of destroying fighter jets of Iranian military.
Right, and as we speak, there is more breaking news coming in. We'll just play that out as more strikes have been reported from Dubai. 2 more explosions in Dubai. Iran continues to target Dubai, target Abu Dhabi. UAE has already released a statement telling Iran to have some sense and not engage in a war with its neighbors. But what we understand is that Iran continues to hit several facilities in buildings in Dubai. And remember, there is no official of a US base as such in Dubai, but it continues to strike several other buildings that are linked to United States in retaliation. And this is one such building that we just showed you that's on fire. More Iranian strikes being reported in Dubai. In fact, there are bases also like the Al Dhafra Air Base south of Abu Dhabi, shared with UAE force, that have also been struck. But this is Dubai, what we're talking about right now. And we'll just get more details on that. We're trying to get more details on that as we are getting you this visual. Trying to get you visuals from Iran, I beg your pardon, from Dubai. There are more Iranian strikes now that are being reported. One such visual, Gesu, is on the screens as, this is, in Dubai, there is a Jebel Ali port also that has been on the target, but it is not a designated military base, but it's a Navy's largest port of the call in the Middle East that belongs to the United States. And we see how that Iran is going no holds barred as far as targeting UAE. Bahrain was literally on fire yesterday. Today we see that it continues to pound several locations in UAE, particularly Dubai.
Yeah. In fact, these strikes come right after UAE also gave out its first statement on the unsolicited strikes, Iranian strikes on Dubai, where they said that this war is not between Iran and its neighbors, it's rather between Iran and Israel and US that's backing Israel. In fact, and that's exactly the triangle that the war should remain in.
In fact, it's a CIA headquarters. It's a CIA headquarters, and of course it's their own way of revenge, or perhaps the retaliatory strike, because the CIA was the one behind tracking and eliminating Khamenei. Meanwhile, we have some more breaking news coming in.
We're getting in some more breaking developments now, viewers. The constant development that we're getting in the West Asian tension. Now we have a footage of the Palau-flagged oil tanker called Skylight, which has been set on fire following Iranian strikes near the Strait of Hormuz. Not just the Strait of Hormuz being shut, but also vessels now under attack in the Strait of Hormuz. Now remember, the largest natural gas and oil choke point in the world. Trade stands still and vessels are attacked. Let's listen into the ambient sounds of what's happening exactly in these visuals.
All right, so this is the Strait of Hormuz. This is a tanker that was near off the coast of Oman, and it's the first shipping attack in this conflict that has taken place. Yeah. Oil tanker hit near Oman in the Strait of Hormuz, and we see that the Palau-flagged oil tanker was just struck off Oman's Musandam Peninsula, and it was an attack that followed drone strikes also at the Duqm port. So this is a dramatic visual that we are witnessing right now. Strait of Hormuz, remember, is a strategic route for oil shipping, global oil shipping. It's a very, very important strait, as narrow as it is. But 1/5 of global oil and gas supplies transit. So there are two visuals that we see from the Strait of Hormuz earlier. The visual running on your left side, viewers, is another visual that came in today. The second one is a closer look. You can see much a clearer one, and the plumes of smoke continue to billow from that oil tanker, a dark and heavy smoke that, of course, signaling it's an oil tanker that has been that is now set on fire due to the missiles.
An unmistakable detail that nobody should forget about is that this vessel was Palau flagged. Now, Palau stands for the idea of peace, love and tranquility, and, you know, the prime time for human activity like fishing, trading and harvesting, and that is the kind of vessel that has been struck by Iran. Iran's message, bullish and clear, that they've not just shut the Strait of Hormuz, but anybody who tries to trespass the Strait of Hormuz for trade or for any other reason, even if it doesn't belong to Israel or the Gulf, they are going to be attacked. And that's exactly what has happened. Two vessels, one on your left from earlier and this one on your right, just from right now. An entire vessel struck, an entire vessel reduced to smoke.
In updates coming in via news agencies is that there are dozens of cargo ships that are now standing gathered in the waters off the coasts of Iran, Iraq, Kuwait and UAE, just to avoid the Strait of Hormuz, because we understand that Iran is trying to send out a message that anybody passing through will not be spared. At least 100 other oil tankers are halted near the coast of the UAE and the Sultanate of Oman outside the Strait of Hormuz, which is, of course, going to somewhere, if not for a long time, but temporarily, hit the oil supply. As I said, it's 1/5 of global oil and gas supply transit. India, of course, also has its crude oil imports and especially LNG imports that depends on the Strait of Hormuz. So we have to wait and watch how long does this stay closed. And meanwhile, we have some more breaking news coming in right now. North Korea has condemned US strikes in Iran. So more and more countries are coming out in condemnation of this operation and epic fury. North Korea condemning United States strike in Iran.
This is the first statement that comes in from North Korea, where they've sided with Iran on the ongoing war in West Asia. In fact, earlier today, we also heard from China, we heard from Russia, all siding with Iran, where on the other hand, we had UK standing with Israel and the US. We had several other countries standing with them. In fact, the Houthi rebels also yesterday just announced their support with Iran.
Right, North Korea calling it a violation of Iranian sovereignty and territorial rights. Meanwhile, some more breaking news coming in right now, and we are going to show you more and more visuals that are being now released right now. This is a video.
This is the footage of the Iranian fighter jets being prepared for strikes on US targets. That's what we're learning in the latest. Now, this comes right after the IDF also released a drone video of striking two F-5 and F-4 fighter jets of the Iranian military in the Iranian territory. And this is possibly another one which has been released by Iran, where they're showing their preparedness, their readiness, possibly also indicating that they're getting ready to strike US territories or targets across the Gulf.
Absolutely. So you can see that Iran also trying to display that they will continue to avenge this strike by Israel and United States. So while we continue to see what Israel Defense Forces are posting and are releasing footages, we have Iran now also upping the info warfare game. We understand that they have now released this video to display their air capacity, air power, air combat capacity. And this is one such, you can see a video that is coming in. This is from Iran, and they're preparing for the strikes on military bases. And of course, they're all in the Gulf countries, the GCC countries that have been under attack by the Iranians, and Iranian fighter jets now being prepared for strikes on U.S. targets. Of course, this must be from a while back, perhaps last evening, but Iran continues to, in fact, retaliate and strike as many targets, especially the U.S. bases in the Gulf.
This also seems like an attempt to actually show the larger audiences that everything is good inside Iran. You know, much like the iftar party that they spoke about yesterday, and just moments after, Khamenei was declared to be dead. Viewers, one of the visuals has been released by Iran and the other one by Israel. And like my colleague also mentioned, complete information warfare at the fore of the West Asian tensions. Both Iran and Israel flexing their military muscles and showing their preparedness. In fact, Israel has released multiple videos of drone strikes by the Israeli Defense Forces, the Israeli Air Force specifically, on multiple and plethora of targets of the Iranian military.
Right. We are showing you both the footages. Israeli Defense Forces, they continue to show the targets they have struck, the truck full of ballistic missiles, and the regime aircraft that is completely dismantled. One of the headquarters, today the headquarters that was dismantled. Everything is on display by Israel. But Tehran also continues to now show that it is not down and out, that it continues to retaliate, sending out a message. How long can it do that? That's, of course, a big question. That remains a question, but we continue to give you updates from both sides, and we will be, in fact, getting you more breaking news that is coming in right now. There is a video that, in fact, shows a narrow escape for civilians, Iranian missiles landing in South Israel, and we have Israeli Minister. Okay, we have some protest visuals also coming in. We have some protest visuals coming in. Please play that out. We can play that out so we can tell where it's from. It's from Tehran. All right, we see the massive gathering. The entire strait is flooded as Iran also, of course, mourning the death of Ayatollah Khamenei. And you just see that how many people have turned up in protest, mourning the death of Khamenei, and they also vow revenge. We had Pezeshkian also earlier, the president of Iran, who has said that the only way we know is that we will take revenge, and we just see hundreds and thousands of people have turned out onto the streets, flooding with the flag of Iran, and mourning the death of Khamenei, and also, of course, protesting against Israel and US.
And not just Tehran, but also Isfahan, and we also saw these protests, similar ones in various areas across West Asia. A sea full of people out on the roads protesting over what they call the murder of their supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. These are the visuals on your screens. Both the places, a sea of people on the streets, completely blocked. Now, in fact, also remember, this comes at the feet of Iran announcing for a mourning period for the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader. In fact, these are about hundreds of people who are out in the streets protesting and mourning the killing of Khamenei. And also comes at a time when missiles are being rained from Israeli Defense Forces, and yet people are completely out and about on the streets for the mourning period. The mourning period initially that was described by Iran was over 40 days. These are the visuals on your screens from Isfahan and Tehran. In fact, viewers, today we also showed you how in Tehran there were multiple strikes. Right. Now, my colleague Rakshita speaks about.
Absolutely, Gay. So we're just going to tell you what's going to happen next. Since 1989, it was Ayatollah Khamenei who was at the helm of affairs, the longest serving head of state in entire West Asia region. And now, who is going to be the successor, there's no clarity. But the interim leader right now is Ayatollah Ali Raza Arafi. He's someone who is from the close, trusted circles of Ayatollah Khamenei himself. He's a senior religious figure. He is one of the imams who leads the nationwide seminary system of Iran. So he's quite close. He's a polyglot, and he's, of course, linked to the more for the modern generation also. But he remains someone from Khamenei's closer circles. But if you talk about the circles in the successors in the longer term, Hujat ul-Islam Mohsen Qaumi is another such a very conservative leader, a senior leader. He's a key advisor. He has been a key advisor to Ayatollah Khamenei. Next is Ayatollah Mohsen Araki, a long-standing member of the Assembly of Experts, another a very, very senior one that has been one at the center of the think tanks, rather, or the close-knit network, the close-knit office of Ayatollah Khamenei. Now, Ayatollah Ghulam Hossein Mohseni Ejai is the chief of judiciary. He has a national security background. It's not going to be easy for anybody who takes over in when such a conflict is escalating. So there has to be, of course, an understanding of the security situation and how to take up the matters when the public has one has to seek the support of the masses, because Iran already had been grappling with the protests for months now. Ayatollah Hashim Hosseini Busheiri is a Friday prayer leader at Qom, very, very important leader in terms of the religious circles. He is an important religious leader. Mojtaba Khamenei's name has also been doing the rounds, He's son of the late Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. So yes, in terms of the family, his name has been doing the rounds. But for now, it is Ayatollah Ali Raza Arafi who has been named the interim leader. Gesu. All right, we have some more breaking news.
Breaking development now. At least 200 drones and 137 ballistic missiles targeted UAE. Now, Emirates Ministry has said that most of these projectiles were intercepted. 14 drones fell into the Emirati territory and waters. That's the latest that we're picking in. UAE completely under the wrath of Iranian missile barrage. 200 drones and 137 ballistic missiles targeted UAE. Now, Emirati Ministry has also said that most of these projectiles were intercepted. Remember, this comes right after UAE's first ever statement in the ongoing escalations, where they said that Iran is not in a direct confrontation with UAE. Rather than that, despite that, in fact, 200 drones, 137 ballistic targets in UAE. Now, the Emirati Ministry has said that most of these projectiles have been intercepted. In fact, some also fell not on the territory but in the waters around the Emirati territory. At least 14 drones have fallen into the Emirati territory and waters. Debris of drones is being recovered from the waters near the Emirati territory.
Right. We have our panel of guests also joining us right now. We have our Strategic Affairs expert and former diplomat, Ambassador Deepak Vora, joining us on the broadcast. We have also Ariella joining us from Ashdod in Israel joining us. I'll just go across to Ariella for a reaction as to what's really happening. If you could just get a sense of what is the situation in Israel and how do you see the reactions that are coming in right now from across the globe, with Putin calling it a murder, Putin calling it something that it violates international law, and China also condemning. And there are more and more, of course, powers and nations that are condemning this act. And meanwhile, we see that Iran continues to pound several bases and even the CIA headquarters in Dubai.
Well, for the past hour, approximately, we've had of sirens and alerts, missile attacks towards Israel. For over an hour, I've already sitting in a shelter, but it's been targeted to Israel. And there have been damages throughout Israel. Currently, I have not heard of injured, but of course of a property that has been hit and bombarded. Well, if I take, my own perspective and I look at the global era, what's going on with Iran, and it's actually targeting the Gulf states that were, he's actually targeting the Sunni governments throughout the Gulf. And if in the past we would never think that he would do such a thing, well, finally, it's credit and accountability as the head of the Islamic and the head of the Arab states looking for their interest is actually becoming not true, and it seems like it's imperialistic designation throughout the global area. And also we've heard that they have also launched missiles towards Cyprus, and like now I'm sorry that I have to run to the shelter. Once again, we have alerts that I must run to the protected because of the missile.
We understand completely, yes. Thank you so much, Ariella, for joining us there. And of course, the situation you can see is very, very serious in Israel as the strikes continue, Gesu. And Ariella has to right now shift to the bunker for shelter.
In fact, we're also being joined by Ambassador Deepak Vora, who continues to be with us on the broadcast. Ambassador Vora, I wanted to understand from you, Iran has been raining missiles over UAE and the Emirati territory, and this comes when their actual conflict is against Israel and the US. Now, I understand that this is happening because they are striking all the Gulf regions that are housing US bases, but don't you think that they're making more enemies? This is going to lead to more isolation for Iran, and it's actually not going to pay off how they think it will. Bullish behavior is going to come back and bite Iran's back. Ambassador Vora.
Well, thank you very much, Vida. It's always a pleasure to be with you. You are brilliant the way you put across things. And to our colleague from Israel who was there a little while ago, may I just tell her, if she's still listening, what I'd like to say is, Yam Yisrael Hai. Israel lives and Israel will live for a long time. Now, when we do any action, a military action, we first ask ourselves, what is the political objective? Ma'am, I have been struggling to understand, what does Iran want? In Spain, in 2000, the Prime Minister of Spain, the Spanish economy was booming, a character called Jose Maria Aznar. I knew him very well. He went to Iran because he wanted to play an important role on the world stage. He wanted to be the leader of Europe. And he met Ayatollah Khamenei. And he went into his room in the morning and said, good morning, Supreme Leader. There was no response. Khamenei was stirring tea. Then he thought he hadn't heard him. And then he said, sir, what is your objective? When you get up in the morning, what is the first thing you think? And Aznar has written that Khamenei said, the first thing I think about is how to destroy Israel. Now, if that is your objective, sorry, no one is going to side with you. Then, ma'am, the second thing of the stupidity the Iranians are doing, attacking the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and all these fellows in the Gulf, ma'am, the second thing that they are doing is the schism between Shia and Sunni is now becoming wider than ever before. Israel in 1967 fought three main enemies, Egypt, Jordan, Syria, and a few chamchas on the side. Now Iran is going to fight, the United States is going to fight, Israel is going to fight 8 other Gulf nations. Nobody, let me repeat this, I've been 20 years in that region, nobody wants Iran in its present form. Nobody wants the mullahs. What have they given? At the end of 46 years, what have you given the people of Iran? You've given them hardship, you've given them inflation, you've given them lack of jobs, you've given them a currency that has collapsed. What have you fed them with? You fed them snake oil. You also call that Islam. So my own feeling is, ma'am, there is going to be a quick end to this war. Nobody is going to accept whoever the successors are. If they are non-mullahs, they'll be accepted. Mullahs, they will not be accepted.
Yes, sir. And then we'll just come back to you, my colleague. We will just give our viewers a lowdown of where all Iran has actually carried out that strike and the key locations, in fact, of that is very important geopolitically also. Gaze, over to you.
Let's first look at all the key locations that Iran has been striking. Now, remember, the war is between Iran and Israel, that's being backed by the US, but the entire Gulf is facing the wrath of the Iranian military. Now, first up, we have Iraq, which was also struck. Kuwait was also struck. In fact, we also had visuals yesterday of the international airport in Kuwait, people completely scrambling here and there, and the airport up in smokes and flames because of the strike. Israel territories, of course, Israel is a target. Yesterday, their Iron Dome was up, but even then, Iranian missiles found a way through in the night. Even today morning, some strikes were reported in Tel Aviv. Jordan was struck yesterday last. Bahrain, again, 2 strikes yesterday. One yesterday morning and the other one in the night. After that, we come down to Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia also struck by Iran. Oman, various ports also, in fact, struck across the Gulf region by Iranian missiles. UAE remains, looks like the main target. In fact, a bigger target than Israel. Honestly, every time Iran has said that they're trying to strike all the countries that are housing US bases, they are still coming for civilian and commercial infrastructure. UAE becomes one of the foremost examples. A building right next to Burj Khalifa completely struck. A kamikaze drone went slicing through residential buildings and high-rise buildings. Hotels set on fire, airports set on fire, and even ports set on fire, vessels burnt down. And last was Qatar, that was also under the wrath of the Iranian missiles. And these are all the regions that have been put through a shockwave following the strangulation in West Asia between Iran and Israel. And this is not, in fact, this also comes after UAE made it clear that this is not a war between Iran and UAE. However, most amount of missiles have been rained down on UAE so far. Rakshita.
Right, and Dubai, of course, we are getting in more visuals. Is Ambassador Vora still with us? I'd like to go across to him on this. Ambassador Vora, if you're listening to me, we are getting some really horrific visuals from Dubai, a city that is known to be one of the safest. And this is something that completely changes the Gulf region, isn't it? This is something that was never, ever preempted in a city like Dubai, in a city like Abu Dhabi. They are one of the most important trade centers of the world, even hundreds and thousands of Indians also staying there. But it's a great cause of worry how UAE is on one of the prime targets today by Iran. Ambassador Vora, how do you read into this?
Well, he's making enemies. He's being stupid. He has no idea about diplomacy. Diplomacy is the term that I have invented and that I use. He's making enemies where he should be looking for friends. Not one fellow has come out to say, I'm going to support you. Yes, China will say, oh, terrible chaps, these Americans. And Putin will say, oh, terrible chaps, violating international law. Of course, what he did in Ukraine was upholding international law. It's a question of show me the fellow and I'll tell you the law.
Right. I think there's some problem with
My own feeling is, ma'am, this war will end. It's a basic issue.
Sir, please continue. I think there was a
problem.
Can
you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There was some problem with the audio. Now it's fine. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
No, I said the war will end quickly. The war will end quickly because how much of a beating can Iran take?
Yeah.
It's people, it's kids, it's Gen Z like you, it's Gen Alpha don't want a confrontation. Confrontation for what? What do you want to achieve? Israel is not going to disappear. United States will not suffer regime change. You will. Therefore, the important thing is...
Yeah. Also, Ambassador Vora, particularly Dubai has been a target. The UAE has been facing strikes one after the other. Yesterday also, the most number of strikes hit Dubai. Today, again, there were about 3 strikes that have been reported, even after the statement was issued from UAE's side, making it clear that they're not participating in this war. What do you have to say about Dubai being the main target of the Iranian military?
The Iranian military is trying to say that we can hit America's chamchas, wherever they are. We'll find you and we'll hit you. That's the wrong policy. In fact, most of these regime fellows, my friends who live the United Arab Emirates told me, most of these characters have their money sitting in Dubai. It's a very corrupt regime. And all the time, the snake oil of religion to your people, when you're stealing, you're siphoning off country's money. Where is it going? So this too, that is the younger people want to ask, where did Tiger? And you are headed nowhere with the present regime. You're hitting Dubai, you're hitting UAE. You are offending, ma'am, not just the United States, you are hurting Europe. It's a financial center. You're hitting Saudi Arabia. Right. What are you trying to achieve?
Right, sir.
That you've really ruined your international relationship.
Yeah.
Right, sir.
All right, thanks, ma'am. I'll have to leave now.
Right, sir, we understand. Thank you so much, sir. In fact, we're getting in this breaking video. This is what we are running from Dubai, how the air defense system, the Emirati air defense system has intercepted a missile from Iran, and that's the visual from the skies of Dubai, UAE intercepting missiles and drones that have been launched by Iran. That's been Iran's strategy, to overwhelm the air defense system with drones and then, of course, get in with the missiles. But we see that this missile has been intercepted. These missiles have been intercepted, and this is seen from the Dubai skies as more than hundreds of ballistic missiles and almost 200 drones had been fired at UAE. Now, Emirati Air Defense Forces, they, of course, use the THAAD system. That's an American-made high-altitude area defense terminal high-altitude area defense system. And in fact, that is now operating to intercept, counter all the Iranian drones and the missiles, the ballistic missiles that are being fired at Dubai, and of course Abu Dhabi, many cities, the two main cities there. And UAE already has issued a statement saying that there should be some sense, and it should be that it should not engage in a war with its neighbors. It has called, Dubai has condemned what Iran has been doing, and saying that it should return to reason.
Yeah. Viewers, in fact, getting in some more breaking development. Now, the OPEC Plus bloc has said that will increase oil production by about 206,000 barrels. Now, this comes at the heels of the Strait of Hormuz not just being blocked, but also turning violent because of Iranian aggression. Now, the OPEC bloc has said that they will increase oil production by about 206,000 barrels. That's the first statement that we're hearing from the OPEC bloc. Now, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries have come together now that the Strait of Hormuz is in question. Now, remember, that's the biggest natural gas and oil choke point in the world. And now OPEC countries have said that they will increase oil production by about 206,000 barrels, a big rebuttal to Iranian bullying in the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, that's a big cause of concern. What has been happening, the oil markets have been spooked by what's going on. And this now what we understand is that they have announced that an OPEC Plus alliance that includes Saudi, it includes Russia and other members. And they're going to there's going to be an output increase on Sunday, and this is after a virtual meeting was held by the OPEC Plus. And Iran is the fourth largest oil producer in OPEC, 3 million barrels per day in January, that was reported. All right, we go across to the Prime Minister, who's speaking in Madurai right now.
The ideals of Emmanuel Srinagar, who fought for justice and dignity. தமிழ்நாட்டின் என் அன்பு சொந்தங்களே, அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். முதன்மையாக நான் என் அன்னை மீனாட்சிக்கும் ஐயன் சுந்தரேஸ்வரருக்கும் என் தலை தாழ்த்தி வணங்குகின்றேன். ஐயா, இது பாண்டிய நாடு, வீரம் விளைகின்ற பூமி. இந்த மகத்தான பூமியிலிருந்து பசும்பொன் முத்துராமலிங்க தேவரையா, மாவீரன் அழகுமுத்துக்கோன், வீரபாண்டிய கட்டபொம்மன், மருது சகோதரர்கள் ஆகியோரின் மலைப்பை ஏற்படுத்தும் பங்களிப்பை நான் உளமாற நினைவு கூறுகிறேன். நீதிக்கும் கண்ணியத்துக்கும் போரிட்ட இமானுவேல் சேகரனாரின் ஆதர்சங்களை நான் நினைவு கூறுகிறேன். Friends, before coming here, I went to Tirupuran Kundrum, getting the darshan of Bhagavan Murugan was a divine experience. I prayed for the prosperity of Tamil Nadu and the entire nation. At the same time, my heart felt heavy. I remembered Thirupuran, the young devotee who sacrificed his life. Today, I met his wife, Tirumati Indumati Purnachandran, and their 2 little children. I felt their sadness and offered my deepest condolences to them. I pray that Thirupuranachandran's Atma finds peace at the feet of Bhagavan Murugan. It is painful that the insensitivity of the DMK government led up to this. No matter what DMK does, the truth will win. Devotees of Bhagavan Murugan will win.
நண்பர்களே, இங்கே வருவதற்கு முன்பாக நான் திருப்பரங்குன்றம் சென்றிருந்தேன். முதல் படை வீட்டுக்கு சொந்தக்காரன் முருகனை தரிசனம் செய்வது ஒரு தெய்வீகமான அனுபவமாக இருந்தது. நான் தமிழ்நாடு மற்றும் ஒட்டுமொத்த தேசத்தின் நல்வளத்துக்காக இறைவனிடம் இறைஞ்சினேன். அதே வேளையில் என் இதயம் கனத்தது. திருபூர்ணச்சந்திரன் என்ற இளம் பக்தன் உயிர் தியாகம் செய்தார் என்பதை நான் நினைத்து பார்த்தேன். இன்று நான் அவருடைய மனைவி திருமதி இந்துமதி பூர்ணச்சந்திரனையும் அவர்களுடைய 2 சின்னஞ்சிறு குழந்தைகளையும் சந்தித்து வந்தேன். அவர்களுடைய தீவிரமான துக்கத்தை என்னால் உணர முடிந்தது. என்னுடைய ஆழமான இரங்கலை நான் அவர்களிடம் தெரிவித்துவிட்டு வந்தேன். பூர்ணச்சந்திரன் அவர்களின் ஆன்மா அமைதியடைய நான் என் உருக்கமான பிரார்த்தனைகளை எம்பிரான் முருகனின் திருவடிகளில் அர்ப்பணம் செய்கின்றேன். ஆனால் ஒரு விஷயம், திமுக அரசாங்கத்தின் நேயமற்ற தன்மை காரணமாகவே இது நடந்திருக்கிறது என்பது வலியை ஏற்படுத்துகின்றது. திமுக என்ன வேண்டுமானாலும் செய்துவிட்டு போகட்டும், ஆனால் இறுதியிலே வாய்மையே வெல்லும். என் அப்பனின் முருகனின் பக்தர்கள் வெல்வார்கள்.
Friends, Madurai is known for the sweetness of Tamil and the fragrance of Malligaipu. The love you are showering upon me here reminds me of my visit to Malaysia last month. The affection I received from my Tamil sisters and brothers there was exceptional. To support Tamil culture there, we have already established the Tiruvalluvar chair at the University of Malay. Now we are also setting up Tiruvalluvar Center there.
நண்பர்களே, நாவில் இனிக்கும் தமிழுக்கும் நாசியில் மணக்கும் மல்லிகைக்கும் பெயர் போனது நம்முடைய மதுரை மண். எனதருமை மதுரை சொந்தங்களே, நீங்கள் இங்கே என் மீது பொழிகின்ற இந்த பேரன்பு மலேசியாவிற்கு நான் கடந்த மாதம் சென்றிருந்ததை எனக்கு நினைவூட்டுகின்றது. அங்கே மலேசியாவிலே என் மீது பொழிந்த நேசம், பாசம், அன்பும் ஆதரவும் அபூர்வமானவை. தமிழ் கலாச்சாரத்தை அங்கே ஆதரிக்க வேண்டி ஏற்கனவே மலாயா பல்கலைக்கழகத்திலே திருவள்ளுவர் இருக்கை ஒன்றை நாங்கள் ஏற்படுத்தி இருக்கின்றோம். இப்போது அங்கே திருவள்ளுவர் மையம் ஒன்றையும் நாங்கள் அமைத்து வருகின்றோம்.
Friends, some people are dreaming of returning to power in Tamil Nadu. But when they see this massive NDA rally, their dreams will turn into nightmares. The people know that this election is a turning point for the state. I can see that Tamil Nadu has made up its mind. The people have decided that DMK has to be sent out. They also know very clearly that only NDA can bring in change. I can see it in your eyes. The next government of Tamil Nadu will be an NDA government.
நண்பர்களே, தமிழ்நாட்டிலே சிலர் மீண்டும் ஆட்சியை பிடித்து விடலாம் என்று கனவு கண்டு கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். ஆனால் இங்கே திரண்டிருக்கின்ற இந்த தேசிய ஜனநாயக கூட்டணி என்டிஏவின் மாபெரும் கூட்டத்தை பார்த்த பிறகு அவர்களின் கனவுகள் எல்லாம் கற்பனை கோட்டைகளாக, கானல் நீராக மாறி போய்விடும். இந்த தேர்தல் மாநிலத்திற்கு ஒரு திருப்புமுனை என்பதை மக்களாகிய நீங்கள் நன்கறிவீர்கள். தமிழ்நாட்டு மக்கள் தங்கள் மனதிலே தீர்மானம் செய்து விட்டார்கள் என்பதை என்னால் கண்கூடாக காண முடிகின்றது. திமுக வெளியேற்றப்பட்டாக வேண்டும் என்பதை மக்கள் தீர்மானித்து விட்டார்கள். தேசிய ஜனநாயக கூட்டணி என்டிஏ மாற்றத்தை கொண்டு வர முடியும் என்பதை மக்கள் மிக நன்றாக தெளிவாக அறிவார்கள். தமிழ்நாட்டிலே அடுத்த அரசாங்கம் தேசிய ஜனநாயக கூட்டணி என்டிஏவின் அரசாங்கம்தான் என்பதை நான் உங்கள் கண்களிலே காண்கிறேன்.
Friends, in 2021, after 25 long years, DMK got a full majority on its own. But they did not deliver good governance. They looted the state. Further dynastic politics and ignored people's aspirations. Look at Madurai itself. Madurai stood with MGR, who loved the city immensely. That is why DMK had never liked Madurai. DMK brought mafia-style politics to Madurai. They gave bad roads, poor drainage, and lack of waste management. They took Madurai to the bottom of national ranking in cleanliness. Even the DMK mayor of Madurai had to resign due to corruption. This is their model. Money for themselves. Problem for the people.
நண்பர்களே, 2021 ஆண்டிலே 25 ஆண்டு காலம் நீண்ட காலத்திற்கு பிறகு தமிழ்நாட்டின் மக்கள் திமுகவிற்கு ஆதரவாக முழு பெரும்பான்மையை அளித்தார்கள். ஆனால் நல்லாளுகையை அவர்களால் அளிக்க முடியவில்லை. அவர்கள் மாநிலத்தை கொள்ளையடித்தார்கள். பரம்பரை அரசியலை முன்னெடுத்தார்கள். மக்களின் எதிர்பார்ப்புகளை மண்ணோடு மண்ணாக்கினார்கள். மக்களே, நீங்கள் மதுரையையே பாருங்கள். மதுரையை உயிருக்கு உயிராய் நேசித்த பொன்மனச் செம்மல் எம்ஜிஆருக்கு உறுதுணையாக
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off the plane, you realize this is the same SpiceJet. This is the same SpiceJet that does not have the money to pay the Bangladesh government, which is why it had been, I don't know the present situation, not allowed to fly in Bangladeshi airspace. They're out of money. Who is the owner of SpiceJet? This is the same SpiceJet, ladies and gentlemen, when another SpiceJet took off from Patna.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching Republic TV, and I am Rakshita Vishwa with you with my colleague Ishita Mitra, and we continue to get you all the minute-by-minute developments from West Asia as the situation is only escalating day by day.
Right, of course, we'll get you all the developments, but first up, let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour.
European Union Chief Ursula von der Leyen says with Khamenei gone, there's a renewed hope for the people of Iran.
Putin calls Khamenei killing a cynical murder that violated all norms of human morality and international law.
China calls killing of Iran's supreme leader a grave violation of Iran's sovereignty and security.
IDF spokesperson says Israel eliminated 40 Iranian commanders in a minute in the opening wave of Operation Roaring Lion.
And Qatar condemns Iranian attacks on Dukhan port in Oman and oil tanker off its coast on the Strait of Hormuz. All right, we start with the dramatic visuals that are coming in right now on your screens. Is the CIA headquarters that has been struck by Iranian missile strike. This is in Dubai, and remember there have been more than hundreds of ballistic missiles, more than around almost 200 drones that have been fired at UAE, Dubai, and other areas like Abu Dhabi and the ports there by Iran. And this is the CIA headquarters. And why CIA becomes very, very important? Because it was the CIA that has been planning the entire plot. In fact, this entire plan to eliminate Khamenei was thanks to the CIA that had been tracking Khamenei for months. And in fact, it was the CIA which in fact has planned out this elimination of Khamenei. Meanwhile, we also have more visuals from Israel. We show different visuals from both the sides. Now, Iranian strikes in Israel. You can see one of the parts you can see that has been struck down there, or rather it was intercepted. This is from Sderot that is coming in, and we will be continuing to play out more and more visuals, Ishita, as we see that the attacks are only escalating.
Right, of course, Rakshita, we are showing both the sides of the visuals. First, the sides which were hit in Dubai CIA headquarters by Iranian missiles, and now we're getting you visuals from, in fact, Israel. You can see how the missile here was intercepted by the IDF. It's lying on the ground, visible on your screen, and this shows how West Asia continues to remain on edge. Both the sides still engaging in escalations. We're looking at Iran, of course, firing missiles all across Gulf countries. Israel as well continuing its offensive in Iran, hitting military installations across the country, and at the same time intercepting all the missiles that are coming its way. We're looking at one such missile that was intercepted by Israel. In fact, getting live visuals on your screen. Remember, viewers, these are the developments happening as we speak. Those are the visuals we're getting from all across Gulf as the tensions continue to spiral. Israel and US continuing with their offensive against Iran, as well as Iran vowing to avenge, in fact, supreme leaders' killing. Now Iran, in fact, has said it will continue for as long as it takes. They have declared the interim leader, but they say they will avenge Khamenei's death here. And Israel, of course, also continuing with its Operation Roaring Lion here, along with the US, which is calling it Operation Epic Fury. And we're looking at escalations on both the sides. Right now, we're getting some visuals from Israel. This is where one of the missiles was intercepted. Now, remember, most of the missiles which are coming Israel's way, it's a 12-minute difference between Iran and Israel. So most of the missiles are either intercepted or, in fact, it is the damage that comes through the fall of a debris. And now we're looking at one such visual coming to light where a missile was, in fact, intercepted.
Yeah.
And yes, Rakshita.
Yes, we're getting in more and more visuals. We'll just play out this visual, and if we can get. And we also are getting information on Iranian strikes being reported from the Port Zayed area in Abu Dhabi. Now, this is a continuous attack. You can see that this is unrelenting. Iran is unrelenting in its attacks on UAE, and now the Port Zayed, that is the Mina Zayed, that is in Abu Dhabi, that has also been attacked. So Iranian strikes reported from the Port Zayed area, and it has been it has 21 berths, extensive storage, cruise liners. It's very, very important port, of course, and that has been also struck as per reports and we have the visuals. All right, we have the visuals also. This is coming in, someone who has shot it from inside a moving vehicle, and they've zoomed in to show the plumes of smoke, and that is the Mina Zayed, the historic port, in fact, for UAE, for the Emirates. And this is a visual shot from inside a vehicle by a social media user, I understand, Port Zayed area in Abu Dhabi. So Abu Dhabi has witnessed multiple such attacks. So has Dubai, including the CIA headquarters. The CIA, remember, had tracked Khamenei for months, and intel by the CIA that could in fact see a gathering of Iranian leaders leading to the fatal strike on Ayatollah Khamenei and the other important leaders of the regime. Now we have this visual from Abu Dhabi, and more than 100 ballistic missiles have been fired at. Major Samar Partur, defense expert, joins us on the broadcast along with Terry Newman, who is joining us from, I think he's joining us from Tel Aviv. And yes, okay, we have Alok Bansal, also geopolitical expert, live from Delhi. I'll go across to Major Tur first. Major Tur, well, we see that there's an overwhelming attack towards UAE from Iran. And while there has not been anything adversarial directly, but the fact that there are many US military facilities in UAE, and also we see that the CIA headquarters have been at the target, Iran is completely unrelenting in its in targeting its Gulf neighbor.
I mean, this is just the initial start of the attacks that they're doing in reply to losing Khamenei, their leader. So definitely the only way to save face is by increasing the momentum of these attacks. In fact, they have also bombed one of the civilian ships in Hormuz, in the Strait of Hormuz, in which 4 sailors have been injured and they've been rescued. But you see, definitely Iran is going to drag the whole region into conflict, because if it cannot have it its own way, it will ensure nobody else does. So that is the issue which has been going on. And other than that, you see, the decisiveness of this war will only take place when you have boots on the ground. And as of now, I certainly do not see any country in the Gulf which is willing to put its boot on the ground and invade Iran and overthrow all those ISIS fighters and all those Shia fighters, right from, you know, Hezbollah, the Hamas supporters, and the Houthis. I mean, in the Middle East, in the Gulf, you have the Hazara fighters also from Afghanistan there. So there are thousands of militia who are there. They're carrying out the dirty work of the internal administration and control of various areas, key areas. But you see, this is a radicalized population for decades. So, you know, if you are going to hit it with a few hundred or maybe 200-300 missiles, I certainly feel that that is not going to make much of a decisive blow to them. You have to get the mindset out. So I certainly feel that, yes, with time there will be negotiations and there will be a partition of Iran, because a collective common government which is going to head Iran is very unlikely, and it's going to be a prolonged war and a militia and a sectarian kind of a violence. If in case somebody plans to get the boots on the ground, it is going to be difficult.
Major Tur, I have to just go to a breaking right now. This is as per Government of India sources. We are understanding that the Prime Minister will be chairing a CCS meeting tonight. What we understand is that after he completes his visit to Madurai and Puducherry, the Prime Minister will be chairing a meeting, a CCS, it's a key security meeting, after he reaches Delhi tonight. He's expected to land in Delhi around 9:30 p.m. or before that, and he will be holding this meeting. And of course, it's very, very important given the fact that how this escalating situation in West Asia is impacting hundreds and thousands of Indians as well, right from trade, economy to not just that, but the Indians who are there in West Asia, from Dubai, from in Dubai, in Bahrain, in different several other countries that are under the Iranian strikes. They are also vulnerable. They are going to shelter, and there are so many of them appealing for evacuation. So there has to be a way out, and the Prime Minister will be chairing a key security meeting for that, Ishita.
Right, of course, we're looking at a crucial meet to take place at about 9:30 p.m. today. This is where Prime Minister returns from his two-day tour of Tamil Nadu. Is going to chair CCS meet, that's Cabinet Committee on Security, to decide how is India looking at the tensions. Remember, as Rakshita said before, India has a lot of stake in the region, commercial interests and to diaspora concerns. So Prime Minister Modi will be chairing a meet. In fact, at this point, I have with me Alok Bansal, geopolitical expert, who continues to be with us. Mr. Bansal, I want to ask you, Prime Minister is going to chair a CCS meet tonight after he returns from his tour. He's going to take a stock of the situation in West Asia. When we talk about India's interest in the Middle East, we have commercial interests, we have a lot of investments in the region. We receive a huge amount of revenue in terms of remittances, as Indian diaspora also stays in a lot of these Gulf countries. So do take us of your view as to how is India looking at these developments which are now escalating in West Asia.
See, this is a very, very significant developments. We need to understand that a large chunk of our crude imports come from Persian Gulf. Iraq is one of the largest source of Indian crude imports. We also import crude from Saudi Arabia, UAE, and we get a lot of natural gas from the Persian Gulf region. Now, this since yesterday, the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Ships have congregated at the entrance, but no ship is crossing it, because ships crossing, one ship attempting to cross has already been targeted, where Indian crew have been hurt. They have been injured. In fact, the ship was manned by Indian and Iranian crew that's been targeted. So that's first part. Second is we have about 9 million Indian diaspora in Persian Gulf region. They send about 50 million US dollars remittances every year, which is a huge, huge chunk and a huge addition to India's foreign exchange reserves. Now, with the first signs of attacks, we were just seeing on another channel that Dubai is actually, the roads are empty. Now, that sort of a scenario, the economic activity in many of these countries will come to a grinding halt. This diaspora will have nothing to do, and they may want to return back. Yes. Now, to get that sort of numbers, about 9 million people back to India, is going to be a Herculean task. It may not be feasible. If at least India can manage to get some of them, which are more threatened, to Oman, that may be one safe way of shifting them. So that will be one issue. So Government of India has to take a call. Government of India has not come out with a very categorical statement on this conflagration which is going on, because most countries of the world have come out. So I think the CCS meeting will look into it. It will also look into it how it is going to impact us, because there are people, there are places in Lucknow and in Kashmir where people have protested killing of Khamenei. So there are numerous security related issues that India will have to look into. And I think that's what the Government of India would like to take, because this conflict seems to be escalating. I'm not very sure how it will go, because if any negotiations have to take place, some regime in Iran has to take.
Yes, Mr. Sharma, we have trying to get more details on the CCS meeting. Senior Executive Head Abhishek Kapoor joins us for more on this. Abhishek, tell us more details about this possible CCS meeting that could take place in the national capital tonight. All right, we'll try and reconnect there with Abhishek. We're just getting in this breaking news that the Prime Minister will be chairing this CCS meeting after he reaches Delhi. He's right now in Tamil Nadu, and he will be flying back just in a few hours from now, and he will be in a short while from now, in fact. And once he lands, he will be chair a CCS meeting. More details now we will be getting from Senior Executive Head Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, over to you.
Well, yes, we are getting Prime Minister Modi is going to be heading Cabinet Committee on Security at 9:30 p.m. Remember, Prime Minister has been out of the national capital for the last 2 days, visiting Gujarat and Tamil Nadu. And just a while back, he was in fact in Madurai addressing a public rally. And now he comes back and heads straight into the CCS. We are told that on the agenda is a review of the evolving situation in West Asia with the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei and the Iranian Supreme Leader, and the ongoing war between Iran and the United States-Israel axis, and the fact that the situation is volatile, not just because of the security angle involved, but also the energy security angle, given the fact that much of almost 1/3 of India's energy needs, both in terms of oil and gas supplies, come in through that geography. Actually, half, but 1/3 through the Gulf of through the Strait of Hormuz alone. So I think this meeting is going to be very important. Remember, India has been holding back, and we have not yet released a comprehensive statement on the situation. That's because the CCS is to meet. So after the CCS at around 9:30 p.m. When it meets, you can expect that India would make an official statement, and let's see whether we strongly condemn the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei, what position we take on Iran, and more importantly, how we strategize going forward to take care of India's energy security needs and interests. So I think very important Cabinet Committee on Security meeting lined up at around 9:30 p.m. the moment Prime Minister returns from Madurai.
Right. Many thanks, Abhishek, for joining us. The details on that story. So 9:30 p.m. is expected to chair a meeting in the national capital, reviewing the situation as it escalates in West Asia. Also, I'll go across to we have a guest joining us, Terry Newman, joining us from Tel Aviv, Israeli entrepreneur and chairman of the public directors of BINA, joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Newman, if you could hear me, is Mr. Newman with us?
Yes.
All right, right. Mr. Newman, well, we've seen that, there have been an impact on, there will be an impact on trade. The way Strait of Hormuz has been right now blocked, what we see, an oil tanker that was struck by Iranian missiles, that's a great cause of concerns. As we speak, there are reports of hundreds of, at least several dozens of, tankers and ships that are right now halted, which can affect the supply. How do you see, from the trade and oil point of view, what's going to happen?
This is really the only major choke point that the Iranian regime has over the world. So you can see that by the fact that they're now using it and having fired on all of their Arab neighbors, they are near to the end of what is left of their regime. I assume this will clear up within a few days. There have been periods in the past where the Straits of Hormuz have been shut. There's been periods where Bab al-Mandeb up to the Suez Canal has also been shut. There will be some turbulence, but we will come through it, and oil supplies will return. But let's also realize that this is also one of the reasons why the IMEC has become so important, in order to get things going through land, so that we'll be able to get rid of these checkpoints and move forward.
Yeah.
Right, of course. And you said that, this issue could be resolved in a few days. We could look at Iran, not blocking the Strait of Hormuz in a few days. I want to understand, how do you then see this conflict escalating?
President Trump has made clear from the moment he came into office, drill, baby, drill, right? He's interested in getting oil out and getting it around the world. And, at the moment, America is a net oil exporter. So this is going to affect them less. But obviously, India, China, it's going to affect them a lot more. And, your Prime Minister will be speaking with President Trump and making that felt. It will have to be sorted, and it will be sorted. And I assume it will take a few days, but there will be turbulence. Getting rid of a disastrous, dangerous terrorist regime that's been in power for nearly half a century cannot be done completely cleanly. But so far, it has been done very effectively. We're 36 hours into this, and you're already seeing that the top echelons have been removed, that the street is coming out. We're seeing this despite the fact that most of the internet is being cut off, and that more and more of the Arab countries around are saying, we reject the Iranian regime, we're criticizing the Iranian regime rather than criticizing America. And so, yes, this is the turbulence, but we will get through it, and then business will return to normal.
Right. Major Tour, if I could come to you on the geopolitical security part of it, especially in connection with India. What do you see? What are the implications for India? Because this comes 48 hours of Prime Minister's visit to Israel, and we saw solidarity. We saw it was a wonderful visit, if you see from the optics point of view, at least, that how strong Israel and India stand. But here comes the situation where, there could be a lot of impact. And today we also have a security meeting, as we're understanding from our sources. The Prime Minister is going to chair that. How do you see what impact it could have on India?
India has been called, and at such a critical juncture and time when this conflict began, was basically, you see, the war between Afghanistan and Pakistan. So that has made probably Pakistan a very vulnerable choice, which they cannot trust because of the past and the present problems that it is facing with the Taliban. We all are sure that it's going to be a prolonged war between Pakistan and Afghanistan. It's not going to end tomorrow or day after. So I think the safest bet that Israel and US can have in the Indian subcontinent is that, the logistical support and, the aircraft refueling and maintenances at few various locations where India has its military bases. One is in the Gulf of Aden near Djibouti, and we ourselves have signed few contracts with the Americans for giving them the naval support and the air support. So that is going to be there. Then you have the Diego Garcia Island, where they have their B-2 Spirit bombers, there flying in. And moreover, the intelligence gathering and being basically a pivot in the Indian subcontinent, because you see, the Chinese are very much present there. They are rendering their support to the Iranians as we speak, right from surveillance to recce and all the immediate updates as to the targets and the movement of the American Navy. So that is what the Chinese are doing. The Russians have already they are having their men in Iran at the moment. They have their weapon systems which are with Iran. So I certainly feel that yes, it is going to be a long haul, and India somehow can be a pivotal, role player in terms of negotiations and talks between Iran and probably Israel and Americans to put this war at a halt. Other than that, the Strait of Hormuz is a very strategic location. The oil prices are going to get affected if another 48 hours, if this war doesn't stop. There will be rise in oil prices. There will be inflation. The pinch will be felt all around the world. So I certainly feel that sooner they come down to the talking table, the better it is going to be for the whole world. In case if that is not so, then probably we all must prepare ourselves financially, as well as the repercussions that are going to follow forthwith after the talks don't happen. So we are just preparing ourselves. Brainstorming is going on. China might act and try to take over Taiwan during this time. So there are a lot many things which are happening simultaneously. So I think it is important for the Western allied countries to be on their vigil and to be very careful as to what steps Iran might take, or what adventure the Chinese might adapt in terms of Taiwan. It might advance, it might cut it off from the sea route. Lot many things are being presumed, and then we are surrounded by hostile neighbors. Pakistan to our left and China to the right, and Pakistan itself is in a conflict, whereas Pakistan had promised troops, had promised the stabilization of the ISF board, and then so whatever Pakistan had promised, it has failed to deliver. So probably Pakistan has become a sort of an unreliable partner, and that is why perhaps I think that India is going to be given more critical and a very important role in terms of this conflict, which is going to which is happening, to call it off or to get them on the negotiation table. If that fails, then probably let's see what else can be done further to stop this war at the earliest.
In fact, we will continue to get our
Rakshita.
viewers more updates. Right now, we are also learning of civilian casualties, more civilian casualties in Israel. This is coming in from Jerusalem's Beit Shemesh. 4 civilians killed in Iranian strikes in Beit Shemesh, what we understand as per Israeli reports. Now, what we even Israel is saying that there was no military base or strategic asset there. The fact that there is no tactical objective, it was a deliberate act of terror. What Iran is doing, says Israel. In fact, my colleague Shivangi also joins us here in the studios and is going to tell us about what really happens next. Shivangi, about the possible successors. Of course, the interim leader has been named, but there are other names also that are doing the rounds. Shivangi.
That is right. You know, Rakshita and Ishita, we are tracking the story so closely, and there was a lot of questions about succession. Succession was one very big question mark that a lot of analysts and world leaders were wondering about, that who will succeed Khamenei, who will take over the leadership. So we have some names here. These are possible successors to Khamenei. Now, Ayatollah Ali Reza Arafi is already the interim leader. He has been appointed as the interim leader already. So he has a lot of challenges ahead of him. He has to steer Iran at this very, very tense time. But there's some other successes as well. Now, this is an interim successor, but there are other strong names, which we could see come up later on when a permanent leadership is decided. So we have Hojat al-Islam Mohsen Qaumi, key advisor within the Khomeini office; Ayatollah Mohsen Araki, long-standing member of the Assembly of Experts; Ayatollah Gholam Hossein Mohseni Ejai, Chief of Judiciary, has national security background; Ayatollah Hashem Hossein Bushiri, Friday Prayer leader; and Mojtaba Khamenei, son of the late Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. So not a big possibility there. Mojtaba Khamenei could perhaps not be a strong successor. However, these are possible successors to Khamenei. We already have an interim leader which has been appointed, but how long will he stay, we do not know. But there are many other successors. So this is what we see right now. Rakshita and Ishita, so remember, there was a lot of question marks about who will be taking over. There was also many other names doing the rounds. Reza Pahlavi, that's also one of the names which are doing the round. Who will permanently take over? We do not know that yet. However, an interim leader, like we said, Arafi, has already been appointed for now. Back to you guys.
Right, we're getting in more and more updates as we speak. This is a video we are playing out that has been released by the Israeli Defense Forces as they dismantled a headquarter of the Iranian regime. At the same time, they've also blown up with missiles one of the missile launchers of Iran as well. A truck which was loaded with missiles has also been completely demolished, struck by the Israelis. And right now we're getting in this visual from Port Zayed area of Abu Dhabi. In fact, UAE is witnessing back-to-back strikes from Israel. In the latest, we are going to show you how debris from the drone fell against the facade of the Etihad Towers as well. Port Zayed is one of the historic ports in Abu Dhabi, in UAE, and that has also come under attack by Israel. Meanwhile, we're getting in breaking news that debris from intercepted drone damaged Abu Dhabi's complex that was housing the Israeli embassy. So it's a targeted strike, what we understand, at least from now. From this information we are getting in, debris from the drone fell against the facade of the Etihad Tower. There has been an injury also reported from Abu Dhabi earlier. So this is the visual, this is the information we are getting in. In fact, we are also learning of what happened in Beit Shemesh as well in Jerusalem. But right now, focusing on this piece of information coming in connection with the attack at the Israeli embassy. Israeli embassy that was in a complex at the Etihad Towers. Now the debris, in fact, has damaged. The debris from the drone had, in fact, fallen on the facade of the Etihad Towers. and damaging the complex. And the Israeli embassy was right there. And the debris from the drone fell against the facade of the Etihad Tower. This is the visual from Port Zayed area. But I'm telling you about the information we're getting in as far as Abu Dhabi is concerned. Dubai has also witnessed multiple strikes from drones, a swarm of drones and ballistic missiles as well. The CIA headquarters and other buildings. Dubai airport also. We just showed you the visuals of the aftermath. So it's absolute state of mayhem in UAE, and there's high security alert as well. Shivangi and Ishita.
Right, of course, though that's the latest attack we're looking at in Abu Dhabi. Now, remember, UAE here has become a flashpoint in this conflict between US, Israel on one side and Iran on the other side. We're looking continuous and relentless attacks in UAE, you know, whether it's Dubai, whether it's Abu Dhabi, and it's not just the US assets which are being attacked, but also we're looking at attacks at civilian establishments now, whether it's hotels. And of course, the CIA headquarters have also come in attack. Major Samarpal Tur continues to remain with us. Major, I want to ask you, as I was saying, that UAE here has become a major flashpoint in this conflict that's now escalating between the US, Israel on one side and Iran on the other. You know, we're looking at continuous attacks on Dubai, on Abu Dhabi. How do you see this? Why specifically UAE? Because they're going beyond the US assets. They're also looking at attacks on civilian establishments now.
I mean, let's give it to the Americans that you see it was having a full makeshift CIA headquarters in Abu Dhabi, which was calling in the live shots to go in for the kill. So it is but obvious that, but what is surprising is that the Iranians did have the intelligence of the presence of Americans, especially the CIA in this building. And what is surprising is that how come their intelligence failed if they knew that, you know, if these were the places where the intelligence was, which was 24/7, actually like a hawkeye, tailing Khamenei, checking his routine and schedule. And that is one of the major reasons, you know, that intelligence gathering, the on-ground human intelligence was the criticality, and that is one of the major reasons which, you know, the Americans had to be 101% sure there was no room for error. And so that is why the time on target was exactly the same from all directions. Wherever the missiles came in from, wherever the communications were done, the targets, the 40 critical targets, high-valued individuals were in their place.
Major Tura, I am afraid I have to interrupt you there. We have a breaking news coming in. Britain has confirmed presence of personnel on a military base in Bahrain, and the British military plane has intercepted Iranian missiles and drones in West Asia. UK military plane intercepting Iranian missiles now. That's another important development that we are getting in as the situation is only getting, the conflict is widening. And now Britain has confirmed presence of personnel on a military base in Bahrain. In fact, the Defense Secretary of UK had earlier also said about, had mentioned about hundreds of British personnel being quite close to the Iranian missile and drone strike on the US naval base in Bahrain as well. And British forces have shot down an Iranian drone as well. So we've seen that the UK somewhere also compelled to join in this entire conflict. Major Samarpal Tur, I want your reading of the situation. It's a big update that British military plane now intercepting Iranian missile and drones, confirming the presence of personnel on the Bahrain base.
Actually being assisted to the Iranians by the Chinese and by the Russians. So if people are with the notion that Iran is doing it all by itself, they're sadly mistaken. That is not the case. It is actually the Chinese military technology, their satellites, their communication systems, which are actually in use by the Iranians as we speak. And the same is being done by the Russians. In fact, let us not forget that, you know, few hours before the conflict began, there was a naval exercise involving Chinese and the Russian naval frigates in the Strait of Hormuz. and probably their presence is still there. So you see, nobody's going to admit it, but it is the Russians and the Chinese which are helping Iranians, acquire these targets and are, allowing them this precision with which they are able to strike. And you see, the intensity is quite less because the missiles that it is using is the normal ones, not the ones with a very extreme range. But once they start using the Khorramshahr, once they start using a Dongfeng version of the Chinese missiles with the MIRV technology, probably that is where things are going to drastically change. The equation is going to change. The threat is going to become real for the American naval forces. So I certainly feel that the quicker the Americans move in and try to take out whatever missile silos are there, the better it is. Other than that, Rakshita, I would also want to tell the audience that there is a container launching system that they have on flatbed trucks. Now, these trucks look like any other civilian trucks. So if they
Getting some updates coming in. Saudi Arabia summons Iran envoy over Gulf attack. So let's go straight across to our colleagues who are here, Ishita and Rakshita. Ishita, what we see is the world reacting. The world is taking sides. Some are neutral, some are taking Iran's side, and some are not taking Iran's side. They are aligned with Israel and US. Go ahead. What's the latest?
Gulf countries, ever since the attack started on their soil from the Iranian side, they have been raising concerns that this violates international law, this goes against international norms, and it is their sovereignty which comes at risk when Iran continues to strike on their soil. And now we're looking at Saudi Arabia, in fact, is summoning Iran envoy over the attacks that have taken place across Gulf countries. We have seen right from UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, all the countries, in fact, have come under Iranian attacks ever since the US and Israel struck several sites, killing the leadership of Iran. And we're now looking at escalation from Iran's side. But interestingly here, Gulf countries have come out in one voice condemning Iran's action in this case. They are condemning the attacks that have been carried out by Tehran on the Gulf countries, on their soil. Rakshita, how do you look at this? Gulf also getting divided over the attacks that are now taking place.
Absolutely. Just to put in more information there, Foreign Ministry summons this is just, I'm quoting from the statement that is coming. Foreign Ministry summons the Iranian ambassador to the kingdom in response to Iran's brazen attacks that targeted the kingdom and a number of brotherly countries. So yes, we see that these are, you see Saudi being one of the leaders of the Sunni, Muslim Sunni world. And we see that the GCC countries all coming together, all have been coming under attack by Iran. And right now, I just go across to my guest from Tel Aviv, Terry Newman, continues to be with us. Terry, how do you see what's really happening now? Now, in the latest, we have first Saudi Arabia now summoning the Iranian ambassador over the Gulf attacks.
Absolutely. This is a clear case of Iran now throwing everything that they have. I mean, this is possibly one of the most foolish things they could have done, was to attack all of their GCC neighbors. You've mentioned Saudi Arabia, but the UAE has really been hit hard, both in Abu Dhabi, as you've been showing, and in Dubai as well. And I think here, useful to connect into what your previous colleague was saying, the U2I2 forum, which is the United States, the UAE, India, and Israel, is certainly a forum where we will be discussing how to protect ourselves from threats emanating both from Iran, but also from China. And, it's certainly the case that, the military defenses that Iran has have come from the Russians, and that the Russians and Chinese are in the Straits of Hormuz together with the Iranians. They were just doing drills before the immediate attack. So the message, immediately is to free the people of Iran. But I can tell you that in Beijing and Moscow, they are looking closely. And obviously now Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, Oman, UAE know whose side they are on. They can no longer keep on playing the game of I'm with the USA and I'm with China. They will be forced to choose sides. And I'm very glad that India is with us.
Mr. Newman, you're an Israeli entrepreneur and chairman of the public directors of BINA, and you are joining us from Tel Aviv. Now, of course, you have seen firsthand, and since you were in Tel Aviv, you have seen firsthand Iran's retaliatory strikes. And then we have seen in the past few weeks the talks which were held in Geneva. There was a lot of negotiation happening. There was a lot of diplomacy, which we saw for a few weeks. But suddenly we see the situation escalate further. Is there still space for diplomacy? Is there still space for negotiations?
Yeah, as Clausewitz wrote, war is an extension of diplomacy by other means. So there's always scope for diplomacy. The question is what does the Iranian people want? And what does the Iranian regime want? They had 60 days in effect from the end of December, which is when the negotiations started with the Iranian regime about properly stopping their nuclear ambitions and stopping the enrichment of uranium. 60 days were given again. This is the second time it was 60 days. And they were just buying time. They're not interested. They want to enrich uranium. They want to go nuclear. They've lied to the world for now over 30 years. And so, we've brought a stop to it. Is it going to escalate? I'm sure there will be some escalations, but, sometimes you need to stop things. We didn't stop it with North Korea, and now the world is paying a price. But with Iran, we are going to stop it. And I'm very glad that the world has taken this step now.
Yes, Mr. Newman. So, of course, hopefully there could be more diplomacy on this because the European Union, that's what the European Union wants, that hopefully all the parties should go back on the negotiating table and come to a better solution so we can stop the escalation. I also want to go across to my colleague Ishita. And Rakshita, what we see is that there was an entire plan, Rakshita and Ishita, when the strikes were first planned. Of course, it's very obvious, Ishita, that the planning for these strikes took weeks and weeks. Help us understand a little bit more about the strikes, the timeline, and how it all happened.
Right, of course. It was a massive operation on the part of the US and Israeli intelligence. They took months to track the whereabouts of the Iran Supreme Leader, and then the operation, in fact, was carried out in the early hours of Saturday. Let me get you all the details, viewers, about how this plan unfolded exactly. Now, first up, CIA tracked Israel targeted Khamenei. So, there was clear division of power between the two countries who went in to take out Iran Supreme Leader. It was CIA which was involved in the intelligence, and it was Israel, in fact, which carried out the operation. Now, remember, this operation took a month of tracking the whereabouts of the Iran Supreme Leader, Khamenei locations, his patterns. They unraveled. They continuously monitored his whereabouts for days and months. And then on Saturday morning, a national security meeting, there was a tip-off through the meeting. In fact, an exact location was pinpointed, which in fact happened to be his office in his house. And then Khamenei presence was confirmed by intelligence on both the sides. And then, of course, there was high fidelity intelligence shared with Israel. And then which is in fact followed by, there was a plan change, in fact, from midnight strikes to daytime. So there was initially, in fact, they were planning to strike at night. Then they changed their plan to daytime according to the intelligence, real-time intelligence that they were getting from the site. And 6 a.m. Tel Aviv time, Israeli jets up in the air. They started the operation, and 2 hours and 5 minutes after the takeoff, in fact, at about 9:40 a.m. Tehran time, the strikes happened. This is when they took out the National Supreme Leader, the National Security Council compound. This is where the meeting, the security meeting, was taking place. It was a tip-off about that meeting that, in fact, had come to the Israeli and the U.S. side. And then the Israeli strikes, which are part of the Operation Roar of the Lion, were carried out to take out the Supreme Leader. Americans provided backup with Operation Epic Fury, and it was a joint effort on the part of both Israel and the US, which took out Khamenei, and Americans provided the backup for their operation, as I said before. And this is how, with both the sides coordinated in killing Iran's supreme leader, Khamenei. So viewers, this is how exactly the operation panned out, which was carried out between Israel and the US. It was a very deep, precise operation. Intelligence here played a crucial role because they had to know the exact timing about the meeting, about the location of the Khamenei. And this is where, and this is how exactly the operation panned out in Iran.
That's right. Yeah, and Rakshita, as we are discussing this, the next 48 hours would be very important. So, extreme strategic importance, because Iran is still continuing its retaliatory strikes. So all the pictures we're showing and the updates we're getting for our viewers, they're still retaliating. So the question is, Rakshita, when will this retaliation stop?
And in fact, take it to Major Samapratur. We just understood this entire operation that happened. But, when we compare it to what, Trump's design has been, where does it really go, first of all, for Iran, if you could just shed some light on that? Because in Venezuela, it talked about, taking out or maybe just airlifting Venezuelan president from there. But what we saw was that the vice president was, in fact, made to run the country, not the opposition leader, not the exiled leader. Now here, what has happened? Is it going to be just left in the lurch? What is really going to happen? What is going to be achieved, to be very precise there?
Rakshita, there are two scenarios. Either Iran's top leadership will, vacate Iran and will seek asylum at various different locations wherever they can. Else, it is going to become a, Libya 2.0. There are going to be local warlords, because you see, majority of the ISIS fighters, majority of the Iraqi militia, you have the Hezbollah fighters, you have the Houthis who've been supporting this regime throughout. So all these loyal, factions are going to, they are already there, they're embedded. So, and moreover, you see, it is difficult. Iran is a different turf and terrain altogether, because it is a radicalized population. And it's not that they've been radicalized for like last 5 or 10 years. It's been almost 3 to 4 decades. So, I mean, it is beyond their thought process of a change of leadership. That will not be acceptable. There will be sectarian violence. There will be sporadic violence all over Iran. It might become something like what we've seen about Syria. So what I envisage is that there should be a referendum where Iran should be divided into 2 parts. One that is, a pro-Khomeini and the Orthodox Shia population. And the second part will be the liberal Iranian population who wants to part away from the actual Iranian regime. And how that division needs to be done, probably, the leadership can take a call. Reza Pahlavi and his panel, along with the help of UN, can sit on the table and discuss about it. But if they all don't agree and don't come to a common consensus, then probably it's going to be something like what we've seen of what has happened with Syria and Libya.
Right. Right, sir. We are playing out that video from Tel Aviv. We are getting in this visual from Tel Aviv. Ishita, if you could just describe to us what's the information on that?
Right, of course, those are the live visuals, in fact, which are coming to light from Tel Aviv. Remember, this is the damage that has been incurred due to the strikes which were carried out by Iran in retaliation to the killing of their supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. And we're looking at massive damage here, Akshita. In fact, in our viewers shifting focus, Republic's super exclusive, our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, speaks to Israel's envoy to India. Take a listen.
He is in Jerusalem right now.
Just take a lead out to connect.
Reuven, we are seeing these visuals of retaliatory strikes by Iran.
Yes.
And we've seen the visuals of the burning, ship in the Straits of Hormuz. So is this, has Israel planned for what happens after Khamenei is killed? Because after all, you've not got the entire leadership. There is an alternative leadership which has been set up. What happens next? What is the game plan, if there's one?
Well, Arnab, thank you for the interview. What Israel has in mind is to neutralize and destroy both plans that the Iranian regime had to exterminate the state of Israel. The first is the military nuclear program, in which the regime invested tens of billions of dollars and has been deceiving the international community for years. And the second is the ballistic missile program. Both programs, in line also with their effort in the proxies, were directed in order to destroy us. Now, we've tried negotiation for a long time, and now we are determined to neutralize those threats. Now, regarding the game plan in Iran, I think it's up to the Iranian people to decide whether they're going to assume this opportunity. We've seen the Basij murdering, massacring tens of thousands of Iranian citizens. We hope the Iranians brace this moment and use it in order to change their country for the better.
What if that doesn't happen?
Sorry, come again?
What if that doesn't happen and the counter happens, that the people who are the fence-sitters move over to the pro-Ayatollah side?
Well, I think that if the people of Iran decide to stick with the Ayatollahs and do not use this moment, it's the situation will continue.
Then it's status quo, isn't it? Then it's status quo.
Where can this go? I think that this can take...
Then is it a status quo? I'm asking you, in that case, Ambassador, does it become a status quo?
Well, I don't know. I think that we have to see how the dynamics go, because once the regime is debilitated to the degree that it is, we think it's a matter of time until it will collapse. It hasn't brought anything good for the Iranian people, and I think more and more people, even within the ranks of the regime, are getting to that conclusion.
Is there likely to be another round of strikes for control over the Strait of Hormuz?
I think this operation can take weeks. We are going to concentrate in the coming days. Don't forget, it's an American-led operation. What Israel is going to do in coordination with the United States is to continue striking military targets. And of course, we are taking also a lot of measures to defend not only ourselves, but also together with the Americans to defend the entire region from the attempts of Iran to strike it, where our Air Force is...
There are a lot of people watching this geopolitically. A lot of people watching this geopolitically. If oil prices go up, there's going to be confusion across the entire world. And therefore, we don't know what's going to happen if Iran blocks the Strait of Hormuz. Can it?
Well, I think it will have a challenge to block the Straits of Hormuz because of the balance of power right now, which is overwhelmingly in favor of the American forces. We'll have to wait and see. They'll probably try to do that, but I'm not sure they're going to. I'm not sure they're going to be able to.
Well, uncertainty still prevails, doesn't it? Ambassador, thank you very much.
All right. All right, so we're taking a short break right now, but we will continue our live coverage. And the contrast between celebration and mourning is quite stark. As the world takes sides, Iran continues its retaliation, and we can expect a lot more in the next 24 to 48 hours. Taking a short break, do not go anywhere. We'll continue our live coverage.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
राजा आर्थिक मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूम देखो मतवारा रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off the plane, you realize this is the...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
For 37 years, he was ruling Iran. In a joint operation by Israel and America, Supreme Leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, is no more. In fact, not just the Supreme Leader. Top military commanders have been eliminated in an operation that was carried out by United States of America and Israel. What sparked off thereafter is a massive war in the Middle East. All this and much more as we take you through the key highlights of this entire operation as we speak. Missiles are still raining upon Israel as well as 7 other Gulf countries. All this and much more. But first, let me take you through the headlines we are tracking at this hour. EU chief responds. First statement now put out saying that the Khamenei is gone. There is a renewed hope for the people of Iran. Putin calls Khamenei killing a cynical murder that violated all norms of human morality and international law. China calls killing of Iran's supreme leader a grave violation of Iran's sovereignty and security. IDF spokesperson says Israel eliminated 40 Iranian commanders within a minute in an opening wave of Operation Roaring Lion. Qatar condemns Iranian attacks on the port in Oman and oil tanker off its court. For 37 years, Supreme Leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, was ruling the country. In fact, many would say that draconian rules were essentially brought in under the regime of Ayatollah Khamenei, and that perhaps became one of the reasons why, or the reasons for Israel and America to carry out the attacks. Many would say that it was also Benjamin Netanyahu's career dream that has essentially been fulfilled, with Israel saying that within a minute of the operation that was started, Ayatollah Khamenei was eliminated, Abhishek. But the question is whether at all the military objective of the regime being overthrown, has that really succeeded, Abhishek?
Seems unlikely from what's happening, Shawan, and that should be our focus over the next 1 hour. In fact, as we speak, reports emerging that former Iranian President Ahmadinejad seems to have been assassinated. Remember, this is just a beginning of a round of reprisal assassination that might happen in a very fluid, uncertain situation in Tehran, and nobody is in control for now. But of course, there is a council in place. Let's see whether that's going to stabilize the situation in a bit. Do we have guests?
Well, in fact, we'll just quickly take our viewers over the next couple of minutes as to what really has transpired in the last 24 hours. In fact, the global order, in fact, has been shaken completely, with Tehran essentially vowing that there will be retaliation and no one will be spared, no red lines any longer. In fact, military bases of United States of America as well as Britain has now been attacked by the Iranians. Iranians have now put up a strong fight. We are now going to take you through a quick report to get you a sense of all that has transpired through the day.
Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been killed.
Khamenei was neutralized during US and Israeli strikes, as confirmed by Iran. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump said hours earlier that Khamenei had been killed in the joint operation. He was one of Iran's longest-serving leaders. Khamenei dramatically remolded the Islamic Republic since he took the reins after the death of Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini in 1989. Born on April 19, 1939 in Mashhad, he studied theology and was influenced by revolutionary leader Ruhollah Khomeini. He opposed Mohammad Reza Pahlavi and was arrested several times before the 1979 revolution. After the revolution, he rose quickly through Iran's new leadership. In 1981, during the Iran-Iraq war under Saddam Hussein, he became the president. That year, he survived an assassination attempt that left his right arm partly paralyzed. He served until 1989. After Khomenei's death in 1989, Iran's Assembly of Experts appointed him the supreme leader. He became Iran's ultimate authority under the doctrine of Vilayat-e-Faqih. As supreme leader, he controlled the military, judiciary, state media, and key foreign policy decisions. He maintained a hard-line stance against Israel and oversaw Iran's controversial nuclear program as well. In 2015, Iran signed a nuclear deal with world powers, but in 2018, US President Donald Trump withdrew and reimposed the sanctions. Facing the sanctions, he pushed a resistance economy to reduce Western dependence. His later years saw inflation, economic strain, and major protests in 2009, 2019, and 2022. Khamenei ruled cautiously but firmly, relying on the Revolutionary Guard and clerical institutions to maintain control. Meanwhile, as per reports, Khamenei was killed in his office on Saturday, 28th February morning during US-Israel airstrikes. 40 days of mourning has been announced after the death of Khamenei, as confirmed by Iranian media.
All right, let's get in Ms. Meera Shankar, diplomat, India's ambassador, former ambassador to the United States. Very good evening to you, ma'am. And the United States has achieved a long-standing geostrategic objective, it seems, of decapitating the Iranian leadership. But do you think that this is ultimate objective achieved in terms of Iran never again coming in capacity of getting a nuclear bomb, or you think that this is just one more of those series of events that keep happening and we never know whether Iran again or the remaining leadership would again gather together or come together to work in the direction of getting a bomb, and then this game of cloak and dagger and cat and mouse continues in the geography?
Look, first of all, let me say that Khamenei's elimination and the assassination of Ahmadinejad and the military commanders and the defense minister, have not completely left Iran in a vacuum, because I think Iran was anticipating that some such thing could happen, and they have very quickly put in place a plan of succession. So they have the son of Ayatollah Khamenei, who has been unanimously selected to succeed him as the Vilayat-e-Faqih, so as the supreme leader. And Iran has also shown its ability to respond militarily because it has simultaneously carried out missile and drone attacks on Israel and on countries which host US bases in the Gulf, including the UAE, Abu Dhabi, Qatar, Bahrain, and Oman. So simultaneous attacks have been carried out by Iran on all these countries. And this is actually what Iran had warned, that if the US attacks Iran, then Iran will also attack US bases in the region, even if they are in neighboring countries. So now how the US is going to respond, we really don't know. But Khamenei seems to be becoming a martyr. That's the Shia tradition of martyrdom. And his having been assassinated, there have been spontaneous crowds who have come out onto the streets mourning the passing of the supreme leader. And we really don't know how this is going to play out. Right. Will this lead to Iran becoming more, willing to compromise in the negotiations, or will it harden Iranian positions? Will the US be content with a limited strike, having taken out Khamenei, or will it now respond with broader force? So there's a lot of uncertainty, but clearly the objective of bringing about regime change is not happening. Where the US president actively asked, said the Iranian people should come up and this is their opportunity to take back their country. But actually the people coming out in the streets are really in favor of the regime at the moment and expressing mourning for the assassination of Khamenei. The other interesting fact, and that is something which the Omani foreign minister, who was conducting the negotiations, he was the intermediary for the negotiations between Iran and the US, he had said after the latest round of talks, that the negotiations were moving very positively and that Iran had agreed to dismantle its, or to give up its surrender its nuclear stockpile, and also to forswear nuclear weapons for now and into the future. The one issue on which there seemed to be differences were the question of whether Iran would retain the right to enrich uranium up to thresholds permitted by the Non-Proliferation Treaty for non-nuclear weapon states, obviously under IAEA safeguards and inspections. So Iran was insisting on keeping that right, and the US basically took the position that there can be no uranium enrichment in Iran. Now, that was an issue on which discussions could have gone on, because the two basic principles, the two basic things that Iran will give up its nuclear weapon stockpiles, which it has accumulated in the time that President Trump walked out of the agreement and the present day.
Right.
It was enriching to 60% beyond the threshold agreed upon, because the US had also walked out of the deal. So, and that it will not pursue nuclear weapons. So IAEA safeguards, inspections, challenge inspections, all those could have been put in place. So really, I think it wasn't so much the gulf on the nuclear issue which had reduced, but probably the
Ambassador Shankar, because I just want to also...
that there was an opportunity for regime change.
Ambassador Shankar, I just want to, perhaps also put this out for all our viewers who are tuning in right now. The developments that are taking place in the surrounding areas, that is basically in Kuwait, as far as Dubai is concerned, now I'm given to understand that Iran has basically launched 97 ballistic missiles at Kuwait, 283 drones, and that's a confirmation now coming in from the country's defense ministry. And they have also confirmed that one person has died, 30 have been injured in the Iranian attacks in Kuwait. In fact, this comes after confirmation also coming in from Dubai Emirati Defense Ministry also confirming that 200 drones and 137 ballistic missiles have targeted UAE, and most projectiles have been intercepted. 14 drones basically fell into the Emirati territory and waters. One question, Ambassador Shankar, before I let you go, is what UAE essentially had to say today, saying that while it is not a war with its neighbors, Iran should not be continuing with what they're essentially doing, because they would effectively end up isolating themselves.
Well, they were already isolated to some extent in the region, because most of the Gulf sheikdoms and kingdoms, including Saudi Arabia, were perceived less of a threat from Israel than from Iran. So to some extent, there was this Shia-Sunni divide and this divide between the Arab-Persian divide as well operating. But the Gulf sheikdoms were a little more pragmatic in terms of keeping a line to Iran. I think Iran has not just stuck to attacking US bases in this region. Some of their missiles and drones have gone beyond that and hit other targets. So I think that would really be a matter of concern. And now for India and all Asian countries, the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz by both the US and Iran, I think will jeopardize our exports to Europe, because
Ambassador
then we
Meera
have
Shankar,
to take
while you speak, there is also another big breaking news now coming in, Ambassador, and perhaps you could also help us break this down. I'm given to understand that former President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad has also been killed in the US strikes. Now, it seems, Ambassador Shankar, that as far as this entire dream of the Israelis, particularly Benjamin Netanyahu, that regime overthrow, and at the same time, 40 of their military commanders have been eliminated. The Americans would certainly be very happy, but is it really possible? Is the regime overthrow really happening?
And Ahmadinejad was seen as also somebody who propagated the nuclear program and was a hardliner on the nuclear program. And one of the strikes which the US and Israel had conducted, very wide strikes, but one of them was at a place where Ahmadinejad was believed to be residing. So obviously it has been a successful strike. The larger objective of regime change, I don't know, because, the Iranians also like to consolidate under the flag of nationalism. They don't like to be seen to be acting under foreign pressure or at the behest of a foreign power, particularly the US and Israel. And as somebody said, while even there may be instances of people who actually are resisting or antagonistic to the regime, their experience of what US intervention in the Gulf has left in its wake, from Libya to Syria to other countries, is chaos. So they would rather, a bad government or a government they may not be 100% happy with, as opposed to a collapse and chaos. I think the Iranians have certainly, as of now, indicated that they are with the regime. But we don't know how the situation will unfold, because it's going to depend to a large extent on what choices Iran makes. Does it seek a pragmatic way forward, or does it harden its position? And what choices the US and Israel make? Do they feel this is enough, and now this will make Iran more pliant in the negotiations and they can move ahead? Or do they really want to continue the fighting? Because President Trump also has pressures from his own constituency, because they were very against US foreign military entanglements overseas, saying this is bleeding the US. And Trump had come to power on a mandate that he is not going to get involved in foreign military entanglements, in fact, will end them. So anything which would involve a prolonged conflict may have domestic political repercussions for President Trump himself.
Right. Ambassador Meera Shankar, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast and helping us break this down for our viewers. In fact, one aspect, Abhishek, I just want to highlight this, because for most of even Indian news network, one major difficulty has essentially been to get the real picture from Iran. Time and again, people have misread about the current situation because there has been not enough information really coming out. I just want to quickly recap before we play out that big interview that is of the Deputy Justice Minister of Iran, to get a sense of what's really happening right now and what perhaps would be the succession plan. In fact, over the last couple of hours, at least two places in Tehran and Isfahan, these are the two places where there have been massive protests that are taking place against the United States of America as well as Israel.
Well, I can tell you, I mean, from the pictures that are coming in, and those are verifiable pictures, Shawan, the regime is not collapsing. It's only that Khamenei is gone. But the objective, the American objective of regime change like they did in Venezuela is not happening. And I think in the interview that will come out more clearly.
Well, that's the first big interview coming in from an Iranian minister here. Listen in.
Leon, thank you very much for taking the time to speak with CGTN. Doctor, as you know, this morning Iran was attacked by US and Israel. So what do you think international law say about these military operations?
اونچه که ما در 9 بهمن ماه 1404 در تهران و در شهرهای دیگه جمهوری اسلامی ایران شاهدش بودیم، در واقع نقض صریح منشور ملل متحد است و نقض صریح منع توسل به زور. اون چه که الان ما شاهدش هستیم و اتفاق افتاده، یک اتفاق بسیار خطرناک در حوزه حقوق بین الملل هست و این اقدام رژیم صهیونیستی با پشتوانه رئیس جمهور آمریکا یک بار دیگه به دنیا داره توسل به زور رو در واقع آلارم میده و پیام میده و داره توسل به زور رو عادی سازی میکنه و این بسیار خطرناک هستش. با این اقدامی که رخ داده و ما مصداقهای دیگه هم شاهدش بودیم در جای دنیا و حتی در اون جنگ 12 روزه‌ای که علیه ما به راه انداختن، ما خب به راحتی میتونیم این استنباط رو داشته باشیم که ایالات متحده آمریکا، رئیس جمهور ایالات متحده آمریکا و رژیم صهیونیستی به گفتمان، دیپلماسی و حل و فصل اختلافات با میز مذاکره میانه خوبی ندارن، اصلا این مسیر رو قبول ندارن و اعتقاد و باورشون بر قدرت هست و توسل به قدرت و توسل به زور برای حل و فصل اختلافات. پیام بسیار مهمی که از اتخاذ این استراتژی و از اتخاذ این مسیر میشه دریافت کرد، در واقع اعاده جنگ تسلیحاتی در دنیاست و مسابقه تسلیحاتی در دنیا. ببینید همونطور که اشاره کردید، بر اساس ماده 51 منشور این حق برای جمهوری اسلامی ایران محفوظ هست و میتونه دفاع مشروع داشته باشه و به هر حال وارد اقدامات نظامی بشه و تدابیر نظامی رو اتخاذ بکنه در این مسیر.
Doctor, as you may have heard, something devastating has happened in south of Iran, and school was hit by US or Israel, we don't know, but so many children have died. What's the function of international law in this kind of situation?
این اتفاق در وهله اول نقض کنوانسیون های چهارگانه ژنو، به ویژه کنوانسیون چهارم ژنو 1900 از کنم که 49 هستش و تصریحاً در نقض کنوانسیون حقوق کودک هست. خب ایالات متحده آمریکا متاسفانه عضو کنوانسیون حقوق کودک 1989 نیست و جالبه بدونید که حقوق بشری ترین کنوانسیون بین المللی کنوانسیون حقوق کودک هست که جمهوری اسلامی ایران در همون ابتدا به این کنوانسیون ملحق شده و تعهدات اون رو پذیرفته و رژیم صهیونیستی هم عضو این کنوانسیون هست، به این کنوانسیون و تعهدات اون رو در واقع عرض کنم که پروتکل های الحاقی کنوانسیون چهارگانه ژنو هست، به ویژه عرض کنم کنوانسیون چهارم و در نقض ماده 38 پیمان نامه حقوق کودک هست. به هر حال کشورهای دنیا، همه کشورهایی که در حوزه حقوق بشر و موضوعات حقوق بین المللی حساسیت دارن، نگرانی دارن و موضوع رو دنبال میکنن، حتما باید این اقدام رو محکوم بکنن.
Doctor, thank you very much.
Well, in fact, that was the first interview coming in after the strikes that have actually taken place. Just to give you a sense that while the West would essentially want you to largely believe that everything is done and dusted, but there is a fight that is taking place. There is a succession plan in place as far as the Interim Leadership Council is concerned. Abhishek, you'll be in a much better position to explain that. And on the other side, we're also going to give our viewers a sense of how allies of Iran are really coming out, for instance, China.
Well, absolutely, China and Russia, and why not? If you look at it, a sovereign nation has been attacked in a manner that its entire leadership taken away. In fact, India's Cabinet Committee on Security is meeting at 9:30 p.m., Shawan, and you're going to see a very solid statement coming out there also. But short break, I believe. Let's take a short break. Coming back on the other side, more on Iran situation.
our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane, You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly
All right, welcome back, friends. Shawan, it seems a big breaking news development coming in. Nobody is pulling back, no side is pulling back, but it seems the IRGC has made a big claim.
Well, in fact, this is one of US's aircraft carrier which seems to have now taken a hit. Now, this is a claim that has been made by the Iranians, USS Abraham Lincoln, which happens to be a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of the United States of America. This is the second aircraft carrier that was basically positioned after USS Gerald Ford. Now, as per the Iranians, and this is a statement that has been issued by the IRGC, which says that as part of their Operation True Promise 4, they've declared that the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran has struck hostile American and Israeli targets. US aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln was hit with 4 ballistic missiles. Now, as far as United States of America is concerned, Abhishek, as I've been saying, there is absolutely no word really coming in whether at all any of their assets have actually taken any hit. Even yesterday when we saw those images coming in from Bahrain, there was absolutely no word coming in from the US with regards to whether at all they've taken any hit, be it at their naval bases or for their bases where their fighter jets have been placed. Now, if this is true, as far as USS Abraham Lincoln is concerned, which could actually house over more than 50 fighter aircrafts, then undoubtedly this is basically the IRGC's Navy also playing a very important role, because remember, when this entire positioning that was essentially being done by US, they had to essentially move out of Strait of Hormuz, because or else they would have come under direct fire of the IRGC Navy. Now, we'll have to wait for a confirmation coming in from United States of America if at all their aircraft carrier has taken a hit. If that is the case, it means yet another escalation, and Iran is in absolutely no mood as far as the de-escalation is concerned. Abhishek, we'll stay with the breaking news, and in a short while from now also get you what is that the Iranian allies have to really say, because Russia has already put out a very strong statement calling the death of Khamenei as a brutal murder that has been carried out. Abhishek, if you can just take our viewers through.
Well, you see, these are claims being made by the Iranians. Shawan, can we have pictures of the USS Abraham Lincoln also in the screen, and just so that to establish what's being discussed, Iranians claiming that they have hit the United States aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln. It's a huge ship and a battleship, and it has protection of the air defense mechanisms that the United States has as part of its CENTCOM plans. And for the Iranians to claim that they launched 4 missiles and have successfully hit USS Abraham Lincoln is going to be a major escalation, and which means that the war is going into the next trajectory. Let's try to understand militarily what it means, Shawan.
It happens to be a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. In fact, it's a Nimitz-class carrier that is operating. In fact, it also houses about the F-18 Super Hornets. So you're looking at one of the most powerful aircraft carrier that has been positioned. So the largest happens to be Gerald Ford, but as far as Abraham Lincoln is concerned, General Shashi Bhushan is also joining us on this broadcast to just quickly give us a sense of if this is true, if what Iranians are claiming right now, General, then this is a massive escalation. And as President Trump has been saying, that if the retaliatory strikes continue, he's going to hit hard.
Certainly, if this news is correct, that is USS Abraham Lincoln has been hit, then it's going to be a major escalation. And if you have to look at from the strategic point of view, see, as of now, the Iranian IRGC has only one aim, whether political or strategic or military, they have to impose a very heavy cost on United States and Netanyahu administration and Trump administration. As far as Americans are concerned, whatever was their aim, political aim was regime change. Khomeini may have been killed, but I don't think regime change is going to happen. Similarly, their military aim was, as far as the nuclear arsenal, degrading their arsenal, degrading their missile capabilities, and degrading the capabilities of IRGC. Now, under these circumstances, this is an escalation dynamics. If, in fact, I was waiting for this news, because in my military sense serves it right, they should have actually struck some of the ships, because one of the ships goes down, it will certainly impose cost on President Trump, and there will be questions in USA. Till the time that doesn't happen, and if they are hitting only the neighboring countries, President Trump is not bothered. So I think this is, in case this has happened, it would be great. Secondly, as far as America is concerned, they will have no choice but to escalate a little more. Apparently, America was in no mood to escalate beyond a point. For the simple reason, because they are in no mood to have boots on ground. They have not done any preparation of that kind. They need a logistic support land route, which they have not made, like they made it earlier for Afghanistan via Pakistan. No such preparation has been done. So basically, President Trump was assuming that because of the initial protests inside and because of stand-off attacks and strong stand-off attacks and taking on the leadership, maybe that there can be a regime change without boots on ground. I don't think that is, in my opinion, is too ambitious, a military aim. And same is the case with the Israelis.
Right. General Asthar, I'll just request you to stay on with us, because I want to just get a quick update from Sen Zuan. She happens to be the CGTN correspondent joining us from Beijing to get us a sense of what's really happening in China. In fact, Abhishek, if we can have Sen Zuan on air right now. And as far as China is concerned, the statement that basically came in 24 hours ago, which basically indicated that China was looking forward to de-escalation and also offered to be the intermediary here. Sen Zuan, there was a talk that took place between your foreign minister and his Iranian counterpart. Give us a sense of what's really happening right now. How exactly is China viewing this?
So Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi said that the emergency meeting held by the UN Security Council was promoted by China and Russia on Saturday. And during that meeting, China has shared its position, and Minister Wang also emphasized that during the phone call with his Russian counterpart, Sergei Lavrov. And during the conversation, he said that what U.S. and Israel is doing against Iran is unacceptable, especially openly killing of a head of states, a head of a sovereign state, and also encourage government transfer. And China has been upholding the principle of UN charters and also respect the basic norms of international relations. And what U.S. and Israel are doing is definitely against that. And Wang Yi also shared China's position on such issue. First is to call the stop of military operation in the region to avoid the escalation of tensions in the region. And second of all is to bring it all sides back to the table, especially, and the third part is definitely stop and come together and stop any unilateral action. What U.S. is doing is to really launch any actions, the military actions, without approval of UN Security Council. And this is definitely against what has been agreed upon in the spirit of what has been the UN's agree after the post-World War II. So what we're seeing here is that Russian counterpart Sergei Lavrov is echoing what Minister Wang Yi has said and calling that all countries should use China as United Nations as well as the Shanghai Cooperation Organization to facilitate dialogue and to bring sides back to the negotiation table.
Sen Zuan, if I can just take a quick question before I let you go. In terms of the communication lines, have that been opened up further? Because I believe at this point in time, what the Iranians would be looking at is further support really coming in from their allies, China as well as Russia. Is there any kind of military support that China is willing to extend at some point in time?
I believe the Minister Wang has said in a statement is to really use the channel of the United Nations, as well as I just mentioned, Shanghai Cooperation Organizations, to call to stop of military operation in the region. I think that's the first step. And the second is to bring all sides to the table, because China has released a statement highly concerned over the situation in the region and keep calling the de-escalation of such attention in the region. And China also shared concern about potential spread of those violence in the region. So what China is doing now is really calling the international community to respect what has been agreed upon on the United Nations, as well as to respect the spirit of the UN Charter, as well as to respect the basic norm of international relations. So we will keep an update on that and closely following the situation on the ground. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Senjuan, for joining us on this broadcast and giving us the Chinese perspective on this entire issue. So, two key allies of Iran, Russia, where you have President Putin, Kremlin putting out a very strong statement. And as far as China is concerned, China is offering to be the intermediary, hoping that there would be some sort of a de-escalation on this entire issue. Now, that's what we know as far as their allies are concerned. In fact, General Shashi Asthana continues to be with us. General Shashi Asthana, I want to focus a little bit on what's really happening along the Strait of Hormuz, where we are also getting in some more breaking news. As far as shipping companies are concerned, we'll put out the graphics in a short while from now in terms of how the global supply takes a massive hit, with the Iranians now basically deciding that they are going to shut the Strait of Hormuz. In fact, so much so, earlier today we have had an oil tanker being hit. Now you've had one of the largest shipping companies saying that they're suspending all vessel crossings in the Strait of Hormuz until further notice. Can we also get the graphics up as far as Strait of Hormuz is concerned? Because why this is going to have economic ramifications in the days to come. That's not the graphic. We'll have the Strait of Hormuz graphic up in a short while from now. Can we go back to the screen here? General Shashi Asthana, what do you really make of the current situation? Because the other countries will perhaps have to pull back and think that if this actually continues, if the war really continues, the economic constraints that many of us will be facing, Abhishek, I believe even as far as India is concerned, we're looking at least about 35 to 40% of our crude oil imports really coming in through the Strait of Hormuz.
Certainly, it's going to be to pose a very heavy economic cost on everybody, all users of Strait of Hormuz, which includes China, India, Japan, and a whole lot of other Southeast Asian countries. And more than 20% of the oil passes through Strait of Hormuz. That's the magnitude. And a fair amount of gas also passes through that. Fair amount of trade is passing through that. So that is going to impose a very heavy economic cost on everybody. Including the other implication would be the rising in cost of oil, which the moment the market opens tomorrow may jump from 60 to maybe 72 barrels at least, and maybe much more, $72 a barrel or maybe more. So that is going to impose a very heavy cost on everyone. And therefore, there will be a pressure which will be perhaps put some kind of diplomatic anything else except they want that a ceasefire should take place or the de-escalation should take place, because Chinese are also impacted with the smooth flow of oil, which will get disrupted if there is if no de-escalation takes place. So it has a heavy economic cost by all stretch of imagination. The other factor of the heavy economic cost is the flying routes. Now, if the airspace of the entire Middle East is closed, then obviously all the flights will have to take much longer route to reach Europe, and that is also going to impose a direct and indirect cost on the commodity.
It's already both direct and indirect. The costs are beginning to be seen, General Asthana. In fact, we just broke the story of how one of the bigger container ship companies, Maersk, has decided to stop using the Strait of Hormuz for its container vessel movement and freight movement, which basically means that they account for about 15% of the total container market, and that also means that much amount of supply chains get really directly affected, immediately affected, if Maersk decision is to be seen in that light. And look at these Strait of Hormuz. Shravan, you have to explain these graphics, I believe.
Well, in fact, I'll just quickly take our viewers through why this narrow area that you're basically looking at, why this holds of great importance, because you are looking at a massive supply chain that is going to be perhaps choked further with this decision that has been taken by the Iranians. Now, for the longest time, to be fair to the Iranians, despite the kind of provocation that we have essentially seen in the region, they have been extremely judicious about taking a decision of closing the Strait of Hormuz. In fact, what we are looking at right now in the last few days, in the last 24 hours, this decision has now been taken that it's going to have a direct choke point. So you're looking at a direct impact of 20% of the global oil supply. And for those who are basically thinking that will it have some sort of an impact as far as India is concerned, we're looking at least a good 40% of our supplies basically moving through here, as far as moving towards the Gulf of Oman. Now, clearly, the India impact is what concerns many of us. 50%, I was wrong, it is not 40%, 50% of the crude imports are now at risk. Now, however, the oil producing countries, OPEC plus as it is essentially known, they have now made an announcement that starting from April, they're going to increase the supply in terms of the number of barrels that they're going to supply per day. Now, that is a mitigating plan that has been made right now, but how far will that be achieved and how far will it be able to mitigate the global concerns? That is something that we'll have to wait and watch, because there is a direct impact that we're looking at with the further closing in the choke point, one of the main choke points here. Now, there aren't many alternative routes here also. Abhishek, perhaps you'll be in a better position to explain that, but international energy trade takes a direct hit, because if you really look at the supply chains, there are not many alternative routes. Even the other alternative routes are essentially a longer route to be taken, which would basically bump up the prices further. And that is the reason why the question here would be, what role does the OPEC Plus really play here? Oil prices could jump up to about $120 to $150 per barrel. So you're looking at a massive jump here. Oil price surge could trigger global inflation, and that is the reason why Strait of Hormuz plays a critical role. And perhaps this is exactly the reason why Iran has been, perhaps being extremely cautious about the decision that has been taken so far, Abhishek. So clearly, what we have not seen in the past, now the Iranians have gone full throttle, and as they've been promising, there will be absolutely no red lines. And the first decision coming in with the Strait of Hormuz itself, Abhishek.
Well, while you were, explaining this, Shravan, another breaking, but I'm just wondering whether the USS Abraham Lincoln has actually been hit. If that be the case, then we can't go home tonight. Let's see, Iran FM foreign minister not intending to close the Strait of Hormuz. So that's a conciliatory statement, which means USS Abraham Lincoln has not been hit. I don't know from, how you connect the dots, but this seems like a climb down. Yes, see, our desk is quick and smart. They understand that this is a climb down. Not intending to close the Strait of Hormuz is a clear strategic climb down from what... Okay, General Asthana, sir, we are still trying to understand, comprehend whether the Iranian claim of having targeting USS Abraham Lincoln is one thing, but hitting it, striking it is another. They can, of course, attempt to hit USS Abraham Lincoln, but not succeed. Do you think that the truth is somewhere in between, that the IRGC claim might be halfway house while they did shoot missiles in the direction of USS Abraham Lincoln, but they did not touch it?
Certainly, it is a possibility, for the simple reason because the air defense of the aircraft carrier is quite strong. And it may well happen that they have shot a missile and it may not have hit. But they have to make the claim because they have to tell the domestic audience that they are still in command and they have not given up. So from that perspective, from the psychological warfare perspective, that may be a good news. As far as the news which you just broke, that they are not intending to close the Strait of Hormuz, I think it's a welcome news for the simple reason because I think Iranian would have also realized that the rest of the world will also go against them and may not be very happy with their decision because everybody will get impacted. That's number one. And number two, they may unnecessarily, whatever help or in terms of diplomatic support or all other kinds of support which they would have been expecting from others, they may find it difficult subsequently. So I think that's a conciliatory statement, and that's a good statement and a welcome statement for everybody. But going back to your question which you have asked, I think IRGC will try their best to impose cost, and even if they strike some other ship, that will also impose some kind of cost. So in my opinion, IRGC is going to try. Whether they succeed or not is a separate issue, but they will certainly try to damage some of the ships of United States, and then only they can impose some kind of cost if they have to give some message to United States. As far as President Trump is concerned, he is thinking that with a strike and with leaders killed, I think he would have made his point. So he is basically trying through his messages to tell these people that don't escalate more. And he would like to go out of this conflict without any major casualties. As of now, there is no news of casualties, but then we have to factor in the psychological and information warfare also, because Western countries will ensure that even if there are some damages in Israel or in their Fifth Fleet or in any of the bases, they will perhaps hold on to that news for quite some time so that the things don't go against President Trump. So that's the way the things are. I think it's a mix of all kinds of warfare, and all instruments of warfare are being used. Let's see how it goes.
Right. Absolutely. And Shravan, I believe we are still to hear the last word on whether a strike has happened on USS Abraham Lincoln. But as I said, Shravan, if it has happened, you're not going back home tonight.
Well, in fact, I would have expected that the Pentagon would have put out a report immediately, or some sort of a response really coming in.
Exactly.
It seems that it is just a claim that has basically come in. Now, it's, one would say that in a situation like this, when the war has basically broken out, there are several psyops that basically plays a key role.
Yeah.
Whether it is part of that, one does not know, because right now, a short while back, you've had the Iranian president also putting out a statement where he says that the United States and Israel should know that nothing will really come of this except their own downfall. They're basically indicating that the succession plan is there. In fact, an announcement will be made as far as who's going to be the next supreme leader. They've already said that the Interim Leadership Council have been established after the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and the work has already begun. So that's the messaging that has been done. Now, in fact, Abhishek, the attempt that we are making here at Republic TV is to get you, a 360-degree view of this war. So it is important, while it is extremely difficult to get any sense of what's happening inside Tehran and inside other cities of Iran, we've tried to get the best of resources to try and get you that this is what is actually happening in Tehran. While the West may want you to believe something, but the reality seems to be a little different than what is being projected now. Here is a report which was filed by a CGTN reporter earlier today.
I've come to the center of Tehran, Engelab Square. As you see, people are mourning the death of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. Reports indicated that he was killed yesterday by both U.S. and Israeli strikes. He was in his office in the center of Tehran. His death was confirmed by state TV this morning. And as you see in Engelab Square, people have gathered to mourn the death of the Supreme Leader. I also have to add that some IRGC commanders, including Secretary of Defense Council Ali Shamkhani, has also been assassinated. And also Commander-in-Chief of IRGC, Mr. Pakpur. But the most important person in Iran in the last 4 decades is no one but Supreme Leader Khamenei. And as you see, people are mourning his death. I also talked to some of the mourners here. چرا اومدید اینجا؟ میشه توضیح بدید؟
ما اومدیم که بگیم اتحادمون مستحکم‌تر از همیشه هستش بابت انقلاب تا آخر جونمون هستیم.
اومدیم بگیم که رهبر ما رو زدید. انتقامش که ازتون میگیریم.
فکر نکنن آقامون رو زدن میتونن راحت وارد کشورمون بشن. نه، زی خیال باطل. ما حتی 1 سانتیمتر 1 وجب از خاکمون رو به اجانب نمیدیم.
As you see, the mournings here are held by pro-government people inside the country.
Shawan, that was really important that we got those voices because those established the fact that on the streets in Tehran, General Asthana, people are coming out. There is an outpouring of grief. People are mourning. And the narrative that we have seen from Western media that on the streets of Tehran there is jubilation, but because of internet shutdown, those pictures are not coming out, does not seem to be true. I believe this is a story that's going to hog all the headlines, not just over the next 24 hours, but longer, even as we wait for a confirmation from the Pentagon whether USS Abraham Lincoln has been hit. I think on that note, we slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, the debate with Arnab Goswami.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका। नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा। तेरा झुमका। मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, again.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is a very big news day, and we've been bringing the news of Trump killing Khamenei directly and the consequences of that through the entire day. Now, it's also important, ladies and gentlemen, to look at the bigger picture, and so I'll start with talking about what impact this has on us and what line we are to take. Technically speaking, we are told we are not taking any line on this. We are being balanced. We are being non-aligned. But is it possible to be balanced? Is it possible to be non-aligned? Ladies and gentlemen, there was a statement from the MEA yesterday which said, we want sovereignty and territorial integrity to be respected. Well, that is a typical diplomatic statement. The fact of the matter is we have to take a side. It's going to be very difficult not to take a side. But we are already vested in the region. Point number one, we have millions of people who work in the Middle East who are Indian nationals. We need to be concerned about them. Secondly, we have a very strong relationship with Israel, very, very, very strong relationship with Israel, because the Prime Minister's recent visit to Israel after 7 years cemented that relationship to a new level of a strategic relationship. So we're not going to walk away from Israel. We're not going to obviously do anything that Israel will be counter to Israel. Thirdly, we have a close relationship with the Muslim world there as well. We had the visit of Sheikh Mohammed Al Nahyan of the United Arab Emirates recently, so we have to stand by them. We have a strong relationship building with Oman, Qatar, the rest of the Middle East. So we have a strong relationship with them. But there is one more angle, ladies and gentlemen, one more angle. We will be conscious, I'm sure, pragmatically speaking, that you do not expect Iran to crumble and fall over. People are watching India to see what it does as a leader of the global South. If we are a leader of the global South, that we can't look away when there is this new form of neo-colonialism, neo-imperialism that is building up, with America sending troops on the ground to take over every part of the world with brute force. Again, there is the whole angle of India, America, Israel. Pakistan is in huge trouble right now because the local sentiment in Pakistan is very anti-America. We already had a situation where, and we got visuals, we had a live feed of how people were being killed in Karachi on Asif Munir's orders when people, especially from the Shia community, were protesting. And we had visuals of those are the pictures from Karachi. And then we had visuals of the American consulate being burned down in Karachi. So there is a state of lawlessness in Karachi. And here is our opportunity, realizing that Asif Munir is sandwiched between an angry Pakistani people who want him to be anti-America and his own inclination to be Donald Trump's lapdog. We can provide some cover and take the kind of role which is, if required, supportive of Israel and America, hence sending a clear message that we have greater strategic significance in the region, greater play and greater strength. And Pakistan is just a noisy linchpin which does not provide any strategic depth to any country. Now, these are all, ladies and gentlemen, all different angles to look at things. But do not believe that India is not vested in the situation as far as Israel versus Iran is concerned. We are deeply vested. Our markets are vested. If this conflict continues for a long time, supply chains will be affected, fuel supplies will be affected, and this entire area around Iran is also the fuel supply chain for the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are vested. And if there's any consolation, we are not the only country vested. We are one among many significant players who are vested. This has been a historical inflection point today that has happened with Trump killing Khamenei. Personally, if you ask me, I believe that this kind of risk-taking by Trump will eventually work against him. But that's not my concern, neither is it yours primarily. Our concern is what impact does this have on our nation? Here is a quick report on that, and then we'll debate that starting first.
West Asia is burning. Missiles, drones flying over Gulf nations. India is reaching out to countries affected, reiterating its call for diplomacy. Amidst the chaos, India calls for restraint. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar dialed his counterparts from the Gulf nations. Israel's Gideon Saar, Iran's Syed Abbas Araghchi, UAE's Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Saudi Arabia's Prince Faisal bin Farhan, Qatar's Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman bin Jassim Al Thani, Kuwait's Sheikh Jarrah Al Sabah, Bahrain's Abdul Latif bin Rashid Al Zayani. Dr. S. Jaishankar reached out with one clear message to de-escalate, as he received assurance about the safety of Indians stuck in war-zone areas. While back home, protests are underway. From Srinagar to Lucknow, Shiites took to streets to protest against American-Israeli aggression. Political voices within India, including Asauddin Owaisi, have condemned Khamenei's killing. With the attack coming just after Indian Prime Minister's successful visit to Israel, an official response from Government of India is still awaited. From commercial investments to diaspora concerns, the stakes are high.
So, to start with, I'd like to talk to General Bakshi, General Bishambar Dayal, and Saurabh Shukla. Brief comments from you on whether we can be non-aligned in this. Can we be a Switzerland in this? Is it possible to be? General Bakshi.
Arnab, all that I would say is we have very good relations with Israel, but we also had good relations with Iran, which was our bridge to Afghanistan, to Central Asia. They have been supporting us in the matter of Pakistan. We both have problems with Pakistan. So that cannot totally be wished away and ignored. Let me also remind everyone, India has the presidency of BRICS, and the nation attacked Iran is a member of the BRICS, right? How long can we let the United States, with Israel we have no problems, but how long can we let the United States run riot, attack Venezuela first, then go on to Iran, then go on to Cuba, then go on to any number of third world countries and start changing regimes? You know, you can't go back, regress back to an area of a new colonialism, this time led from Washington. That the world will have to stand up against, and India will have to be counted. India will have to be counted. We are in a cleft stick because, unfortunately, we have to see that even Israel cannot be allowed to go under. We have very strong relationships with them, but there is a point at which I think we can play a constructive role. We had good relationships with both Israel and Iran. We can here make a bid for peace. We can make a bid for a stand down and a ceasefire. Maybe not immediately in the next 2-3 days because sentiments are very high on both sides. But when the ammunition starts running low, when the losses mount on both sides, casualties mount on both sides, they will be more willing to talk peace, and then I think India can play a constructive role. For once, play that constructive role. Damn it, you have good relations with both sides.
To play at a constructive role, I'm not sure. Do we have that kind of say in this? I mean, or are we?
Not now.
Are we only going
Give it 2-3 days?
Are we only going to calculate? Should we only calculate on the basis of what our immediate interest is? What would our immediate interest will be in this situation? Which side do we stand to gain more from, is the question. General Dayal.
Arnab, thank you, and so very kind of you to invite me for this. Arnab, I'm quite candid on this, that please don't mind, we are irrelevant in this whole game. The India, China, and Russia, it is an issue of their credibility today in the world order. In the new millennium, there are 5 powers there are 5 centers of power: military power, economic power, national power. America is 1, China is 2, EU is there, India is the 4th, and Russia is 5th. Russia and EU or Russia and European Union are already involved in a war in Ukraine. India has been absolutely silent. Actually, 2019, when we withdrew from Iran's oil, that was the time to question America. Nobody questioned. So now you cannot question your friendship with Iran. You gave away Iran long time back. You have a friendship with Israel. And I'm telling you, in this particular conflict, there's no relevance of Israel to us. It is our diaspora, it is our 1 crore plus people working in this area, our $150 billion coming from this area, our energy going through this area, South Asia, Southeast Asia, southern, these portions are severely affected. Our communication to the West is breaking. Communication, when I say lines of communication, our air travel will be broken. Our inflation may go up. We are severely affected, but we are irrelevant. We have to accept this fact. Except issuing these statements, you can do nothing much.
The Iranians...
You allow Trump to dictate. You are allowing... Trump started with intimidating the world with his tariffs, and this is his second part, that he's intimidating with physical action. He did in Venezuela, world stayed quiet. He's done in Iran, world is quiet. Where he will do next, we do not know. Iranians have also faltered by impinging on the sovereignty of other countries, because they now want to involve the entire Gulf. They want to involve the entire region. So they both, I mean, initially there is no doubt the aggressor is...
And Ayatollah Arafi has been appointed also. Shaban. There have been explosions also reported in Riyadh. So there are explosions also that have been reported in Riyadh. And within, I mean, the Iranians realizing that you cannot have too much of a power vacuum for too long a time, have appointed a fairly significant Shia cleric called Ayatollah Arafi as the interim supreme leader. Now, Ayatollah Arafi is about 67 years old, right? He is very, very conservative. And, you know, he has been the president of the International Center for Islamic Studies, and he has a long history, almost 4 decades of theology that are behind him. So they have appointed a significant person on the ground. Now, if this war doesn't end quickly in America's advantage, then Saurabh, it's going to be a war of attrition. So Trump has to do something to dominate very quickly.
You know,
does he have a plan?
Yes, you know, from the sources here in DC and obviously in Florida, where President Trump currently is, in Mar-a-Lago, from where he directed the entire operation. I can tell you that they have a plan. And that's the reason why what I've been saying all along on your shows that in the first 20 hours itself, if you see the entire Iranian leadership getting hit in a precision strike without having any boots on the ground, making sure that they had actionable intelligence itself tells you a story. The other part of the story is to make sure that you continue that pressure on the Iranian leadership, the rest of that which is left, and continue to make sure that your assets which are there, both Israeli assets and the American assets inside Iran, you create a whole momentum to make sure that you have moved towards regime change. Coming back to what you were discussing earlier with my co-panelist, I have a slightly different view. I feel that India has to do it's a tightrope walking for us, because on one hand is India's moralistic position as a country which is the leader of Global South, which has already always spoken about Prime Minister has been very vocal that it's not time for any war. But the challenge here is that you also had a regime which was responsible for the death of almost 30,000 civilians, which was fomenting a cocktail of terrorism, including a terror attack in India against Israeli diplomats. We had to do business with the Khamenei regime in Iran.
So you're saying that eventually we will have to lean very much towards America.
Yes,
Israel, naturally speaking, America, Israel. Yeah, this is not the time. This is not the time to be asking deeper questions.
You have to leave morality sometimes to be where the real politics lies.
So what you're saying is that this is not the time to be doing a larger theoretical discussion on multilateralism, global south, etc.
Absolutely.
This is the time to seize advantage. We cannot be isolated from rest of the world and be locked in, General Bakshi, with Turkey, China and Russia. It can't, Iran, Turkey, China and Russia is one axis we don't need to be part of right now. And the British Defense Minister says that the Iranians are firing missiles at Cyprus where we have British troops. We have to decide now. I mean, we have also got our interests, General Bakshi, with IMEC, the India-Middle East corridor, for which we have to be very closely working with UAE, with Israel. We can't give all that up, can we?
Look, Arnab, if we are talking of the interest matrix, what is there to lose? Every day that this war lasts, tomorrow you will see the negative impact. Today is a Sunday. Tomorrow you will see the highly negative impact on our stock markets, on the price of oil. And if the price of oil goes up, the Indian economy takes a hit. Let's be very clear on that. Therefore, it's in our interest to see that this war comes to an end. The sooner, the better, right? And we also are the president of the BRICS. So what are we going to do? Resign the president of the BRICS because now you are shit scared of the Americans? Is that so? Is the message that you want to send across to the global south? That we are the first BRICS country to buckle?
No. The price of oil will go up.
We will have to hold firm. We will have to hold firm to our principles.
Yeah, but the price of... I understand, sir, but the price of oil will go up if the conflict continues.
Yeah.
So isn't it our interest to see a swift end to the conflict rather than have the conflict go on and the supply chains choked? General Bakshi.
That is precisely what I was saying. No, that is precisely what I was saying. You have leverage with both sides, with Iran as well as with Israel. Give it 2 more days and they'll all be tired. They'll be wanting an end to it. Not today, not tomorrow. The day after tomorrow is the right psychological time to intervene and tell everybody to call it off, pipe down.
Yeah, but all three, I will have to do an EDV before. General Dayal, you wanted to come in on that.
Arnab, see, Iran, what Iran thinks, how India can influence Iran really does not matter. Iranian foreign minister has very categorically said that we are willing to abide by you. He had told the vice president of America. He had openly, this was in news, this was everywhere. He had said, we are willing to go by what you want to do on the nuclear aspect, right? You wanted to eliminate the Khamenei, you eliminated it. So as far as Iran is concerned, India can very little further tell them to surrender and things like that. So irrelevant. Let's be real politics. As far as Israel and America is concerned, and in fact, to talk of this matter is putting a doubt question mark on. Our Prime Minister was there 3 days back. If our Prime Minister had said, please don't, no war required, no, we will be affected, they would have listened to him. No. So best thing Indian diplomacy is doing to stay quiet, and that's all they will do. India actually, Arnab, these events, international events, you got to read 10 years from now, what impact, how impact. Now, how do we lean towards America? I mean, what is there to be leaning towards America? India has stood firm. 98, 99, we also suffered. In 98, we also suffered their sanctions law, and we came out of it. India is a power by itself. Like I said, there are 5 power centers. India is a power by itself. How to exercise this power, how to influence the world, how to influence European Union, how to influence nations which are not involved in this war, to say that stop this war, let's boycott America. If America continues with this war.
Now, as we observe this, as we observe this, and we are more concerned about the impact on the business climate, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to show you full-frame pictures of what happened in Pakistan and what is going to happen in Pakistan and what continues to happen in Pakistan. Now, sentiments in Pakistan are very high. Remember, there's a large Shia population. 12 Pakistanis have been killed. This is my latest information on shooting by paramilitary on Asif Munir's instructions. Asif Munir says shoot to kill, and 12 people have been killed in Karachi, where there were a lot of protests. As more casualties emerge, the numbers of people who have been killed in Karachi by Asif Munir and the security forces becomes public, the protests and the clashes are increasing. Organically, these clashes have also happened when there were some people angry with America in Pakistan who breached the outer wall of the American consulate in Karachi and set some part of the consulate on fire. To defend the American consulate, orders were given by Asif Munir to open fire, in which 12 people have been killed. Now in Skardu as well, which is a northern city, Pakistani protesters set fire to the UN office. The American consulate in Lahore has also been attacked by hundreds of protesters in Pakistan. And various Muslim groups have called for non-stop protests against the Americans. In Islamabad, the whole area around the American embassy has been blocked. Pakistan has one of the largest Shia populations in the world after Iran, and American installations are under attack. There has been no statement from the ISI, from Asif Munir, but clearly they are under pressure right now. These are the visuals, and we have a live AP feed also from Karachi. I don't know if that feed is on right now. Well, we have with us, Major Nadeem and Asim Raza. What will Asif Munir's position be? And 12 Pakistanis have been killed in Karachi by the security forces. These pictures are being relayed everywhere. Pardon me?
Sarji, Asif Munir has nothing to do with this. Okay, the Inspector General Police is there, the provincial governments are there, they have got the IGs, Inspector General Police. Definitely, their duty is to enforce law and order in the area. The protester, the incident definitely is very sad, very unfortunate, very tragic. We all condemn, the government of Pakistan has condemned it. But Pakistani government cannot allow protesters to burn the embassies and attack on any of the embassies. right? They are in our protection. So definitely we are standing, and police has to fire when they see okay, this is now imminent, and they have to stop these processions. So Pakistan people should also realize definitely the anti-American sentiments are growing in the whole world. Okay? But definitely we have to stop that. We cannot allow protesters or anybody to take the law in their hands, right?
But you are an American stooge. So you will.
We are not. You are Israeli stooge.
No. Now the thing is. 1 minute, Major Nadeem. My thing is now that what will Asif Munir do about his relationship with Trump? Because people are angry. These visuals from Lahore and Karachi, people are very angry with Trump and with America. Will you continue to support America in this ongoing situation, targeting? Does Asif Munir support the killing of Khamenei?
No, we will not. We have condemned, right? Just like India can have the relation with Israel as well as with Iran.
You have not condemned the killing of Khamenei. No, you haven't. No, you haven't condemned the killing of Khamenei.
We have condemned.
No, you haven't condemned the killing of Khamenei.
Yes, we call it a brutal murder, right? This is against the sovereignty. Okay, this is the against the sovereignty.
No, I'm sorry, but you have not condemned the killing of Khamenei. And why is it that is not happening? You will.
Yes,
when will you condemn the killing of Khamenei?
You have not heard the statement of our interior minister. He has condemned and inshallah government of Pakistan will also condemn, right?
When will that be?
Maybe in some hours.
Asim Raza?
We have condemned every event.
The protests are very organic. People have a right to protest. These are not people who are carrying revolvers and pistols. But they have been shot close range by the security forces. Total number of people killed is 12. Was this necessary as a show of loyalty towards America?
No, it's not the matter of the loyalty. It's a SOP for the foreign nationals and for the diplomats to protect themselves, to protect them from the mobs and this kind of rallies. Especially the IG Sindh is responsible for this, in fact, and that is the SOP and the orders from the IG directly, you know. Whenever you are having this kind of situation in Pakistan or rest of the world, the SOP is the same.
I'm sorry, but this is serious. Haider Hayat is with us. Haider Hayat, 12 Pakistanis have been killed by the security forces for coming out in support of Khamenei. But you have a lot of Shia. You have a lot of Shia. You have a lot of Shias in Pakistan. How many people can be killed like this if these protests continue?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Arnab. Before answering your question, let me give you a very latest and breaking news that Pakistan has eliminated around 400 Indian assets in Afghanistan, and Pakistani forces are right now in Afghanistan engaging with the Indian-backed Afghan forces, and
I'm not interested in your war with Afghanistan. I'm not. Your war with Afghanistan. You can continue to fight with Afghanistan. It's your problem. You are having a problem with Afghanistan. You must not kill innocent Afghan people, but that is something which you will handle. I'm saying your army is fighting Afghanistan. How will you handle an internal security situation?
We are just targeting Indian
proxies. Okay, now tell me, how will you handle this internal security situation?
Brothers of terrorist Arnab Goswami in Afghanistan, and we have struck the Bagram Air Base last night, where Indians were trying to shut up, General, and listen to me first.
Hayat, keep your dirty mouth shut, please. Can you just keep your dirty mouth shut if you don't know how to talk to him?
You shut up, Arnab.
Listen, first you must get a little more fit. Reduce his volume. No, why are you letting him speak? When I told him to shut up, why do our producers not listen to me? I will not speak at this level. General Dayal, do not wrestle with pigs.
Please switch him off.
No, we
Arnab,
don't
please
wrestle
listen
with
to me
pigs,
for
and
30
therefore I will not respond to him.
Listen, Arnab, please give me 30 seconds.
Yeah, one second. I'm just 1 minute. So you don't engage with him. I want to tell this man, what's his name? Hayat. Hayat, there's a saying that don't wrestle with pigs because you will only get dirty and the pigs will enjoy it. So we're not going to wrestle with you. It's only a way of saying. You got that? So I don't want to do that. We're having a serious discussion. In your country, there is a law and order situation that has developed. You should see the visuals. I'll show the visuals to them, please, ladies and gentlemen. It's very bad. This is the situation of your country. You have to decide whether you're with Pakistanis or with the Americans. It's all right to come on India's #1 news network and say to the most respected of strategic voices, you shut up, as if it is a Karachi gully that you're shouting in. We are speaking with respect about a situation that is being reported globally. And look at the situation. These are live visuals from Karachi. These are live visuals, APTN, these are live visuals from Karachi. And you're seeing the situation there. General Dayal, I think we need to look at the situation with some seriousness. Yes.
Arnab, firstly, let me tell you, for ISI and Pakistani army, Pakistani people does not matter. These deaths do not matter. Let's be very clear, and when we look at in the past, don't be surprised the entire Karachi incident has been instigated or orchestrated or planned and executed by ISI itself. Believe you me, they want to be in the American pocket. Munir want to take the limelight out of all this and attract the American attention to say, look, to save you, we have killed our own people. Believe you me, the Karachi incident has been completely orchestrated. Look at sequentially how it is. Nothing has worked there. People have assembled. People have come closer. Nobody has stopped them. Even the guards at the gate have not tried to stop them. They are trying to blame the IG Karachi. It is all ISI and Pak army. Munir is dictating all this. Now it has gone out of control. Listen, that's a fact. You've done it in past so many times. You have done it past so many times.
It's not the way. There is nothing to do with the army and with the ISI.
This is international. In Lahore and in North, things have gone beyond your control. Now you will suffer what you have started. You will pay for your people will make you pay for what Munir has started. So Arnab, please don't get carried away. Let's not get carried away.
There is nothing to do with CDF and ISI. You are just manipulating
lives do not matter to them. What matters is how they can appease the Americans, how they can appease the American president. Look, we have saved your people, we have killed our people. That's the philosophy your ISI follows.
It's not the way. You're just manipulating the things.
What you guys have done, that will come out. People will write about it, don't worry.
If mob is going towards Indian embassy, we will behave like the same. What you will do?
Truth is this. This is what you have done. See, listen. No consulate general.
There is an attempt here.
You cannot violate its boundary unless your people are involved.
It is the duty of the Pakistani army, Pakistani security forces to defend its consulates and embassies. However, it is also the duty of the Pakistani government, the security agencies, not to carry out a genocide of innocent Pakistanis who are protesting about the killing of Khamenei. You don't have to kill Pakistanis to prove your loyalty to Trump.
This is what they're doing.
No. Let me talk, Arnab, please. Let me talk. This is not the matter.
I suspect that Asif Munir is killing Pakistanis to go to Trump and say, see, I killed so many Pakistanis.
It's just a concocted stories, nothing else. You are just manipulating the things, nothing else. You are just concocted stories you're putting on it. There is nothing to do with ISI. There is nothing to do with the CDF. This is a matter of law and order situation, which is directly.
We have a situation here where I have a latest visual from the Straits of Hormuz, because eventually this is about the supply chains. And these are the visuals I want to speak about. This is a visual of an attack by Iran on an oil tanker. The oil tanker, General Bakshi, is called Skylight. It is flying the flag of Palau. It is passing through the Strait of Hormuz near the coast of Oman. The entire crew has been evacuated. But you know, in this process, General Bakshi, Iran is setting a clear message that it controls the Strait of Hormuz. It is not pulling back, and there are more details coming in on this as well. So, this is Oman's Maritime Security Center says this has been attacked. There were drone strikes on Oman commercial port of Duqm. And this attack is an attempt by Iran to establish its continuing strategic dominance over the Strait of Hormuz. General Bakshi, is this going to become a global war? Because eventually it is about oil supply chains. There's much at stake here right now. And as I'm reporting all this, I'd like to also share that in the first response that has come in from Russia, President Putin has expressed deep condolences over the killing of Khamenei. General Bakshi.
Arnab, one of the standard strategic options of Iran was to close the Gulf of Hormuz by either mining, hitting oil tankers, sinking a few ships, or using their 3,000-odd fast attack boats to interfere with the shipping. The aim is very clear: to raise economic costs and political consequences for the United States, for the global economy. The price of oil is likely to go up to $120 to $150 a barrel tomorrow. Based upon these attacks, the insurance prices are likely to go up, which could cause a global recession, because a lot of countries, including India, buy a lot of oil from the Gulf sheikdoms, from Saudi Arabia, China, Japan, Korea. They're all dependent upon oil from the Middle East. And to that extent, even Europe takes oil from the Middle East. Prices of oil will go up globally. Prices of oil will go up in the United States to $7 to $8 per gallon. And that could hit the American economy in the year of a midterm election. That is the strategic intent, to cause political and economic pain to the rest of the world so that it is deterred from further attacks on Iran. It is as simple as that. They had articulated this strategy, they had practiced this strategy, and I would reckon the next step is
again, I'd like to
firing their anti-ship missiles.
Yeah, the visuals on the screen are part of a global supply chain, global war. If you're watching this broadcast and are asking whether this will become a global war, please note, this is a strike on an oil tanker. It is happening near Oman. And you can see the oil tanker is in flames. It's not the biggest of oil tankers, but there's a lot of significance to this because, can I stay with the visuals, please? Thank you. Big full frame, please. Thank you so much. We stay with the full frame visuals right now because our Pakistani guest does not have relevance at this point of time. Okay? Now, the reason I want these pictures full frame is because while there's a fresh wave of Iranian attacks that's going on. Iran has attacked Riyadh. Iran has attacked Bahrain. Earlier, Iran has attacked Dubai. But most importantly, when Iran has attacked an oil tanker, and that is, an oil tanker passing through the Straits of Hormuz, then Iran is basically sending a message that it is unwilling to give up the maritime superiority that it has in that particular region, and it's going to go in for an all-out fight. These routes are also used by Chinese, Indian, and other tankers. And while a new Iranian leadership takes over, which is Ayatollah Arafi, a 67-year-old high-ranking cleric, has taken over, and there is a new head of the IRGC, which is the Iranian army. At this point of time, it is very important that Iran sends out a message that it is not going to capitulate. And therefore, this can become a bigger global war. This can get more countries engaged. This has impact on China and Russia. They are not going to be quiet. So if the American ships which are in the region move in, then we can expect some counteraction also from the Iranian side, maybe supported by the Chinese. In that sense, General Bakshi, looking at a very broad picture right now, and though Putin has been very measured, do you think this is going to become a global conflict in the Middle East, centered in the Middle East, like the First World War and the Second World War were Europe-centered? Do you think this becomes the start of a preemptive beginning to a Third World War?
It could spiral out of control due to accidental escalation. Don't forget, Arnab, there are 2 Russian warships and 2 Chinese warships in this region. In Bandar Abbas and Chabahar, they were carrying out exercises with the Iranian Navy. Any accidental engagement of Russian or Chinese vessels could easily lead to an unintended escalation. An unintended escalation, therefore, the urgency of now stopping this spiral of continuing violence. And that is what I said. Immediately, if you ask for a ceasefire, nobody is in a mood for a ceasefire right now. But give it 3, 4 days, 5 days, both countries, both sides would have exhausted their stocks of munitions, their missiles, their rockets, and their interceptor missiles. And that is the stage they will be looking for an off-ramp. That is where you could help. Perhaps you could help, because it equally is costing you. The rise of the price of oil is going to impact the Indian economy as well. So we cannot simply wish it away and wash off our hands and say we will make anodyne statements and that's all, and then we can get away with it. I'm afraid it affects us all. It affects us all. If there is a global recession triggered by this closure of the Gulf of Hormuz, well, there is a price to pay. The Indian economy will have a price to pay. The American economy will have a price to pay. So will the European, Chinese, Japanese. All economies are concerned. It will have global impact. It will have a global impact. That is why this war was started by the Americans on a weekend, so that the stock markets would be closed.
Now Iran is saying it is closing the Strait of Hormuz. Let's stay with that map, and the visual very, very, very striking here.
And Houthis are saying,
if the Iranians...
And the Houthis are saying they are going to close the Red Sea.
Yeah, if the Houthis close the Red Sea and Iran closes the globally important choke point of Hormuz, then it has a huge impact on oil, fuel supplies, and then over the Straits of Hormuz, we could have a big war. So I'll take a small break at this point, ladies and gentlemen. And as I go into the break, and when I come back, I will look at the global impact and whether Trump got it right or Trump has complicated things for himself. Viewers, a war is not settled in a day. Today, it's not even day 1 of the first battle. This is going to be much more long drawn out, which is why we need to prepare for the global consequences and speak about them. When I'm back.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines.
Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been killed. Khamenei was neutralized during US and Israeli strikes, as confirmed by Iran. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump said hours earlier that Khamenei had been killed in the joint operation. He was one of Iran's longest-serving leaders. Khamenei dramatically remolded the Islamic Republic since he took the reins after the death of Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini in 1989. Born on April 19, 1939 in Mashhad, he studied theology and was influenced by revolutionary leader Ruhollah Khomeini. He opposed Mohammad Reza Pahlavi and was arrested several times before the 1979 revolution. After the revolution, he rose quickly through Iran's new leadership. In 1981, during the Iran-Iraq war under Saddam Hussein, he became the president. That year, he survived an assassination attempt that left his right arm partly paralyzed. He served until 1989. After Khomenei's death in 1989, Iran's Assembly of Experts appointed him the supreme leader. He became Iran's ultimate authority under the doctrine of Vilayat-e-Faqih. As supreme leader, he controlled the military, judiciary, state media, and key foreign policy decisions. He maintained a hard-line stance against Israel and oversaw Iran's controversial nuclear program as well. In 2015, Iran signed a nuclear deal with world powers, but in 2018, US President Donald Trump withdrew and reimposed the sanctions. Facing the sanctions, he pushed a resistance economy to reduce Western dependence. His later years saw inflation, economic strain, and major protests in 2009, 2019, and 2022. Khamenei ruled cautiously but firmly, relying on the Revolutionary Guard and clerical institutions to maintain control. Meanwhile, as per reports, Khamenei was killed in his office on Saturday, 28th February morning during US-Israel airstrikes. 40 days of mourning has been announced after the death of Khamenei, as confirmed by Iranian media. Iran has now named the possible successor of Iran's late supreme leader Ali Khamenei. Mojtaba Khamenei, a name now at the center of intense succession talks. Mojtaba, rarely seen in the public eye, but long talked about in Tehran's power corridors. Born in Mashhad in 1969, he is the second son of Iran's supreme leader and studied theology and became a cleric. He also fought in the final phase of the Iran-Iraq War and later built strong ties with Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard. Although he has never held a formal government position, Mojtaba wielded influence behind the scenes. He acted as a key gatekeeper to his late father and the regime's inner circle. His connections with the IRGC and conservatives clerics made him a key figure during political moments in Tehran. Meanwhile, many have accused him of involvement in harsh crackdowns. Notably, during unrest after Iran's disputed 2009 election and later the protest, fueling public anger towards a dynastic politics. With the supreme leader's death now confirmed, questions over Iran's future leadership loom large. As Iran enters an uncertain transition, all eyes are on the next chapter and whether Mojtaba Khamenei's influence will shape it inside the corridors he once quietly walked.
Protest in Pakistan erupted, leading to violent clashes with police and paramilitary forces. Visuals show hundreds of protesters storming the US consulate in the Pakistani cities of Karachi and Lahore. The violence came hours after the US and Israel attacked Iran and killed the country's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Visuals showed police clashing with protesters on the street outside the consulate. Absolute chaos as protesters threw stones and police fired tear gas. The situation in Pakistan is taking a rather surprising turn. US President Trump recently described Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and the Army Chief General Asim Munir as great leaders, even calling them close friends in past remarks. However, Islamabad has publicly criticized the recent US strikes, signaling a clear divergence in position.
The protests are very organic. People have a right to protest. These are not people who are carrying revolvers and pistols. But they have been shot close range by the security forces. Total number of people killed is 12. Was this necessary as a show of loyalty towards America?
No, it's not the matter of the loyalty. It's a SOP for the foreign nationals and for the diplomats to protect themselves, to protect them from the mobs and this kind of rallies. Especially the IG Sindh is responsible for this, in fact, and that is the SOP and the orders from the IG directly, you know. Whenever you are having this kind of situation in Pakistan or rest of the world, the SOP is the same.
Across the world, protests erupted in the US to condemn the ongoing strikes. In Los Angeles, protesters are calling the deadly attacks an illegal act of aggression.
I do not want us to invade Iran in our name, in the name of Israel, in anyone's name.
New Yorkers gathered in Times Square holding signboards such as "No War on Iran" and "Hands Off Iran."
No war on Iran! This is an emergency protest to reject Trump's illegal and unprovoked war on Iran that is going to become a larger regional war that's going to drag the U.S. into another endless war. We're here because the American people do not want this war. We're here to raise our voices and to spread that message to the White House and to the world.
As tensions escalate, Protests continue as the world takes sides on the evolving situation in Iran. Tehran burned overnight as strikes by the US and Israel left the city in rubble, and their supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, dead. Columns of smoke seen rising up from central neighborhoods. Residents described shockwaves echoing through main areas. According to footage released by the IDF, precision strikes were seen ravaging buildings at the heart of the city, one of which happened to be the office of deceased Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei. Additional explosions heard in outlying areas suggest a coordinated strike pattern across the city. As official sources say, more than 200 people have been killed since last night. The emergency crews remain deployed for the foreseeable future. For the residents of Iran and Tehran, the war represents a stark shift, bringing a conflict long fought through proxies directly into the capital's doorstep.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
And now for the nation's sharpest opinion. In my view, Donald Trump has only started a battle. The war will continue for a very long time. I have a few very specific points to make. Firstly, if you look at the Straits of Hormuz, the decision of the Iranians to close the Strait of Hormuz and to carry out a strategic attack on an oil tanker there in which 4 mariners were injured signals Iran's decision to dig deep, pull out all its strategic resources and fight this battle. Secondly, the reaction of Putin and the reaction of China. Neither is getting directly involved, but we are going to see a very interesting proxy situation that is going to be developing. The Iranians have an interim alternative leader who has been appointed. So you have some semblance of political stability even after the killing of Khamenei. And Ayatollah Arafi is going to be taking over the role of a supreme leader till a new leader is in place. So for the moment, you have a fair amount of political stability, given the fact that the Americans expected things to capitulate. That has not happened. Iran is not Venezuela. Its ability to hit and hit hard in the region is much more. And therefore, it's not like the kidnapping of Maduro. In that case, there was Rodriguez, who America could do its politics through. America was more deeply vested. In Iran, it is not. It is going to be impossible for the Americans to smuggle in someone into Tehran at a time when there's so much anger on the streets. Therefore, my third visual is of the protests that we are seeing across different cities in Iran. When you see the visuals, you must remember that the protests across Iran, these visuals, though the Americans say they are AI generated, the fact is they are not. There are huge protests in Tehran and Isfahan. And all the people who are neutral, there is a pro-government, anti-government, two clear divide, that is two clear divisions in Iran. But now there's also a large number of people who are on the middle ground. They are leading against America right now. So regime change is very far, far away. Regime change is not going to happen in Iran in the immediate future. Therefore, which brings us to the fourth point. Unless there are boots on the ground, this is going to be a very long-drawn war. If there are boots on the ground, it will be an even more long-drawn war. Neither the United States of America nor any of its allies will do anything more than airstrikes. Without boots on the ground, and unless the IRGC completely collapses and the Iranian regime collapses, then you cannot have a regime change operation. So in that sense, ladies and gentlemen, the strategic battle is continuing. For India, our concern are oil prices. What happens, so who dominates the Strait of Hormuz? If there is conflict over the Strait of Hormuz, then it will be very interesting to see whether Iran is able to battle that on its own. I predict a pitched maritime and naval battle at the next level. The war has been on the skies right now. Mark my words, watch the space. The battle now is going to be in the seas. Let's debate.
Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, has been eliminated. Top Iranian commanders killed by Israel-US strikes. And with that, the tensions in West Asia continue to escalate. as Khamenei's death was confirmed, US President Donald Trump indicated at a regime change, saying the bombing will continue throughout the week. Tehran is under attack. Black plumes seen from across the city. Sounds of massive explosion echoing in the air. With back-to-back attacks on Tehran, the city has now been reduced to rubble. Iranian media claims 148 lives lost, 95 wounded at a girls' primary school in Minab city. Explosions also heard in several other cities across the country, including Karaj near Tehran, Isfahan and Qom in the center of the country and Kermanshah in the west. But with Iran's supreme leader killed, the IRGC has now pledged revenge. They are putting up a strong fight. IRGC claims it has launched attacks on 27 bases hosting US troops, as well as military facilities in Tel Aviv. Explosions continue to be heard in Qatar, UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, Israel. But as West Asia burns, the question that lingers is that, is this the beginning of a wider war? And what does this mean for world at large?
We have two views from Delhi. We have General Bakshi. Asif Ramid Daud is a Middle East expert. He's joining us for the pro-Iran view. Tatiana Kukuneva from Russia. Andrew K.P. Leung from London tonight. He's a China view. Major Differman, former IDF officer from Tel Aviv. Ron Malka, former Israeli ambassador to India. STA Alexander Shajan, Republican voice from. And Joachim Bitterlich, former National Security Advisor to former German Chancellor Helmut Kohl, is joining us from Paris now. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Ron Malka, to you first. This is only the start. I mean, you know, this is not regime change yet, or by any measure. And without regime change, will the strategic objectives of Israel or America, will they be met?
Good afternoon, Arnab. Good to see you again and all the audience. See, the goals, the ultimate goals of this attack is a regime change. But we are not limiting it to that. A regime change, as you also mentioned, it's not something that happens in a day or a week or 2 weeks. It takes a lot and has to come from within. The people of Iran should do that and should take their own destiny, their own future in their hands, which they try to do, and some of them, thousands of them, were killed, brutally killed by their own government. But what we are trying to achieve is first and foremost to prevent any way of Iran having a nuclear weapon or a mass destruction weapon. Also, long-range missiles in some amount might be mass destruction weapons. So this is the main goal, I would say, of this attack. And of course, if the Iranian people want to change the regime, which we see that this is what is happening, and we saw the demonstration before, they will have the right conditions to do so. But it's for them to decide.
You don't seem so sure, because when I see the crowds, when I see the crowds in Tehran, when I see the visuals in Isfahan, I want to run them full frame, please. They do tell me a different story. And the broad analysis that is now emerging is that all those who were in the middle have now joined the, you know, what you would call the pro-Khamenei group. The shadow of Khamenei, the influence of Khamenei has grown, they say, after his killing. And that there were talks going on. So this is another side of the story as well, isn't it?
Yes, it is, but we never know what exactly is happening because still the Basij is there, the Revolutionary Guards are there, and you don't know if those people that come out, what they really think and what they really want. because they are now under a big threat. Let's see, after the conditions will change, we have another prediction. We think that the vast majority of the Iranian people wants a change in this cruel regime, a regime that destroyed the economy of Iran. Iran has so much, I would say, all the ingredients that need to be a success economy, a success country, even leading in some aspects, but now they are back behind. And this is only due to the strategic plan of their government. They understand that instead of providing for their people, they are supporting terrorist organizations and proxies all around. I think that this is the case. We will not be sure until all the threats will be removed, and this is what is happening now. And we just heard that we get full control of the airspace in Iran. So now we'll see things change, and we can only question that once the threats will be removed.
Will this be a wider global conflict? How is it emerging? Will Trump be in a position to take responsibility for the consequences of this battle? Mr. Bittelich, for the Europe view, please. What do you think?
Yeah, Arnab, it's strange to see the debate, the evolving debate.
Louder.
Iran has been, in the last years, the main sponsor of international terrorism. And
louder.
Now suddenly Russians have been warning the West, who have been warning the Americans against the Europeans who were to be naive towards Iran. Putin, 20 years ago, in talks with Bush Jr., warned the Americans and invited them to act, and referring to the Europeans who were naive. And I think there is this mixture of the last, let's say, of the years since 79, if you want. Till today, it's this mixture of a lack of a real critical dialogue with the Iranian leadership, and at the same time, we have been missing the right moments, let's say, to stop the developments of nuclear weapons, or ballistic missiles in Iran. Strange. Putin has been warning the Americans 20 years ago against the Iran. Today he's speaking about a cynical act, a cynical murder. The murder has got what I would have preferred to see him in a trial. But please, this is war. And I see the difficulty of the actual situation. Yes, the risk of the Americans has been, and of the Western world, that Iran would become invulnerable with a nuclear weapon, with ballistic missiles. And at the same time, the whole balance in the Middle East has been destructed. Therefore, this decision of the Americans finally to go for what I call destruction of regime. It's, I think our Israeli colleague explained really well. The problem is the regime change has to come from inside, not from the outside.
That is the point everyone's making, but will it? Will it? General Bakshi, will it?
You know, Arnab, Donald Trump and Netanyahu were both saying that our boots on the ground are the Iranian people. They are so fed up of the Khomeini regime, ancient regime, that they are out on the streets, and now it is up to them to overthrow this regime. So they have very deftly left it to the people of Iran. Your images on your screen are showing you what is the mood of the people of Iran. They are rallying around the flag. Like any self-respecting country which is attacked from outside, they are rallying around the flag. They have come out in support of the regime. They are condemning the murder of Khomeini, right? As it is an attack on Iran's sovereignty, there is just no doubt. What is of concern to us is that we are seeing a pattern of activity. Donald Trump attacks Venezuela, a third world country. Then he attacks Iran, a third world country. He's talking of hitting Cuba. He's talking of capturing Greenland. Where does it all end? Where does it all end? You can't have a new era of American colonialism justified by whatever cause, right? The Iranians' strategy was very simple. They know they cannot prevail against the technological might of America combined with Israel. They will go down, but they are very clear that they will raise costs and consequences. They will block the Straits of Hormuz as a last desperate measure. That itself will raise the cost of oil to $120 to $150 a barrel. And that causes a global recession. It hits the economy of India, China, Japan, Korea, all the countries of Europe, and even the United States of America.
If this regime change were to happen, if this regime change were to happen,
to $7, $8 a gallon.
It could go farther than that. General Bakshi, a major deferment. Have you, as the Israelis, been too optimistic in their expectations of regime change? It is being reported that Israel and Saudi Arabia pushed Trump to do this, saying that it is in your interest to do this, and Trump did this because he also wanted attention to go away from the Epstein files for a while, so it suited him opportunistically. However, have you set a fire that you cannot douse? In the sense that where is the regime change, Major Deferman? Where is the regime change? By now, if Khamenei is dead, the system should have folded up. I don't see the system folding up anywhere in Iran. And Israel is not committing boots on the ground either.
Yeah, regime change is not something that happens overnight, and this is not an operation that began overnight. This is an American, Israeli, and you can imagine the moderate Arab states, the Abraham Accords Arab states. Iran has been an existential threat to just about every country in the region. It's occupied, colonized a number of countries in the region over the last 40 years of this Islamic regime. It was behind, together with Hamas and its various proxies, on the October 7th attack. It launched the attack that signed the warrant of the end of this regime. But this is not an operation that began yesterday, and it's not a regime change that will happen overnight. Airstrikes cannot do regime change, and neither the U.S., certainly not Israel, will put any boots on the ground. I can imagine
Who is the Rodriguez in Iran? There was a Rodriguez after Maduro was kidnapped. Who is the Rodriguez in Iran? And if there isn't a Rodriguez in Iran, then this will be a failed experiment.
Let's take a different perspective.
Okay, Tatiana is on the debate. Yes, Tatiana is saying something to you, Major.
I've been listening, it was such an interesting...
I haven't been talking, so excuse me.
Okay, let him finish. Let him finish, Tatiana.
Of course.
You asked a question, I'd like to finish it. The most realistic scenario is that there is a number 2, a number 10, a number 20 who is amenable to working cooperatively with the United States, with the international order. And I would very much hope that the American, Israeli, Saudi, whoever is behind this plan, has that in mind, because you cannot do regime change. You can decapitate, but a decapitation means there has to be a head that's ready to come in. We're not going to see this overnight. This is something that could take days. It's something that could take weeks. I would be very wary. I would be very hopeful, certainly, that the United States and Israel didn't just launch an attack with no actual plan in place. This is probably something that has been in the works for many, many months, if not longer, to have an alternate regime ready to come in, and we're just seeing the beginning.
But then it cannot be this Raza Pahlavi figure. He cannot even get 10 Iranians to support him. He doesn't speak the local language.
You need someone on the inside.
Yeah, so if it is someone from within days, weeks, but if it takes months, then what? Then it's also going to lead to a consolidation of...
That's one of
the scenarios. It is already leading to a consolidation.
Yes, okay. Now, Tatiana is saying something to you, which is a counter view. Yes, Tatiana.
We are looking at pictures, well, not now, but you were showing pictures of consolidation, because at the end of the day, if you, if you are in the city and there are bombs dropping on your head, those are not Iranian bombs. That's not the Ayatollah dropping bombs. That's the US dropping bombs. You don't go out against the regime in that specific scenario. Also, look, if you read about Ayatollah Rafi, he is a hardliner. He's a known hardliner. So that decapitation, if anything, grew another head that might be even more hardline than the one that was cut off. But let's take a different perspective, shall we? Obviously Iran is not Venezuela, so you can't just airlift the head of state. And even if you eliminate the head of state, there is a system in place. It doesn't hinge on one person. There's a huge system. There's already a new head of IRGC. There's already a new Ayatollah interim, but still in place. And it's going to continue. If anything, outside interventions historically consolidate the population against the aggressor, and that aggressor is not the Ayatollah in this respect. What does the closure of Strait of Hormuz produce? The answer is very simple. The oil prices will go up. Can you, Arnab, name a country that just so happened to fall on extremely huge amounts of oil this year?
Well, I mean, Venezuela, but Iran is the fourth largest oil producer in the world.
Yes.
And
who's going to benefit from the closure of the Strait of Hormuz? Who is now claiming to have large amounts of oil, Venezuelan oil, but, well, is going to be American companies mining it, getting their hands on them and selling them, that oil. It's not about regime change. Regime change, America has sponsored revolutions before, and we've seen them. They don't do it with decapitations. They don't do it with eliminations of the head of the huge state with a system in place. If they want to sponsor, if they want to sponsor a revolution, they do it silently.
What you're saying is that this is less about regime change, but more about controlling the Straits of Hormuz. So it's going to come down to a maritime war. That's what I said, Ron. In that case, there'll be a standoff in the Straits of Hormuz, in which case it may be difficult to stay away. Ron, I'll go to Ruben right after.
Yes, this is one of the scenarios, yes. And we're ready also for that. We have different plans for different scenarios. As I said, the main goal is to prevent any mass destruction weapon from this radical murderer regime. But then the other goal is to change the regime, and if not change the regime, in some way control what he's doing and his influence in the region, which is, I would say, very aggressive. So these are the goals. There are different goals for this attack, this war. And it is a no-choice war because there was no other choice. Iran was very close to a point where it reaches this mass destruction weapons, and then they will be vulnerable, as was mentioned before. So this was actually the last minute. After the 12 days war, we thought that Iran will stop its campaign for achieving a nuclear weapon, but it didn't. It even accelerated it. So we gave them, I think that President Trump gave them a very fair chance just to stop that. But they didn't take it. I think they miscalculated the situation.
In that case, while Khamenei is dead, and I'm joined by Reuven Azar, who's the serving Israeli ambassador to India. He is in Jerusalem right now. Reuven, we are seeing these visuals of retaliatory strikes by Iran.
Yes.
And we've seen the visuals of the burning, ship in the Straits of Hormuz. So has Israel planned for what happens after Khamenei is killed? Because after all, you've not got the entire leadership. There is an alternative leadership which has been set up. What happens next? What is the game plan, if there's one?
Well, Arnab, thank you for the interview. What Israel has in mind is to neutralize and destroy both plans that the Iranian regime had to exterminate the state of Israel. The first is the military nuclear program, in which the regime invested tens of billions of dollars and has been deceiving the international community for years. And the second is the ballistic missile program. Both programs, in line also with their effort on the proxies, were directed in order to destroy us. Now, we've tried negotiation for a long time, and now we are determined to neutralize those threats. Now, regarding the game plan in Iran, I think it's up to the Iranian people to decide whether they're going to assume this opportunity. We've seen the Basij murdering, massacring tens of thousands of Iranian citizens. We hope the Iranians embrace this moment and use it in order to change their country for the better.
What if that doesn't happen?
Sorry?
What if that doesn't happen and the counter happens, that the people who are the fence-sitters move over to the pro-Ayatollah side?
But I think that if the people of Iran decide to stick with the Ayatollahs and do not use this moment, it's the situation will continue.
Then it's status quo, isn't it? Then it's status quo.
Where can this go? I think that
then is it a status quo? I'm asking you, in that case, Ambassador, does it become a status quo?
Well, I don't know. I think that we have to see how the dynamics go, because once the regime is debilitated to the degree that it is, we think it's a matter of time until it will collapse. It hasn't brought anything good for the Iranian people, and I think more and more people, even within the ranks of the regime, are getting to that conclusion.
Is there likely to be another round of strikes for control over the Strait of Hormuz?
I think this operation can take weeks. We are going to concentrate in the coming days. Don't forget, it's an American-led operation. What Israel is going to do in coordination with the United States is to continue striking military targets. And of course, we are taking also a lot of measures to defend not only ourselves, but also together with the Americans to defend the entire region from the attempts of Iran to strike it, where our Air Force is...
There are a lot of people watching this geopolitically. A lot of people watching this geopolitically. If oil prices go up, there's going to be confusion across the entire world. And therefore, we don't know what's going to happen if Iran blocks the Strait of Hormuz. Can it?
Well, I think it will have a challenge to block the Straits of Hormuz because of the balance of power right now, which is overwhelmingly in favor of the American forces. We'll have to wait and see. They'll probably try to